Chapter 4104 Dark Creature. No one had expected the seventh uncle to be so resolute and unyielding as to directly kill himself. However, the instant he made his move, a powerful hand caught his wrist. Cries of relief rang out from the crowd. The race leader had stopped him just in time. Although he was fast, there was still a bloody hole on the seventh uncle's forehead. Fortunately, the race leader had managed to block the power from erupting. "Seventh uncle, are you forcing me to use our race's rules to discipline you?" Raged the race leader. "As a pillar of the full moon race, your life is not your own. It belongs to the full moon race. Who gave you the guts to throw your life away so easily?" "Leader, I admit my mistakes. Please punish me," said the seventh uncle shamefully. The race leader took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. "Take your seat." The seventh uncle respectfully bowed before returning to his spot. "I am not telling you these things to shift the blame or flaunt my contributions. I am telling you that the intelligence of our ancestors is not something that any of us can compare to. Our vision cannot possibly reach further than our ancestors. I was originally in seclusion, but when Long Chen arrived in the full moon race, I was awoken by the ancestral spirit totem. That's the only reason I arrived in time," said the race leader. "What?" Everyone was startled by this. They were all well aware that the race leader had been in seclusion. "Could it be?" The race leader nodded. "I didn't know why the ancestral spirit totem would alert me at first. After I ferreted out those traitors, I tried to ask the ancestral spirit totem to kill them, but it didn't even react. Clearly, it didn't appear for those traitors, but for Long Chen and the others." After he said this, all the experts present were filled with disbelief. He continued, "I also don't know why the ancestral spirit totem would react to Long Chen's arrival, but our ancestors' warning cannot be wrong. Also, I already spoke to Changchuan, and he has awakened the full moon race's strongest manifestation. Changchuan is the hope for the full moon race's rise. Without Long Chen, Changchuan would have been killed by the traitors' sinister schemes. Since he survives, it means that the full moon race's karmic luck is still protecting and guiding him. If Long Chen was someone who would endanger our race, the ancestral spirit totem definitely wouldn't just ignore him. So, you should understand," said the race leader. Everyone immediately nodded. The reason they were against Shu Changchuan's promise to Long Chen was because they were afraid of working together with the human race. However, the ancestral spirit totem was the foundation of their faith. They would never doubt the ancestral spirit totem's decisions. "Don't worry, we will still keep an eye on Long Chen. After all, we won't leave our fates to others. The full moon race's fate ultimately rests in our own hands," said the race leader. After hearing all these, the full moon race's experts all relaxed. Most of their hostility toward Long Chen also faded. Just like that, Long Chen and the others were allowed to enter the full moon race. That very day, Shu Changchuan led them on a tour throughout the full moon race's domain. This place was called the Silver Moon World by them. The spiritual qi in this place was incredibly dense, even denser than the Wyan Trading Company's special training rooms. Feeling the density, Yu Qingshan, Sha Chen, and Guo Ran were all envious. Here, whether it was for refining pills, forging items, or inscribing talismans, the natural spiritual qi would make it much easier for them. Normally, they could only cram themselves in small spaces specially made for such things, but that left them cut off from the limitless world. Like that, they couldn't truly sense the heavenly Taos. Although the high-level training rooms had a miniature version of the heavenly Taos injected into them, such an artificial thing couldn't compare to the real thing. After that, Sha Chen joked about renting a place from the full moon race, offering to pay whatever price they wanted as rent. Shu Changchuan was extremely embarrassed by the joke. After all, according to the rules, the full moon race did not mix with any other races. After they finished seeing the countless wonders of the Silver Moon World, Shu Changchuan led them to a dark gate. Behind this gate is the life-forbidden area, and it can be considered a cursed land. Other than a few particular races, others cannot set foot in this region, or their longevity will be stripped away instantly. But don't worry, you have been blessed by the ancestral spirit totem. For 100 years, the curse of the life-forbidden area will not be able to threaten you. Let's go take a look inside, said Shu Changchuan. With Shu Changchuan leading the way, they entered that dark gate. Once they were in, the dense spiritual qi around them instantly vanished, replaced with a sinister aura that sent shivers down their spines. Guo Ran and the others couldn't help but tremble. The spiritual qi is about the same density as in the Silver Moon world. However, Due to the chaotic laws, this spiritual qi cannot be absorbed. You can only feel chaos, said Long Chen after sensing it for a while. I understand. Is the high density of spiritual qi in the Silver Moon world related to the blockade of the Dark Gate? Asked Sha Chen. Brother Sha, you are completely correct. This Dark Gate blocks the chaotic aura and lets the spiritual qi through, resulting in the Silver Moon world having a high concentration of spiritual qi. However, for my full moon race's cultivation, the spiritual qi requirements aren't particularly high, so this high concentration is rather wasteful, said Shu Chengchuan with a bitter smile. Guo Ran was about to ask what the full moon race required to cultivate if it wasn't mostly spiritual qi, but Sha Chen pulled him. Realizing that he almost slipped, Guo Ran swallowed his question. Asking about other people's secret cultivation styles was a great taboo. Other than the Silver Moon world, our full moon race also has a couple of other worlds. Those worlds were claimed by our previous leader. I'll bring you over. They were traversing a dark world. Here, time seemed to stand still, and space was constantly twisting. With everything in chaos, they were unable to even find the path beneath their feet, let alone their sense of direction. It was extremely uncomfortable not having any sense of direction. Fortunately, they had Shu Chengchuan guiding them. Otherwise, Long Chen and the others wouldn't dare to walk around in this place. They might miss the exit. They walked through this chaotic space for over 2 hours before they saw a gate ahead of them. When they walked in, their vision brightened and they saw a desolate world. Even before they managed to get a good look at the world before them, they heard a furious roar that shook the land. An ear-piercing alarm then rang out. The dark creatures have launched an attack. Shu Chengchuan's expression changed, and he instantly rushed over. Chapter 4105 Dropping Jaws. Long Chen and his companions trailed behind Shu Chengchuan. They hadn't traveled a great distance before they encountered another gate. This gateway was teeming with countless creatures that exuded an ominous black aura as they surged forth. Fortunately, in front of the gates, countless experts of the full moon race were slaughtering the creatures with sharp blades as they came out. These creatures possessed 2 legs and 4 arms, standing at a towering height of over 3 meters. Their large heads bore an uncanny resemblance to a fusion of a bull and a donkey, featuring prominent horns that jutted out horizontally rather than pointing upwards. Moreover, they gave off powerful energy fluctuations, placing them at around the human race's World King realm. Their sharp claws curved like hooks, while their muscular bodies exuded a daunting presence. Even a mere swipe of the claws would cause an ear-piercing sonic boom. What powerful physical bodies! Guo Ran and the others were shocked. These creatures were actually much stronger than average world kings. Most terrifying of all, they came out in an unending stream from the gate. With millions of them already out, just who knew how many were still behind the gate. The full moon race's experts slaughtered these creatures with all their power, but they were slowly forced back. After all, without a heaven venerate standing guard over this place, they were at a disadvantage. Brother Long, can you help? Shouted Shu Chengchuan. He was already charging toward the vanguard. In truth, there was no need for him to shout. Guo Ran and the others were already flying over. They had never seen these lifeforms before, and it just so happened that they wanted to experience their power. As soon as the Dragonblood warriors entered the battlefield, they were like a sharp blade stabbing into their ranks. When their swords danced, those powerful dark creatures were instantly hacked apart. As a result, black blood rained down, dyeing the ground. The Dragonblood warriors didn't even need to work together. They all fought on their own, slaughtering these creatures, akin to tigers pouncing on a pack of sheep. They were even more ferocious, even more violent than these dark creatures, as every slash of their swords slew their enemies. Shu Chengchuan was in the midst of preparing one of his powerful moves when he saw the Dragonblood warriors tear through the enemies. He was stunned. He knew that Long Chen was powerful, but he didn't expect that every single one of his subordinates was also so powerful. As soon as they joined the battlefield, they stopped the tide of dark creatures. They used violence against violence, with no other technique to speak of. Just over 400 Dragonblood warriors formed an arc around the gate, and the battlefield was emptied in an instant. Shu Chengchuan and the rest of the full moon race's experts were dumbfounded. The people in front of them were merely immortal kings, but World King dark creatures were slaughtered like blasting through rotten wood. They had never seen such a thing before. With each strike from the Dragonblood warriors, significant casualties were inflicted upon the enemy ranks. Despite the relentless attacks, the Dragonblood warriors moved with a sense of ease through the chaos of battle. The situation appeared perilous, yet any impending threat seemed to vanish just before it could materialize. Looking at their stunned expressions, Long Chen felt a burst of pride inside of him. Even in the immortal world, the Dragonblood warriors could form an unrivaled legion. With the alarm sounding, Heaven Venerates quickly appeared. However, when they arrived, they were also dumbfounded. They saw the Dragonblood Legion completely surrounding the gate, their battle line gradually shrinking until they completely clogged the gate. This shocking efficiency amazed even the Heaven Venerates. This really is a good place. If the enemies were a bit stronger and their numbers could be controlled, it would be even better, said Sha Chen. The Dragonblood warriors recently lacked decent opponents, so they could only train by exchanging pointers themselves. But that had a limited effect. After all, the Dragonblood warriors couldn't possibly use their killer blows against each other. Thus, they rarely fought each other in combat, in order to not forget the true meaning of battle was to kill as efficiently as possible. When it came to the Dragonblood warriors, perhaps their actual talent wasn't the greatest, but the trump card that allowed them to fight across realms was their immense combat experience. The moment they exchanged blows with their enemies, they could instantly see through the weaknesses of their enemies and kill them in one blow. After all, every Dragonblood warrior had followed Long Chen out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, so they were completely fearless toward death in group battles. It was like they were born for battle. Only in combat could they understand the true essence of life. Furthermore, fighting strong foes and evil lifeforms fueled their love for combat and improved their fighting skills. Surprisingly, Long Chen hadn't given the Dragonblood warriors that many pointers, he only provided them with medicinal pills and wealth. It was normally Sha Chen and Guo Ran who trained them in formations and group battles. As for each individual's skills, they had to rely on themselves to grasp their own specialties. Thus, every person in the Dragonblood Legion had their own fighting styles and paths. Perhaps that was precisely what allowed them to work together to make up for each other's shortcomings and play off each other's strengths. Presently, what they precisely needed was to accumulate more individual experience. When attacks came from every direction, the pressure would give them insights and let them grow. Otherwise, there wasn't any meaning behind it. For the Dragonblood Legion, this kind of battle was no different than a meal. But the Full Moon Race's experts were utterly amazed, their jaws agape. They had never seen such a tough legion before. In just an incense stick's worth of time, the Dragonblood Legion had forced the tide back to the spatial gate, leaving the ground littered with corpses. No one knew just how many dark creatures they had slain. In the end, the spatial gate stopped quivering, and no more dark creatures came out. A few breaths later, all the dark creatures were slain. The Dragonblood warriors then sheathed their swords, their movements perfectly in unison. At the same time, their explosive auras vanished and they returned to their normal appearances. All of them were calm as if nothing had happened. There wasn't the slightest nervousness nor the slightest excitement. It was like this had been entirely insignificant. How was it? Asked Long Chen. Guo Ran said, these dark creatures only have violence in their heads, so their intelligence is extremely low. Also, they don't know fear and only attack based on their instincts. Their bodies are very strange though. Their skulls are tough, while their horns and claws are comparable to world domain divine items. But their necks, armpits, and knees are fatal weak spots. They have high offense and low defense. To sum it up, they're excellent training partners. Guo Ran was also moved. If they could gather the Dragonblood Legion in such a place, then having these creatures to train with would let them rapidly improve. The Dragonblood warriors were now at the late stage Immortal King realm, so their rate of growth had slowed down, along with their absorption of medicinal pills. After all, without high-level battles to stimulate themselves, they couldn't advance that quickly. Brother Long, if you like this place, we can give you this world. When Shu Chengchuan heard their conversation, he was pleasantly surprised and made a shocking offer. Chapter 4106 Starry Radiance Moon Divine Pill. Give this world to us. Hearing this, Long Chen and the others were shocked. Could Shu Chengchuan really make such an offer? Brother Long, I won't bother telling you any lies. In truth, these three worlds are the Silver Moon World's barriers. Before, we only had the Silver Moon World, and the dark creatures directly attacked us there. Although we were strong enough to crush their attacks every time, we knew that it was very dangerous to stay that way. Thus, we paid a huge price to capture these three worlds. This way, the dark creatures need to pass through 3 gates before they can reach the Silver Moon World, said Shu Chengchuan. Then didn't you just end up extending your defense line? Previously you only had to guard one world, but now you need to guard 4, pointed out Sha Chen. You are correct, but there was no other choice. If we were to receive the dark creatures directly, then if something unexpected occurs with the gate, the full moon race would be in danger of being wiped out. By giving one world to Brother Long, I'm actually borrowing your power to help block the dark creatures. However, don't worry, the full moon race will still provide help in guarding this world. We won't let you fight alone, said Shu Changchuan. Now, Guo Ran and the others understood. It seemed that Shu Changchuan wasn't a fool. By giving Long Chen a world, he was actually using Long Chen and the others as a shield. Upon hearing this, Long Chen remained calm, as this was within his expectations. The full moon race was guarding this life-forbidden area, an enormous region. Consequently, any collaboration with them would require a certain investment. However, Long Chen shook his head in the end. What is it? Is it not good? But no matter what world you choose, it must be connected to ours. You have to pass through the Silver Moon world to extract the laws of the 9 heavens, or you cannot activate a world, said Shu Changchuan. Long Chen waved his hand dismissively. Don't misunderstand. I don't want this place because this place was won with the blood and lives of the seniors of the full moon race. I, Long Chen, will not receive undeserved rewards. I don't want such a world. Are you saying that you? Shu Changchuan exclaimed in shock. My boss is saying that if we want our own world, we'll make it ourselves, said Guo Ran with a smile. He knew Long Chen's character. Long Chen didn't like owing favors. As their relationship with the full moon race was merely one of collaboration, Long Chen didn't want to take advantage of them. If it was just resources, then owing a bit for a while was nothing. They could always repay them later. However, to take something that their ally had won through sacrificing lives, Long Chen would not accept such a thing no matter what. Otherwise, he would never feel at ease. Favors were truly complicated. Even when standing at the peak, when he was unafraid of anything, he was still afraid of these favors that he could not repay. That's fine too, but if you want to claim your own world, it will be very difficult. Even if you did, it's questionable whether or not you could guard it. Other than that, to activate one of these worlds, you will need the core of a star field. Do you have one? Asked Shu Changchuan. The core of a star field? No. Long Chen was startled. A star field's core was extremely precious, as the only way to obtain one was to destroy a star field. This kind of thing could not be bought with money. That's all right. My full moon race's treasury still has one star field core. If you need it, we can lend it to you. Race leader. Startled cries rang out. At some point, the full moon race's leader had also come here. Long Chen bowed slightly. The core of a star field is incredibly precious. If you lend it to me, I don't know how I can repay you. I heard from Changchuan that you can refine pills, right? Asked the race leader. That is correct. Long Chen nodded. Have you heard of the Starry Radiance Moon Divine Pill? Yes, I have. It is a pill containing the sacred nature of the stars and moon. However, I only know 3 formulas for it, and I don't have a complete set of ingredients for any of them. The Starry Radiance grass and the Moon Divine Sunflower in particular, these 2 main ingredients cannot be lacking. Without these 2 ingredients, I cannot refine it, said Long Chen. The eyes of the full moon experts brightened when they heard that Long Chen could refine pills. Furthermore, when Long Chen said that he knew 3 pill formulas, the race leader's heart shook. You really know 3 formulas? He asked, unable to remain calm. I really only know 3. These 3 types of Starry Radiance Moon Divine Pills have 3 uses: foundation building, spirit awakening, and blood igniting. That's what I read in the High Firmament Academy's ancient tomes. As these pills aren't for the human race, I never bothered gathering the ingredients. If you can provide the ingredients, I'm willing to try it, said Long Chen. In truth, these pill formulas were from the Pill Sovereign's memories. Long Chen didn't want them to ask further, so he directly said that he saw this information in the academy. So it's true. Long Chen, if you can refine these 3 types of pills, my full moon race will be your fervent ally for a lifetime, said the race leader. Perhaps others might not understand why the race leader was so emotional, but that was because they didn't know the secrets of the full moon race. As the race leader, he knew that the Starry Radiance Moon Divine Pill truly had 3 formulas, but 2 of those had been lost. Currently, the full moon race only had the most basic foundation building Starry Radiance Moon Divine Pills. If Long Chen could refine the spirit awakening and blood-igniting starry radiance moon divine pills, then the entire full moon race would soar like a shooting star. Now, the race leader knew why the ancestral spirit totem would wake him from seclusion. It seemed that Long Chen was the hope of the full moon race's revival. I don't dare to guarantee that I can succeed, but as long as you can provide the medicinal ingredients, I am willing to try it, said Long Chen humbly. All right, what medicinal ingredients do you need? Just ask, said the race leader excitedly. For the foundation building Starry Radiance Moon Divine Pill, I'll need the Starry Radiance Grass, Moon Divine Sunflower, 5 Flavor Vine, 7 Star Root. Long Chen listed thousands of ingredients. However, the race leader was delighted when he heard it, as these were truly the ingredients for the Starry Radiance Moon Divine Pill. In other words, Long Chen wasn't just bragging, and it would be best if you could prepare some extras of those. The rest, I have myself, said Long Chen. All right, I'll prepare them immediately. The race leader directly vanished and personally went to gather the medicinal ingredients. Seeing his reaction, Shu Chengchuan and the rest of the full moon race's experts grew excited. Brother Long, you really are my full moon race's lucky star. You should know that Lord Brahma has made sure to lock down our supply of medicinal pills. Your arrival is perfect, said Shu Chengchuan emotionally. Having lost their supply of medicinal pills, they had tried doing business with the Huayan Trading Company, but the latter's medicinal pills were unable to satisfy their requirements. As a result, the full moon race could only decline. Let's go refine pills first before anything else, said Long Chen, holding Yu Qingshan's hand. He knew that it was time for Yu Qingshan to show off. He also had a certain thought. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps we can have a deeper collaboration with the full moon race. With the full moon race at the center, it will be possible to gather more people opposing Lord Brahma. Hee, even if I can't beat you yet, I can still wipe my snot all over you. Chapter 4107 Dark Gate. Tribulation clouds gathered and thundered, their lightning locking onto the medicinal pills in Yu Qingshan's pill furnace. When the lid opened, a brilliant golden light shot into the sky, and lightning struck in response. However, a giant lightning dragon devoured this lightning, preventing it from reaching the pill furnace. Golden Pill, Starry Radiance Moon Divine Pills that have reached the Golden Pill level. Seeing this scene, the full moon race's leader was shaken, his voice quivering. Even some of the senior members of the race had wet eyes. Perhaps the junior generation didn't quite understand anything about medicinal pills. After all, they normally only had spirit pills available, so they didn't know what kind of difference would occur if they were to consume golden pills. 3 top-grade golden pills, the rest being top-grade treasure pills. Their quality is outstanding, surpassing my normal refinement. The Silver Moon world really is a treasure land for refining pills, said Yu Qingshan with a delighted smile. When refining pills here, there was abundant spiritual qi and the complete heavenly Taos. As a result, she was like a fish in water when it came to refining pills here. Race leader, please check them. Long Chen took the pills from Yu Qingshan's hands and offered them to the race leader. The race leader reverently accepted the pills with both hands. Sensing the energy inside them, he quivered. The medicinal energy fluctuations were millions of times greater than the normal medicinal pills that they had. The other experts of the full moon race passed the pills around. Sensing their energy, none of them could conceal their excitement. Long Chen, if you can provide a large supply of Starry Radiance Moon Divine Pills, my full moon race will be your most faithful ally. As long as it is not against the ancestral teachings, my full moon race will do anything for you, promised the race leader seriously. He had no choice but to be serious. The full moon race had been jammed for countless years due to a lack of medicinal pills and declined from their glorious peak. Now that he saw hope to reclaim that peak, he had to grasp this chance. Race leader, refining pills is nothing for us. In the future, just leave the full moon race's supply of medicinal pills to me, said Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen was also overjoyed inside. With the support of the full moon race, he truly had found a foothold in the Nirvana overflow heaven. Race leader this, race leader that, it sounds so estranged. My name is Shu Jianshang. You can just call me Uncle Shang. Starting today, we are one family. Your matters are the matters of the entire full moon race. Shu Jianshang patted his chest. Many thanks, Uncle Shang. Long Chen cupped his fists. Seeing Long Chen accept this, Shu Jianshang laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, since we're family, there's no need for thanks. That would make us seem like strangers. As the race leader, Xu Jianshang was naturally a level higher than others at judging people. Although he still didn't understand Long Chen completely, just 2 days of observation let him know about Long Chen's general character. Long Chen was extremely prideful and cared deeply about promises, so he would not owe favors easily. It might not be easy to become friends with such a person, but once you did, you would be lifelong comrades with them. Long Chen's impression of the full moon race wasn't bad either. Most importantly, if Lord Brahma was trying to infiltrate them, it showed that they definitely weren't on his side, making them very reliable and trustworthy. The full moon race celebrated over the matter of the pills. With a steady supply of medicinal pills, the full moon race would be able to rapidly rise. Uncle Shang, this matter must be kept an absolute secret, said Long Chen. Don't worry, I have transmitted this matter to the ancestral spirit totem. No one inside the full moon race will be able to speak of this secret. Not even a soul search will be able to discover it, guaranteed Uncle Shang. Long Chen was startled. It seemed that other powers also had similar methods to protect their secrets. No wonder he often got nothing with his soul searches. Long Chen, I heard that you don't want one of the 3 worlds that we fought for, so here is the area that our full moon race has control over. Why don't you see where you would like to start your own world? Uncle Shang directly took out a map. Now, he was even more impatient than Long Chen. He hoped for Long Chen to be able to peacefully stay in the full moon race and refine pills for them. After all, the full moon race was in urgent need of many medicinal pills. The sooner the supply of medicinal pills started, the sooner their people could consume them and start growing. They were in a race against time, and this related to the very future of the full moon race. Long Chen saw a black river running through the map. This was the map of the life forbidden area, and the full moon race only occupied one part of it. To use the full moon race's words, they were defending this area in order to fulfill their promise. Thus, this area had special marks on them. Only they were in control of this region. This region had over 100 silver moon marks throughout it. However, only 3 of those marks were bright. In other words, those were the 3 worlds that they controlled. The rest were uncharted territories. Uncle Shang, this moon is bigger than the others. Is it a special location? Asked Long Chen, pointing at one moon mark. When Long Chen pointed at that one, Uncle Shang and the others' expressions changed slightly. Don't think about that place. That world is where my full moon race's ancestors sacrificed their lives in order to seal it. If the seal is broken, the dark world gate will open, and it won't just be the full moon race that is instantly destroyed. Perhaps all the 9 heavens and 10 lands will be doomed as well. What, is it that serious? Long Chen couldn't help gasping. Legend has it that the great primal chaos battle was fought precisely because someone opened the dark gate. That half crippled the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Now, the heavenly Taos are incomplete, and the 10,000 races have declined. If the dark gate is opened again, without the power we had in the primal chaos era, we will be instantly wiped out, said Xu Jianshang gravely. Does the full moon race defend the life forbidden area precisely to guard this sealed world? Asked Long Chen. Then is Lord Brahma not worried about you being pressed too far and directly launching a suicidal blow by opening this gate, dragging everyone down with you? Asked Long Chen. He is not afraid of that. He knows that our full moon race will carry out our promise even in death, sighed Xu Jianshang angrily and helplessly. Long Chen wished to ask just what exactly was the promise, but that was very likely a secret of the full moon race. It was better not to ask. However, for the full moon race to guard this place generation after generation for one promise was admirable. Long Chen's gaze swept over the map, looking at all the moon marks. All of a sudden, his eyes suddenly brightened and he pointed. What about this place? Xu Jianshang and the others had strange expressions when they saw where he was pointing. Xu Jianshang sighed. You should pick somewhere else. Even if I gather the entire race's power, we can't take that spot. Chapter 4108 Enticed. What? There are several moons between this place and the Dark Gate. What is the issue? Asked Long Chen. In truth, the place that you chose is a seam in the Dark Gate. Furthermore, it is the first seam. You can imagine the life forbidden area as a labyrinth filled with gates, and the Dark Gate is a long and narrow passageway. The gate to that passageway is now sealed, but there are still seams at the sides of the gate. Those dark creatures can squeeze their way through those seams. Furthermore, the seams can also be split into bigger and small ones. For example, the 3 worlds that we seized have comparatively smaller seams, resulting in only dark creatures at the level of world kings being able to squeeze through. However, when the seams inflate for a moment, the occasional divine venerate dark creatures can force their way through. When there are many dark creatures, sometimes, thousands of divine venerate dark creatures manage to barge through at once. One moment of carelessness will result in huge casualties. The worst thing is that these seams fluctuate like the tide. Sometimes they're larger, sometimes they're smaller. But the dark creatures behind it are always waiting to launch a sudden attack and catch us off guard. As for the world that you chose, it often has divine venerate dark creatures come out of its seams. To use your human race's realm, they are on the level of mortal venerates. They always appear in the thousands at the very least, but sometimes even hundreds of thousands. But worst of all, when the seam grows large, earth venerate and even heaven venerate dark creatures can squeeze through. If we were to use our full power, we would be able to claim that land for a while, but after claiming it, defending it would be almost impossible. Let alone that place, even the 3 worlds that we seized often have eruptions of dark creatures that cause casualties every year. There is simply no end to them, so we cannot beat them in attrition, explained xianxia. Actually, claiming a world wasn't too difficult, but guarding it against constant random assaults was a different story. After all, every world had its own spatial passageways, and the dark creatures would attack with no rhyme or reason. It was simply impossible to be on guard at all times. If a person were to keep their nerves tense all day, it would exhaust their mental and physical energy. But other than that, the large number of casualties was not something that the full moon race could endure. Thus, they had never even thought about claiming that area. Let alone there, even the 3 worlds that they had claimed were not considered entirely worth it. If it was not for their strategy, they would even abandon those 3 worlds because the cost of guarding them was very high. After they claimed the 3 worlds, they directly excavated all the ores and resources inside, so now those 3 worlds had no other value other than for their strategic deployment. Thus, they wouldn't feel aggrieved about giving one to Long Chen. They would even thank him for taking over. Other than that, because it is too close to the Dark Gate, once that world is occupied, it might draw out dark creatures from the other worlds. Then you might have to deal with the attacks of dark creatures every day, said an elder. They'll attack every day. Long Chen was instantly enticed. Ignoring whether or not he could find anything good in that world, just the corpses of those creatures were irresistible to Long Chen. After all, the moon trees and fusong trees in his primal chaos space required a huge amount of energy, and he had used up all the immemorial corpses from last time. Through them, they managed to reach a height of 3,000 miles. However, without further corpses providing them with life energy, they began to shrink and were now just over 1,500 miles tall. Long Chen realized that it was due to Huolinger absorbing the moon flame and sun flame that the trees were shrinking. However, Huolinger's cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and if she were to stop, it might limit her future growth. Thus, Long Chen told her to keep going, and he would think of something. Now that he heard that endless corpses would throw themselves at him, he was really enticed by the prospect. That's right, creatures will attack every day in an unceasing stream, said the elder solemnly, not wishing Long Chen to take that risk. There's such a good thing. Long Chen was delighted. Good thing. Everyone from the full moon race was dumbfounded, not daring to believe their ears. Had they misheard? You really want to claim that place? Asked Shu Jianshang. Yes, I want to try it. Long Chen nodded. All right, give us half a year to prepare. With the help of your medicinal pills, our full power should give us a 60% chance of succeeding. No, Uncle Shang, I will claim that world myself. I won't ask for a single warrior from the full moon race. Long Chen hastily shook his head. Are you looking down on my full moon race? Demanded Shu Jianshang. Uncle Shang, since I can call you uncle, it means that I don't view you as an outsider. If I wanted to borrow something you had, I wouldn't even wait for you to say anything before taking it. Even if you refused, I'd still take it. But I don't want you all to risk your lives. If you were to have any casualties in the process, I would be filled with guilt for a lifetime, said Long Chen. Long Chen truly didn't wish for the full moon race to participate. If he caused large-scale casualties in the full moon race, he would never be able to make up for it in this lifetime. His meaning was simple. Resources could be repaid, but lives could not. They were not even the same concept. Brother Long, do you think that my full moon race is afraid of death? Demanded Shu Changchuan. Long Chen hastily said, that's not what I meant. You are clearly looking down on us, declared Shu Changchuan. For a moment, Long Chen didn't know how to reply. Fortunately, Yu Qingxian stepped forward and gave Long Chen a look. Long Chen, really, do you treat the full moon race's seniors as empty air? If we want to claim that place, we'll naturally need the race leader and heaven venerate seniors to help us. Without them, we can't succeed. After Yu Qingxian said this, Shu Jianshang's expression improved. After all, the full moon race had its own pride. Having obtained the medicinal pills that they had been dreaming of, they felt like they owed Long Chen a great deal. If they didn't do something for Long Chen, they'd feel extremely bad. As for Long Chen, he actually didn't want them to help. They viewed his statement as looking down on them, resulting in their anger. Long Chen then clapped his forehead, irritated with his foolishness. Naturally, if Shu Jianshang and the other heaven venerates participated, there wouldn't be any casualties. My apologies, I misspoke just now. Of course, I need the help of Uncle Shang and my other seniors. I just meant that I didn't want anyone beneath the heaven venerate realm to risk their lives, said Long Chen with a hasty smile. Brother Long, you, started Shu Changchuan. You are an exception, said Long Chen hastily. Shu Changchuan smiled. Then when are you planning on going? Asked Shu Jianshang. Tomorrow. The very next day, Long Chen and his companions walked through the life-forbidden area with Uncle Shang and over 30 heaven venerates of the full moon race. After a while, they arrived in front of a black whirlpool, the entrance to that world. It was like the gaping maw of a fiend patiently waiting for them to send themselves into its mouth. Chapter 4109 Golden Lotus Seed Reacts. Are the preparations complete? Asked Long Chen. Boss, don't worry, everything is ready, said Guo Ran confidently. Long Chen nodded. Just like that, they walked straight through the black gate. Seeing their confidence, Shu Jianshang and the other heaven venerates of the full moon race couldn't help shaking their heads. Children were simply children. They were always impatient, as they didn't know just how terrifying the world was. At this moment, Shu Changchuan was following Long Chen and the others, and his excitement far surpassed his nervousness. Shu Jianshang and the others also sighed over that. It must be nice to be young. Unfortunately, elders like them had experienced so much that they could no longer return to their young and arrogant selves. The passage of time had transformed them, making them old and afraid as they had experienced so much pain in their lives. Everything is prepared. If the situation worsens, we can immediately withdraw. Most important of all is to guarantee Long Chen's safety, transmitted Shu Jianshang to the rest of the full moon race's experts. Long Chen was their hope of rising. Even if they died, they had to protect him. The reason they were willing to bring Long Chen and his companions here was to let Long Chen see reality and dampen his sharp drive. After all, youngsters often didn't have accurate views of reality, and only harsh truth could give them the blow that made them grow up. However, Shu Jianshang was worried that this blow would be too great. He hoped that they wouldn't be too discouraged. As soon as they passed through the gate, even before they got a good look at the surroundings, countless angry roars rang out, and berserk killing intent flooded down on them from every direction. Prepare yourselves. Shu Jianshang sent another warning to everyone. It would be best if they managed to protect everyone. Otherwise, they would lose the face of the full moon race. Double Dragon Universe Lock, Yin-Yang Heavenly Hegemon Formation. Sha Chen instantly tossed out 3,600 formation discs when he stepped into this world. The next moment, a giant screen of light rose. This half-dome curtain of light had two giant dragons swimming within it. One was black, one was white. With yin and yang weaving together, energy poured out of the 3,600 formation discs and into the formation. Divine light then soared into the heavens, illuminating this dark world. After a moment of observation, they could see that this place was a wild world of desolation. They saw an unending mountain range without a single blade of grass growing. When the formation lit up, countless creatures came flying toward them from a distance. All of them had powerful auras. With every step they took, the mountains quivered. Their roars were hungry, as if they were wolves that had been starving for countless years and now saw flesh. They really are all at the level of divine venerates. The expressions of the full moon experts changed. Although they had long since expected this, seeing the endless tide of powerful dark creatures still shook them. Although they could only be considered mortal venerates by the human race's standards, they were so numerous that even heaven venerates would be drowned by them. When surrounded by monsters that felt no pain nor fear, without support, a heaven venerate would still die. How long? Asked Long Chen. 10 breaths, answered Sha Chen. Alright, we'll buy you 10 breaths time. Sha Chen's formation would take 10 breaths time to reach its strongest state. However, during this time, it couldn't receive any intense blows. Uncle Tree, Uncle Shang, help us hold the line here. You don't need to attack, but if any heaven venerate creatures descend, we might need your help to accurately kill them. Thank you. After saying that, Long Chen charged out. The Dragonblood warriors also flew out, and only Sha Chen and Guo Ran remained behind. Sha Chen was busy with the formation, while Guo Ran busied himself with setting up a platform. He was exceptionally busy, but no one knew what he was doing. What about me? Shu Chengchuan was dumbfounded. Everyone else had gone out, but he was still stuck here. It was like Long Chen had forgotten about him. Just watch safely, said Shu Zhanshang. Race leader, said a heaven venerate. Just do as Long Chen says. Be ready to assist him at any moment, ordered Shu Zhanshang. Looking at Long Chen and his companions' practiced formation and their lack of panic, he decided to listen to Long Chen. Countless dark creatures with black chi coming out of their bodies charged at them like fiends from hell that had been released from prison. Their killing intent exploded, and when they saw Long Chen and the others, their eyes turned blue. Long Chen was the fastest, and with a spin, a crescent moon saber image flew out, extending for thousands of miles before vanishing. As the saber image possessed the will to destroy the very heavens, the dark creatures struck by it were directly blown apart as though they were made of paper match. With this one attack, countless dark creatures were slain, as it left behind shattered giant mountains in its path. It was such a shocking scene that even Shu Zhanshang was moved. What a domineering will! The chaotic laws are forced to bow their heads. What shocked Shu Zhanshang was not how sharp Long Chen's attack was, but that his attack contained the will to rise above the heavens. According to reason, with the laws in complete chaos, the energy of heaven and earth could not be used by others and would even have a suppressive effect. However, this attack of Long Chen forced heaven and earth to submit, leaving these creatures unable to pose any resistance. Just like that, they were blasted through like rotting wood. Of everyone present, only Shu Zhanshang could comprehend the attack. The other full moon experts saw it but didn't comprehend this point. They thought that Long Chen's power was simply so great as it could force its way through the chaotic laws and suppress the dark domain. The heaven venerates were all stunned. The divine might of this saber was something even they, as heaven venerates, were unable to replicate. Just what was going on? After that one blow, Long Chen suddenly sensed the golden lotus seed in the primal chaos space quiver ever so slightly. When he focused on it, he saw that the golden lotus seed, which had turned listless after destroying the Yanshu gate, had now recovered a trace of its luster. Nonetheless, this trace of light was extremely weak. Its aura seemed to have strengthened slightly, yet also remained unchanged. Long Chen didn't know if it was a misperception on his part. Will killing these dark creatures let it recover faster? Long Chen had an amazing thought. If this was true, he would really have struck gold. I'll know after I try it out. Suddenly, Long Chen put away the Minghong saber and raised his hand, summoning a giant flame lotus on it. After that, sacred chanting rang throughout the world. The flame lotus rapidly grew, covering the sky in the blink of an eye. As a result, wild flames ignited the dome of the heavens. When the giant flame lotus shot out, it directly smashed into the tide of dark creatures charging over. Chapter 4110 Golden God Slayer Divine Arrow. A giant flame lotus exploded amongst the tide of dark creatures like a bomb. After that, waves of fire unfurled amongst their ranks, spreading in every direction and clearing out an entire area. The dark creatures within this area were reduced to ashes, emanating a disgusting stench that filled the air. After unleashing the world extermination flame lotus, Long Chen didn't even pay attention to those creatures. He knew that these flames would have an immense effect against dark attribute creatures. His focus was entirely on the golden lotus seed. This time, he saw it clearly. After slaughtering them, the golden lotus seed clearly brightened, and its withered appearance regained some vitality. Long Chen was overjoyed by this discovery. He finally found a way to strengthen the golden lotus seed. This was incredibly important. The golden lotus seed was his greatest trump card against the Yanshu flame. Last time, breaking the Yanshu gate had exhausted all of its energy, so Long Chen had always been searching for a way to help it recover. He hadn't expected to find it here. Just what kind of origin do these dark creatures have? Why does killing them help the golden lotus seed recover? Long Chen couldn't figure it out and was too lazy to bother thinking about it. Although he had slaughtered countless dark creatures with his last attack, in just the blink of an eye, more dark creatures came flooding over from the distance. Right now, the Dragonblood Legion had set up their formation. They were like a web of swords constantly slaughtering the dark creatures. These dark creatures were no longer on the level of mortal venerates that they had slain at the start. Now, they were far stronger, and their numbers caused even the Dragonblood warriors to feel immense pressure. However, what they were seeking from this battle wasn't to kill them as fast as possible, nor was it to accumulate combat experience. Their only goal was to buy time for Sha Chen. As the Dragonblood warriors were constantly forced back, Long Chen began to toss out world extermination flame lotuses as if they cost nothing at all. The repeated explosions wiped out those dark creatures in huge numbers. What's going on? Why is boss in such a rush? Guo Ran was busy at work on constructing his platform. Seeing Long Chen tossing out flame lotuses like crazy, he was shocked. Having followed Long Chen the longest, he was profoundly aware of his character. He had never seen Long Chen act like this at the start of the battle. Every flame lotus devoured an enormous area. As they smashed down one by one, the ground became littered in corpses. Even though these creatures were endless, in just a few breaths' time, Long Chen managed to clean up the battlefield, and the pressure on the Dragonblood warriors was greatly reduced. As for the Full Moon Race's experts, they were completely dumbfounded. He was repeatedly unleashing such a terrifying technique. Was he really human? This was the result of Huo Linger's growth after devouring the moon flames and sun flames. Her power had gone through a complete transformation, and her flame energy was as vast as a sea, allowing Long Chen to use it as much as he wanted. Just then, heaven and earth quivered. As Sha Chen's formation lit up, a crystalline pattern appeared on top of it, with every crystal containing countless runes flowing within it. Ha ha ha, success. Brothers, go ahead and slaughter them. I've spent everything on this grand formation. Unless an eternal expert comes, this formation cannot be broken. Sha Chen laughed, filled with pride. The instructions that Long Chen had given him were to take this world at all cost. With this world as their foundation, the Dragonblood Legion would have a home. They would no longer need to wander the world. Thus, Sha Chen had unleashed all his formation materials on this one grand formation. This was the strongest formation he had ever built. Although he was now a poor wretch, he was still full of pride as he looked at his greatest masterpiece. Just then, a furious roar shook the world, and a terrifying aura crashed over them. Upon feeling this aura, the full moon expert's countenance changed. Heaven venerate creature. A monstrous dark creature appeared, resembling the others, yet distinguished by golden runes on its head. When it stepped into this world, it directly shot at Long Chen as quick as lightning, reaching him in an instant. The full moon experts cried out in shock. Its speed was too fast, and they were unable to reach Long Chen in time. Seeing it approaching, Long Chen snorted and put away the world extermination flame lotus. Just as he was taking out the Minghong saber, two streaks of divine light shot over. It was a tree branch and a spear. Before Long Chen even had a chance to attack, that heaven venerate creature had 3 bloody holes in its body. The full moon experts were stunned. The branch and spear had pierced that creature in the chest, but there was also a bloody hole in its head. Clearly, that was the fatal blow. Uncle Tree and Uncle Shang turned their heads back and looked at the platform at the same time. They then saw that a giant golden crossbow had been constructed on top of the platform, aiming at the heaven venerate. As expected, heroes will always appear from the junior generation. We acted for nothing. Uncle Tree couldn't help smiling bitterly. His branch would cause that creature's body to stiffen, leaving it unable to move, and Shu Jianshang's spear would instantly take its life. Thus, neither of their attacks needed to strike it in its vitals. However, it seemed that even without them, Guo Ran would have been able to kill it in one blow as well. That arrow was as steady as a mountain, and his timing was also perfect, which clearly displayed his solid foundation. Long Chen was also stunned. Guo Ran had been using his battle armor the entire time that even Long Chen had almost forgotten about his archery skill. Now, Guo Ran finally had a chance to show everyone what a life-reaping arrow was. Hee, it's all thanks to boss's support. Since good things come in too, let me help liven things up a bit. The golden crossbow lit up, along with the entire platform. With a light sound, the entire platform swayed ever so slightly. Even experts of Uncle Tree and Shu Jianshang's caliber couldn't discern the arrow's movement. All they saw was another heaven venerate creature rushing over from the distance, only to have its head obliterated by the arrow. Guo Ran then cried out excitedly at his success and kissed his giant crossbow. It really was worth spending all that effort building you. You've won me some face. Guo Ran hugged the crossbow and repeatedly kissed it, feeling overjoyed. Having some time to spare, Long Chen took the chance to form hand seals, and the corpses on the ground were all tossed into the primal chaos space's black soil. Just then, a rumbling noise rang out from the distance, and countless creatures came charging over. Most terrifying of all, more and more heaven venerate creatures appeared in their ranks. Boss, no good, I've only made 18 golden god slayer divine arrows. It's not enough. Seeing so many heaven venerate creatures appear at once, Guo Ran cried out. Chapter 4111 Dark Domain Lord. One heaven venerate after another was shot through the head by Guo Ran's arrows. Not one of his arrows failed to kill their target. 1, 2, 10, 20, there are over 100 of them. Guo Ran's expression changed. If this many heaven venerate creatures attacked at once, there was no stopping them. Don't worry, draw them into the range of the formation, shouted Sha Chen. The next moment, the formation quivered, and rays of light gathered into a yin-yang double dragon spear. The yin-yang double dragon spear was aimed at a heaven venerate dark creature. Upon impact, the ground burst open, forming a massive crater. The surrounding creatures were shattered by the blast, yet the targeted heaven venerate creature, although injured, managed to survive the attack. However, Guo Ran shot one of his normal arrows at it, killing it in its heavily injured state. The yin-yang heaven hegemon formation is focused on defense, so its offensive power is only at this level. Sha Chen sighed helplessly when he saw that he was unable to kill his target in one blow. In truth, the yin-yang heaven hegemon formation was capable of both offense and defense. But the cost of doing such a thing was so great that Sha Chen couldn't afford it. Thus, he had sacrificed its offensive power for defense. Just then, a heaven venerate creature reached the formation, and its sharp claws raked the formation. The full moon experts were originally worried that the formation would be instantly destroyed. But unexpectedly, the strike merely caused a minor sound, and the creature was blown back. Its arm was badly mangled. The test is complete. As long as 500 of these heaven venerate creatures do not attack at once, the formation can hold. Boss, go ahead and slaughter them, shouted Sha Chen. This was Sha Chen's first time constructing this kind of legendary grand formation, so all its effects needed to be tested first as verification. Upon seeing that this heaven venerate creature's all-out attack was unable to even shake the formation, Sha Chen instantly relaxed. Long Chen was also put at ease. After that, his divine ring appeared behind him, and golden scales covered his body. As this transformation occurred, a majestic dragon cry reverberated across heaven and earth, and his sacred dragon might radiated throughout this world. At this moment, the full moon experts felt their souls quiver. Long Chen's sacred dragon might was so powerful that even they were affected. Long Chen's voice boomed like thunder as a massive dragon claw extended from his divine ring, crashing down with immense power. At this moment, dozens of heaven venerates were charging at Long Chen. Not holding back, he sent the dragon claw smashing down, crushing those creatures. When it was done, the dragon claw vanished, leaving its imprint on the ground. Within that imprint, everyone could see dozens of heaven venerate corpses, their bodies completely flattened and their auras gone. Their physical bodies aren't destroyed, but their souls have dissipated. They didn't die to my power, but rather, to the impact of the dragon soul. Long Chen simply waved his hand and threw the corpses into the primal chaos space. After examining them for a moment, he came to a surprising conclusion. Could it be that the sacred dragon might is also effective against them? Boss, watch out. Just then, arrows flew by Long Chen's body. While Long Chen was lost in thought, 3 other heaven venerate creatures attacked him from behind. Those 3 heaven venerate creatures were instantly slain by Guo Ran, but Guo Ran also lost 3 golden god slayer divine arrows. I'll know once I test it. Dragon roars at the 9 heavens. Long Chen abruptly stretched out his arms, emitting a resounding roar that echoed majestically across the world. Once again, the sacred dragon's cry reverberated, and a soundwave emanated in all directions from Long Chen. Following that, people saw an absolutely shocking scene. Countless dark creatures directly collapsed upon contact with that soundwave. Even heaven venerate dark creatures swayed from the impact of Long Chen's roar. It was like they were drunk, staggering and falling. With one roar, all everyone saw was the unending spread of corpses. To their surprise, this one roar had directly annihilated millions and millions of dark creatures. How can this be possible? His sacred pressure can even compete with the race leaders when supported by the ancestral spirit totem. Exclaimed an elder of the full moon race in disbelief. Also, he's human and not from the dragon race. But even if he were a true dragon, he still wouldn't necessarily possess such a powerful sacred dragon might. Looking at the corpses littering the ground, everyone was stunned, even the dragonblood warriors. They hadn't expected such terrifying dark creatures to be killed by a single roar from their boss. Cough, cough, Long Chen suddenly had an intense coughing fit. He had been too excited, and the roar broke his throat. After that, he formed hand seals, and flames covered the land. The heaven venerate creatures were then pierced through the head by flame arrows and died. They might have survived the dragon roars at the 9 heavens, but their souls were in disarray because of it. Hence, they were unable to dodge or defend, and were easily slain. The flames covering the land vanished along with the corpses, drawn into the primal chaos space. Now, Long Chen had too many corpses, to the extent that the enormous area of black soil had a mountain of corpses piled on top of it. Even with the black soil's devouring power, it would take some time to devour all of them. Thinking that he could now take a break, Long Chen relaxed a bit. However, his heart suddenly shuddered, and a terrifying feeling of death enveloped him. He almost instinctively roared, unleashing his remaining dragon energy into a kick behind him. It was the dragon race's divine ability, Divine Dragon Tail Pendulum. A giant dragon tail shattered the dome of the heavens, and its cracks spread in every direction. From that shattered space, they saw a dark creature that looked as if it was made of gold. The previous heaven venerate creatures only had golden runes on parts of their heads. But this one was covered in golden runes. Furthermore, it had 6 arms, not 4. Long Chen coughed up blood and flew back, feeling like he had just kicked a star. All his bones shattered from the impact. A dark domain lord. When they saw the 6-armed monster, the full moon experts turned pale with fright. Chapter 4112 Natural and Artificial. This monster appeared completely silently and out of nowhere. Even Long Chen, with all his experience on the battlefield and his sharp senses honed through combat, did not sense this creature. However, the moment he sensed danger, he unleashed his full power. Even then, he was blown back miserably, his blood chi flipping inside of him. He felt like his entire body was on the verge of collapse. Most frightening of all, after that attack, this golden monster directly appeared in front of Long Chen again. This was no longer a matter of speed but a kind of spatial breaking law. It seemed that distance was no longer a concept in front of it. Long Chen was horrified as he no longer had the power to block a second attack. Just then, a silver-white spear shot over, managing to barely block the golden monster's attack. At the same time, a branch whipped over like a vine, enveloping Long Chen and pulling him behind the formation. Long Chen, are you alright? Yu Qingshan hastily grabbed Long Chen anxiously. I'm fine. What is that monster? How did it appear so silently? Long Chen was covered in cold sweat. He had never dreamed of encountering such a monster. It was actually able to trick his senses and appear right beside him. It is a dark domain lord. They are the strongest creatures in the dark world, and an average heaven venerate is nothing more than an ant in front of them, said a full moon expert. At this time, Shu Jianshang started exchanging blows with the dark domain lord. However, his silver-white spear actually only caused sparks when it struck the dark domain lord's body. It was like he had struck a divine weapon. As Shu Jianshang's blood qi erupted, his manifestation burst into existence, exuding an incredibly powerful aura. Even though his moves were very simple, his brute power made up for it. With each exchange, the void resembled a fractured mirror, scattering numerous spatial fragments around. Right now, the world trembled as if on the brink of explosion, struggling to withstand the intensity of their power. The race leader is so powerful, exclaimed Guo Ran and the others. Shu Jianshang's attack was the epitome of simplicity. After all, he had reached the stage of turning complexity back into simplicity, while still keeping every single detail perfect. That was already the realm of returning to the true source. Even more shocking than that, despite the ordinary appearance of each strike, whenever it struck the dark domain lord, his power would erupt. However, not even the slightest trace of his power was wasted or leaked out. That meant that his control over his power had reached the pinnacle. Is the race leader an eternal expert? Or is he half-step eternal? Probed Sha Chen. No, the race leader is nothing more than a heaven venerate. The eternal realm is not so easy to reach. Sighed a full moon expert, he's also a heaven venerate. But, within the heaven venerate realm, there are the natural and artificial variants. For example, we are the artificial heaven venerates, and the race leader is a natural heaven venerate. There's such a differentiation. Time is the deciding factor. If you are able to become a heaven venerate while your blood chi is still in the midst of growing, the heavenly Taos will bless you, and you will have the power of heaven and earth at your fingertips. But if you miss the time and have instead plateaued, relying on accumulating a great deal of time to enter the heaven venerate realm instead of your natural talent, you will not receive that blessing. To put it frankly, it is as if we have been abandoned by the heavenly Taos, but we were unwilling to accept it, so we defied the heavens to make our breakthrough. Without the blessing of the heavenly Tao's karmic luck, just maintaining this realm requires us to burn our longevity. Moreover, every battle we fight burns up more longevity. So, if we fight too much, we won't be far from death, sighed a heaven venerate of the full moon race. So that's the case. There's actually such a difference. Guo Ran and the others were astonished to hear it. So for our human race, if we become heaven venerates within 100 years, we will be natural heaven venerates? Asked Sha Chen. The elder shook his head. It's not exactly 100 years. Your human race has a shorter longevity and weaker blood chi. But you are also the spirit of heaven and earth, with the blessing of the heavens. Even within the human race, there are differences. Some people might have plateaued in their 30s, while some are still growing after thousands of years. On the other hand, our full moon race is more stable. If we are unable to advance within 300 years, there's no hope of becoming a natural heaven venerate. Our race leader was exceptionally talented and became a heaven venerate at the age of 57. He was the 6th fastest in our history. Originally, he had a high chance of reaching the eternal realm, but our full moon race has been suppressed. That elder couldn't help but sigh bitterly, unable to continue. With a heaven-shaking explosion, the earth was torn apart, and countless boulders shot out of the ground, smashing the formation like fireworks. After the stones exploded, they revealed countless crystals that gave off strange fluctuations. The crystals gave off a beautiful divine light, like countless shooting stars flying through the night sky. World King crystals. Sha Chen and Guo Ran's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. These crystals were actually even more valuable than immortal king crystals. Heavens, there's a World King crystal vein underground! Exclaimed Guo Ran. The earth repeatedly blasted apart, and more rocks came flying out, exploding in the air. It was like a fantasy world. After another explosive exchange, Shu Jianshang and the Dark Domain Lord retreated at the same time. Long Chen saw that Shu Jianshang's fluctuations were incredibly intense. He must have reached some kind of peak. As for the Dark Domain Lord, it was also going all out, with golden divine light burning around it. Before this, their full power exchange had resulted in them being tied in power, and they both retreated. What Long Chen and the others didn't expect was for the Dark Domain Lord to reveal a trace of fear in its eyes. Race leader, we'll assist you. Once we summon the ancestral spirit totem, we can slay this Dark Domain Lord. The full moon expert stepped forward, standing behind Shu Jianshang in formation. Unexpectedly, several people shouted in unison. Those people were Shu Jianshang, Long Chen, Sha Chen, and Guo Ran. Hearing this answer, the full moon experts were dumbfounded. Sha Chen and Guo Ran hastily explained. Don't fight here. If the crystals are broken, you aren't just breaking the land but also a lot of money. With this money, we can do anything. The immense power of Shu Jianshang and the Dark Domain Lord's clash had caused countless crystals to explode, their essence dissipating back into the world, turning them into trash. Seeing this scene, Sha Chen and Guo Ran were both aggrieved. Those were top-grade World King crystals, treasures that could aid a World King's cultivation. Moreover, that was real money, an important currency in the cultivation world. Seeing the broken bits of World King crystals, they almost wept. Uncle Shang, leave this Dark Domain Lord as a sparring partner. Such an enemy is truly rare, said Long Chen. The full moon experts were horrified when they heard Long Chen say this, but Shu Jianshang actually laughed. Good brat, you were thinking the same thing as me. Just then, the Dark Domain Lord roared as if it understood them and was insulted. It then charged back at Shu Jianshang. Chapter 4113 Whetstone. After the impact, the Dark Domain Lord was sent flying by Shu Jianshang's spear, while Shu Jianshang was also forced back a great distance. The Dark Domain Lord flipped through the air, letting out a furious roar. But to everyone's surprise, it actually vanished after roaring. The full moon experts were all astonished. Race leader, did the Dark Domain Lord flee? Shu Jianshang nodded. Dark Domain Lords do not possess intelligence and are unafraid of death. However, once their dark energy is mostly used up, they'll retreat to their nest to rest. Once it recovers its dark energy, it will return. Cough. Shu Jianshang coughed up blood, horrifying the full moon experts. If something happened to their leader, their full moon race would be doomed. Stop screaming. It's a good thing. I intentionally didn't use any divine abilities and allowed it to injure me, alright. Thanks to it, the bottleneck that I've been stuck at for years has started to loosen. After all, only the threat of death can stimulate my body's desire to get stronger. That's why I didn't kill it. It's my hope of breaking through. Long Chen, you were thinking the same thing too, right? Shu Jianshang looked at Long Chen with a trace of admiration. Long Chen nodded. That's right. Directly killing a powerful opponent is such a waste, as only a powerful opponent can force out my potential. In order to live, I must constantly get stronger. And in any case, you and Uncle Tree are both here. I think I can use this opportunity to force myself to grow. That will prepare me for the monsters at the Sage King convention. Ha ha ha, good, a man should have this courage. Shu Jianshang laughed. Looking at Long Chen, he felt like he was seeing himself in his youth. Back then, he was also fearless, doing whatever he wanted to do, being unrestrained. But after becoming the leader of his race, he had to settle down. In everything he did, he had to consider and plan every possibility first. In truth, a large reason for his bottleneck was related to taking over his position. So, now that he found such a good opponent, he naturally wasn't willing to kill it. After a bit, more dark creatures came flooding over from the distance, and in response, the Dragonblood warriors stepped forward. With Sha Chen and Guo Ran holding the line, there was no danger to their lives. After all, one had the grand formation, while the other had the golden crossbow. In this manner, the Heaven Venerate creatures were picked off. As a result, the Dragonblood warriors fought brazenly, akin to inexhaustible killing machines sweeping through the battlefield, blowing away everything in their way. Before long, the corpses piled up once again. Long Chen immediately drew those corpses into the primal chaos space. Now, the life energy in the primal chaos space was so dense it was almost liquid. As a result, the medicinal ingredients were growing rapidly. The moon tree and fusong trees were like withered riverbeds blessed by rain. As they greedily absorbed the life energy, their listless leaves once more glistened. All in all, they grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. Most exciting of all though was the golden lotus seed. Its light had fully recovered, and it was growing even brighter. Long Chen even saw golden marks appear on top of it. Although he didn't know its origins, he knew that it had to be a shocking existence. Right now, he didn't know why killing these dark creatures caused the golden lotus seed to change, but he didn't mind. In this world, there were many things that people could never understand, so he didn't bother to find out. If the full moon race's warriors had a tenth of their power, who would dare to look down on us? Watching the Dragonblood warriors fight like wolves and tigers, even the Heaven Venerates were amazed. They couldn't help sighing. Although the Dragonblood warriors were only late-stage immortal kings, their killing power was absolutely astonishing. They always killed their opponents in the most efficient way. Once, these people even saw two Dragonblood warriors work together to kill a Heaven Venerate dark creature in just 3 moves. With their flawless combination, that dark creature was completely led by the nose, its head cut off before it could unleash any of its power. Long Chen, may I ask you how you trained your subordinates? Asked an elder of the full moon race. Long Chen shook his head. Senior, they aren't my subordinates but my brothers. They are comrades that I can entrust my life to. Also, the reason we could reach our current height isn't from training but because we were forced to. The heavens forced us to the brink of death. If we were forced back a single step, we would face a retribution that we could not recover from. So, other than fighting to the death, what else can we do? We want to control our own fates, but we don't have free resources or powerful backgrounds. The only card we have in our hands is our lives. It can be said that everything we have was won through risking our lives. You envy us, but how can we not envy you as well? If one had a choice, who would be willing to risk their lives all the time? Who wouldn't want to live a peaceful life? Long Chen looked at the Dragonblood warriors fighting and couldn't help feeling a bit helpless. This was a helpless world. Since they had chosen to challenge fate, they had to fight to the end, until one day their lives truly were in their own hands and not arranged by others. The experts of the full moon race were all moved by his words, and they also considered his words carefully. In theory, the full moon race had always been working hard to rise once more. But had they really been working hard? Or did they just say it with their mouths? Just over 400 Dragonblood warriors were absolutely slaughtering the endless dark creatures. The power that each of them unleashed made even the old fellows feel a chill. However, the Dragonblood warriors' skills were not something that they were born with. They were all acquired through risking their lives. Behind their fierce and undefeatable appearance was an incalculable amount of hard work and blood. Compared to them, the full moon race's disciples were like privileged children, flowers raised in greenhouses. They had not experienced the frost and wind, so how could they truly grow? Race leader, one of the elders turned to Xu Jianshang. Xu Jianshang knew what they wanted. They were envious of how powerful the Dragonblood warriors were and wanted their disciples to endure a trial of blood and fire as well. Previously, the full moon race had always focused on reducing casualties as much as possible. But while that kept their population high, it reduced the quality. It didn't mean that the full moon race was inferior to before, but they were so afraid of losses that they made their disciples experience too little, resulting in their people not growing up into true experts. As a result, the peaceful lives of the full moon race's disciples came to an end, as they were all sent to battlefields to fight. The Dragonblood warriors fought for 6 full hours. Toward the end, their arms were numb, and it was only when they couldn't swing their swords any longer that they retreated to the formation. Thankfully, Sha Chen's formation had shocking defensive power. As long as no heaven venerates reached it, it was simply impossible to shake it. However, even if heaven venerates appeared, they would be killed by Sha Chen and Guo Ran's combined forces. When the Dragonblood warriors recovered, they would continue killing. On the other hand, Long Chen didn't participate in the battle, honing his power the entire time. Other than occasionally cleaning the battlefield, his attention was focused on the depths of the battlefield. Suddenly, Long Chen stood up. His kunpeng wings then spread, and he shot out. "Uncle Tree, Uncle Shang, help me hold the line. If I'm in danger, please save my little life." Chapter 4114 Breakthrough. Boss is mighty, boss is unrivaled. Guo Ran immediately cheered excitedly when he saw Long Chen fly out. However, he had yet to even finish cheering when a figure shot back and crashed into the ground like a meteorite, leaving a long ditch there. Uncle Tree extended a hand and caught the Minghong saber that was flying through the air. Long Chen also came flying back wretchedly at this time. "Long Chen, are you alright?" Yu Qingshan turned pale. Long Chen was covered in blood, with many bloody holes in his body. It was a ghastly sight. Guo Ran froze in his cheering posture. How did Long Chen end up coming back before even starting? Just then, Xu Jianshang shot out and blocked the Dark Domain Lord who had suddenly appeared. "Master, why did you fight it directly? It is extremely fast and has 6 arms. You are using your weak point to fight your opponent's strong point." Uncle Tree was shocked. Long Chen had almost been killed just now. It had happened so quickly that he hadn't even been able to react. If Long Chen hadn't used his in the Dark Domain Lord's power to retreat, he'd be dead now. Thinking of this, Uncle Tree was covered in sweat. Long Chen flapped his hand, indicating that he couldn't even speak. He then formed hand seals, circulating the life energy of the primal chaos space. It took several breaths' time before Long Chen managed to take a deep breath and helplessly say, "I know, but I had no choice." Originally, Long Chen had been planning on using the dragon race's divine abilities to fight with the Dark Domain Lord. However, the dragon expert stopped him, telling him to fight it directly in close-range combat. When Long Chen heard that, he was stunned. If it weren't for his absolute trust in the dragon expert, he would suspect that it was trying to get him killed. That Dark Domain Lord was incredibly fast, and it was the ruler of this domain, possessing the power to control the laws here. Thus, its speed could not even be described with the word fast anymore, as it had broken spatial limits. There was no guarding against it. Furthermore, with Long Chen's 2 hands, how was he supposed to stop its 6 claws? But since the dragon expert had said it, he had no choice but to do it. As a result, despite using all his power, even 36 slashes of his saber were unable to do anything to his opponent. Seizing an opening, he exploited it to flee, narrowly avoiding death by a hair's breadth. The fact that he survived was entirely thanks to his instincts. For others, those 36 slashes of his saber happened in the blink of an eye, basically imperceptible. Thus, other than Uncle Shang and Uncle Tree, no one else knew what had happened. At this moment, black chi oozed out of the bloody holes in Long Chen's body, presenting a gruesome sight. That was the power of the laws here. It took Long Chen almost an hour to erase the black chi, and only then did his wounds heal. Xu Jianshang also returned at this time, covered in wounds. His fresh blood dyed his white robes red, but his aura was still strong. As for that dark domain lord, it was once more forced back. Even without the ancestral spirit totem, Xu Jianshang was a level stronger than a dark domain lord. Long Chen, that was too dangerous. The slightest mistake would have cost you your life, and we would have no chance to save you, said Xu Jianshang sternly when he returned. At first, much like Uncle Tree, he had assumed that Long Chen would be unleashing his ultimate techniques to fight it. After all, resisting the Dark Domain Lord's pressure could temper one's will. But who would have thought that Long Chen would actually run over and fight it at close range? Even an expert on his level was not confident in being able to save Long Chen under the Dark Domain Lord's tempest of attacks. That had truly been too dangerous. It's fine. As long as you can guarantee that it can't chase after me, I'll be able to protect myself, said Long Chen. Long Chen knew that the dragon expert wanted to stimulate his dragon energy's reactions and speed through the threat of death. The objective was for Long Chen to be able to use his dragon energy instinctively. However, he was currently far away from that level. Actually, this was related to whether or not he could truly control dragon energy. To use the dragon expert's words, only when you were limitlessly close to death could you comprehend the true essence of cultivation. Seeing that Long Chen was so sure, Xu Jianshang let him be. He also recovered and waited for the Dark Domain Lord to return. The rest of the Full Moon race experts had all left, overseeing disciples on various battlefields. While casualties were unavoidable, their presence minimized the extent of these losses. Xu Chengquan now joined the Dragonblood warriors on the battlefield against the dark creatures. In fact, Xu Chengquan was truly strong. The silver spots in his manifestation and the golden light of his horns were also different from the other experts of the Full Moon race. From these traits, Long Chen knew that he had either mutated or undergone an ancestral regression. Having been provoked by the Dragonblood warriors' display, he began to challenge the Heaven Venerate creatures. At first, it was extremely difficult and dangerous. Yet, he still risked his life to kill several of them. As his guts grew and his fear completely vanished, he got stronger and stronger. After some praise from Xu Jianshang, his confidence multiplied. This fellow then asked if he could challenge the Dark Domain Lord. But after he was badly cursed, he didn't dare to say a single word and just focused his anger on those dark creatures. Time passed bit by bit. To Long Chen's surprise, the Dark Domain Lord's recovery speed was quite astonishing. It would come back almost every 6 to 8 hours. Long Chen would always challenge it first. Although he was crushed every time, he gradually stretched his limit from the blink of an eye to 2 breaths' time. While the progress was slow, Long Chen could clearly feel his speed increasing. Back then, the dragon expert had told him that immense power would affect his speed, because no matter how much power he had, if he couldn't hit his opponent, it was meaningless. Unfortunately, as Long Chen wasn't a member of the dragon race, he needed to use unorthodox methods to improve his speed. He had to make up for his shortcomings in the speed of his attacks and defenses, or he would be at a disadvantage against truly powerful enemies. Faster, faster, just a bit faster and you'll be able to keep up with it. As Long Chen fought the Dark Domain Lord, the dragon expert was shouting its encouragement. What Long Chen didn't know was that as he used all his power to endure the Dark Domain Lord's attacks, the dragon blood in his body began to boil. As a result, runes that had never appeared before slowly condensed in his blood. This change was something that Long Chen himself didn't notice, but the dragon expert saw it clearly. It knew just how important these runes were to Long Chen. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In one go, a whole month passed. Long Chen's speed grew until he was able to last half an incense stick's time against the Dark Domain Lord. His rate of improvement shocked Xu Jianshang. Long Chen was in the midst of fighting the Dark Domain Lord when an explosive sound came from within his body. After that, his aura grew torrentially. He advanced. Everyone jumped. Long Chen had actually made an advancement in the middle of battle. Just then, the void quivered, causing Shu Jianshang and Uncle Tree's expressions to completely change. They both attacked at once. It turned out that another Dark Domain Lord had come. How can this be? How can two Dark Domain Lords appear in one world? The full moon experts let out startled cries, but they were seeing this impossible reality in front of them. Chapter 4115. Joining forces to slay a Domain Lord. Another Dark Domain Lord emerged, leaving the full moon race's experts utterly bewildered. This had never occurred throughout all of history. Shu Jianshang was the first to respond, rushing toward the emerging Dark Domain Lord. Meanwhile, Uncle Tree quickly aided Long Chen. The sudden appearance of this new Dark Domain Lord really disrupted the battlefield's rhythm and caused chaos. Countless branches directly surged, forming a wooden wall in front of Long Chen, but they were immediately torn apart by the Dark Domain Lord. Uncle Tree, buy me some time. Brothers, let's work together to kill this Dark Domain Lord. Chengchuan, you go first, shouted Long Chen. Shu Chengchuan had long since wanted to test himself against a Dark Domain Lord. So, upon hearing this order, afraid that the race leader would stop him, he stepped forward without hesitation. His manifestation grew illusory as all of its power poured into his bone spear, stabbing into the Dark Domain Lord like a shooting star. The full moon race's experts let out startled cries as Shu Chengchuan's attack pierced through the opening made by the countless branches tying down the Dark Domain Lord. At this moment, its 6 arms were all tearing at the branches, creating the perfect opportunity for Shu Chengchuan to attack. Shu Chengchuan seldom cooperated with anyone in battle, so he didn't even think about how to launch his attack. Fortunately, all he had to do was unleash his full power and not hold back at all. Just like that, his spear solidly struck the Dark Domain Lord's chest. To everyone's surprise, ink-like blood sprayed out of the Dark Domain Lord's chest. Shu Chengchuan's spear really did manage to pierce its defenses. It had to be known that the Dark Domain Lords were covered in golden runes, and their bodies were incredibly tough. In all this time, Shu Jianshang had not broken its defenses once, but Shu Chengchuan had done it. Full Moon Divine Radiance. Has Chengchuan's sacred energy already surpassed the race leaders? The Full Moon experts were stunned and overjoyed by this finding. On the other hand, the Dark Domain Lord let out a furious roar of pain. Fall back, yelled Long Chen. However, Shu Chengchuan's reaction was a bit slow as he was still immersed in the pleasant surprise of breaking the Dark Domain Lord's defenses. As a result, Shu Chengchuan's spear exploded with a quiver from the Dark Domain Lord's body. Blood then sprayed out of his mouth as he was sent backward. Guo Ran's roar tore through the air as his crossed sabers shimmered in front of him. Behind him, each Dragonblood warrior summoned their Dragonblood battle armor and placed their hands on the person in front of them, channeling all of their energy into Guo Ran's body. When a giant cross left his golden sabers, it tore through the laws of heaven and earth. This attack containing the full power of the Dragonblood warriors struck the Dark Domain Lord directly. The impact crushed the branches binding the Dark Domain Lord and caused countless cracks to appear throughout its body. It then flew back while coughing up mouthfuls of black blood. In an instant, Long Chen appeared behind it with the Minghong saber and unleashed 3 consecutive slashes of his saber, each slash retaining the force of the previous one. On the 4th slash, the Dark Domain Lord finally reached him. His timing was perfect. Long Chen's saber solidly slashed onto the Dark Domain Lord's back. Due to the powerful force, the fabric of space was destroyed, leaving a big hole in the ground, and the Grand Dao runes flew about. When the dust settled, they saw the Dark Domain Lord at the bottom of the hole, its body covered in cracks. However, shockingly, it was not dead yet. Its body was squirming as if it was struggling to stand. Long Chen then thrust the Minghong saber at its forehead where a golden rune resided, shattering it. The Dark Domain Lord shook intensely before becoming still, all its golden runes dimmed. It was finally dead. The Dragonblood warriors cheered. With their combined power, they managed to kill a Dark Domain Lord. That was definitely something to be proud of. After dragging the Dark Domain Lord's corpse back into the formation, he checked on Shu Chengchuan and found that his aura was listless. Even the aura of his life was extremely weak. Hence, Long Chen couldn't help but be shocked. Don't worry, his innate divine weapon is his rhinoceros horn. With its destruction, his Yuan spirit received a shock. However, our race has a miraculous self-recovery ability. We will naturally grow another horn if the old one is destroyed, and this new one will be even stronger. It's a good thing for Chengchuan. The Dark Domain Lord's dark energy entered his body, and with that stimulation, he will be able to awaken the full moon divine radiance even sooner, said an elder of the full moon race excitedly. They had checked Shu Changchuan's body. The dark energy filling his body was trying to destroy his full moon divine radiance, but the full moon divine radiance was still shining strong, constantly fighting the invasion of the dark energy. Once Shu Changchuan woke up, he would definitely become even stronger. Just then, Shu Jianshang also returned, as the dark domain lord he was fighting had fled. It was most likely recovering its dark energy again. Previously, Shu Jianshang had unleashed his full power to try to kill it as quickly as possible to assist the others, but then he saw that Long Chen had settled things, so he just let his opponent off. Shu Jianshang personally checked Shu Changchuan's body. When he was done, a gratified smile appeared on his face. The heavens are assisting my full moon race. It seems that we really do have hope of reviving. Send Changchuan into the ancestral spirit totem. Let the ancestral spirit look after him. The elders of the full moon race immediately brought Shu Changchuan away excitedly. After the incident, the way they looked at Long Chen and the others changed. Now, they were full of reverence and gratitude to Long Chen and his companions. After all, their arrival had caused the entire full moon race to change, letting them see hope for their race's rise. Long Chen and the others must be the full moon race's lucky stars. At this moment, Guo Ran took out a hammer and struck the dark domain lord's corpse. Each strike only caused sparks and some metallic ringing. What is this? How is it so hard yet so flexible? I can't do that with my battle armor. After testing it for a long time, Guo Ran finally managed to knock off one rune from the dark domain lord's body. Even our full moon race doesn't know much about the dark creatures. They came from an unknown world, and we know nothing about that world, said Shu Jianshang. It doesn't matter whether we know it or not. What is important is that the Sage King convention is about to start, so we have to accelerate our cultivation. We'll use the dark creatures to raise our realms quickly. It would be best if we all become peak immortal kings before the Sage King convention. Boss, we're not worried for ourselves, but will you be alright? Guo Ran and the others looked at Long Chen worriedly. After all, he had just broken through to the second heaven stage of the immortal king realm. Hearing this, Long Chen stuffed immortal king pills into his mouth like they were beans. He mumbled, "That's no problem. I'll show you what real speed is." After saying that, Long Chen charged back into the battlefield once more. Chapter 4116, 9th Heaven Stage Immortal King. Long Chen's aura erupted, akin to a flood that had breached the dam and overflowed the dikes, breaking through all restrictions. This time, even Guo Ran and the others were stunned. Long Chen had just broken through to the second heaven stage. However, in just a short moment, he broke through again to the third heaven stage. Trying to get used to his new power, Long Chen directly slew a heaven-venerate creature with his saber. After advancing to the third heaven stage, he felt like his blood qi was erupting and the newfound power coursed through his veins. Long Chen felt great admiration for the dragon expert at this moment. Now, he understood the true meaning of accumulating for a great eruption. During this time, Long Chen's realm had been advancing very slowly, resulting in his entire body feeling a strong thirst to break through. As a result, there was practically no need for Long Chen to do anything. His bottleneck automatically broke through, and his body stabilized his realm. At the same time, his blood qi, his bones and tendons, and his soul were all being uplifted. It was like a group of builders with no materials to build. Without the materials, they had been forced to pause their construction for a long time, to the extent that any longer and they would starve to death. Now that the materials came, they worked with their lives on the line. Even after breaking through 2 levels, Long Chen's aura was still completely steady, without the slightest sign of becoming shallow. As Long Chen fought, he stuffed his mouth with medicinal pills. Others ate precious medicinal pills one by one, but Long Chen was stuffing himself as fast as possible, consuming hundreds in one go. Even Shu Jianshang was astounded by the sight. He was worried that Long Chen might make himself explode with that much energy. At this time, the dark domain lord that Shu Jianshang had forced back once more returned. Seeing it, Long Chen roared and slashed the Minghong saber at it. Sparks and divine light flew about upon their clash. People could see countless saber images flying through the air, but they were unable to see a trace of Long Chen and the dark domain lord. Their speed was simply so fast that the onlookers' eyes couldn't track them. Shu Jianshang watched from the side, ready to save Long Chen at any moment. At such a high-level battle, even he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. In truth, watching Long Chen fight the Dark Domain Lord was very taxing to Xu Jianshang. The main thing was that he was afraid of the slightest mishap, as it could cause Long Chen to lose his life. Still, weariness was but a passing sensation. Long Chen's rate of improvement left the race leader utterly astonished. He knew that as Long Chen kept working with his life on the line, he would continuously draw out his bottomless potential. Long Chen blocked the Dark Domain Lord's attacks for a full incense stick's worth of time, and all of a sudden, his aura broke through all restrictions once again. He successfully soared into the 4th heaven stage of the Immortal King realm. After reaching the 4th heaven stage, his aura was even stronger. His blood qi, bones and tendons, and soul once more reached a new level. This time, Long Chen forced himself to the point that he was drenched in sweat, and after a full hour, he finally couldn't endure any longer and retreated. When Long Chen fell back, Xu Jianshang actually didn't need to do anything, as the Dark Domain Lord also retreated. Clearly, it had exhausted itself fighting Long Chen, and so it went to recover its energy. Guo Ran and the others cheered excitedly when they saw the sweaty Long Chen. Long Chen gasped for air, but being able to fight to his heart's content made him feel incredibly content. Still, after fighting for an hour, after countless swings of saber, he was on the verge of collapse, so he rested for a bit. "Boss, now you have the power to challenge domain lords on your own," praised Sha Chen. Long Chen glared at him. "No one flatters people like that. The only reason I could last so long was because at close range, it wasn't able to unleash its divine abilities. If it fought the way it fought against Uncle Shang, I wouldn't be able to last even 3 exchanges before running out of energy. The reason we were able to slay the previous Dark Domain Lord was mostly because its body had accumulated many hidden wounds in its many battles with Uncle Shang. Otherwise, with our power, killing it would cost us something." Long Chen knew that he had grown a great deal in this short period, but he still knew his limits. He wasn't so arrogant as to think he could fight a Dark Domain Lord alone. When he fought against it at close range, they were competing in speed and reactions. But if he were to make some distance between them, it would unleash its ultimate moves, and then Long Chen would have no chance of beating it. Its power was far more terrifying than they thought. Long Chen warned his companions, as he didn't want them to underestimate their enemies. Otherwise, if they were to make a mistake, it would be fatal. Since the Dragonblood warriors were in the midst of rapidly growing, from time to time, Long Chen needed to give their confidence a blow to avoid them getting arrogant. During the next few days, Long Chen entered a period of crazy growth. Medicinal pills were constantly being stuffed into his mouth, as he fought with the Dark Domain Lord every day. As Long Chen's techniques and movements grew more refined, the dragon blood in his body gradually condensed a new rune. The dragon expert told Long Chen that this was a special rune of the dragon race that had never appeared in a human before. But as Long Chen fought in the Dragon King battle armor and constantly challenged his limits, he managed to awaken this rune. However, while Long Chen's movements sped up, his dragon blood energy was being rapidly used up, which meant that he couldn't fight for long. At most, he was only able to last for an hour before his dragon blood energy ran out. Even so, the appearance of this new rune caused his speed to continuously rise to the extent that he was entirely capable of keeping up with the Dark Domain Lord. 3 days later, Long Chen reached the 5th heaven stage, and a week later, he broke through into the 6th heaven stage. A month later, his cultivation base was firmly hanging in the 9th heaven stage, causing all the full moon race's experts to be dumbfounded. They had never seen such monstrous cultivation speed before. Most importantly, even as his aura rose so crazily, there was no sign of it becoming superficial or unstable, so his foundation was still extremely solid. This aspect practically toppled their understanding of the world. Long Chen was like a monster. Now, he was entirely capable of fighting the Dark Domain Lord with ultimate techniques instead of close-range combat. With Xu Jianshang's protection, he was able to last a certain amount of time. Although he still wasn't a match for the Dark Domain Lord, he was no longer completely suppressed by it. The increase in realm gave him immense confidence. The Dragonblood warriors had also grown during this time, having reached the peak of the Immortal King realm. However, the person to undergo the greatest transformation was actually Xu Jianshang. His aura had clearly changed, as primal chaos chi began to swirl around his body, transforming his manifestation. His fights with the Dark Domain Lords had clearly profited him. On this day, Long Chen was fighting the Dark Domain Lord like usual when its aura suddenly swelled. At the same time, the golden runes on its body all ignited. What technique is this? Long Chen was startled. Even after fighting against it for so long, he had never seen this particular technique before. Fall back, it's detonating, shouted Shu Jianshang. Hearing this, Long Chen and the others retreated, while Shu Jianshang stabbed his bone spear at the Dark Domain Lord. Uncle Tree also summoned his defenses. A heaven-shaking explosion tore this entire world asunder. The Dark Domain Lord's detonation sent forth huge chi waves that swept through the whole area. Chapter 4117, Secret Concerns. Even Uncle Tree and Shu Jianshang were blown back by that terrifying power. Buffeted by the astral winds, Sha Chen's grand formation rumbled and countless cracks appeared on it. Seeing this scene, Sha Chen turned pale. This terrifying blow came far too suddenly, catching him off guard. When the light faded, they could see that the sky and the earth were covered in cracks. This entire world had almost shattered. How dangerous! That Dark Domain Lord detonated the dark laws of this world in an attempt to drag us down with it. Fortunately, most of the dark energy was already exhausted by us beforehand. How strange though, how can a Dark Domain Lord possess intelligence? Wondered Shu Jianshang. He was lost in thought as he examined the cracked world. He didn't understand, and the others understood even less than him. The detonation of the Dark Domain Lord had used up the entire world's dark energy, even igniting the other dark creatures. Now, the world was littered with corpses, and no more dark creatures appeared. When Guo Ran and Sha Chen saw countless ores through the cracks in the ground, their eyes reddened. It seemed that this land was filled with treasures. Most importantly, they had only seen the tip of the iceberg. Who knew how many more treasures lay at the depths of this world? I'll take a look. Long Chen spread his kunpeng wings and transformed into a streak of light, heading to the depths of this world. He flew for over 2 hours before reaching the end of this world. Seeing that this world was enormous, Long Chen was excited. From today onward, he was the master of this world. He had finally found a place of his own. At the end of the world, he saw a giant spatial gate with black chi swirling around it like black flames. Dark energy was constantly entering this world from it. This should be the seam to the dark gate. Through the seam is the dark passageway, and through the passageway is the legendary dark world, said Shu Jianshang, arriving not long after Long Chen. Long Chen, you've managed to claim this world, but defending it won't be easy. You must be ready for the invasion of the dark creatures at any moment. Be careful. After all, claiming this world was not the hard part, guarding it was. They had taken the initiative with the attack, but on defense, they would become the passive party, and it might come at an immense price. Shu Jianshang actually hoped for Long Chen to abandon this place. After extracting the ores here, he could leave, and they would actually profit. However, if they were to stay here for a longer period, those ores would not make up for the costs. Uncle Shang, don't worry. My Dragonblood Legion has the best formation master and forging master. We can use formations, traps, equipment, and other things to make sure that guarding this place is no problem, said Long Chen with a smile. Long Chen knew that Shu Jianshang was just worried about him. After staying here for too long, this place would have little value. But abandoning it after investing too much in it would be a shame. After all, the Silver Moon world was also open to Long Chen. There was no need for Long Chen to pay such a high price to defend this place. However, Shu Jianshang had only seen Sha Chen and Guo Ran fight in combat and not their specialty. As long as they were given enough resources, then the things that they came up with would obliterate all the emerging dark creatures. After all, Guo Ran had many secret weapons that he had yet to use. Even Long Chen didn't know how many sinister tricks Guo Ran had up his sleeve. Thus, as long as they claimed this world, then let alone some dark creatures, even Dark Domain Lords would only be conned to death once they set up their defenses. Hearing Long Chen's explanation, Shu Jianshang didn't bother trying to change his mind. He knew that Long Chen was no ordinary youngster, so there was no need for him to worry too much. Just giving him a warning was all he needed to do. Uncle Shang, tell me, why do you think the Dark Domain Lord suddenly self-detonated? Asked Long Chen. That is what I am most worried about. A Dark Domain Lord possesses low intelligence. So, other than running back to its nest to recover its dark energy, it only knows how to fight. But it was abnormal this time. I suspect that there is an old monster of the dark race behind this gate that gave orders to that dark domain lord, said Shu Jianshang slowly. Some old monster. Long Chen jumped. Then will it come out as well? It should be impossible. If it could do so, it would have long since come out and slaughtered us, said Shu Jianshang. I suspect that this old monster knew that we were attacking this world, which was why it forced another dark domain lord to come through. If not for that, there should be no way for one world to give rise to two dark domain lords. Furthermore, the one who was forced through was still unable to beat us, so it received orders to blow up the world. Long Chen looked at the gate and felt a cold chill on the back of his neck. He felt like two sinister eyes were peering through the gate at him. Then can it send more dark domain lords at any time? Asked Long Chen hesitantly, his confidence shaken. It managed to force another dark domain lord, but this gate is nothing more than a seam in the dark gate. Don't forget that my full moon race's seal is still on the gate, so forcing their way through the seams is not easy. The more powerful the existence, the more difficult it is to enter. I believe that it must cost a great deal to send a dark domain lord through the seam. The dark domain lord that forced its way here clearly had a stronger aura than the previous one, but its actual power was lower. It is precisely because forcing its way through the seam injured it a great deal, causing its power to drop. Furthermore, it was in a rush to kill us, so it had no time to recover. Thus, we easily managed to deal with it. Also, for that old monster behind the gate to react so slowly and clumsily, its own intelligence is probably very limited, deduced Shu Jianshang. Long Chen nodded. If that was the case, he was much more at ease. If he was prepared, then even if a dark domain lord came every 10 days, Long Chen and the others would still be able to kill it easily. Long Chen, since you want this world, I'll activate the star field core. But once it is activated, there's no going back. Shu Jianshang took out a square crystal. As soon as it appeared, Long Chen sensed the laws of the heavenly Tao's swirling around it. Then many thanks, Uncle Shang. Shu Jianshang nodded and shattered the crystal that had countless runes on top of it. That was its seal. When the seal was removed, this world quivered intensely. The next moment, countless runes flew out of the crystal and merged into this world. In the blink of an eye, this entire world seemed to come to life. The land healed, and the laws grew more complete, causing spiritual qi to flood through the spatial cracks. When this spiritual qi entered this world, the Dragonblood warriors shouted excitedly. They were shocked to find that the spiritual qi here was actually several times denser than in the Silver Moon world. Chapter 4118, Righteous Chivalry. Long Chen, you should take it. Brand your spiritual strength on it, and then you will be above the heavenly Taos of this world. Shu Jianshang handed the star field core to Long Chen. Long Chen received the star field core. Sensing the fluctuations coming from it, he felt a touch of pain. Looking at this star field core, he thought of the Martial Heaven continent. The Martial Heaven continent had given up everything to protect the lifeforms on it. She was kind and selfless, worthy of the greatest admiration. Unafraid of death, she only wished for the lifeforms of the Martial Heaven continent to continue living on. She had begged Long Chen, and he had promised to protect the Martial Heaven continent. However, he had failed. The Martial Heaven continent was destroyed, and he had not managed to protect her. Although the Martial Heaven continent's lifeforms had been moved to safety, the core of the star field died. That was the greatest sorrow in Long Chen's heart. Looking at this core, he shook his head. How can I be qualified to force her? I hope that she can remain in control of this world. If one day I die in battle, this world will still live on. That would be good too. Long Chen let go. The crystal merged into this world just like that. Shu Jianshang was shocked. Long Chen hadn't forced the star field core to recognize him as master. In that case, there was no way that he could control this world. In other words, they had fought for this world for nothing. Just then, golden divine radiance illuminated this world, gathering around Long Chen. The divine light of the world's karmic luck concentrated entirely on him. Shu Jianshang was even more shocked now. Long Chen had given up on being the master of this world, but the star field's core was actually placing all of this world's karmic luck on him. This could be considered another kind of master acknowledgement. Even with all of Shu Jianshang's experience and learning, he had never seen such a thing. The core of a star field possessed its own spirit. Although its memories had been erased, due to the destruction of the star field, all that remained was this core. It was like someone who was killed and all that remained of them was their heart. Deep in its soul, it was filled with pain and hatred. If someone were to not be its master and instead allowed it to rule a world, it would be very dangerous. However, Long Chen gave up on forcing it to recognize him as master. Yet, even after the core gained control over this world, rather than unleashing its hatred on them, it actually supported Long Chen with all of its power. With the support of this karmic luck, Long Chen felt like he had become one with the heavens. When his soul merged with this world, its warmth reached toward him. As long as he wished it, he could mobilize this world's entire power. Long Chen smiled. That smile was just like that of a naive child. The world grew warmer with that smile, and the sky grew clearer. It was as if the world was smiling along with him. Long Chen then closed his eyes and spread his arms. With his heart, he embraced this world. As long as I am alive, you will never suffer that pain again. Believe in me, I promise, murmured Long Chen. Long Chen knew that the star field core could hear him. However, it was too weak and could only use spatial fluctuations to express its feelings. It trusted Long Chen fully as he opened his inner heart to it. As their souls resonated, Long Chen experienced its pain, and it experienced Long Chen's. We all need to get stronger. Following his words, the void rumbled, causing more and more spiritual qi to pour into the world. As a result, the density of spiritual qi in this world crazily grew. I really don't dare to believe it. The star field core actually trusts you like this. Xu Jianshang couldn't help sighing emotionally. Although they had taken control over the Silver Moon world and 3 other minor worlds, even the Silver Moon world's core, which had been with them for countless years, didn't trust them like this. As this world's power continued to increase, Long Chen would be an unrivaled existence here because he was in control over this entire world's power. That was something that countless people would dream of obtaining. The full moon race had taken 3 minor worlds and also wished for such a thing. If they could produce 3 peerless heavenly geniuses who could receive the acknowledgement of the 3 worlds, they would also gain their power. Then with 4 worlds, the full moon race's power would soar to an unimaginable level. Regretfully, not even Xu Jianshang was able to obtain the acknowledgement of any star field core. As for Long Chen, he directly received the acknowledgement of his star field core, a feat that left Xu Jianshang dumbfounded and admittedly envious. At this moment, Guo Ran and Sha Chen were smiling widely and dancing excitedly. This dense spiritual qi, this closeness to the heavenly Taos, it was like adding wings to tigers. Both of them were so moved that they almost wept. Yu Qingshan was also moved. Previously, she had been very envious of the Silver Moon world, but this place was even more perfect, feeling like home. With the acknowledgement of the heavenly Taos, we can condense supreme transportation formations. We'll be able to go directly from the Nirvana overflow heaven to the life forbidden area, declared Sha Chen. However, our wealth is almost used up. Guo Ran immediately frowned. In order to create that grand formation, Sha Chen had used up all his resources. Now that they had claimed this world, there were many things that they needed to gather again. After all, many of their things could not be reused. Even if they could reuse a portion of them, compared to a transportation formation capable of transcending heavens, it would be only a drop in the bucket. Most importantly, they also needed to set up many other defenses to guard against the dark creatures. Hearing this, Sha Chen felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Money really was a major problem. What are you afraid of? Doesn't your boss have a trading company? Yu Qingshan covered a smile. The Wyan Trading Company, but we don't have that much left to trade with them, said Sha Chen. Iya. Guo Ran suddenly slapped his leg excitedly. What is it? Asked Sha Chen hastily. That trading company is my home. All their treasures can be taken at any time. Have you forgotten? Reminded Guo Ran. The Soaring Dragon Company. Sha Chen instantly jumped up. He had actually forgotten about the Soaring Dragon Company. Plundering was the fastest shortcut to wealth. Most importantly, the Soaring Dragon Company had done countless terrible things that Long Chen and the others didn't feel the slightest burden to their conscience when plundering them. Just the matter of sacrificing people's lives made the Soaring Dragon Company deserve 1,000 deaths. In fact, plundering them could be considered a righteous act, robbing them was only right. Boss, you cultivate here. We're going to right the wrong of evil. Brothers, after training for so long, it's time to put it to good use. Move out. Guo Ran quickly gave orders, and the Dragonblood warriors excitedly chased after him. Long Chen didn't even get a chance to reply before those fellows ran off on their own accord. The Sage King convention is about to start. Don't do anything crazy, try to exercise some restraint. Guo Ran responded, don't worry, I'll just say that I'm Mo Nian. Chapter 4119, Linglong World. Long Chen, now we have our own home. The Dark Domain Lord had been slain. At least, temporarily, another Dark Domain Lord would not appear here. Now, the only ones left in this world were Yu Qingshan and Long Chen, so Yu Qingshan couldn't help but hug Long Chen excitedly. With this world in their possession, they were no longer homeless loafers. This world gave them a powerful sense of belonging. This world still doesn't have a name. Why don't you come up with something? Said Long Chen, smiling at how excited Yu Qingshan was. No, the name that I came up with isn't good. You do it, said Yu Qingshan, blushing slightly. Crafting names wasn't exactly her forte. Me, alright, then how about the Darkwind world? Said Long Chen after a moment's thought. Seeing that Long Chen could only come up with such a name after thinking for so long, Yu Qingshan couldn't help laughing. Are you planning on turning this place into a bandit nest for your plunder? I feel like it's a good name. Long Chen smiled. Definitely not. If you want my suggestion, well, my life flower is the jewel blood jade orchid, the Linglong flower. I can lend you the Linglong name, laughed Yu Qingshan. When Yu Qingshan mentioned this flower, Long Chen's heart shook. On the martial heaven continent, he had encountered this jewel blood jade orchid in the Skywood Divine Palace's Jade Lake pageant. At the time, he had even narrated a deep love story. The jewel blood jade orchid was a symbol of unwavering love and one of 8 precious treasures from ancient times. At that time, Yu Qingshan had asked Long Chen for the jewel blood jade orchid, and he had given it to her. Later on, in the battle that destroyed the martial heaven continent, Yu Qingshan sacrificed herself to save him. At that moment, the jewel blood jade orchid appeared once more. Also, in the High Firmament Academy's Pill Institute, Long Chen had seen a worn-down statue with the design of the jewel blood jade orchid on it. Now that Yu Qingshan brought it up, he instantly had a feeling that this was no coincidence. Long Chen, what is it? You don't like it? I just came up with something random, you can pick something else, said Yu Qingshan when she saw Long Chen's odd expression. No, I like this name a lot. The Linglong World, doesn't it sound like a world carved of beautiful jade? It makes people feel particularly close to it. Also, this world isn't that large. The Linglong World, this name fits, said Long Chen. Yu Qingshan smiled. Like a small child, she said, Long Chen, tell me, since we have our own world, just how great would it be if we could live carefree lives here and distance ourselves from all the fighting? Yu Qingshan looked at the world around her. Although it was still a bit desolate, in her eyes, she seemed able to see thriving forests and babbling creeks. She was already thinking of the future. Long Chen didn't reply, he simply looked at this world, his arm wrapping around Yu Qingshan's waist. This place was an oasis, a wonderland outside the rest of the world. However, how could this world truly be such a wonderland? No oasis could escape the fact that it was part of the world. If they denied this fact, they would only be deceiving themselves with such a lie. When the 9 heavens descended into chaos once more, nowhere would be safe. When the nest was flipped, would there be any eggs left? However, Long Chen didn't want to tell Yu Qingshan about his thoughts. Even if it was just a dream, he didn't mind her being lost in it for now. After all, people needed dreams, only then could they live a bit happier. As for whether or not they could actually manifest the dreams, that was a separate matter. Long Chen and Yu Qingshan sat atop the peak of a mountain, leaning against each other comfortably. While talking, their laughter echoed through the air as they gazed ahead with boundless optimism for the future. As time passed, the weariness overcame Yu Qingshan, and she drifted into a peaceful slumber, her head finding a restful haven on Long Chen's shoulder. Upon looking at the beauty in his embrace and the sweet smile on her face, she seemed like a child who had fallen asleep from playing. Long Chen was moved by her pure and innocent demeanor, feeling a blend of affection and worry. Senior, tell me, why is living a simple life so difficult? Do you really want a simple life? Asked the dragon expert. Of course, as long as I can be with my brothers and lovers, living a peaceful life away from all the struggles and killing, I really wouldn't mind. Long Chen looked at the sleeping Yu Qingshan. He was sorry that he couldn't provide such a world for her. Yu Qingshan had abandoned her parents and family, all to follow him into this chaotic world. Long Chen didn't want her to live such a hard life. Perhaps it's not so simple, said the dragon expert. Long Chen, I'm going to talk a bit frankly. Don't get angry, Please, go ahead, your human race only has one desire when they're hungry. But after they're no longer hungry, they have countless desires. Long Chen was startled. These seemingly simple words seemed to contain a lot of hidden meanings, drawing Long Chen to ponder about them. In truth, it's not just the human race. Almost all races have desires, and they are never willing to accept just what they have. However, amongst all the races, your human race's desires are the most intense. After satiating their hunger, they want warm clothes, and then they want a home, and then they want a bigger room, and then they want servants, and then they want to stand above all others, and then they want to live forever. But the most hateful thing is that once your human race really reaches the realm of living forever, they think about how to flashily court death. The 9 heavens and 10 lands have been reduced to their current state, practically half crippled. And to tell the truth, there is no mistaking the contributions of your human race in that regard. The dragon expert's tone was rather complex. It contained anger, as well as contempt and a trace of sympathy. In truth, I don't like the human race either. As a member of the human race, I both love and hate the human race, and I also learn to fear and respect them. I am a member of the human race, but I cannot understand the human race. In fact, sometimes I can't even understand myself, said Long Chen, sighing. But you always have respect and gratitude in your heart. That is your firm belief. That is why I helped you. I had actually long since lost hope for the human race, but I found that hope in you. Thus, I have placed all my bets on you. If you want absolute freedom, then don't slack off. Continue onward until you reach the peak of this world. See through the riddles, and rebuild this world's laws. If you succeed, you will have everything you want. Now is not the time for you to be sighing. If you get lazy now, all your dreams will remain dreams. Long Chen nodded. Don't worry, I'm not someone who gives up so easily. My fate will only be controlled by me. With the dragon expert's encouragement, Long Chen felt his confidence swelling. If the dragon expert trusted him, why wouldn't he trust himself? Good. Then you can start risking your life. What? Asked a startled Long Chen. Have you forgotten? Your foundation isn't the dragon soul body forging art. It's the 9-star hegemon body art. It's time for you to try condensing your improved 7-star battle armor. The true 7-star battle armor. Long Chen's blood instantly ignited with excitement upon thinking of his real strongest trump card. He had actually forgotten about it. Chapter 4120, An Unfortunate Mishap. Long Chen coughed up blood as violent power tore through his body. He felt like millions of volcanoes were exploding inside him at the same time, causing him to almost pass out. Long Chen then examined his body. Countless tiny cracks had appeared throughout his skin, and blood was oozing out of them. Senior, what is going on? Exclaimed Long Chen. Fortunately, he had sent Yu Qingxian away in advance, or she would definitely be distressed to see him like this. Long Chen had almost blown himself up just now. Originally, before he started cultivating the dragon soul body forging art, he had planned on creating a new 7-star battle armor for himself, but the dragon expert then told him that this kind of innovation was extremely difficult. Thus, he started cultivating the dragon soul body forging art in order to make it easier. Supposedly, it would protect him from injuries while creating his new 7-star battle armor. Senior, speak. Long Chen hastily cried out when the dragon expert didn't reply. What was going on? Was there some mistake? It seems that the dragon expert began to hum and haw for the first time. What is it? Didn't you say that after learning the dragon soul body forging art, modifying the 9-star hegemon body art would be as easy as turning a hand? Asked Long Chen. Due to cultivating the dragon soul body forging art, Long Chen's physical body had grown to an unimaginable level. In fact, he had gotten so strong with it that he had almost forgotten about the 9-star hegemon body art. He had thought of how he was going to modify the 7-star battle armor, but the result was that as soon as the 7th star was touched, a terrifying force almost shattered his body. He was completely dumbfounded. That was completely different from what he had expected. Long Chen, don't get angry. I also didn't expect this. It seems that the 9-star hegemon body art has grown along with the dragon soul body forging art like a boat rising with the water. In other words, it doesn't get easier after you train with the dragon soul body forging art. Instead, the dragon expert grew embarrassed. It couldn't be that it got harder, right? It seems that this is the case, said the dragon expert awkwardly. Senior, how can this be? Long Chen almost wept. Back then, The dragon expert had explicitly said that if he were to change the order of the 7 stars, the chance of him blowing himself up would be extremely high, and it would be much safer after cultivating the dragon soul body forging art. However, if the difficulty increased instead, Long Chen almost fainted from this revelation. Long Chen, your 9-star hegemon body art is now completely different from the original 9-star hegemon body art. Its power is actually above my dragon soul body forging art. I didn't expect this. However, don't panic. It's hard to learn, but it's also a good thing. If you can condense your new 7-star battle armor, I guarantee that it will be the strongest 7-star battle armor in history. But I have to succeed first, right? Long Chen felt like crying. Only he knew just how difficult it was to condense a new battle armor. Starting from the 5th star, he had deviated from his original cultivation path, setting foot on a path of no return. After that, while condensing the 6-star battle armor, he brushed against death multiple times. So, now that the difficulty had increased even more, Long Chen wasn't confident about succeeding. Don't panic. Your 7-star battle armor is actually very simple. I'll help you plan it. You only need to add 1 central star to the foundation of your 6-star battle armor. With the central star as a foundation, you'll have 2 triangles spinning in opposite directions, 1 yin and 1 yang. Like that, the power of the 6 stars will then gather at the central star. That is the strongest 7-star battle armor. After all, your 6-star battle armor already has 2 triangles layered on top of each other, so changing this foundation shouldn't be too difficult, said the dragon expert. Long Chen was startled. He hadn't expected the dragon expert's thought to be the exact same as his. Although Long Chen had managed to condense the new 6-star battle armor, making it stronger than his original 6-star battle armor, he always felt like something was missing. Later on, under the influence of the 7 treasure-colored glass tree, Long Chen suddenly understood. The 6-star battle armor was based on 2 triangle diagrams, but both of those triangles circulated their own power. Although they merged into his body in the end, there was something missing in the middle. What he needed was another star to act as the anchor for the merging energies of both triangles. With that balance, their energies would stabilize and no longer disperse. With all their energy concentrated in the center, he would be able to unleash their full power. The previous 6-star battle armor was like 2 pinwheels with no central axis. If he could find a central axis for their power to concentrate on, their energies would no longer scatter. You make it sound so simple, but how am I supposed to find the right center? What star is most suited for the center? Originally, testing them out one by one and comparing them would probably kill me, but now, it will definitely kill me, said Long Chen unhappily. There really is no other way. You'll need to test it slowly. But I feel like the 7th star has the highest chance of being the best fulcrum, said the dragon expert. I feel the same way. But when I tried it just now, it caused the original 7-star diagram to collapse. My body almost collapsed with it, said Long Chen. He had managed to condense the most foundational 7-star battle armor. It was a ring with the stars joined together simply. However, when Long Chen tried to move the violet tower star, the original diagram broke, and a terrifying power almost made him explode. Now, he didn't dare to touch it anymore. Then don't touch it. Start with the 1st star, said the dragon expert. Long Chen was startled. That was right. Why did he never start with the simplest thing? Why move the strongest star first? Hey, wait. Long Chen was about to try it when he was drawn out of his meditative state by the dragon expert. Are you stupid? With your body in this state, how can you try it? Demanded the dragon expert. Long Chen had almost exploded and had yet to recover from his wounds. If something happened again, he would be seeing a Yama king. Realizing it, Long Chen awkwardly laughed and circulated the primal chaos space's life energy to recover. The primal chaos space was filled with life energy now, so his body quickly recovered. When he was done, he summoned the 7-star battle armor once more. At first, he began to move the Feng Fu star. When he tore it from the 7-star diagram, his body shook intensely. But just as the dragon expert said, moving the 1st star did not cause as terrifying of a backlash as when he moved the violet tower star. Although his blood chi flipped inside of him and he saw stars spinning, he managed to endure it. When he moved the 3rd star afterward, it went much smoother. Very quickly, he managed to split the 1st, 3rd, and 5th stars into one triangle, and the 2nd, 4th, and 6th stars into another triangle. Following that, they smoothly merged into one. Only the 7th star had yet to move. However, when he moved the 7th star to the 6-star diagram, all 7 stars lit up at once. Long Chen's expression completely changed. Chapter 4121, Where the Crux Lies. When Long Chen layered the 2 triangles on top of each other with the violet tower star at the center of the 6 stars, Long Chen felt his blood qi go out of control. It felt like some other power was pulling at them, causing Long Chen to enter a state of self-detonation. "Detonate the 7-star diagram," shouted the dragon expert. Detonate the 7-star diagram. Wouldn't he still die then? But Long Chen had no time to think about it. After forming hand seals, the 7-star diagram behind him exploded. The impact caused the entire Linglong world to become covered in cracks. As for Long Chen, he gasped for breath, looking pale with fear lingering in his eyes. It was the Linglong world that had saved him just now. The Linglong world had transferred the burden of the detonation of the 7-star diagram into heaven and earth. Otherwise, the detonation would have blasted him to bits. Long Chen had once more failed. Furthermore, he was unable to find the reason. If it weren't for the Linglong world's aid, he would be dead now. "How can this be?" demanded Long Chen angrily. "This shouldn't be happening." "Cool your head, I think I might understand," said the dragon expert. After repeated failures, Long Chen was out of energy. So, he simply sat on the ground, his head buzzing. The 9-star hegemon body art revolves around using astral energy to temper the body, creating a powerful physical body from the outside and inside. But your current physical body is too powerful and has started to reject astral energy. Perhaps, the dragon expert suddenly paused. Perhaps I have to choose one of the two. I have to abandon either the dragon soul body forging art or the 9-star hegemon body art. Asked Long Chen. The dragon expert was silent for a long time before sighing. "Long Chen, this time, it truly is my fault. I'm sorry. You were using me to test if the dragon soul body forging art could beat the 9-star hegemon body art," said Long Chen slowly. "Yes, the 9-star hegemon body art is said to be the strongest cultivation technique within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. As for my self-created dragon soul body forging art, it has never met a match before, so I wanted to see which one was stronger. However, from what we've seen so far, the 9-star hegemon body art is still stronger. The dragon soul body forging art is unable to change the will of the 9 stars. That is why it tries to erase everything in your body related to me. I'm sorry for wasting so much of your time. In the end, it's still a failure," sighed the dragon expert. The dragon soul body forging art was something that the dragon expert's descendants had been unable to inherit. Seeing that Long Chen was exceptionally talented, a selfish part of him wanted to see if Long Chen could inherit it. Of course, the dragon expert also had its pride. It had thought that the dragon soul body forging art would not lose the 9-star hegemon body art. But the facts showed that the 9-star hegemon body art was superior, and the dragon soul body forging art could not replace it. The current Long Chen now had to choose. Would he train in the dragon soul body forging art or the 9-star hegemon body art? Whichever one he chose, he would have to abandon the other one. However, if he were to abandon the dragon soul body forging art, he had to expel the dragon blood from his body. The 9-star hegemon body art had now formed a resistance to it. After all, one mountain could not hold 2 tigers. "No, it's not a failure. I still have hope," said Long Chen. "It's impossible. Don't do anything crazy, or you won't survive," exclaimed the dragon expert, feeling shocked. Did this little fellow's temper flare up again? "The more I can't obtain something, the more I want it. As for what I've obtained, I naturally won't let go of it," said Long Chen obstinately. Perhaps, if he had not experienced the power of the dragon soul body forging art, he wouldn't have minded. However, it was impossible for him to abandon it now that he knew its power. He was currently only at the early level of the dragon soul body forging art, but it had completely changed all aspects of him. He couldn't just give it up. Long Chen then summoned the 7 treasure-colored glass tree. He was injured and agitated, unable to calm himself down, so he needed the 7 treasure-colored glass tree's influence to calm himself down, pondering how to merge the two. Originally, the dragon expert wanted to advise Long Chen to give up, but after thinking about it, considering how stubborn Long Chen was, there was no way to change his mind. The dragon expert even felt regretful over teaching Long Chen the dragon soul body forging art. Perhaps doing so had ruined Long Chen's future. But with things having reached this point, there was no going back. Long Chen spent 3 full days beneath the 7 treasure-colored glass tree. Countless stars whirled in his mind, arranging themselves in all kinds of permutations. His dragon blood runes also whirled about in his mind as he derived various possibilities. Finally, Long Chen sighed and opened his eyes. The next moment, he formed hand seals, summoning his divine ring, causing a radiant spectrum of colors red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and violet to illuminate the surroundings. Following that, the 7 stars emerged: the Feng Fu star, the Aliath star, the Life Fate star, the Enlightenment Palace star, the Divine Gate star, the Nethergate star, and the Violet Tower star. However, what was different was that the 7 stars now appeared on top of their corresponding colors: blood, qi, bone, spirit, soul, will, mind. As Long Chen murmured, the strange dragon marks that Long Chen had condensed when cultivating the dragon soul body forging art appeared and flowed toward the 7 stars. When the runes touched the stars quivered, rejecting them. However, it clearly wasn't as strong as before. The dragon expert was amazed to see this. Immediately, it understood what kind of path Long Chen was trying to walk. Thousands of stars appeared behind Long Chen. Those were a projection of the starry sea in Long Chen's dantian. At this moment, violet qi poured out of them and enveloped the 7 stars. As the violet qi flowed into the 7 stars, those dragon runes slowly merged into them as well. Upon seeing this scene, Long Chen almost jumped up and cheered. He had finally succeeded. However, he didn't dare to move. He simply continued to circulate the starry sea's violet qi, bringing the dragon runes into the stars. When he sensed that the dragon runes had been absorbed by the stars, he sighed with relief. It seemed that it truly was as the dragon expert said. The dragon soul body forging art was a level inferior to the 9-star hegemon body art. Otherwise, when the two merged, there should have been a change as it attempted to wrestle control over the stars. But instead, the dragon runes were simply absorbed by the stars. The dragon soul body forging art was already so terrifying, but the 9-star hegemon body art was on an even higher level. That made Long Chen feel immense confidence. With such an unrivaled cultivation technique, who would he need to fear? As more time passed, more of the dragon runes were absorbed by the stars. However, when 50% of the runes were absorbed, no matter what Long Chen did, the stars were unable to absorb more dragon runes. They were full. Long Chen was startled by this. After taking a deep breath, he activated the starry river of the sky art, causing the stars in the sky to tremble. He attempted to use the power of the countless stars to continue, but his effort was in vain. His own stars could no longer absorb any more runes. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3. The dragon soul body forging art is 1, and the 9-star hegemon body art is 1. In order to fully merge them, I still need something important. What is it? Murmured Long Chen to himself. After thinking for a while, both Long Chen and the dragon expert cried out at the same time. Chapter 4122, Terrifying 7-Star Battle Armor. After all, the 9-star hegemon body art is a cultivation technique of your human race. Your spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone are not present. That's why at present, this is your limit for the merger. If you want to fully merge them, you must first reclaim your spirit root, spirit bone, and spirit blood. Said the dragon expert. Long Chen nodded. That seems to be the case. A 50% merger is the limit, and any further efforts are meaningless. Let me see if I can summon the new 7-star battle armor like this. After Long Chen formed hand seals, the 6-star diagram appeared once more. The 7th star, the Violet Tower star, slowly moved to the center of the 6 stars. Long Chen tensed. If this was a failure again, then he had no idea what else he could do. Just as Long Chen was holding his breath, the 7th star reached the center of the 6 stars. The next moment, all 7 stars quivered. Violent power then erupted from the 7 stars, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the skies and land, accompanied by deafening detonations. That terrifying power was not under Long Chen's control. It directly ran rampant in every direction, like trillions of wild horses throwing off the reins and charging in different directions. However, Long Chen's expression was calm. This was entirely within expectations. After all, he had also encountered such a phenomenon while cultivating the dragon soul body forging art. Currently, he needed to look both left and right at the same time. He had to split his mind to control the power of both 3-star triangles. Furthermore, the most important part wasn't those 3-star triangles but the core of the 7-star diagram. The violet tower star was constantly quivering. It was the core of the 7 stars, and only when he got it under control could he master the true power of the 7 stars. With no other way, Long Chen's mind went into the violet tower star. Using it as the foundation, he stabilized the 6 stars. Cracks continued to spread throughout the void. However, they were slowly shrinking, showing that Long Chen was gradually gaining control. Time passed bit by bit. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, it was in the 12th hour that the 7-star diagram finally stabilized itself in the air. The 2 3-star triangles had merged into the 6-star diagram, the original 6-star battle armor. But now, there was another central point. When Long Chen saw the complete 7-star diagram, he raised his head and roared with excitement. He had finally finished the arrangement of the 7-star diagram. When Long Chen's divine ring spun, the 7 stars shone brightly. Standing in the air, he was like the heavenly ruler. As for the violet tower star at the center, it was like a sacred and noble image. Its light giving Long Chen a supreme appearance. After that burst of excitement, Long Chen took a deep breath and clenched his fist. He adjusted himself so that he would be in peak condition. It's time. 7-star battle armor. With a resounding roar, the divine ring shook, causing the 6 stars to burst forth in luminance. Each star then shot a ray of light at the violet tower star in the center. When the 6 rays of light converged in the violet tower star, the starry sea behind Long Chen shook. Swiftly, the violet chi within the starry sea ignited, ablaze in an instant. As the starry sea burned brightly, its astral energy surged toward the violet tower star. In return, the violet tower star channeled this astral energy toward the 6 stars. As the 7 stars merged, the impact caused Long Chen's body to shudder, while his hair and robes fluttered. A pillar of 7-colored light then soared into the heavens, shattering the dome of the heavens. At this moment, the entire Linglong world was dyed in 7 colors. Slowly, Long Chen raised his hands, and astral light flowed around them. All he did was slowly raise his arms, but space already quivered intensely, causing countless cracks to spread in every direction. Long Chen felt like he was covered in the thinnest layer of ice, and the slightest movement from him could cause the ice to shatter. It felt like he could break spatial walls with a light quiver. What terrifying power! It's enough to destroy an entire world. Long Chen looked at his hands excitedly, feeling endless power raging within him. It was to the extent that he didn't even dare to unleash a punch, because he had a feeling that if he did, it would shatter heaven and earth, breaking the Linglong world. Truly worthy of being the 9-star hegemon body art. You already possess such terrifying power. If you reclaim your spirit blood, spirit bone, and spirit root, then fully merge the dragon soul body forging art and the 9-star hegemon body art, its power will be 10 times greater, said the dragon expert emotionally. 10 times stronger. Long Chen didn't dare to believe it himself. That is a conservative estimate. After all, you have only merged with a portion of the dragon runes, so your 7-star battle armor's power is limited. Even so, it's still astonishing. Furthermore, you are only at the 9th heaven stage. When you reach the great circle of the immortal king realm, the 7-star battle armor's power will definitely rise. You now have the power to protect yourself, said the dragon expert. Ha ha ha, good, then I can run rampant in the future. Long Chen laughed. Only with immense power did Long Chen feel safe. However, the dragon expert also gave Long Chen a blow to that new confidence. Long Chen's new 7-star battle armor might possess the power to destroy heaven and earth, but there was still a certain amount of friction and rejection with the heavenly Taos. In this state, a great deal of his power was dissipating, and he could not maintain it for long. However, Long Chen wasn't worried. Other than the 7-star battle armor, he also had the Dragon King battle armor, another reliable skill. He could simply use the Dragon King battle armor normally. Even without using the 7-star battle armor, Long Chen felt that he would have no rival in the same realm. Thus, the dragon expert's warning was somewhat superfluous. After condensing the 7-star battle armor, Long Chen spent 2 more days in the Linglong world, adjusting his condition and further perfecting the 7-star battle armor. At this time, Sha Chen and Guo Ran returned with the Dragonblood warriors. To Long Chen's surprise, the 2 of them had managed to plunder 37 branches of the Soaring Dragon Company, a feat that amazed even Long Chen. Their talent in plundering was perhaps not inferior to their talent in cultivation. After Sha Chen and Guo Ran returned, they immediately got to work, constructing a grand formation around the gate and setting up all kinds of traps. They then invited experts from the full moon race to watch and told them how to use the formations. After all, the Sage King convention was about to start, and all the Dragonblood warriors would be going to test their luck. While rankings held some significance, the real allure lay in the opportunity to fight with true experts, an occasion too precious to let slip by. Just like that, they worked hard for the majority of the month before Sha Chen finished. Now, even if a Dark Domain Lord came here, the full moon race could activate the mechanisms to easily slay it. As for the cost, there was no need to worry. After plundering so much, the resources could hang on for a long time. Furthermore, if the resources were used up, Guo Ran could always go out to restock at any time. It's about time. Brothers, let's go. The Sage King convention awaits us. Long Chen shouted heroically, and the Dragonblood warriors responded with their own excited roars, as they had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Long Chen then led them to the Silver Moon world. However, when they arrived, Long Chen and the others realized that something was wrong. There were a group of unexpected guests there. Chapter 4123, Heavenly Tiger Race. Long Chen and the others went to the Silver Moon world to bid farewell to Xianxia. Although there were still 2 months until the Sage King convention formally started, they were too impatient to wait, so they all wanted to arrive early and take a look. As a result, when they arrived in the Silver Moon world, they found that the atmosphere was off, and the plaza was filled with a group of unexpected guests. All of them were large and muscular with powerful blood qis. Adding on their wild auras, they were clearly from a powerful demonic beast race. Their leader was an elder with a terrifying aura, and the pressure he exuded was on the same level as Xianxia. He was clearly another natural heaven venerate. Shockingly, there were over 20 heaven venerates behind him, and the most unbelievable thing was that several of them were the traitors of the full moon race. Back then, Xianxia hadn't killed them, and now, they dared to brazenly return. Seeing these traitors, the experts of the full moon race had dark expressions. If looks could kill, those traitors would have died 1,000 times over. When Long Chen and the others arrived, both sides had weapons drawn. The full moon experts had gathered, looking like they might attack at any moment. As for the opposing experts, they were haughty, looking as if they viewed the full moon race with contempt. Everyone's attention turned to Long Chen and the others when they arrived. While looking at Long Chen, the powerful leader on the other side sneered. The full moon race really has declined. You've dirtied yourself with the association of the despicable human race, and now, the proof is undeniable. What do you have to say for yourselves? Xianxia was not present, so it was the seventh uncle who replied, since when did matters of the full moon race have anything to do with your heavenly tiger race? Your claws have stretched far today. Speaking of the human race, aren't you servants of Lord Brahma? Is Lord Brahma not part of the human race? Long Chen and the others walked into the plaza at this time. Just from what he saw, he could guess what was happening. However, now that he had condensed the 7-star battle armor, he feared no one. Even a natural heaven venerate was not in existence that Long Chen feared. What a joke! Who do you think they are? How can they compare to Lord Brahma? They're just ants, sneered one of the traitors from the full moon race. As soon as he spoke, Long Chen vanished, shooting toward the heavenly tiger race's people. The leader roared furiously. Long Chen dared to attack his people in front of him. His fingers were like claws reaching straight toward Long Chen. However, what no one expected was that he grabbed nothing more than an afterimage, not even touching Long Chen's sleeve. Long Chen was too fast, so fast that even he couldn't stop him. By the time he wanted to attack again, Long Chen had already left. Long Chen simply reappeared in his original location as if nothing had happened. The only difference was that he now had the traitor of the full moon race in his hand. As his throat was caught in Long Chen's hand, he was terrified. His fearless self when he was standing amongst the heavenly tiger race was gone. In the blink of an eye, his life was in Long Chen's hand. Ants, if I am an ant, what are you? Asked Long Chen. A strange sound came from the traitor's mouth, but he was unable to even say anything. Under Long Chen's control, he didn't dare to even move. The elder of the heavenly tiger race roared, "Damn human race, you only dare to do a sneak attack. Release him, otherwise." Long Chen tossed the traitor to the ground, causing the latter to hack up blood and faint. Long Chen then kicked him to the seventh uncle. "I don't have the authority to deal with the full moon race's traitors." The seventh uncle looked at the traitor in his miserable state and had the urge to crush him right now, but he endured. He waved his hand, summoning people to drag him away and imprison him. Long Chen, these people came to humiliate us. The race leader is in seclusion and at a critical juncture, while Changchuan is in the midst of a metamorphosis and cannot come out. The full moon race is a pack of dragons with no leader at this moment. Can you help us? Transmitted the seventh uncle. All the full moon race's experts had seen Long Chen's methods. Long Chen did not lose to anyone in terms of martial power or intelligence. Even the race leader had said that if something major happened while he was in seclusion, they should ask Long Chen. Thus, the seventh uncle also sighed with relief upon seeing Long Chen arrive. The seventh uncle knew that he was too old, lacking Long Chen's courage and daring. Even the race leader trusted Long Chen so much, so he was also willing to listen to Long Chen. Long Chen was startled. The race leader's bottleneck had loosened after fighting the Dark Domain Lord repeatedly, so he needed to go into seclusion to digest his gains. This was something that Long Chen knew. However, for Shu Changchuan to not awaken even after all this time, he was surprised. It seemed that Shu Changchuan would be completely transformed once he came out. Bastard, he is a member of the Heavenly Tiger race. Are you declaring war against the Heavenly Tiger race? Roared the elder. This person is one of the Heavenly Tiger race's vice leaders. Just like our race leader, he is a natural heaven venerate, and so is the other vice leader. They also occupy a life-forbidden area, but they don't border the Dark Gate, so their domain is not attacked. Naturally, they can grow peacefully. The Heavenly Tiger race was in the first batch of people in the life-forbidden area to join Lord Brahma, and they usually don't get along with us. For them to come today, one reason is to humiliate us, but the other reason is to probe our bottom line. Currently, many of our experts are growing rapidly thanks to the new influx of medicinal pills. However, we've sealed a portion of their power to avoid this being exposed. Unfortunately, these people are going too far. I'm not sure what to do with them. Should we fight them by exposing our power? Transmitted the seventh uncle. Long Chen came to a sudden understanding. No wonder he sensed something off with the full moon race's experts. So they had sealed a portion of their power. So that's the case. No problem. Leave it to me. I'm very skilled in diplomacy, said Long Chen. He turned to the Heavenly Tiger race's elder with a bright smile. Wow, I cannot believe that I was so blind. It truly is a case of mistaking a golden jar as a chamberpot. So you are the vice leader of the Heavenly Tiger race. I've been rude. Long Chen actually reached out a hand to shake hands with this elder. This elder snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? Scram. The full moon race had best hand over my people, otherwise. Before he finished speaking, Long Chen's extended hand struck him in the face. Chapter 4124, Let's Talk Nicely. This slap shocked people even more than his previous move to capture the traitor of the full moon race. After all, no one had expected him to dare to attack the vice leader of the Heavenly Tiger race. As a result, no one had been on guard for this slap, and the vice leader tumbled across the ground. The immense force completely deformed his face. Upon seeing this, the Heavenly Tiger race's experts roared furiously and attacked. How could they allow their vice leader to be beaten? On the other hand, the vice leader of the Heavenly Tiger race was still befuddled from being slapped. His head was buzzing. Never in his dreams would he imagine that someone would dare to slap him in the face. After slapping him to the ground, Long Chen naturally wouldn't give them a chance to counterattack. He grabbed the vice leader's neck and swung him around, using him as a weapon against the Heavenly Tiger race. Those experts all wanted to attack Long Chen, but seeing Long Chen swing their vice leader at them, they hastily retreated. Being treated like this, the vice leader was enraged and summoned dark red runes all over his body. When they lit up, Long Chen felt a sharp pain in his palm. It felt like he would be forced to let go. However, Long Chen sneered, his fingers transforming into sharp hooks with gleaming golden dragon scales. He then drove his newly formed dragon claw into the vice leader's neck with unwavering resolve. As a result, the vice leader's body trembled, and the runes that he had just summoned dimmed, his fear becoming palpable. Although the Heavenly Tiger race was an immemorial demonic beast, their neck was one of their vital spots. Actually, all tiger demonic beasts had a weak spot at the back of their necks. In the mortal world, ordinary tigers carried their cubs by biting down on the back of their necks. When bitten there, the cubs wouldn't struggle in the slightest and would obediently be carried by their mothers. Although the heavenly tiger race could be considered the emperor of the tiger race, they still were not immune to this weakness. In an instant, the vice leader went limp, afraid of being killed. With killing intent brimming in his eyes, he roared, "Foolish human race, do you know what you're doing?" His furious roar resulted in another forceful slap to his face, splitting his cheek open and causing blood to pour forth. The intense pain of the blow left him reeling, and he came close to fainting. "You are courting death. Release our vice leader, or—" Long Chen didn't reply and just slapped him once more. The heavenly tiger race's vice leader might be a natural heaven venerate, but with the back of his neck caught, he couldn't form any resistance. Furthermore, just how terrifying was Long Chen's power? With 3 slaps, half of the vice leader's head turned into a mess of flesh and blood. His current appearance was horrifying. Now, let alone the heavenly tiger race's experts, even the full moon race's experts were dumbfounded. That was a natural heaven venerate, a monster on the same level as their race leader. However, such a figure was caught and repeatedly slapped by Long Chen this easily. They couldn't believe it. Anyway, these 3 slaps ignited their blood. The full moon race and the heavenly tiger race might not be considered mortal enemies, but their relationship was never good as they looked down on each other. Although their relationship had not devolved into an all-out war, there was already quite a bit of friction. Thus, now that Long Chen was beating their vice leader, the full moon race felt incredibly refreshed. On the other hand, the heavenly tiger race's experts were enraged and on the verge of attacking. The only thing holding them back was the fact that their vice leader was in Long Chen's hands. Unable to attack nor retreat, they were incredibly enraged. "Release our vice leader. If you have the guts, have a 1-against-1 battle with me." Suddenly, a young man in the crowd stepped forward and shouted. When this young man appeared, Guo ran and the others were shocked, as his blood chi was incredibly powerful, and 3 colored runes floated around him. A triple supreme. This person was a true supreme, someone who had merged their spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone in the immortal king realm. As soon as he appeared, the aura he exuded gave them a sense of immense pressure. He was definitely the strongest immortal king that they had ever encountered. In front of that challenge, Long Chen simply slapped the vice leader's face again. What are you doing?" demanded the supreme heavenly genius. As a reply, Long Chen slapped the vice leader's face again, seeming completely fearless. No matter what was said, he would slap the vice leader. The heavenly tiger race's experts felt like they were about to go crazy. Long Chen refused to stop slapping their vice leader no matter what they said. "Brat, if you have guts, just try to kill me," roared the vice leader crazily. Immediately, a saber pierced through his back and out his chest, spurting out a lot of blood. Time seemed to stand still. Long Chen had simply stabbed the Minghong saber through the vice leader's body, his saber pointing at the heavens. He had released his grasp on the vice leader's neck, but his saber now contained apocalyptic power that could shatter the vice leader's body. In that state, the vice leader didn't have the slightest ability to resist. As long as Long Chen unleashed the power in his saber, even a natural heaven venerate like him would still be killed. Now, the vice leader was finally afraid. Before he came to the full moon race, he hadn't viewed any of them seriously. In his mind, other than Xu Zhanshang, everyone else was trash. Yet, against all expectations, a little immortal king had grabbed hold of his vital spot and left him in this wretched state, with no chance to turn things around. In other words, his life was entirely in Long Chen's hands. "What did you say just now? Can you repeat it?" asked Long Chen with a light smile. However, that smile was even more terrifying than the sinister face of a fiend. Now, the vice leader knew that this young fellow could kill people without blinking. "All right, I admit defeat. What do you want?" demanded the vice leader. Perhaps against true experts, if his technique was inferior to his opponents, a fight to the death on the battlefield was nothing embarrassing. However, if he were to die to an immortal king brat, that would be ridiculous and completely not worth it. He didn't want to die with such disgrace. "Yes, now you're right. Youngster, don't have such a temper. If you have anything to say, we can talk nicely," said Long Chen. Hearing this, the vice leader almost coughed up blood from rage. Did a brat like Long Chen just call him a youngster? That was the greatest irony. "What do you want?" he demanded once more. "It's very simple. Hand over those traitors. Use their lives to exchange for yours," said Long Chen lightly. In an instant, the traitors of the full moon race twitched. However, before they could react, the experts of the heavenly tiger race immediately knocked them down and sealed their mouths, not allowing them to plead for mercy or curse them. They naturally knew that their vice leader's life was not comparable to these traitors. As if afraid of Long Chen reneging on the deal, they directly tossed the traitors to the full moon race and then glared at Long Chen. "Don't worry, I, Long Chen, always keep my word." Long Chen smiled and swung his saber, throwing the vice leader off of it. But as soon as the vice leader was free, his gaze grew sharp with hostility. Just then, the other experts of the heavenly tiger race clenched their weapons, their auras climbing. Long Chen looked at those experts disdainfully, blood slowly dripping from his saber. "Kind words cannot advise dead ghosts. If you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish." Like a prelude to impending doom, heaven and earth were devoid of any sound. However, the atmosphere was charged with sharp killing intent as the Dragonblood warriors slowly reached for the swords on their backs. Chapter 4125, Count Yourself Vicious. The vice leader's fury was almost out of control. In all his life, he had never suffered such humiliation before. Moreover, this humiliation was not just his own but also the entire heavenly tiger race's. Unable to accept such disgrace, his killing intent almost took solid form. In an instant, all the heavenly tiger race's experts entered a combat-ready state. In response, the full moon experts also summoned their manifestations. After all, this was their territory. They would not permit the heavenly tiger race to run rampant here. They were also very moved by how Long Chen had beaten up the heavenly tiger race's vice leader. The heavenly tiger race was always aggressive and arrogant, so the full moon race had swallowed a great deal of anger when it came to them. Due to this, Long Chen's actions were particularly satisfying to them. As for the Dragonblood warriors, their hands were on the hilts of their swords, their bodies bent like leopards eyeing their prey, ready to unleash a thunderous blow at any moment. At this moment, the Dragonblood warriors were filled with fanatic excitement. They seemed to be hoping for the other side to attack, so they could unleash an unbridled counterattack. As the vice leader's wound was healing, he did his best to stay calm as he had lost the initiative. Also, he was no longer in his top condition. If he were to fight and force out Xu Jianshang, they might not be able to retreat unscathed. But he also wanted to personally kill this brat who had humiliated him to win back his face. If he did attack though, they would have to fight the entire full moon race, and there would be no going back. Actually, he had been assigned to investigate the full moon race this time, not fighting them. After all, their heavenly tiger race had not made any preparations to fight to the death against the full moon race. Upon thinking of this, his expression changed multiple times. He was now riding a tiger and couldn't get off, being in a terrible dilemma. If he attacked, the entire situation would go out of control. But if he didn't, the heavenly tiger race would lose face. At this moment, the full moon race's experts also longed for a war. After all, this place was the full moon race's land, so once the battle started, these people would not leave alive. As for the consequences of this battle, they didn't care too much. Now, all their pent-up anger had to be relieved somewhere, otherwise, they would explode. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, Guo Ran impatiently said, "Hey, are you going to make a move or not? What are you waiting for? How can someone like you be the vice leader of your race? Your face was beaten until it's swollen like a pig's face, but you don't dare to even make a sound. What are you afraid of? Take out your blade and fight. Even if you die, so what? Protecting your race's dignity is the most important thing, coward." Guo Ran intentionally provoked them, as if afraid that he wouldn't get to fight. "Shut up." The vice leader felt like he would explode. However, he still retained a trace of his rationality. If they were to fight, Xu Jianshang definitely wouldn't watch as his people were slain. He would go all out. He even suspected that this was a trap designed to bait them into attacking so that Xu Jianshang would have a righteous reason for slaughtering them. "Xu Jianshang, what are you doing? Come out," shouted the vice leader. His voice echoed throughout every corner of the full moon race's land. However, no one answered. It was unknown if it was because Xu Jianshang couldn't be bothered to answer him, or if he truly couldn't hear him while in seclusion. "Alright, that's enough. Instead of being a proper tiger, you decided to become Lord Brahma's dog. Is his dog food really so delicious? Also, the race leader will not be seeing you, so you don't need to waste time shouting for him. You came as Lord Brahma's advance troops to probe the full moon race's power. To put it frankly, you are already enemies with the full moon race. Fortunately, I'm not from the full moon race, or with my character, I would definitely cut off your head and send it back to your people. Let us not mince words. If you want to probe the full moon race's power, come try it with your life. Don't play games. That brat behind you was sent to compete with xianxia, right? Do you want to know his power as well? Long Chen pointed at that supreme heavenly genius from the heavenly tiger race. Long Chen continued, if you win, you can humiliate xianxia, and you can bring the traitors along with you to show off as well. Anyway, I really admire your guts. It seems that you don't know how the character for death is written. The race leader can't be bothered with you at the moment, so there's only one thing left for you to do. Do you want to fight, or do you want to scram? There is no third option. Long Chen's tone was not polite at all, but he was extremely clear. Putting it frankly, they were enemies. Although things had not truly progressed to a full-blown war yet, it was only a matter of time. If they wanted to make it official, they could come at the full moon race's experts now. HMPH, what qualification do you have to speak? If you have the guts, come out and fight me. We can decide life and death right now, shouted the supreme heavenly genius. After all, he was an extremely powerful heavenly genius with the utmost confidence in himself. Although Long Chen had beaten up his vice leader, this heavenly genius thought that Long Chen had only caught the vice leader off guard, and this didn't prove anything. Therefore, he challenged Long Chen to kill him and win back the face of the heavenly tiger race. Although their goal in coming here had been exposed, as long as they killed Long Chen, it would count as a victory, and it wouldn't be too embarrassing for them. You think you can test me? Long Chen eyed him and shook his head. Give it up. I have killed countless people, and I don't mind killing another one. However, leaving your life to xianxia is much better. It's not convenient for me to kill you. You, the supreme heavenly genius, was enraged. This was a naked despise for him. When had he ever been looked down so contemptuously? At this moment, his blood qi began to rise along with a terrifying pressure. The vice leader suddenly extended a hand, blocking that young man. After that, he looked at Long Chen coldly. Brat, count yourself vicious. However, you've brought on a calamity for yourself. You will regret it. Alright, if you're already running away, do you need to play a prelude as well? Just scram. No one wants to listen to you, said Long Chen lazily, no longer interested in fighting. Hearing this, the heavenly tiger race's experts were enraged. This fellow's tone was so evil, he didn't give them any face. We'll see. The vice leader ultimately left with his people. While they left, Guo Ran and the others clapped enthusiastically for them and some even whistled. Unable to bear it anymore, one of the heavenly tiger race's people coughed up blood from rage. Alright, we're leaving too. When Long Chen bade farewell to the full moon race's experts, the latter's expressions immediately changed. You can't. If you leave now, you might run into the heavenly tiger race's people. Then, that will depend on their luck. Long Chen smiled and left with his people. Chapter 4126, Opportunity. Long Chen and the others left the Silver Moon world. But on the other side of the gate, they did not see anyone from the heavenly tiger race. Perhaps the latter had lost too much face this time and didn't wish to stick around any longer than they needed to, so they had directly flown off. Should we chase? I can tell their general direction. If we chase after them now, we might be able to catch up to them, said Sha Chen. Don't bother. Long Chen shook his head. They're nothing more than Lord Brahma's dogs, and they only came to test us. Even if we kill them, it's meaningless. There's no need to expose too much of our power. In truth, I also want to test out that supreme heavenly genius of the heavenly tiger race, said Guo Ran. It seems that you've upgraded your battle armor again. Looking at how eager Guo Ran was, Long Chen knew that Guo Ran must have improved himself lately. Hehe, it's all thanks to the Soaring Dragon Company's blessing. I found quite a few good things, and I also traded some things with the Wuxian Trading Company. Right now, I really want to find someone to test my new battle armor, said Guo Ran confidently. During their plundering this time, Sha Chen had been in charge of choosing the locations, the planning, and the overall operation, so Guo Ran had taken the chance to upgrade the materials and runes of his battle armor. It went without saying that the Soaring Dragon Company had a really thick foundation. With countless immortal metals from their treasuries, Guo Ran fully upgraded his Devil Dragon battle armor and embedded many new runes onto it. Guo Ran was someone who couldn't keep secrets. Thus, the Heavenly Tiger race had been his chance to test and show off his new battle armor. Regretfully, the heavenly tiger race was too much of a coward, giving him no chance to do so. Seeing such cowards, Guo Ran felt rather helpless. Wait, I just noticed. Surprised, Long Chen pointed at the swords on the Dragonblood warriors' backs. Only now did he note that they were different from before. Although their shape was the same, the marks on the scabbards and hilts were different. Also, their auras were more sinister, as though ancient bloodthirsty beasts had been sealed into the swords. Hee, when I eat the meat, I naturally have to share the soup with my brothers. Haha, the heavenly tiger race really is filled with cowards. I was hoping that my brothers could show off a bit this time, but they gave us no chance. What a waste, said Guo Ran. Long Chen finally understood why Guo Ran and Sha Chen had been so eager to fight the heavenly tiger race. It turned out that they had made huge improvements during this time and wanted to show off to Long Chen. Ha ha ha, there's no rush. The Sage King Convention is the real stage where we'll show the world our power. The Dragonblood Legion could sweep through the Martial Heaven continent, and it can also sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, Long Chen laughed heroically. Aiya, if I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have pretended to be Mo Nian. I'd have directly reported the name of the Dragonblood Legion, said Guo Ran regretfully. You really said that you were Mo Nian? Long Chen was startled. He had thought that they were just joking. Of course, every time, I chanted his verse before plundering them. Long Chen instantly felt cold sweat on the back of his neck. This little fellow really was sinister. He had actually tossed this crap to Mo Nian. Mo Nian only plundered dead people, so wasn't this ruining his reputation? Long Chen was speechless. Back then, they had agreed that Long Chen would be in charge of plundering the living, while Mo Nian would plunder the dead. When Mo Nian learned about this, he would definitely be enraged. However, thinking about it, Mo Nian wasn't so petty. Guo Ran could probably say a few fawning words, and it would be over. Let's go. We'll go to the Sage King Star Field. Perhaps our other brothers have arrived there, said Long Chen. After that, Sha Chen summoned the flying boat, and they flew off. After Long Chen was on board, he realized that this was also a new flying boat. It was faster than the old flying boat, and it broke through space exceptionally steadily. It was very comfortable. The flying boat didn't go straight to the Sage King Star Field. Instead, they flew to the closest city. It was a settlement of the demon race. However, with the Sage King Convention about to start, the world had entered a rare state of ceasefire. Because of it, many transportation formations connecting the various major worlds were open to all. As long as they didn't cause trouble, they could even take the transportation formations for free. After all races were restraining themselves, doing their best to avoid large conflicts. This was the territory of the Golden Blood Python race. When Long Chen and his companions came off the flying boat, they directly entered the city and received unfriendly gazes from the experts of the Golden Blood Python race. However, they didn't make things hard on Long Chen and the others. Long Chen paid a World King crystal for each of his brothers as the entrance fee, and then they had free reign. After that, they bought quite a few things in the city. Although these people didn't conceal their hostility toward the human race, they didn't refuse to trade with them. Boss, this is a good chance. The Sage King Convention is about to start, so we can buy some rare things from the various races. Many of those things are hard to buy during normal times, said Guo Ran excitedly after buying many rare materials. Sha Chen also bought quite a few materials for inscriptions. These were normally things that they couldn't buy, and even the Wuxian Trading Company was unable to acquire them. Even though the Wuxian Trading Company was spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands, some races didn't do business with them. Thus, Long Chen and his companions could only acquire some materials from the locals. The most exciting thing was that these rare materials were dirt cheap here. They could even trade away things that weren't worth much money for these rare items. Long Chen was very moved. Here, he could buy dozens of rare medicinal ingredients that even the Wuxian Trading Company couldn't get for him. Long Chen nodded. It really is a good opportunity. Let's stroll through a few major cities. We have money, so we'll see what we can buy. When the Sage King Convention is over, we might not get such a chance again. Originally, they had been planning on flying straight through these places, but with this discovery, they were in no rush. They then made a transportation formation itinerary to go through more varied cities. They went to over 10 cities in one go, but not every city was so inclusive. Some of them despised the human race to the point that, while they didn't attack Long Chen and the others, they did keep them out of the city. The harsher ones did not even allow them to use their transportation formations, let alone do business with them. Guo Ran and the others were so angry that they wanted to tear down their cities, but under the advice of several human elders, they ended up leaving without a fuss. Fortunately, the majority of the cities were not so extreme, so Long Chen and the others could make huge gains. Long Chen alone had gathered tens of thousands of rare medicinal ingredients during this time. Their value was normally incalculable, but he practically got them for free. The further they went, the friendlier the cities became. After all, they were slowly getting closer to the Sage King Star Field. However, when they neared the border of the Sage King Star Field, Long Chen suddenly sensed something off. Somehow, quite a few people were keeping an eye on him, and a few true experts were gazing at him with sharp killing intent. Boss, not good. Long Chen was in the midst of buying medicinal ingredients in the city when Sha Chen suddenly ran over with a grave expression. Chapter 4127, Leaked Information. What is it? Long Chen also sensed something wrong. Boss, did you not receive word from the Wyan Trading Company? Asked Sha Chen. Damn, I'm not wearing it. Only then did Long Chen remember. Since they were cut off from the rest of the world in the Silver Moon world, he had placed the communication tablet in the primal chaos space. In the Linglong world, he naturally wasn't wearing it then, as he didn't want it to be broken. But with this reminder, he immediately took it out. As soon as he did, the tablet flashed 3 times. The light was red, showing that it was urgent. So that's the case. The information from the Violet Flame Heaven has reached the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, so the matter of the Heaven-Earth Cauldron has been leaked. The Soaring Dragon Company has also spread the information that I have the Earth Cauldron far and wide in order to get me killed. Long Chen instantly understood. No wonder so many people were staring at him. They wanted to kill him for his treasures. However, with the Sage King convention about to start, the major powers didn't dare to make any large moves, afraid of drawing heavenly retribution. Otherwise, Long Chen would have long since been attacked. The main reason they didn't attack yet was because they didn't have a good opportunity. If Long Chen wasn't in the city, perhaps some people would no longer hold back. Gather our brothers. We'll have to stick together for now, said Long Chen. Sha Chen nodded and sent messages to call Guo Ran and the others back. After all, the Heaven-Earth Cauldron was one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items, an existence that drove countless people mad. Now that the news had leaked, they would have to be a bit more careful. However, based on the current situation, it seemed that the information was not publicly available yet, as only a small portion of the people in the crowd were staring at Long Chen. Based on Long Chen's estimation, the ones observing him must be from forces with high-level information networks, possibly even ties with the Soaring Dragon Company, so they were the first to learn of this. Even so, Long Chen had long since been prepared for this. After all, paper could not contain fire. This information was bound to surface sooner or later. However, now that this day had come, Long Chen truly did feel a bit apprehensive. After all, the Heaven-Earth Cauldron would draw the attention of countless powerful experts, causing him to not have any peaceful days in the future. They stayed for 2 days outside the border of the Sage King Star Field. But after going through 7 cities, they formally entered the Sage King Star Field. This star field was named after the Sage King Convention, and the winner of every convention would be crowned Sage King. The heavenly genius crowned Sage King would be blessed by the karmic luck of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. With it, becoming an eternal expert was nothing more than a matter of time because they would never encounter any bottleneck before the eternal realm. It could be said that the person to gain the title of Sage King would be able to soar through the heavens. However, for the absolute majority, it was nothing more than an unattainable dream. After all, the Sage King Convention would draw out all the heavenly geniuses of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. For those heavenly geniuses, the reason they had their accomplishments was 30% talent and hard work, 60% the support of their backers, and 10% luck. Of course, reincarnating within a powerful faction was also part of one's power. For those enormous powers, compared to the addition of one eternal expert, it was the karmic luck that the Sage King Convention brought that was important. Although an eternal expert could maintain a family's prosperity, it was actually inferior to the karmic luck that would support the family. After all, a supreme power had countless people inside of it, and it had countless heavenly geniuses, all with immense power and talent. They all had a hope of becoming eternal experts. As for something like karmic luck, it could not simply be created. Thus, countless sects and families would send their strongest heavenly geniuses to the Sage King Convention to fight for the title of Sage King. This was a matter that related to the future of any race, so no one treated it lightly. When Long Chen and the others arrived at the Sage King Star Field, they found that they couldn't be counted as having arrived early. After all, many ancient cities were already full of people. Experts were as common as dogs here, and heavenly geniuses strolled around in every street. Even some of the abandoned cities were flourishing once more with the opening of the Sage King Convention. Long Chen arrived in a human settlement called Night Rain City, and it was already occupied by countless other races. As soon as he stepped out of the transportation formation, he saw the Devil Race, Blood Race, Spirit Race, Magic Race, Demon Race, and dozens of other races, with the majority in the Immortal King realm. They had clearly all come for the Sage King Convention. Long Chen, if you're smart, you'll hand over the Heaven-Earth Cauldron right now, or you will definitely die. They had yet to even walk off of the transportation formation when a large man blocked their path. This large fellow had horns on his head and bone spurs coming out of his back. They didn't recognize what race he was from, but his blood chi was shocking and his copper eyes were filled with brutality. His shout was like a bell, instantly drawing the attention of countless people. The Heaven-Earth Cauldron. What is the Heaven-Earth Cauldron? Are they talking about the Heaven-Earth Cauldron that is one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items? What kind of joke is that? That's just a story. There is no actual Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Even if it really existed, how could it be in the hands of an immortal king? Is this fellow crazy? This shout bewildered countless people, so it was followed by many questioning whispers. Also, the majority of these people did not recognize Long Chen and had not heard anything about the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Where did this idiot come from? If you don't want to die, scram. Long Chen frowned. This fellow had to have something wrong with his brain. Everyone else who knew of this information hadn't made a move. Even if they wanted to kill him for the Earth Cauldron, they would do it secretly. On the other hand, this person shouted it as if afraid others wouldn't know he was killing people for their treasures. Was he an idiot? HMPH, you don't deny it. Then it must be true. The information that I spent 300 World King crystals on was worth it. Brat, I'll give you 2 options right now. Hand over the Heaven-Earth Cauldron or die, announced the large man. He paid 300 World King crystals. Countless people gasped upon hearing this. This fellow's head must have rotted. What information was worth so much money? That was clearly a scam. Long Chen nodded. He was now sure that this person was an idiot. A normal person wouldn't openly rob him. What race are you from? Asked Long Chen lightly. What? You want to know my background? He sneered. Long Chen shook his head. No, the main thing is to make sure your race knows where to retrieve your corpse. After Long Chen said this, a dragonblood warrior behind him unsheathed his sword and hacked it down at the large man like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 4128, Beating them at their own game. The dragonblood warrior attacked casually. Seeing this, the large man also reacted very quickly, swinging a jagged blade over his head. Just this one move showed that he was an expert with plenty of combat experience. This startled everyone watching. Although this fellow's words were those of an idiot, he unexpectedly had some skill. Ignoring everything else, just his reaction speed alone showed that he was no weakling. However, although he reacted immediately, a streak of sword light still cut him in two along with his weapon. All the spectators were stunned by this. That person's jagged saber was definitely a powerful weapon, but it was cut through as easily as tofu. The dragonblood warrior sheathed his sword and simply returned to his seat, his demeanor radiating an unparalleled calmness, as if nothing had happened. With his keen eyes, Long Chen saw some hidden details. The divine light of the dragonblood warrior's sword was red like blood, containing dragon blood energy. Most likely, Guo Ran had made a new breakthrough and added this new power to all the dragonblood warrior's swords. Otherwise, there would have been no way to cut through that large man's divine weapons so easily. Long Chen's gaze swept over the crowd, and he patted his chest. I am Long Chen, also known as Boss Long San. Recently, I obtained a precious bronze cauldron, and people say that it is one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items, the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. I also can't say anything for sure. If anyone wants it, I am prepared to sell it. If the price is right, you can take it. Of course, if someone were to try to take it by force, that's no problem either. I have the cauldron, and you have your life. Let's see which one is tougher. Long Chen had long since known that the information would leak and spread quickly, so he might as well get to it first. You really have the Heaven-Earth Cauldron? Asked someone suspiciously. Have you seen the Heaven-Earth Cauldron before? Asked Long Chen. That's exactly the problem. You haven't seen it before, and neither have I, so who knows whether it really is the Heaven-Earth Cauldron or not. However, this bronze cauldron is something that I obtained from the 3,000 worlds, and I don't know its origins. In the Violet Flame Heaven, some people said that it was very likely the legendary Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Since they said it, I didn't stand on courtesy. If someone wants to buy it, they'll need to pay handsomely. If any of you are interested, come find me whenever you want. As long as you have enough treasures that can match the value of the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, I won't reject you. In any case, there's no loss to me. But before we do our trade, you'll have to show me exactly what treasures you are offering. If I feel like it's a fair price, we can discuss further details. TCH, do you think we are fools? If you really had the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, you'd be in hiding. Who would dare to swagger around the marketplace? Sneered someone. Hearing this, the people around nodded. Just what kind of existence was the Heaven-Earth Cauldron? It was one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items, one of the strongest divine weapons of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Anyone who obtained it would rather lose their lives than give it to others. However, Long Chen brazenly said that he had the Heaven-Earth Cauldron right in front of all of them. If that was true, Long Chen would have to be even more of an idiot than the idiot who had just died. But with such an intelligent glint in his eyes, how could he be an idiot? If he wasn't dumb, then he must be trying to scam them, treating them as the idiots. What are you TCHing about? Have you not heard the news from the Soaring Dragon Company? They're the ones who say that my bronze cauldron is the primal chaos divine item, the Earth Cauldron of the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. It has caused huge waves in the Violet Flame Heaven. You frogs at the bottom of a well, you don't stay informed. If you don't know anything, then shut your mouth. In any case, the Heaven-Earth Cauldron is in my hands. If anyone wants to buy it, come find me. Said Long Chen. Give it up. Everyone knows that you are mortal enemies with the Soaring Dragon Company. They're just spreading that information to get people to try to kill you. As for you, you are no good fellow either. You're clearly trying to scam people. Do you really view us as fools? Hearing this, quite a few people asked their comrades about the veracity of this information. Did Long Chen really have an enmity with the Soaring Dragon Company? They had indeed heard rumors that the Soaring Dragon Company wanted to capture someone. With just a quick check, they learned that the Soaring Dragon Company indeed wanted to capture this fellow right in front of them. It seemed that he was also no good egg since he dared to plunder the Soaring Dragon Company. After learning about this piece of information, everyone knew that the other fellow was right. The Soaring Dragon Company had intentionally spread such a story to get Long Chen killed. If Long Chen really had the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, the Soaring Dragon Company would have long since attacked themselves to take it. Why would they deliberately spread the word? That was one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items. Who wouldn't want it? Would a rotten business like the Soaring Dragon Company be so kind-hearted as to share it with others? Seeing them not believe him, Long Chen angrily said, "What ignorant brats! If you reject my kindness, I can't be bothered to speak to you. We'd have to believe you first, so take out the Heaven-Earth Cauldron for us to see," proposed someone. TCH, do you think that I'm an idiot? How can I let others see the Heaven-Earth Cauldron for free? Snorted Long Chen disdainfully. If you want to look, then it's 100,000 World King crystals per person. If 100,000 people are willing to pay, I'll even let you touch it. So, are you interested? We currently do have enough numbers. If you're willing to pay, I'll show it to everyone, called out Long Chen enticingly. 100,000 World King crystals? And you want us to gather 100,000 people? Are you crazy? Have you never seen a World King crystal before? Why don't you learn from that idiot and go steal from others too? As soon as Long Chen made his offer, countless people mocked him. However, Long Chen's face didn't redden in the slightest. He calmly said, "What are you talking about? How could robbing people be as efficient as this? This bronze cauldron went through the verification of countless masters. Why do you think I fled the Violet Flame Heaven and came to the Nirvana Overflow Heaven? If you don't believe me, just ask around. You previously said that no one could verify its authenticity, and now you're saying that countless people have verified it. You're clearly lying. When we look at it and it's fake, you'll say that it was others who declared it to be the heaven-earth cauldron, and then ask us to take it up with them instead of you. It seems that you aren't that naively young. You're even more bored than an old fellow like me who has lived for 8,000 years, sneered a heaven venerate. Alright, let's just leave. This fellow's a scammer, and the Soaring Dragon Company is also untrustworthy. You can't believe a word they say. Someone shook his head and walked away. In truth, the majority of the people here felt him to be a scammer. There was no way anyone would fall for it. People even felt that the dead large man was a part of it, building a foundation for Long Chen's scam. All of this had been practiced in advance to scam money out of people. Once the first person left, the others did too, as there was no longer a show to watch. They shook their heads as they walked away. However, Long Chen hastily called out, "Hey, don't leave. Let's do some business. We can still haggle. Damn scammer, scram, what, now that your scam fails, you're just going to directly rob people?" Seeing Long Chen want to stop them, the people around were angry. In the end, no matter how Long Chen tried to get them to stay behind, the crowd slowly scattered. Just like that, a serious piece of news spread from this region. There is a big scammer who says that he has the heaven-earth cauldron, and he is trying to sell tickets to look at it. Don't be duped. Chapter 4129, Cursing People is Wrong. Watching the crowd leave with disgusted expressions on their faces, Yu Qingshan couldn't help but laugh. This fellow Long Chen really was amazing. Now, no one would believe that he had the heaven-earth cauldron. Originally, they had been worried that they would be targeted due to possessing the heaven-earth cauldron, causing their progress to be slow. But Long Chen had resolved it in one move. Looking at the people's enraged expressions as they turned away from Long Chen, she was sure that Long Chen had another identity, a master actor. As for the large fellow who had been killed by the Dragonblood warrior, his corpse was brought away. The city guards had long since grown indifferent to such things. As long as no one damaged the city, they essentially didn't care. Furthermore, by taking away that person's corpse, they could gain quite some money. That person's weapons, armor, and spatial ring were so worthless to Long Chen and the others that they couldn't even bother, so those things ended up in the hands of the city guards. It was unknown if it was because of this money, but the guards treated Long Chen and the others very respectfully. While everyone else scattered, they stayed behind to fawn over Long Chen. In this place, the death of someone with no background was simply ignored. A person dying here was no different than an ant dying. Let me tell you guys, I really have the heaven-earth cauldron. Seeing everyone else scatter, Long Chen turned to the guards seriously. "Hehe, we totally believe you. We will believe anything you say," said those guards solemnly. "Alright, I can't be bothered." With such a response, Long Chen was in no mood to keep acting. He then followed everyone into the city. As soon as they entered the city, he was met with many odd gazes, many of which seemed to contain disdain and disgust. After all, people had labeled him as a scammer. That was precisely what Long Chen wanted, only then would he get a few peaceful days. Long Chen and the others continued trading for various treasures, exchanging the things that they didn't need for treasures that they urgently needed. Like this, they managed to profit immensely. As they got closer to the core of the Sage King Star Field, they saw more experts from various races. However, the atmosphere was much more tense here. Some of the more oppressive races did not even allow others into their city, so they created a border where they didn't permit others inside. Here, you could see heaven venerates anywhere accompanying their disciples, as they didn't want any trouble to befall the latter. As for Long Chen and his companions, when the others saw that he didn't have a heaven venerate guarding him, quite a few forces provoked him. As a result, Long Chen didn't care who or why they did it. All those people had their heads broken and their blood spilled. If they dared to raise weapons on him, they were directly slain. After killing them, he would announce, "The primal chaos divine item, the heaven-earth cauldron, is in my hands. If anyone wants it, come discuss it with me at any time." The first few times people heard of the heaven-earth cauldron, they jumped in shock. However, after seeing Long Chen do it over and over again, they grew numb to it. By intentionally announcing it, they thought that Long Chen's intention was too obvious, and only a fool would fall for it. On the other hand, the Dragonblood warrior's powerful auras and sharp attacks shocked quite a few people. A heaven venerate was even slain in 3 moves by 2 of the Dragonblood warriors. As time passed, Long Chen's background gradually became common knowledge. Just the fact that he was the High Firmament Academy's youngest branch dean already shocked countless people. It was members of the senior generation who were shocked by that. In the junior generation, perhaps many people didn't know of the High Firmament Academy, but all the seniors knew that it was in existence with a terrifying foundation. Furthermore, his battle record was also revealed. The matter of him causing the deaths of Enkuda and Liao Benkang in the Vermilion Bird Empire also stunned everyone. Although the two of them didn't really die at Long Chen's hands, that was what the rumors were, and countless experts of the senior generation refused to believe in such a thing. It had to be known that Liao Benkang and Enkuda had their believers spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and they were also Lord Brahma's loyal subordinates. So for the two of them to be slain by Long Chen, most of the people didn't dare to believe it. Long Chen saw a trading center in the city, so without taking a second look, he walked over. "Hey, shopkeeper, do you have scram, you goddamn bastard." The shopkeeper was enraged to the point of shaking when he saw Long Chen. Soaring Dragon Company. Only when he saw the shopkeeper's robes did he realize that he had walked into the Soaring Dragon Company. Cursing people is wrong. Brothers, get to work. The next moment, countless people screamed and cursed, while Long Chen and the others laughed and walked in. This trading outpost had been set up specifically for the Sage King convention. But now, it was also plundered. They actually came to us. I'd feel bad if we didn't accept their sincerity, chortled Guo Ran. You goddamn bastards, you won't have good deaths. Just wait, the Soaring Dragon Company won't let you off. What are all of you people doing? Long Chen has the primal chaos divine item, the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. As long as you kill him, you'll obtain a supreme treasure. Why aren't you doing anything? After cursing Long Chen, the shopkeeper encouraged the crowd to attack him. Quite a few spectators had gathered here because of the chaos, but hearing the shopkeeper's words, they all rolled their eyes. Did he also think others were fools? Why would they be free fighters for the Soaring Dragon Company? The Soaring Dragon Company's people shouted and cursed like vixens on the street. But Long Chen and the others simply smiled, not getting angry at all. Long Chen and the others' principle was to loot people without killing them, to be such transcendent bandits that they allowed themselves to be hit without hitting back, and to be cursed without cursing back. In any case, the treasures were in their hands, so being cursed a bit could be considered fair. Perhaps the Soaring Dragon Company had also noticed this, which was why they dared to curse them so openly. Otherwise, considering that the strongest amongst them was only an Earth Venerate, they were completely unable to shake Long Chen and the others. They originally didn't have a branch here, but with the Sage King convention starting, they had set up a temporary shop to make some money. However, after over 2 months of buying and selling valuable items, Long Chen and his group simply took everything from them, leaving them with nothing. This understandably left them very angry. However, the Soaring Dragon Company's reputation was truly lacking. Despite there being countless experts watching, not one person stepped forward to help them. Everyone, other than the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, I also have some other treasures. If you have anything good to sell, perhaps we can do business. I don't dare to say that I have too many items, but in any case, what the Soaring Dragon Company has, I also have. Declared Long Chen. Hearing this, the Soaring Dragon Company's people coughed up blood. He directly robbed the Soaring Dragon Company of all their treasures and then sold them like this. Was there any bully bigger than that? The others also laughed when they heard this. This fellow really was quite domineering, directly plundering the Soaring Dragon Company. Was he not afraid of the Soaring Dragon Company's reprisal in the future? Ignorant brat, today, your retribution has come. Let's settle our debts now. Suddenly, the void quivered and hundreds of experts wearing robes of the Soaring Dragon Company descended. An innate heaven venerate, chapter 4130, refusing the consequences. Hundreds of heaven venerates descended at the same time, and the one leading them was a terrifying innate heaven venerate. As they appeared, they completely locked down this city. The pressure of an innate heaven venerate caused the world to change color. When he showed up, all the experts in the city felt like they were suffocating. An innate heaven venerate leading hundreds of ordinary heaven venerates against a group of tiny immortal kings, this lineup was shocking enough to stun everyone in the city. The Soaring Dragon Company is arresting a wanted criminal. Unrelated people, please fall back to avoid any unwanted casualties, shouted the innate heaven venerate. This innate heaven venerate appeared to be in his 50s, with half of his hair gleaming white and the other half deep black. A swirling current of primal chaos chi enveloped his figure, and with every blink of his eyes, primal chaos runes flickered. His gaze was so profound that people didn't dare to look directly into his eyes. When he spoke, his voice contained an unquestionable power to it. Although he said please, he left no room for negotiation. He clearly didn't place any of the experts in the city in his eyes. His exact meaning could be more bluntly put as, if you don't want to die, then scram. As expected, all the spectators retreated. They could see that the Soaring Dragon Company was intent on crushing Long Chen, so if they got too close, they might get drawn into their battle. Although they didn't know Long Chen well, they knew that no one would dare to so openly plunder the Soaring Dragon Company without a backer. In their opinion, Long Chen most likely represented some kind of power that was targeting the Soaring Dragon Company. In a bit, that power would probably be revealed. With everyone else leaving the city, the shopkeeper of the Soaring Dragon Company was revitalized and shouted, "You goddamn bastard, ha ha ha, your retribution has finally." Before he even finished speaking, he was slapped away by Long Chen, smashing through several buildings like a shooting star. As he finally crashed on the ground below, blood sprayed out of his mouth, and tears even dripped out of his eyes from the pain. In the blink of an eye, he went from laughing arrogantly to crying wretchedly. Quite a few people admired Long Chen's methods. No matter what, his guts were very astonishing. Even with an innate heaven venerate present, he still dared to be so arrogant. Fuck, let me just warn you once. First, it's very rude to point at people when talking to them. Second, if you want to talk, just talk. Don't spray your saliva all over my clothes. Long Chen pointed at the shopkeeper and scolded. HMPH, even with death at hand, you're still in the mood to quibble. Brat, you really are foolish. The innate heaven venerate sneered at Long Chen. With death at hand, who's going to kill me, you? Long Chen looked at the innate heaven venerate and smiled derisively. That would depend on just how much ability you actually have. Long Chen really didn't place this heaven venerate in his eyes. After all, not all innate heaven venerates were frightening. This innate heaven venerate of the Soaring Dragon Company might have a powerful aura, but the pressure he gave off was actually a level weaker than the Dark Domain Lord of the Linglong world, let alone an existence like Xianxia. That could only mean that this fellow's actual power wasn't that great, but he was quite arrogant. It was most likely a case of living too peacefully and only relying on his status and aura to suppress his opponents. Otherwise, against a real opponent, he'd have long since been killed. Ha ha ha, the innate heaven venerate laughed as if he had just heard the world's funniest joke. However, as his laughter contained the might of a heaven venerate, heaven and earth resounded with it, causing his voice to be like invisible needles stabbing into people's souls. As a result, countless people covered their ears and circulated their spiritual strength to resist it, scrunching up their faces in fear and pain. As for Long Chen and his companions, they were completely unaffected and simply glanced at him indifferently. This kind of spiritual attack was nothing to experts who had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and seas of blood. The innate heaven venerate's laughter continued for several breaths' time. However, upon seeing their expressionless indifference, he finally stopped laughing. Why aren't you laughing more? Keep your performance up. Long Chen shrugged. The heaven venerate's countenance darkened a bit. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be unaffected, so he was embarrassed. At this time, under their supervision, all the experts inside the city had left, leaving behind only Long Chen and the others. The Soaring Dragon Company's other heaven venerates completely surrounded this area, slowly shrinking their enclosure. However, even in this situation, Long Chen and the others seemed completely calm and fearless. Seeing their composure, quite a few people wondered just what kind of existence stood behind them for them to stay so indifferent at this moment. Looking around, they didn't see any other powerful existences. Although the city was filled with experts, there was not a single innate heaven venerate. Long Chen, it's time for you to reap the consequences of your own actions. You inexperienced brats always think that a little bit of power makes you unrivaled in the world. I won't waste words. Hand over the heaven-earth cauldron and be captured obediently. That is your only chance of survival, said the innate heaven venerate. When he said this, the spectators were all startled. Were the rumors true? Did Long Chen really have the heaven-earth cauldron? If it is just to go against your Soaring Dragon Company, I won't be reaping any consequences. You really came at the right time though. You can be the proof that I'm not a scammer. Everyone, you all heard it. He said that I had the primal chaos divine item, the heaven-earth cauldron. You all believe me now, right? Long Chen looked toward the distant experts. Those experts stared at him suspiciously. At this time, he was still quibbling about who believed him and who thought that he was a scammer. Did he not care about his life? Shut up, hand over the heaven-earth cauldron or die. You choose, shouted the innate heaven venerate. He was getting impatient. Long Chen continued, did you hear that? He is enunciating it very clearly. I have the heaven-earth cauldron. So believe me when I say that I have it. If your family or sect wants it, come to me with an offer. As long as you can offer a high enough price, you will have an opportunity to obtain a legendary treasure. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing Long Chen acting like he didn't hear him, the innate heaven venerate was so enraged that his face twitched. All of a sudden, he vanished from sight. Long Chen was in the midst of gesturing and trying to drum up business when he suddenly swung his hand toward an empty space. The void in that empty space exploded, cracking like a mirror. Following that, everyone saw a scene that left them dumbfounded, leaving their jaws agape. Chapter 4131, let's see. Long Chen kept gesturing for the people outside the city, as if nothing had happened. His acting skill was so good that no one realized he had been hiding his preparation for this one attack. After all, Long Chen had long since known that this fellow would attack. He just wanted to capture him alive and subdue him in one move. Thus, when that innate heaven venerate vanished, Long Chen's hand swiftly lashed out into the empty space. Long Chen initiated the strike, but the heaven venerate's astounding speed made it seem as though he had thrust his own face into Long Chen's awaiting hand. Long Chen's hand solidly struck that innate heaven venerate's face. The sheer force of this carefully prepared blow caused the void to collapse, propelling a figure out of the void like a shooting star. When that figure pierced the earth, the impact gave rise to a huge wave that caused the entire world to sway. All the buildings inside the city then crumbled, transforming into ruins. Seeing the apocalyptic scene before them, all the spectators stood in stupefied silence. This slap was not a magical art, a battle skill, or a divine ability. It was purely the raw might of Long Chen's physical body. Yet, the devastation it wrought was nothing short of astounding. Furthermore, the victim of this slap was an innate heaven venerate. An ordinary heaven venerate would probably have turned into a blood smear by that slap. Even the other experts of the Soaring Dragon Company were dumbfounded. They had thought that they would easily crush Long Chen and wouldn't even need the innate heaven venerate to take action. The next moment, the earth exploded as the innate heaven venerate soared out of the ground. Now, everyone could see that half of his face was badly mangled, and his once neat hair resembled a wild mess. In addition to his bloody red robes, his appearance was extremely wretched. His face in particular was twisted like a fiend. He had thought that his sneak attack would easily capture Long Chen, but this slap from Long Chen completely woke him up from his delusions. Every move he made had long since been seen through by Long Chen. The feeling of being completely humiliated caused his killing intent to explode. In all his years, when would he have ever suffered such a humiliation? He roared furiously, and his manifestation appeared behind him. At the same time, a blood-red sword appeared in his hand and slashed toward Long Chen. He's going all out, startled cries rang out. This innate heaven venerate had not just summoned his manifestation to deal with a junior immortal king but had also taken out his divine weapon. Just as the innate heaven venerate unleashed his power, the void shook and shattered, unable to endure his terrifying pressure. After all, an innate heaven venerate possessed the power to crush an entire world, so it was no wonder that some weaker cultivators found that they couldn't move under this pressure. They watched as the cracking void slowly spread into the surroundings and even on their bodies. It appeared as if they would shatter at any moment along with the void. They tried to scream, but somehow they couldn't open their mouths. All they could do was wait for death. Countless people were horrified. It was their first time personally experiencing the terrifying power of an innate heaven venerate, but it was too late for them to get out of this experience. The stronger people were already retreating at full power, while the weaker ones could only await death. In front of that power, Long Chen clenched the Minghong saber. His own power had long since been summoned and channeled at his fingertips. Just as Long Chen was preparing to exchange blows with an innate heaven venerate, a bone spear stabbed through the air, striking the innate heaven venerate's sword. A ripple then spread, causing the people who hadn't fled before to be turned to dust. Even some of the more powerful experts, who fled as soon as they could, were struck by the chi wave. As a result, countless people coughed up blood, their bodies cracking and on the verge of breaking. As for the innate heaven venerate, his body shuddered, and he was forced back 7 steps. With every step he took, the void collapsed beneath his feet. He almost spat out blood, but he forcibly suppressed it. Feeling shocked and enraged, he roared at the void, "Full moon race, what do you think you're doing?" Following his roar, the void slowly twisted, and one figure after another appeared. Their leader was shockingly the full moon race's leader, Shu Jianshang. Beside Shu Jianshang was Shu Changquan, and there were hundreds of heaven venerates behind the two of them, as well as hundreds of thousands of their disciples. The appearance of the full moon race shook people's hearts, stunning the people here with their powerful auras. Shu Jianshang's aura in particular was even more frightening than the innate heaven venerate of the Soaring Dragon Company. "We're not doing anything. Long Chen is an important guest of my full moon race, so anyone who dares to make things hard on him will become enemies with my full moon race," said Shu Jianshang lightly. "Are you declaring war on my Soaring Dragon Company?" raged the Soaring Dragon Company's innate heaven venerate. Shu Jianshang raised his hand, and the bone spear that had pierced into the ground returned to his grasp. He sneered, "You are nothing more than dirty businessmen who eat people whole, not even spitting out their bones. Do you think you're worth us declaring war on you? If you disagree, we can always have a real fight. Let me see whether or not Lord Brahma will really step out for you." The Soaring Dragon Company was also one of Lord Brahma's subordinate powers. To put it frankly, they were already enemies with the full moon race, so Shu Jianshang didn't give them any face. "Good, very good, your full moon race has guts. Then let's see who's the last one standing." The innate heaven venerate's expression countenance darkened. However, he could only say some vicious words before leaving with his people. After all, there was nothing that he could do here. That had been his full power attack, while Shu Jianshang had simply hurled his spear from a distance, but it almost made him cough up blood. From this one attack, he knew that the difference between them was immense. Furthermore, between heaven venerates, the human race had a natural disadvantage against the demonic beast race. So, since he couldn't intimidate or beat Shu Jianshang, he could only leave. "Uncle Shang, congratulations." When Long Chen looked at Shu Jianshang, he sensed that the latter's aura was completely different from before. Shu Jianshang had to have advanced a step. However, Long Chen didn't know whether or not Shu Jianshang had reached the half-step eternal realm. "The Sage King convention is about to start, so it would be best for you to not fight with your full power before it, especially not for such a senseless battle. Just use your energy on the Sage King convention," advised Shu Jianshang. Long Chen nodded, knowing that Shu Jianshang's words were correct. If Long Chen had fought the innate heaven venerate of the Soaring Dragon Company, he would have been forced to use his full power. His trump cards would have been exposed. Unfortunately, countless heavenly geniuses and monsters would be appearing in the Sage King convention, so it would be best for them to not expose their trump cards unless they had absolutely no other choice. Sometimes, a single trump card could be the difference between defeat and victory on the martial stage. "Long Chen, perhaps you should stick with us. No one would dare to bully you with us," said Shu Jianshang. Long Chen nodded. After all, his goal was to win the Sage King convention. Exposing his trump cards so easily wasn't a good idea. However, Long Chen didn't forget to turn back to the spectators just before leaving. "Everyone, don't forget the matter of the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Help me spread the word. I welcome all customers. If you really connect me with someone who can trade for it, I won't forget your contributions." Those spectators were all speechless. This Long Chen possessed terrifying power, so why did he have to be a scammer? Everyone scattered. Long Chen headed to the Sage King Prefecture with the full moon race. Chapter 4132, Great Desolate Winged Devil. Long Chen and his companions joined the full moon race's entourage, but since the latter didn't have a flying boat, they used a silver war chariot to travel instead. The war chariot sped through the void, its runes shining brightly. As they zoomed past the surroundings, a large silver crescent moon twinkled. This was the mark of the full moon race. Fortunately, the full moon race possessed immense prestige, so wherever they went, other races got out of their way. "Brother Chengchuan, the current you have completely transformed. You're actually a true supreme," said Long Chen with a smile after sensing the vast energy fluctuations inside Shu Chengchuan's body. "Hehe, it's all thanks to Brother Long's blessing. I've managed to merge my three supremes and awaken the ancestral manifestation. The race leader even said that I'd at least have some ability to fight an innate heaven venerate rather than being instantly crushed," said Shu Chengchuan excitedly. After coming out of seclusion, his body had undergone a complete transformation. After all, while he was unconscious, the full moon race had used all their resources on him to help him awaken his three supremes. Fortunately, Shu Changchuan didn't let down the full moon race. He managed to become a triple supreme and then merge his supremes, turning him into a true supreme expert. Because of this, despite being merely in the great circle of the immortal king realm, within the full moon race, he stood as the most formidable figure, second only to Shu Jianshang. Furthermore, all of this only developed after he ran into Long Chen. Thus, he was very grateful to Long Chen. However, Shu Changchuan wasn't the only one. The entire full moon race practically revered Long Chen like a god. In just a few months, with the medicinal pills that Long Chen provided, the full moon race's power had soared. Their bloodline divine abilities manifested in droves, and the potential hidden deep within their bloodline was constantly excavated. During this time, the full moon race had managed to produce over 30 heaven venerates and 600 earth venerates, as well as tens of thousands of mortal venerates. Most importantly, their new generation of disciples was constantly blooming. It could be said that the current full moon race was completely different from before. Thus, Shu Jianshang decided to come out in full power. One reason was to help Long Chen and Shu Changchuan, while the other reason was to display the full moon race's power. He planned to scare off some disrespectful brats. While the Sage King convention was active, essentially no large-scale wars could erupt. Otherwise, the heavenly Daos would be displeased and bring down their retribution. Of course, personal conflicts would not be kept track of by the heavenly Daos. As for battles between immortal king disciples, even if there was a large-scale slaughter of them, the heavenly Daos would not bring forth their misfortune. Every time the Sage King convention was held, the experts of the senior generation were mostly only there to maintain face, rarely would they actually fight. After all, there weren't that many fools like the Soaring Dragon Company who lost control and actually tried to kill Long Chen. It had to be known that if they did kill Long Chen, then even if the Sage King convention had not actually started, it would still be easily sensed by the heavenly Daos. After that, the killer might face a lifetime of misfortune for the rest of their short life. The misfortune of the heavenly Daos was an extremely terrifying thing, for it showed no discrimination based on one's status or level of cultivation. In the end, bad luck would still strike you, and you could lose your life at any moment. Thus, every time the Sage King convention was held, it was always a battle between disciples. Heaven venerates could not participate unless they had no other choice. Even if they did, they would not kill anyone. Sha Chen and the others suddenly stood when they saw an enormous figure who was so tall that their body stretched into the clouds. It was a winged monster kneeling on the ground. A spear jutted from its back, mercilessly anchoring it to the ground. Even while kneeling, its body was mostly hidden by the clouds. As for that spear, it appeared particularly large and bold. This whole spectacle was incomparably shocking. That is the great desolate winged devil. It has been millions and millions of years since it was stabbed to death here. But as it possesses an eternal body, although it's already dead, its body can resist the corrosion of time, said Shu Jianshang. When the Silver Moon War chariot reached this area, they saw countless people gathered in the surroundings, all examining this corpse. This corpse had been here for countless years. Its soul had probably reincarnated countless times, yet its old body remained here. It was a sight that shocked countless people, but while this corpse was from a great desolate winged devil, the master of the spear was unknown. People didn't even know what race they were from. Let's take a look. Experiencing the pressure of an eternal expert is a good thing. However, don't get too close, or its eternal aura might curse you, said Shu Jianshang. All the experts from various races were thinking of the same thing. They all wanted to experience the pressure of an eternal expert. The heaven venerates in particular wanted to sense it at least once, even if they themselves had no hope of ever reaching that realm. As the Silver Moon War chariot traversed, the people made way for them. They knew that the full moon race was not easy to provoke. The chariot then stopped 100,000 miles from the great desolate winged devil. But even at such a great distance, everyone in the chariot could sense a terrifying pressure. Standing here, they felt space twisting around them. It felt like the wings of this figure were covering the sky. They felt small, while the aura of the great desolate winged devil was magnified. This seemed to be a dividing line. It was like there was an invisible wall blocking most people outside. However, there were quite a few people beyond it, gradually getting closer to the corpse. These people were true experts capable of resisting the pressure. Children, see how far you can go. But don't force it, If you feel like your soul is about to tear, return immediately or you will be cursed. Although our full moon race's ancestral spirit can resolve curses, the pain isn't something that you can imagine. Furthermore, removing the curse will probably cost you half your life. At the time, you won't be able to participate in the Sage King convention. Don't cause trouble, said Shu Jianshang. Hearing that, the disciples of the full moon race jumped out excitedly. This could be considered another kind of trial. The closer they got to the corpse, the stronger they would be. Youngsters were always competitive, so they got out of the war chariot excitedly. But the moment they stepped past the invisible barrier, their expressions changed as the wild pressure crashed down on them like a tsunami. Some people barely took a step before being driven out by that terrifying pressure. The most terrifying thing was that this pressure contained boundless resentment and killing intent, shaking their souls. Quite a few people looked pale with terror. This result caused the expressions of some of the seniors of the full moon race to grow unsightly. These children didn't have strong enough wills. However, they were gratified to see that these disciples didn't give up. They simply clenched their teeth and continued, pressing forward through the fear, doing their best to resist their instincts. Long Chen and Yu Qingxian walked shoulder to shoulder, stepping through the barrier together. Chapter 4133 Scram or Die. Long Chen passed through the barrier and was surprised by what he sensed. This pressure, isn't it a bit similar to the vermilion bird pressure inside the trial by fire? Is the vermilion bird Empire's divine beast an eternal expert? I'm not sure. The secrets of the vermilion bird empire are only transmitted from emperor to emperor. However, the pressure really is a bit similar. But the vermilion bird's pressure was sacred, while this pressure is violent and also contains boundless resentment. It's unpleasant, said Yu Qingxian. But of course, the vermilion bird is worshipped, while this winged devil is nailed here. The circumstances are completely different. The winged devil naturally gives off a different feeling, said Long Chen. Long Chen and Yu Qingxian had experienced this kind of pressure in the trial by fire, so this violent pressure was nothing to them. The two of them smiled and talked as they walked through. As for the Dragonblood warriors, they paused for a moment upon crossing the barrier, but they continued following Long Chen immediately after that. Seeing their nonchalance, the expressions on the full moon race's disciples changed. Although Long Chen and the others could be considered their own people, it was still quite a painful slap in the face for them to be stuck at the entrance while Long Chen and the others easily passed through. In truth, the reason they were unable to stay within the barrier wasn't because the actual pressure was so great, but because of the impact on their wills. The full moon race's disciples indeed spent all year fighting the dark creatures. However, everything was always under control, making it not very dangerous. Thus, their combat experience could be considered acceptable, but in terms of will, they were still lacking. Thankfully, the pressure from this great desolate winged devil was a perfect opportunity for them to temper their wills. With so many outstanding people only a few thousand miles from its body now, the full moon race's disciples were triggered. At the very least, they couldn't lose the face of the full moon race. After multiple attempts, many of their disciples managed to stabilize themselves within the barrier. However, enduring the overwhelming pressure proved to be an agonizing ordeal, as it gnawed at the very core of their souls, filling them with a profound and haunting dread. Only people who had truly been tempered by blood and fire could be fearless toward death, so they were still lacking in this regard. Although they managed to enter, they were forced to pause at the outer edge. As for Long Chen and the others, they had gone far beyond. The most outstanding disciples of the full moon race followed behind him for an incense stick's worth of time before finally being forced to pause. Currently, amongst hundreds of thousands of disciples, less than 10,000 were managing to stick behind Long Chen. The elders of the full moon race were already starting to record their names. The potential of these disciples was gradually revealed in front of the pressure from the great desolate winged devil. Although it couldn't be a precise judgment of a person's future peak, it could be used as a reference. After all, the full moon race's resources were limited, so the elders had to consider how they would split those resources. The best resources had to be used on the edge of the blade. After advancing for an hour, another barrier appeared in front of their group. Just like that, Long Chen and the Dragonblood warriors passed straight through. As for the full moon disciples, they were stopped. Of their 10,000 disciples, only over 300 managed to walk past this barrier. The rest felt their souls stinging with pain when they entered, so they had no choice but to retreat. Shu Chengchuan told them not to be impatient. The worst thing would be for them to injure themselves due to some rash stubbornness. That would affect their display in the Sage King convention. 300 people followed the Dragonblood Legion deeper. When they were no more than 30,000 miles away, another barrier appeared. This time, only xianxia alone managed to walk through with Long Chen and the others. Influenced by the backs of the Dragonblood warriors, the Full Moon disciples clenched their teeth. They hated themselves for being weak. The Full Moon race had raised them carefully, but they were actually inferior to any ordinary warrior of the Dragonblood Legion. Were they really part of the prideful Full Moon race? As for the Dragonblood warriors, after going through that barrier, they finally started to feel immense pressure. It was a pressure on their souls and bodies. The pressure of the great desolate winged devil gradually took physical form. As the ground had been under this pressure for countless years, it was like metal, so when struck by a weapon, it only caused sparks to appear. Because of the pressure, the air was filled with invisible blades constantly cutting their bodies. Thus, Guo Ran shamelessly summoned his battle armor, and Sha Chen summoned a runic armor. As they continued onward, there were fewer and fewer people in the surroundings. However, those that remained all had powerful auras. Long Chen's group continued, not one person falling behind, so this spectacle moved countless experts. Some people were already asking about their origins. There's another barrier. Xianxia, you should stay behind. You won't gain any benefits from this place, so this is about enough. Long Chen suddenly paused. The pressure of the great desolate winged devil was a way to temper the soul, but it was meaningless to Yu Xianxia. Long Chen didn't want her to take the risk and be injured. Yu Xianxia obediently nodded and didn't continue onward, simply watching as Long Chen and the others continued onward. Just a few dozen steps more and all the Dragonblood warriors suddenly staggered, almost falling to the ground. Creaking sounds came from their bones. It felt like an entire world's pressure had fallen on their shoulders. Damn, what powerful pressure. We're not even close to the corpse, but its pressure alone can crush a person apart. Exclaimed a Dragonblood warrior. At this point, they were still 3,000 miles away from the corpse, but the pressure had instantly grown tens of times. Even with the Dragonblood warriors' terrifying physical bodies, they felt like their blood chi was flipping inside of them. There was a danger of them being crushed to death. If it was alive, killing us would take nothing more than a thought. Sha Chen's voice shuddered. This was the most terrifying existence they had ever seen. However, if such a terrifying existence had died here, then the existence that killed it must be on an even higher level. In front of this eternal corpse, it was as though they were weaker than ants. They were unable to imagine what kind of expression it had fought right before its death. At this point, the Dragonblood warriors paused. Only Long Chen and Shu Chengchuan could continue onward. Shu Chengchuan's body was starting to shake, and his breathing was ragged. He was also finding it difficult here, but he still persevered. The two of them continued until they gradually reached the core. When they arrived, Long Chen was surprised that quite a few figures were swaying 300 miles from the corpse. Not too far in front of Long Chen was a group of people kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to the corpse. Long Chen was startled, but when he sensed the devil chi from their bodies, he instantly understood. Inferior human race, it is forbidden to approach the great desolate devil saint. I'll count to 3. If you don't scram, you'll die. Without even looking back, their leader coldly warned Long Chen and Shu Chengchuan when both of them got closer. Who do you think you are? Do you think Boss Long San needs your permission to go wherever he pleases? If you don't want to die, then scram. Don't hold up Boss Long San's plan to get rich. Long Chen snorted and swaggered straight toward those people, causing all of their gazes to concentrate on him. Chapter 4134 Guo Ran vs. Triple Supreme. The leader of the devil experts was in the midst of piously kowtowing to the great desolate winged devil and didn't like to be disturbed. So, he was taken aback by Long Chen's rudeness. Master, there's no need for you to be angry. I'll kill this group of ignorant humans for you. Another devil expert stood and turned to Long Chen. Suddenly, he moved, but at the same instant, a golden arrow shot over. That devil expert grunted and tumbled back, a golden arrow in his grasp. He then stabbed it into the ground to stabilize himself, leaving a white line on the ground with sparks flying everywhere. Its ear-piercing sound made people wince. A triple supreme. Long Chen and the others were startled to see 3-colored divine radiance flowing around that person's body. His essence, chi, and spirit had merged into one, a sign that he was a true supreme. Guo Ran also jumped in shock. He had thought that his arrow would have been able to easily kill this person, but unexpectedly, the latter was so powerful. The most shocking thing though was that this powerful triple supreme actually called that other person, Master. This fellow's origins were probably absolutely shocking. Long Chen, be careful. That fellow is very likely an expert of the legendary gold horn blood devil race, transmitted Shu Chengchuan. Hearing this, Long Chen examined these devil experts more closely. Their outer appearance was similar to humans, save for the presence of a bone shell on their backs, reminiscent of a tortoise's carapace, and a strange single horn protruding from the tops of their heads. Long Chen had seen devil races and beast races. Usually, their horns always pointed toward the heavens, but these devil experts' horns pointed straight forward, and they only had one horn each with a spiral pattern on it like a conch shell. Furthermore, their horns were not golden but white, looking almost like ornaments. So, it was unclear why they were called the gold horn blood devil race. The devil expert who had been blown back by Guo Ran's arrow stood up slowly, showing a partially ground down golden arrow in his hand. Apparently, the ground here was even harder than immortal metal, and Guo Ran's arrow had been ground down by it, causing him to jump. Damn human race, you really are despicable. A sneak attack, die. The devil expert suddenly unleashed his blood chi, charging at Guo Ran like a bolt of lightning. TCH, then I'll show you an open attack. Guo Ran sneered and extended his hand, summoning a bow with thousands of multicolored runes flowing on top of it. It was a weapon that Long Chen and the others had never seen before. It had to be known that Guo Ran had always been a user of crossbows, with no prior history of using bows. Thus, no one had expected him to secretly create a bow. The bow automatically drew itself back, and a golden arrow appeared in the air, shooting out almost as soon as the bow appeared. It was incomparably fast. Facing it, the gold horn blood devil race's supreme took out a blood-red sword and swung it at Guo Ran's arrow. An intense explosion caused huge waves of flames to spread around. This time, Guo Ran had shot an exploding arrow, and the gold horn blood devil expert was sent flying back by it. Suddenly, Guo Ran's bow drew back once more. But this time, Long Chen and the others saw it clearly. At some point, a small metal hand had appeared out of Guo Ran's chest. It was this metal hand that pulled back the bowstring, so Guo Ran only needed to extend his own arm and that would automatically draw back the bowstring. Furthermore, when he extended his arm straight like that, his entire arm became covered in a marked scale. It seemed that he was measuring something before shooting. With this mechanism, Guo Ran possessed the ability to launch an arrow in a mere fraction of the time it took to blink, an astonishing speed that left observers unable to see the arrow clearly. The gold horn blood devil expert had just been blown back and yet to recover when Guo Ran's second arrow struck him. Again, he was sent tumbling back. Guo Ran slowly raised his bow and blew on it lightly. After that, he spun the bow in his hand confidently and put it away. Guo Ran had gained the upper hand with these two exchanges. If he were to relentlessly pursue that supreme without giving him any chance to breathe, it might not guarantee an absolute kill, but he would certainly inflict further misery and torment upon that supreme. In truth, Guo Ran did want to chase, but he was too aggrieved by the cost. This bow was one of his new inventions and was still a prototype. If he used it too much, it might get damaged. Also, those arrows were meticulously forged and required a great deal of effort to make, yet he might not be able to kill his enemy with just them. Therefore, instead of wasting so much energy and effort, executing a suave retreat after showcasing his prowess was his King Dao. At this moment, along with a devilish roar, devil chi erupted out of the devil expert's body, and his eyes blazed with killing intent. He was about to charge at Guo Ran when he saw that Guo Ran had put away his bow and was ignoring him, causing him to quiver with rage. Now, he didn't know whether he should attack him or stop. Guo Ran was clearly saying that the winner had been determined, so there was no need to keep fighting. To put it frankly, he was saying that this devil expert wasn't a match for him. So, if the devil expert were to attack again, it would be as if he was refusing to accept his defeat honorably. And if he couldn't win in a convincing way, it would definitely lose more face for the gold horn blood devil race. Come back. The human race is capable of doing shameful things, and with the devil saint's pressure here, your power is limited. He only relied on some mechanisms that weren't affected by the pressure. Outside of this place, his body of broken metal won't last 3 exchanges against you, said their leader. Guo Ran had truly managed to shock everyone by forcing back this supreme heavenly genius with 2 arrows. However, this explanation caused all the surrounding experts to realize the truth. It seemed that this armored oddity had only relied on cheap tricks. TCH, a loss is a loss. Are you trying to find excuses for yourselves? The gold-horn blood devil race really is shameful, sneered Guo Ran. Although it was true that the pressure here didn't affect Guo Ran that much, being exposed like this irritated him. His sneer enraged this group of devil experts. However, Guo Ran wasn't afraid. After all, the human race and the devil race were already opposing forces, and the enmity of countless years had been engraved into the depths of their soul. So, who cared about their little anger? Inferior human race, leave this place. The great desolate devil saint doesn't need your reverence. If you take another step, it will be a declaration of war against my devil race, shouted their leader. They could tell that Long Chen and the others weren't so easy to provoke. However, as this corpse was a senior of their devil race, they did not wish others to get close to it, especially not anyone from the human race. Then a declaration of war it is. Long Chen indifferently stepped forward, causing the devil expert's eyes to instantly turn scarlet. Chapter 4135 Blood Devil Race Shui Qingguang. Report your name. I, Shui Qingguang, don't kill nameless soldiers, shouted the leader of the Gold-Horn Blood Devil race. Give it up. You make yourself seem so badass, while I don't even know how many fellows like you that I've slain. I am who I am, surname Long, given name Chen, and all the friends I meet on the path of cultivation call me Boss Long San. Did you memorize it? If you have, then scram. A good dog doesn't get in the way. If you can't even resist the pressure of the great desolate winged devil, what qualifications do you have to block my way? Sneered Long Chen. What arrogance, human race. Since you want to die so badly, I'll kill you right now. When Shui Qingguang raised his hand, the experts beside him retreated, leaving him alone to walk toward Long Chen. Amongst the hundreds of experts by his side, 7 of them possessed auras as vast as the sea. They were all supreme heavenly geniuses. Furthermore, his aura was on an even higher level. This indicated that his status in the Blood Devil race was extremely high. As a newly promoted king, from the time of his birth until now, he had never encountered a challenger who could match his prowess. Within the same realm, only a select few could withstand more than 10 of his strikes. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many triple supremes who were willing to become his subordinates. With each stride, the earth trembled beneath him, and his aura surged, emanating a savage intensity that radiated outward. His hair then danced in the wind as his violent will locked onto Long Chen. Long Chen also raised his hand to tell his brothers not to follow him. However, he didn't unleash any aura and seemed to be taking a casual stroll toward Shui Qingguang. Under the pressure of the great desolate winged devil, Long Chen's sacred dragon might automatically blocked a portion of it, resulting in him feeling very relaxed in this place compared to others. Suddenly, Shui Qingguang accelerated and shot toward Long Chen like a bolt of lightning. He then unleashed a punch. This was a simple attack, but it made countless people cry out in shock. The experts within this region, in particular, were shocked. Even while facing this terrifying pressure, he was capable of unleashing such terrifying speed. He was incredibly powerful. If it weren't for the pressure, no one would be capable of touching him. In response to his attack, Long Chen's hand turned into a claw as golden scales covered it. He then slammed his claw down on him. The impact spread chi waves in all directions, slamming into Guo Ran and his companions with tremendous force. They struggled to maintain their ground as their feet clawed into the earth, but the sheer power of the impact forced them back 100 miles. Long Chen easily blocked Shui Qingguang's attack with his right hand, and his left hand swung toward his opponent's face. However, to his surprise, his surefire blow actually missed. Shui Qingguang leaned back and sent a kick at Long Chen's abdomen when Long Chen's slap almost connected. In other words, their reaction speed was almost identical. Due to this, Long Chen's slap veered off course, and Shui Qingguang's kick didn't hit its target, leaving both of them in a state of surprise. After all, Long Chen's slap was usually impossible to avoid. Shui Qingguang was taken aback as well. His attack speed was unmatched within the Blood Devil race, so even in the midst of the intense pressure within this place, his attack should have landed. After a moment of surprise, Shui Qingguang once more attacked, fighting Long Chen at close range. Guo Ran and the others jumped in shock. Under such terrifying pressure, it felt as though a star was pressing down on them, so simply moving was already very difficult for them. However, Shui Qingguang was capable of such rapid movements under the same pressure. It was absolutely astonishing. Long Chen blocked the barrage of attacks with his own fists. This led to the creation of numerous afterimages, making it nearly impossible for anyone to discern their actual positions amidst the blur of motion. His attack speed is on par with the Dark Domain Lord's. Sha Chen was shocked. Other than the Dark Domain Lord, it was his first time seeing someone with such rapid attacks. If it weren't for this place, his speed would be several times greater. There would be no way to react to it. Shu Chengchuan was solemn. If he were to encounter such an expert in the Sage King Convention, it would spell trouble for him. Long Chen and Shui Qingguang continued to fight at close range, competing entirely with the speed of their attacks and their reaction speed. After all, there was no time to unleash any big moves. However, this was still an extremely dangerous fight where life and death could be determined at any moment. Suddenly, the afterimages in the air vanished as Long Chen and Shui Qingguang both retreated, staring at each other coldly. So you're actually not affected by the pressure here. If it weren't for that, you'd have died at my hands, sneered Shui Qingguang. Will you die if you don't talk big all the time? Your speed truly is fast, the fastest of everyone I've ever seen. However, if you think that you can kill me with just this, you are wrong. Go and train for a few more years, said Long Chen lightly. Shui Qingguang's speed was on par with the Dark Domain Lord's, but Long Chen could tell that the pressure of this place was definitely affecting him. He was unable to pose any threat to Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen was just testing the fighting style of the Blood Devil race. After all, the Devil races were all his enemies. Understanding them more was not a bad thing. Through this test, he knew that the pressure here affected everyone immensely. Only he seemed to be mostly unaffected. That made him feel particularly fearless. If Shu Jianshang hadn't warned him about not exposing his trump cards, he would have killed this arrogant fellow and his people. Feeling enraged by Long Chen's words, Shui Qingguang formed hand seals, and three-colored divine radiance appeared behind him, gradually condensing into a giant figure. He was summoning his manifestation. Seeing this scene, countless people were shocked. He was already so terrifying before summoning his manifestation. Just how powerful would he be with it? However, to everyone's surprise, the void rumbled and quaked, and his manifestation actually stopped manifesting. It seemed that some force was preventing him from summoning it, causing Shui Qingguang's expression to grow even uglier. Don't mess around. Due to the pressure of the great desolate winged devil, your manifestation cannot be summoned. You currently aren't a match for me. If you keep acting like this, I definitely won't be able to stop myself from killing you, said Long Chen indifferently. You, Shui. Qingguang was incensed, but Long Chen was correct. Even though he was part of the devil race just like the great desolate winged devil, he was still under its pressure. In fact, this pressure was even stronger on him, so he couldn't unleash his full potential. Just scram. I can't be bothered to kill you. Go back and tell your devil race that when you encounter Boss Long San, leave as quickly as possible. Boss Long San isn't someone that you can provoke. After saying that, Long Chen walked right past Shui Qingguang, continuing toward the great desolate winged devil's corpse. Shui Qingguang and the other experts of the Blood Devil race were brimming with anger, but no one dared to block Long Chen. They just watched as he walked closer to the corpse. When Long Chen was no more than 30 miles away from the corpse, heaven and earth shuddered. Countless people were shocked to see the corpse actually quiver, shaking everyone within and outside this domain. Chapter 4136 Heaven-Raising Spear. He actually reached that barrier. The tsunami-like pressure coming from the great desolate winged devil's corpse caused Shui Qingguang's expression to change. Master, what can we do? Even you can't reach that place. They had been here for over 10 days, using the pressure here to stimulate their devil chi. But Shui Qingguang had another goal. He wanted to obtain this corpse's devil core at all costs. Even if it had been dead for countless years, as an eternal expert, for its physical body to be so perfectly preserved, its devil core must still remain. If Shui Qingguang could obtain its devil core, then he would gain its invaluable experience of advancing to the eternal realm. That was of incalculable value to countless experts of the devil race. However, after trying so many times, Shui Qingguang was unable to get past that final barrier. He couldn't get closer to the corpse. Now, he could only watch as Long Chen reached that barrier and walked straight through, causing him to feel shocked and enraged. He has the aura of the true dragon on him. Perhaps that's the reason why he doesn't feel the pressure as much. But we, despite being part of the same devil race but from different branches, endure even more intense pressure. Shui Qingguang clenched his teeth furiously. Then what can we do? Should we all attack him together? We cannot allow him to blaspheme the devil saint. All of us are under multiple times the pressure, so we're at too much of a disadvantage. We can only wait and see, said Shui Qingguang. In truth, Shui Qingguang was angrier than anyone else here, but he understood that the pressure they faced exceeded what Long Chen and his companions were enduring. If a fight were to break out, they would not win. Furthermore, he also wanted to see just what would happen after Long Chen got close to the corpse. Would there be more barriers? Or would he be cursed by the corpse? It had to be known that even him, with the bloodline of the devil race, had to be extremely careful. One mistake and he would die trying to get the devil core. Thus, he refused to believe that Long Chen could gain anything from this trip. At this moment, Guo Ran and the others were not following Long Chen. They were in their original locations, patiently watching. After all, this place was the limit for the Dragonblood warriors. Their movements would also be extremely restricted if they were to fight here. With the Blood Devil race eyeing things from the side, they didn't dare to be careless. They were on constant guard against their sneak attack. After reaching this point, Long Chen's body felt extremely heavy, and each of his steps caused the earth to shudder. It felt like he was carrying an entire world on his shoulder. To counteract the pressure, the dragon blood in his body began to circulate rapidly. Without Long Chen needing to do anything, the dragon-shaped runes in his body automatically awakened, resisting the terrifying pressure for him. The dragon power really is helping me block a portion of the devil pressure. As Long Chen advanced, the pressure grew, but the dragon-shaped runes throughout his body were constantly lighting up, resisting the devil pressure. Although it was difficult, Long Chen managed to keep advancing. Long Chen reached the corpse and found its wings lying flat on the ground, so he confidently stepped onto one of its wings. Seeing this, the Blood Devil race's experts were incensed. Long Chen dared to step on their devil saint's corpse. What a blasphemy! However, when Long Chen did step on its wings, devil chi erupted and climbed on top of his foot like ink. Not good, it's the winged devil's curse. In the distance, Shu Jianshang and Uncle Tree's expressions changed. They had been keeping a close eye on Long Chen the entire time, but they could not communicate with Long Chen through the barrier. They could only worry. It had to be known that this was an eternal existence. Although it was already dead, it would not permit others to blaspheme its corpse. Ha ha ha, die, ignorant human. Upon seeing that ink-like chi wrap around Long Chen's feet, the Blood Devil race's experts laughed. This was the curse of the devil race. When their experts died, their curse runes would automatically target anyone who dared to get close to their bodies. This was a kind of self-protection mechanism. That way, if their bodies landed in the hands of their enemies, their innate runes wouldn't be stolen, and it also prevented their enemies from stepping on their corpses. It seemed that only people from the same race as them could avoid this curse. But Shui Qingguang was from a different branch of the devil race, so even he would be taking a risk dismantling its corpse. The Blood Devil race's experts all knew of this rule, so they had been waiting for this moment. As they expected, Long Chen really did foolishly fall for this move. The black ink crawled up Long Chen's legs like millions of demonic tadpoles. However, when they reached his knees, Long Chen let out a cold snort. Golden flames suddenly burst out of his body, turning that ink into smoke upon contact. When the people around saw that scene, they were shocked shitless. Just what kind of flame could burn the power of a curse? Furthermore, it was the curse of an eternal expert. What kind of flame is that? Cries of disbelief rang out. The flame is golden and reserved, and there is an explosiveness within its sacred might, a will to destroy along with rebirth. Why does that sound so similar to the legendary sun flame? Exclaimed a heaven venerate outside the barrier. Its aura, color, and texture are all very similar. But the sun flame is ranked 6th on the heavenly flame rankings. If that really was the sun flame, it wouldn't give off such little pressure. That's right, the sun flame possesses a destructive will, as well as the power to give birth to all life. If his flame was the sun flame, it wouldn't be so weak. He's only an immortal king. There's no way he can control the wild sun flame. Actually, not even its flame seed could be controlled with his realm. All the flames on the heavenly flame rankings had their own characteristics. Some were warm, some were cold. But the sun flame was known as a wild flame. The sun flame was notorious for being the most challenging flame to control. According to legend, Taming it required sheer brute force. It was said that even the most basic sun flame seed could only be harnessed by an innate heaven venerate or higher. There existed no technique to subdue it, only raw power would suffice. Thus, the appearance of this golden flame was particularly shocking to everyone. It was very similar to the legendary sun flame, yet people were also unable to believe that it was the sun flame. But if it isn't the sun flame, how can it burn an eternal existence's curse? This question stumped everyone. They had suspicions, but they refused to believe that an immortal king could control the sun flame, as that would topple all common knowledge. Just as they were discussing it, Long Chen had climbed up the corpse's wing, heading straight up its back and arriving in front of that spear. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, he delivered a powerful punch toward the spear. Chapter 4137 Heaven Merging Blood Lotus Seed. Long Chen's fist smashed into that rusty spear. However, just like a heavenly pillar, the spear didn't budge in the slightest. Instead, Long Chen held his painful and throbbing hand. How hard? Intending to only test it, Long Chen hadn't used that much power in this punch. However, the backlash was absolutely terrifying, almost breaking his fist. This was just a light punch. If it was his full power punch, this arm would probably be gone. Even so, although it was painful, Long Chen was overjoyed. This spear was definitely a priceless treasure. Ha ha ha, I've struck gold. Long Chen hugged the giant spear and laughed as if he had gone insane. The experts watching were all dumbfounded. No matter what race they were, they all had odd expressions. Is this fellow crazy? Does he really think? He couldn't be. A bizarre thought appeared in their minds, but it was absolutely impossible. However, that wild laughter seemed as if Long Chen really wanted to take the spear. Master, he couldn't be thinking about taking that spear, right? One of Shui Qingguang's subordinates spoke, his voice quivering. It's impossible. That spear is an eternal divine weapon. Its master is long gone, perhaps died with this devil saint. Moreover, this fellow is only an immortal king. How on earth could he awaken an eternal divine weapon? Sneered Shui Qingguang. However, Long Chen was almost drooling as he rubbed the spear, somehow looking fully confident in being able to obtain it. Countless gazes concentrated on Long Chen. They had no idea what he was going to do. Long Chen then took out a hammer and struck the spear a few times, causing some flakes of rust to fall. But after a few taps, his hammer shattered. Damn, world domain divine items can't even tap it a few times. Long Chen was gobsmacked. He hadn't even attacked the spear, but even a few simple taps were no good. All he wanted right now was to remove the rust and see the runes on the spear. However, this spear was too powerful, causing the hammer he was using to shatter. Hence, he took out another world domain divine item, and it also shattered in a few taps. Long Chen furiously took out a truncheon and smashed it at the spear, only for the truncheon to be blasted to bits. As a result, Long Chen's hand split open, his blood pouring out of it. The previous few taps had managed to knock off some rust, but that last blow didn't cause the slightest speck of rust to fall. It's no good. The rust on the surface has accumulated over countless years of erosion. Without clearing away the rust, there's no way to see its true body. And without seeing its true body, there's no way to activate its runes and pull it out. Long Chen sighed. This rust was incredibly difficult to remove. Although Long Chen had quite a few world domain divine items, he couldn't just waste them like this. Moreover, even if he did want to, he didn't have that much time to waste. If he were to just tap them one by one, how many years would it take to complete the task? Hey, children of the Blood Devil race, would you be interested in discussing some business? Long Chen suddenly shouted to the Blood Devil race's experts. However, his words were insulting, irritating the Blood Devil race. Even so, Shui Qingguang still had the patience to ask him what he meant. He wanted to see just what kind of drugs Long Chen was taking. I've encountered some difficulty here. If you can help me out a bit, I'll take the spear, and you understand. What nonsense. I do not believe that you can pull it out. Do you view us as fools? Sneered Shui Qingguang. That spear was something that couldn't be pulled out even if every single expert here worked together, let alone Long Chen attempting it alone. You really are a fool. I, Long Chen, have never said any empty words in this life. If I say that I can pull it out, then I can pull it out. If you don't believe me, fine. I'll find some other devil race to collaborate with me. Long Chen began to look around. Shui Qingguang's heart shook. Did he really have such assurance? After thinking a bit, he coldly asked, "Why don't you tell me what you want first? I need two things. One is money, and the other one is items. If you can hand them over, I can extract the spear," said Long Chen. "If I'm bringing the money and items, what are you bringing?" demanded Shui Qingquang. "Naturally, my effort," said Long Chen. "Do you think that I'm an idiot? Who would believe such nonsense?" retorted Shui Qingquang disdainfully. Suddenly, someone beside Shui Qingquang beckoned to him, causing him to look into the distance to see an elder waving to him from outside the barrier. Shui Qingquang was startled. That person was the leader of the Blood Devil race, and he actually wanted Shui Qingquang to listen to Long Chen. Long Chen also saw it clearly. Although he didn't know what the two of them were talking about, he could guess. "Speak. What do you want?" "I'll consider it," said Shui Qingquang coldly. "I want 10 cubic meters of scarlet blood essence gold, 10 cubic meters of scarlet blood mithril, 10 cubic meters of scarlet blood wind copper." Long Chen listed off over 10 kinds of immortal metal. Those immortal metals were all products of the Blood Devil world, and they were almost impossible to find in the outside world. As soon as they appeared, countless people would fight over them. "Are you mad? My entire Blood Devil star field can only produce less than 1 cubic meter of scarlet blood essence gold in 10,000 years. Those materials you are asking for are equivalent to 1,000,000 years of hard work. Do you think that I'll just give them to you?" sneered Shui Qingquang. In his eyes, Long Chen was practically a madman with crazy dreams. The Blood Devil race definitely would not agree to such a thing. "Don't interrupt me. Other than those, I also need one of your sacred blood pools heaven-merging blood lotus seeds," continued Long Chen. "Bullshit. My Blood Devil race possesses only a single heaven-merging blood lotus. It takes 3,000,000 years for it to flower and 3,000,000 years for it to bear a single fruit. After that, the fruit matures only once every 3,000,000 years, bearing only a single fruit each time. It is our supreme priceless treasure. I've never even seen it, but you dare to ask for it? Are you just amusing yourself?" Shui Qingquang finally couldn't endure it anymore and burst into curses. That heaven-merging blood lotus was their Blood Devil race's totemic sacred medicine. As for the seed, it was a holy item that could revive someone on the brink of death. Even someone who had lost their body could use it to give birth to a new body as long as their yuan spirit still remained. Furthermore, someone who revived their body through this method would possess the physique of the heaven-merging blood lotus, having unmatched divine might. All in all, it was a priceless treasure that countless people in the Blood Devil race dreamed of obtaining. However, obtaining it was an incredibly daunting task. Shui Qingquang wasn't wrong. Even he, the top expert among the junior generation of the Blood Devil race, had never laid eyes on its true form. "TCH, I want the heaven-merging blood lotus seed not for myself but for the great desolate winged devil. Only by awakening its instincts can it help me extract this spear. But since you don't want to, whatever." Long Chen shrugged. At this time, the distant leader of the Blood Devil race gestured to Shui Qingquang, giving him an order that he couldn't believe. Through clenched teeth, Shui Qingquang spat out words that stunned even his subordinates. "Fine, I'll work together with you. But if you dare to trick my Blood Devil race, I guarantee that you'll die a miserable death." Chapter 4138, The Blood Devil Race's Calculations. "Good, how refreshing. Bring them to me." Long Chen extended a hand. "How could I have so many materials on me? I need to get them from the race leader first." "Wait here." Shui Qingquang snorted and started walking out of this domain. Before leaving, he turned to his subordinates and shouted, "Keep an eye on him. If he does anything strange, leave. Don't fight them here." Watching him leave, Long Chen slowly smiled. He hadn't expected his bluff to really result in a harvest. Race leader, this Long Chen is a conman. Just look at him, he's clearly untrustworthy. Why would we collaborate with him? Shui Qingquang arrived at the outside camp of the Blood Devil race, dissatisfied with the orders from the elder with a golden crown on his head. "You don't understand. I've investigated this Long Chen. Both his background and methods are extraordinary. Even though countless experts pursue him, he is still alive. He must be very shrewd. I also heard that he has the primal chaos divine item, the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Although the odds of the rumor being true are low, I always feel like it's not as simple as a scam. That's why I want to test him now," said the race leader of the Blood Devil race. "Race leader, the price of this test is too high. This bastard wants a lion's bite out of us. What if he just consumes everything? Then we'll not just lose so much, but we'll also become laughingstocks. Shui Qingguang couldn't help interrupting him. Ah, you're still too young. Do you think his tricks can deceive me? He wants to borrow our power to pull out the spear. At the time, the spear will be his, and the Devil Saint's corpse will be ours. How could there be such a good thing in this world? We want the corpse and the spear, as well as all of their lives. The race leader laughed sinisterly. What? Shui Qingguang was startled. The race leader confidently said, although I can't get close to the corpse, I can see that if he wants to extract the spear, he first must disperse the Devil Saint's curse energy. It's because the spear and corpse are already one and cannot be separated. Actually, he's quite knowledgeable to know that our heaven-merging blood lotus seed can absorb the devil curse. Then he might very likely take out the spear. That's only a possibility. What if he can't take it out? Won't we have lost everything for nothing? Stop interrupting me, brat. I'll beat you right here and now. Can you not wait for me to finish before speaking? The race leader finally shouted at Shui Qingguang angrily after being interrupted multiple times. Only then did Shui Qingguang realize just how rude he was being, so he hastily apologized. I know that you know how to be prudent. That is a good thing, but sometimes you need guts too. To use the human word saying, the more guts you have, the more wealth you can gain. Guts are wealth. Do you think that I would take risks for nothing? As soon as he uses the heaven-merging blood lotus seed, it will absorb the devil curse. However, I have placed my spiritual devil seed on the lotus seed, and once it absorbs the devil curse, I will be able to use it to control the corpse of the devil saint. If we are lucky enough, it will still possess a trace of its soul essence. Even if it's just the weakest trace, we'll have a chance to refine it into a puppet. A devil saint puppet. If we can control it, we can slay gods and immortals as easily as killing chickens. The race leader laughed. Shui Qingguang was delighted. So his race leader had long since calculated things. If this really worked, the blood devil race would soar. If Long Chen does manage to pull out the spear, he and his companions will be wiped out of existence at that moment, only watching as the great desolate devil saint kills them. But if he fails to pull it out, that's fine too. I will then activate the heaven-merging blood lotus seed's blood devil rune. None of them will be able to endure the pressure of the devil saint when it activates. After that, wouldn't it be simple for you to kill Long Chen? The race leader laughed. Race leader is wise. Qingguang is envious. Shui Qingguang immediately said some heartfelt fawning words. He truly was too naive compared to the race leader. Go. If you have a chance, keep Long Chen alive. He definitely has many secrets on him, said the race leader. Shui Qingguang nodded. After that, the race leader handed him a longan-sized bead. The bead was covered in blood-colored marks and gave off a sinister aura, looking like the eyeball of a fiend that possessed apocalyptic power. Seeing the heaven-merging blood lotus seed, Shui Qingguang was feverish. If he could refine this seed, his power would instantly soar. No need to look at it that intensely. If you succeed, this seed will belong to you, said the race leader with a slight smile. Many thanks, race leader. Hearing this, Shui Qingguang was surprised and delighted. He then brought the heaven-merging blood lotus seed and blocks of immortal metal back to the corpse. Has Long Chen gone crazy? Demanded an elder from the full moon race. He's collaborating with the blood devil race. Does he not know how deep the enmity between the human race and the devil race is? He'll definitely be betrayed. Perhaps it's not so simple. At first, Xu Jianshang was also frowning over this. Collaborating with the devil race was asking for it. However, with his understanding of Long Chen, Xu Jianshang knew that Long Chen wouldn't do something so foolish. Furthermore, looking at his confident appearance, he believed that Long Chen had his own plans. However, whether it was Long Chen or the leader of the blood devil race, they both looked like victory was in their grasp. It was simply unknown whose scheming was on a higher level. Master is too wise to do something so foolish. Don't worry, the truth will soon be exposed, said Uncle Tree with a slight smile. None of them had been in contact with Long Chen for very long, but Uncle Tree's understanding of Long Chen was definitely greater than that of the full moon race. He had absolute confidence in Long Chen. After all, Long Chen was able to save him from the Fiend Eye and had even released a legendary warrior of the starry sky from a ghost ship. Since then, he had been convinced by Long Chen's methods, and he didn't worry about Long Chen in terms of intelligence. At this time, Shui Qingguang returned to the corpse. After clenching his teeth, he shouted, Long Chen, the things that you asked for are here. If you dare to trick me, I promise that you'll regret coming to this world. Long Chen walked down the corpse and came over to Shui Qingguang's side. Looking at the heaven-merging blood lotus seed, he almost lost control. This was an invaluable treasure and something he needed urgently. While the other materials were intended for Guo Ran and Sha Chen, the heaven-merging blood lotus seed was the sole item he desired. When Shui Qingguang handed it over with a pained expression, Long Chen suddenly raised his head and laughed, causing Shui Qingguang and the others' expressions to change. Chapter 4139, Who is scheming against who? What are you laughing about? Shui Qingguang cried out furiously, channeling all of his power. He was ready to attack at any moment. I'm laughing about how I'm about to get that spear. What, can I not laugh? Oh, what's with that posture? You want to kill me? Are you an idiot? If you want to kill me, you should wait until I take out the spear. Long Chen pointed at Shui Qingguang suspiciously. Shui Qingguang instantly recovered. Afraid of Long Chen realizing the truth, he hastily said, I thought that you were backing out of the deal. If you tricked me into handing over my race's treasure, I would not let you run off. TCH, Boss Long San doesn't provoke trouble but also isn't afraid of it. Against someone in the same realm, when have I ever run? Said Long Chen disdainfully. Long Chen then put away the immortal metals. Keeping the heaven-merging blood lotus seed in his hand, he walked back onto the great desolate winged devil's corpse. At this time, Shui Qingguang and the blood devil race's leader both grew anxious. They couldn't stop their hearts from pounding nervously. In truth, if Shui Qingguang was capable of walking to the spear, the blood devil race would have long since given the lotus seed to him. However, the pressure here was just too great. Shui Qingguang had tried it countless times but had been unable to get through the final barrier in front of the corpse, let alone actually step onto its body. Furthermore, absorbing the devil curse would require getting close to the wound where its lingering resentment resided, as that was where the curse energy was most potent. When Long Chen arrived in front of the spear, even the leader of the blood devil race tensed. Suddenly, a scene appeared in front of Long Chen. It depicted the leader of the blood devil race giving instructions to Shui Qingguang, replaying their entire conversation. Both the race leader and Shui Qingguang's expressions completely changed. Their words were now made public, including how they had planned to scheme against Long Chen and kill them all. As a result, an uproar exploded amongst the crowd. They had known that the blood devil race was not so foolish as to collude with Long Chen. They must have plotted something. However, they didn't know how Long Chen had managed to spy on their conversation and even record everything. Hehe, I just knew that you were scheming against me. Since you refuse my kindness, don't blame me for taking everything, chortled Long Chen. That recording was thanks to Sha Chen's formations. After all, Long Chen had long since known that these people would scheme against him, and the recording was not that far off from what he had guessed would happen. Seeing that he was exposed, the blood devil race's leader suddenly began to form hand seals. However, just as he started, he let out a furious cry. That was because the heaven-merging blood lotus seed actually vanished from Long Chen's hand. As a result, the race leader exploded with killing intent. He had actually lost his connection with the heaven-merging blood lotus seed. You are courting death, Shui Qingguang sneered. The heaven-merging blood lotus seed possesses its own spatial energy and cannot be contained by spatial items. In fact, not even a minor world can contain it. Did you put it into your spiritual space? The blood devil rune will invade your soul, and you will quickly become a puppet of the blood devil race, ha ha ha. However, what Shui Qingguang was unaware of was just how ugly the face of his race leader was. If Long Chen had really drawn it into his spiritual space, the race leader would have immediately activated the devil rune, taking control of Long Chen. However, the heaven-merging blood lotus seed had completely vanished. Only now did the race leader realize that he had fallen for a trap. His scheming was already well within Long Chen's plans. Now that he thought back, he realized that it had been a scam from the start. Hehe. Long Chen sat atop the great desolate winged devil's corpse. He didn't speak and just chortled at the confident Shui Qingguang. The heaven-merging blood lotus seed had taken root in the primal chaos space, manifesting its own blood-colored pool and rapidly growing. Shui Qingguang was also chortling, waiting for the blood runes to appear in Long Chen's eyes. When that happened, Long Chen would become a puppet. However, after a while of waiting, he realized that something was wrong. As nothing was happening, he looked back at the race leader, and only then did he see that the latter's expression was extremely ugly. Shui Qinghuang was dumbfounded. Looking at the furious race leader and then the smiling Long Chen, he finally realized that things had not gone according to plan. Long Chen, you dare to scam us? Roared Shui Qinghuang. No, you were the ones who scammed me first. I wanted to collaborate with good intentions, but you wanted my life. You were the ones who broke our agreement, so I have the right to take your deposit. Well, now our contract is over, so we can go our separate ways safe and sound. Thank you. Long Chen very courteously waved to him. Bullshit. You dare to scam us? The Blood Devil race will not rest until you are dead, roared Shui Qinghuang. He seemed to have gone insane. It had to be known that the heaven-merging Blood Lotus seed was a priceless treasure of the Blood Devil race, and their race leader had mentioned that it would be his afterward. Now, as he found himself without any claim to the heaven-merging Blood Lotus seed, how could he not be enraged? If it weren't for the barrier up ahead, he'd have long since charged over to tear Long Chen to pieces. Since we can't kill him, kill his subordinates first. One of the Blood Devil race's experts eyed the Dragonblood warriors. We welcome you. Come at us. Guo Ran directly beckoned them to come over as if he were begging them. Guo Ran had his armor to protect his body, so he was under the least pressure. Seeing those devil experts, he had long since gotten itchy. However, he didn't dare to attack first, as he didn't want his boss to rebuke him. Moreover, Shu Jianshang had implored them not to fight if they didn't have to. After all, they had to leave their trump cards for the Sage King convention. However, if these devil experts were to attack them, then they would have no choice but to fight back. If that happened, there was no one to blame. Come, heroes, take out your weapons. Don't be afraid, otherwise, you will be laughed at by countless people. As if afraid that they wouldn't come, Guo Ran just had to provoke them. Seeing this, the Blood Devil race was shocked and enraged. When had they ever suffered such an insult? Thus, they clenched their weapons, ready to attack at any moment. However, at this time, their race leader gloomily gave them a signal. That was a signal to cool their heads. They couldn't be impetuous. At this moment, Shui Qinghuang's eyes were green with fury. If it weren't for the race leader giving the signal, he would have started killing. He clenched his teeth furiously but made no move. At this moment, he could only glare at Long Chen. That glare was like he wanted to bite him to death. At this time, everyone's gaze was on Long Chen. Having scammed the Blood Devil race out of so many treasures, was he planning on hiding in that place for a lifetime? Hee, that's right, youngsters shouldn't have such a bad temper. Just look at me. Even though you schemed against me, I'm not angry at all. Long Chen patted his butt as he rose, boasting shamelessly. His words almost made Shui Qinghuang cough up blood. Why on earth would Long Chen be angry when he had pocketed so many treasures? Everyone, young and old, fellow countrymen, young and old, whether you came from the north or the south, don't miss this chance now that you're here. Today, I, Boss Long San, will show everyone how I personally take an eternal divine weapon. Watch carefully, I'm going to use the primal chaos divine item, the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Announced Long Chen. Hearing him mention the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he really had the Heaven-Earth Cauldron? Chapter 4140, Carrying on the Con. What is he planning? If he truly possesses the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, why would he flaunt it like this? The crowd was dumbfounded. Before this, rumors had circulated that some fellow called Long Chen, who held the title of Dean at the High Firmament Academy, was going around trying to scam people. They said that he displayed neither shame nor honor in any way. At first, people half believed the Soaring Dragon Company when they announced that Long Chen possessed the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. However, when Long Chen himself openly admitted to owning the Heaven-Earth Cauldron and declared his intention to sell it, a lot of people immediately branded him as a scammer. Now, Long Chen had scammed the Blood Devil race out of their priceless treasures and said that he would expose the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. They could not understand what this fellow was thinking. The next moment, a bronze cauldron materialized in Long Chen's hand, its appearance steeped in antiquity as it was adorned with intricate carvings depicting the sun, moon, stars, mountains and plains, rivers, as well as flying birds and walking beasts. Despite its rusty exterior, the cauldron's ancient and desolate aura remained obvious, evoking a sense that it truly hailed from the distant primal chaos era. Confronted by this aura, the crowd felt like they had traversed through time, as if the very scent of the primal chaos era had enveloped them. What, Tremors surged through the hearts of the onlookers when they laid eyes on the cauldron. Even Shu Jianshang, Uncle Tree, and the others were stunned. So, Long Chen really did possess an ancient cauldron. Is this the legendary Heaven-Earth cauldron? Who can say? No one has seen it before. It's an item from the time of myths, and there's no way to confirm whether it's the real thing or not. That was true. The Heaven-Earth cauldron was called one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items, but no one had ever seen their true bodies or any drawings of them. Since that was the case, there was no way to confirm whether it was the real thing or not. It doesn't seem to be it. If that really is the Heaven-Earth cauldron, it would definitely cause some kind of heavenly manifestation. It wouldn't just silently appear like this. But the ancient cauldron's rust truly emits the aura of primal chaos. There's no way to fake that. Furthermore, look at the ripples forming around the cauldron. It's the result of the power of time. This must be an exceedingly ancient item, something with a shockingly ancient age. Legend has it that the primal chaos divine items participated in the battle of the primal chaos era. However, when the 9 heavens and 10 lands shattered, the primal chaos divine items were also badly damaged, their item spirits becoming dormant. So, it is possible that this passive-looking cauldron is the legendary Heaven-Earth cauldron. If it really is the Heaven-Earth cauldron, would someone who could con the blood devil race really take it out? Countless people engaged in fervent discussions as they scrutinized the bronze cauldron. No matter what, some of them refused to believe that it was the fabled Heaven-Earth cauldron, yet they also couldn't pick out any conclusive evidence either in favor or against this claim. On the other hand, some people believed that this cauldron was indeed the Heaven-Earth cauldron. At first glance, they knew that it was an exceedingly ancient object. Its runes were profound, and it didn't look like an object of the current era. Furthermore, the rust gave off the power of time, reinforcing the likelihood that it was an object from the primal chaos era. Friend, this bronze cauldron is too far. Can you let us see it more closely to make an evaluation? Asked an elder. Of course. To their surprise, Long Chen directly agreed. However, my treasures can't be shown off for free. If you want to look, you have to pay a fee. I'm not greedy. One person only needs to pay 100,000 World King crystals. If there are 100,000 people willing to pay, I will hold an appraisal for all of you, letting you look at it and even touch it as you please. How's that? Asked Long Chen with a smile. Countless people immediately rolled their eyes. Did he think World King crystals grow on trees? Even a single one could already be exchanged for hundreds of thousands of immortal king crystals. Had he been driven crazy by greed? If there happens to be a local hero with deep pockets, they can also foot the bill for everyone else. Added Long Chen. However, while Long Chen's shout reached their ears, Long Chen couldn't hear what they were talking about. He could only guess what they were saying by reading their lips. Hearing Long Chen's words, countless people shook their heads. This fellow was an expert scammer, and everyone was a bit afraid of being scammed again. If that cauldron really was the Heaven-Earth cauldron, it would be priceless, no money would be enough to buy it. However, Long Chen was actually selling tickets to look at it. That made no sense. As the cauldron was extremely likely to be fake, no one was willing to take the risk. Other than that, even if this Heaven-Earth cauldron was real, in this situation, no one dared to take it for themselves. Otherwise, once news of it spread, countless terrifying figures would come for them. In the end, they would only draw a calamity onto themselves. Among the people in the surroundings were numerous experts, including race leaders, sect masters, and other distinguished figures. Thus, in the presence of the legendary name, Heaven-Earth Cauldron, they were still able to maintain their rationality and resist the temptation. Seeing no offers, Long Chen helplessly said, "Fine. I know that you think I'm a scammer. But you have to know, I really am very honest and trustworthy." Shui Qingquang couldn't help it and cursed at him. After scamming them out of their treasures, this fellow still had the face to call himself honest and trustworthy. Long Chen completely ignored his cursing, pretending not to hear as he continued, "I know that you won't believe me, but even if you don't, you should believe the Soaring Dragon Company. They will testify for me. When I obtained this cauldron, to tell the truth, I didn't even know its origins. It was they who helped me appraise it, and only then did I learn that this thing was worth money. After thinking about it, I realized that treasures should go to those with money. Thus, I am looking for a good home for it, a calm port, a sheltered harbor, a place where it can finally rest." Long Chen began to rattle on, but people didn't even know what he was trying to say. Did he want to find a rich person to sell it for a high price? But why did he have to say it in such a roundabout manner? To stir up their emotions. The longer he spoke, the more people looked at him scornfully. It seemed that they had decided that he was a scammer. Hey, why are you all looking at me like that? Are you doubting that this bronze cauldron is the legendary heaven-earth cauldron? Demanded Long Chen angrily. It's not that we're doubting you. We don't believe you at all. An elder scoffed in the distance. He had originally started to believe it, but the more Long Chen spoke, the more he felt like it was fake. Long Chen raged. HMPH, after living for so many years, your eyes have gone blind. Useless things, I'll show you the power of this bronze cauldron. You dare to doubt me? I also doubted it, but right now there's no one from the Soaring Dragon Company to testify to it, so I'll use this spear as proof. Long Chen suddenly formed hand seals. In the blink of an eye, flames surged forth, enshrouding the entirety of the great desolate winged devil. What followed next left the spectators in awe as Long Chen hoisted the bronze cauldron high and directed it toward the menacing spear. Is he? Countless people cried out in shock. This forthcoming attack would leave no room for doubt regarding the authenticity of the cauldron, dispelling any uncertainty once and for all. Chapter 4141, Laughable. The spear shuddered, causing cracks to spread throughout the land beneath it. The moment giant flakes of rust fell from the spear, golden light as bright as the sun blasted out of it, illuminating this world. After that, the divine might of an eternal existence shook heaven and earth. The spear, which had remained concealed under layers of dust for countless years, finally unveiled its true form. Resembling a golden celestial pillar that seemed to part heaven and earth, it exuded an aura of profound majesty and sanctity. The overwhelming presence of an eternal divine item sent shivers down the spines of countless experts, compelling them with the irresistible urge to bow in reverence. What a spear! Countless people cried out upon seeing a true eternal divine weapon. Although it had not been awakened, just the rust falling already unleashed a power that shook their souls. This was a priceless treasure. Still holding the bronze cauldron, Long Chen stared at this spear in amazement. This spear's runes were in a dragon shape, giving off an ancient and domineering aura. Long Chen was very fond of such arrogant divine weapons. Heavens, to be able to strike an eternal divine weapon without taking any damage, that bronze cauldron really might be the legendary heaven-earth cauldron. Even if it's not the heaven-earth cauldron, it has to be on the level of another eternal divine weapon. How is this fellow so lucky? Doesn't this mean that he has two eternal divine weapons now? Not necessarily. He might not be able to take that spear. Even though he could shake off the rust, the item spirit has not awoken. Taking it won't be so easy. That's right, if Long Chen takes it out of the corpse, the great desolate winged devil will no longer have anything suppressing its final will. When its final resentment erupts, everyone in that core region will die. Hearing this, Guo Ran and the others had a bad feeling and directly retreated. As for Shui, Qingquang and the experts of the Blood Devil race, they also didn't dare to tarry in the core region. After all, the great desolate winged devil had been nailed here for countless years, and its eternal will was suppressed by the spear all this time. As the spear acted like a seal, once it was removed, the corpse's eternal will would wipe out their souls. Now, Long Chen is in a difficult position. He's definitely unwilling to just leave the spear there. But if he pulls it out, the resentment from an eternal expert will extinguish his mind in an instant. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be turned into a crippled idiot. Hearing this speculation, quite a few people nodded. If they were Long Chen, that would definitely be the case. They would be unwilling to just give up, but if they did pull it out, it would probably cost them their lives. It was quite the predicament. Everyone, did you see? Did you see that? Does anyone still suspect me of being a scammer? Shouted Long Chen, raising the bronze cauldron and waving it. Everyone was left speechless. What was wrong with this fellow? Even at this time, he was still announcing that he had the heaven-earth cauldron. Could it be that he had no intention of taking the spear and was only showing off the heaven-earth cauldron? Hey, junior brother of the human race, I really like you. Pull out that spear so that we can see what it looks like, alright? Someone waved to Long Chen. Long Chen, don't listen to them. If you pull out the spear, you will be killed by the eternal will. That beast race fellow has bad intentions, shouted an elder of the human race hastily. The one asking Long Chen to pull out the spear was a heaven venerate from the beast race. He was intentionally trying to harm Long Chen. He thought that Long Chen was too young and hot-headed, so perhaps he would directly pull out the spear without thinking about it. However, there were quite a few human experts in the surroundings, and they all warned Long Chen not to fall for it. After all, he was a heavenly genius of the human race. How could they let Long Chen be conned to death like that? Hee, many thanks for your warning, seniors. Beast creature, you think you can con me? How laughable. Someone who can con me has yet to be born. With your little brain, don't even try. You're just making a fool of yourself. Long Chen first cupped his fists toward the person who warned him to express his thanks before sneering at that heaven venerate from the beast race. Long Chen continued, "Today, I am showing everyone that this bronze cauldron of mine is extraordinary. I also don't know what it is. However, through the Soaring Dragon Company's appraisal, it is very likely the primal chaos divine item from Legends. Even I can't say anything for sure. Today, I've taken the risk of smashing this spear because I want to verify whether this bronze cauldron is ordinary or not. If it shattered just like that, it would be nothing to cry about. After all, constantly carrying it and having people hunt me for the heaven-earth cauldron is quite bothersome. If I were to accidentally lose my little life because of it, it wouldn't be worth it." Quite a few people nodded after hearing Long Chen's statement. If he didn't have the heaven-earth cauldron but died to some random rumors, that would be quite a vexing death. However, everyone has seen that this cauldron truly is extraordinary. It clashed with the spear without taking the slightest damage. Not even a speck of its rust fell. Everyone, just look. Long Chen began to revolve the heaven-earth cauldron for everyone to see. Although they were very far, they could see that it hadn't changed in the slightest. "You really are a conman." At this time, the dragon expert couldn't help but speak. Long Chen was truly evil. This bronze cauldron was a fake that Guo Ran made. In terms of appearance, it was identical to the earth cauldron because Guo Ran had even used the rust that had fallen off of the earth cauldron and put it on this counterfeit. Just by looking at it, there was no way to tell the difference. Long Chen first revealed the counterfeit, then used flames to block everyone's sight before using the real earth cauldron to smash the spear. After that, he switched them out again, causing the people on the outside to be unable to see any clues. Furthermore, Long Chen was now unashamedly showing off this counterfeit. Even the dragon expert couldn't keep watching. This fellow was simply evil. Long Chen simply smiled after obtaining the dragon expert's praise. He continued, "As a person, I am always honest. I can't say for sure if this is the true heaven-earth cauldron. Thus, I hope an experienced person can help me appraise it. Of course, I won't let people look at it for free. If someone is particularly fond of this bronze cauldron, well, as long as the price is suitable, I won't mind selling it. After all, this thing is a hot potato. It's dangerous for me to keep it. Fortunately, the Sage King convention is happening. Otherwise, some old shameless fellows might have long since attacked me. That is why I am hoping to deal with it before the Sage King convention ends. If anyone is interested and has something good to trade for it, come find me at any time." Countless people were truly moved. Also, everything he said was logical. This thing was a hot potato. With Long Chen's cultivation base, he was like a child being thrown into a pack of beggars while holding a block of gold. It was truly reasonable for Long Chen to want to get rid of it. Other than that, even if it wasn't the heaven-earth cauldron, it had to be on the level of an eternal divine item, and it still wasn't something that Long Chen could use. Leaving it in his hands would only draw envy, so it would be better to exchange it for things that he needed. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Long Chen didn't want to let people keep examining the cauldron. He directly put it away. No, something's off. If that really was the heaven-earth cauldron, how could a little immortal king like him be able to take it out and put it away? Even an eternal divine weapon can't be used so casually, let alone a primal chaos divine item. Not even innate heaven venerates are necessarily capable of using such a thing. Someone suddenly cried out upon seeing Long Chen put away the cauldron. Everyone was startled. That person was correct, so they all looked at Long Chen. Chapter 4142, Getting Everything. TCH, just because you lack any skill, you think everyone else is as weak as you. Long Chen sneered at that person's suspicions. In any case, I've shown off my item. It's up to you whether or not you want to believe it. If anyone is interested, please get in touch. Those poor ghosts with neither skill nor money, please stay away from me. Don't blindly get in my way. Who are you calling a poor ghost? The heaven venerate who had doubted Long Chen angrily shouted. He could be considered a local hegemon, so Long Chen's words were quite insulting. I can't be bothered to waste words with the likes of you. You even said that an eternal divine weapon can't be taken by an innate heaven venerate. Truly a frog at the bottom of a well. The heaven you see is only as large as your own hand, sneered Long Chen. That heaven venerate was about to retort when startled cries rang out. Long Chen was reaching out to grab the spear. No way, does he not want his life any longer? Was he provoked? He wants to show off. This child's quite stubborn. When they saw Long Chen reach out to grab the spear, everyone jumped in shock, including Xu Jianshang, Uncle Tree, and the others. That was an eternal divine weapon, a very dangerous item. Furthermore, none of them could save him from outside the barrier. Don't worry, boss is always assured of what he does, said Guo Ran confidently. Guo Ran and the others had returned to the Full Moon Race's camp. It had been slow entering this domain, but it was very easy leaving it. Now, only Shui Qingquang's group remained at the edge of the core, seeming to be waiting for something. At this moment, Long Chen pressed his hands against the enormous spear, using his mind to sense its fluctuations. As expected, after being struck by the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, he could sense the item spirit's fluctuations. However, those fluctuations were extremely weak, as though the item spirit was on the verge of death. Long Chen could sense immense resentment and sorrow from those fluctuations. After that, a scene appeared in Long Chen's mind. A long-haired man wielding a golden spear was covered in blood while fighting the devil race. In the surroundings, heaven and earth had been reduced to a mass of primal chaos, and the air was filled with devil chi. There were countless devil corpses beneath his feet. Although his companions were all dead, he still continued to fight. Suddenly, with a resounding roar, the land swayed as light blasted out of his body. All his essence, chi, and spirit then merged into his spear. The spear lit up like a blazing sun, blowing apart the devil chi along with countless winged devils. But then, an enormous winged devil appeared before him. This winged devil was the great overlord of these winged devils. Devil chi poured out of it, and its wings covered the sky. However, when this terrifying existence saw the long-haired man, fear welled up within its eyes. Astonishingly, it promptly turned and fled. At that very moment, both the long-haired man and the spear disappeared, only to reappear at the head of the winged devil. The spear crashed down like a heavenly strike, piercing the body of the winged devil and nailing it to the ground. The winged devil kept roaring and struggling, but it was powerless. Its life energy rapidly faded away. In the end, it finally became still, but the long-haired man had also vanished. What was left was the heavenly spear, which had countless divine runes flowing around it that firmly sealed this world. As time passed by, the great desolate winged devil became covered in dust, and the spear became rusty. Everything changed. So you're a divine weapon from a senior of the human race. Long Chen sighed. This senior actually died together with the great desolate winged devil in order to seal it here. If you keep wasting away like this, you really will die. I trust that your master didn't want that for you. Your master died at the hands of the devil race, but you can still fight. You shouldn't sacrifice your life for a worthless corpse. Reveal your light once more and slaughter more experts of the devil race. Complete the mission that your master was unable to complete. Long Chen rubbed the spear solemnly. Whether it was this spear or its master, they were both true heroes. The spear was affected by its master and was willing to silently die to keep the great desolate winged devil's remaining will sealed. The item spirit had its own will and instinct to live. So, for the item spirit to use its own life to accomplish its master's final will, it could be seen just how deep their relationship was. Hearing Long Chen's voice, the spear brightened slightly. After that, Long Chen slowly smiled. Don't worry, I can handle it. Dragon King Battle Armor. With a resounding dragon roar that pierced the 9 heavens, golden dragon scales covered Long Chen's body. When he began to pull, the earth shook and the void was torn asunder, causing this very world to quake. Countless people cried out in dumbfounded shock. Long Chen was really trying to pull out the spear. Both Shui Qingquang and the race leader of the Blood Devil race tensed. Once that spear was pulled out, the great desolate winged devil's seal would be undone, and that would be their best chance to attack. As long as they could obtain its corpse, they had a secret technique to awaken its will. Using their faith energy, they could reconstruct its soul, and then this eternal devil would be reborn. Veins throbbed on Long Chen's forehead as he pulled with all his power. This time, he didn't hold anything back. In front of countless shocked gazes, the earth tore apart as Long Chen forcibly ripped the great desolate winged devil out of the ground. Impossible. No matter how strong he is, there's no way he can lift an eternal expert's corpse. In theory, it's impossible. He cannot break the laws of an eternal expert's corpse. Unless he can control that spear. If that spear is willing to help him, it should be possible. When the realization dawned upon them, they were shocked. How could that be possible? The spear was willing to give Long Chen its power. Then didn't that mean that it was willing to accept him as its next master? Long Chen grasped the spear and hoisted the entire body of the great desolate winged devil. But as a result, the overwhelming pressure threatened to crush his body, and he could feel stars swirling in his head. This corpse seemed to be heavier than a star. Most hateful of all, its body seemed to be bound by countless invisible chains pulling it away, so Long Chen had to tear apart those chains to lift it. The void was constantly exploding, and countless fragments of spacetime flew about. It was a shocking scene. Just a bit more, Long Chen pulled with all his power, and with a heaven-shaking explosion, a giant black hole appeared behind him. In one swift motion, Long Chen then tossed the spear and corpse into the black hole. As the black hole sealed shut, a gleaming 3-meter golden spear materialized in Long Chen's hand. Long Chen raised his head and laughed. The spear was in his hand, and the great desolate winged devil's corpse was tossed onto the black soil. Long Chen had somehow mustered the strength to lift the spear and even the great desolate winged devil's corpse. Witnessing this astonishing feat, the entire world fell into a profound silence. In that critical moment, all the Blood Devil experts standing alongside Shui Qinghuang unleashed their coordinated assault, their most formidable attacks converging on Long Chen. Chapter 4143, Besieged by Heaven Venerates. I knew that you would try to do this. But you're too naive. Do you think that you can take advantage of Boss Long San? Long Chen sneered. He had long since been ready for Shui Qinghuang's group. At this moment, over 10 blood-red swords tore through the void at Long Chen. Shui Qinghuang no longer cared about dignity or honor. Even if he had to be given the title of a coward who ganged on someone, he had to subdue Long Chen first. After all, Long Chen had not just scammed them of their priceless treasure, but he had also taken the spear and the great desolate winged devil's corpse. If they couldn't subdue him now, by the time that the surrounding people did, they would have no more chance. A group of ants dares to run wild in front of Boss Long San. Long Chen swung the golden spear. Even in front of so many experts, he was fearless. Don't fight him directly. Countless experts swarmed him, and among them was the leader of the Blood Devil race who shouted a warning. However, his warning didn't come as fast as Long Chen's counterattack. The golden spear already swung in the air, striking Shui Qinghuang and the other swords. As a result, all of their swords shattered upon contact with the spear. Those swords were the Blood Devil race's innate divine weapons, but they were like children's toys in front of the golden spear. Including Shui Qinghuang, all the attackers hacked up blood and tumbled back, while quite a few of them clenched their heads and let out pained groans. It had to be known that their weapons were similar to the full moon races, which were their innate horns that were condensed into weapons. As a result, the destruction of their swords also damaged their souls. Moreover, they had been accumulating all their power for a long time. As the destruction of their swords rendered all that accumulated energy without an escape, their inner chi plunged into disarray. Fortunately, they were all top experts with immense combat experience. As they tumbled back, they let their power dissipate out of their bodies. If they had missed that step, their bodies would have directly exploded. TCH, a group of trash, unable to endure even a single blow. With this spear in my hand, you tiny blood devils are no more than ants. You dare to brandish your claws in front of Boss Long San. Did you feel like your life is too long? Long Chen pointed the spear at Shui Qinghuang and the others, looking incredibly arrogant. Just then, countless experts arrived on the battlefield, and some of them were innate heaven venerates. With the great desolate winged devil's corpse now gone, the constraining pressure had dissipated, allowing them unrestricted access to this region. TCH, you want to kill me for my treasures? It will depend on whether you have the ability. Long Chen rested the spear on his shoulder fearlessly. The first one to arrive was the Blood Devil race's leader. He was incredibly fast and also reacted one step faster than the others. As his claw extended toward Long Chen, a dense surge of devil chi erupted, carrying an overwhelming devilish aura. Recognizing the strength of Long Chen's spear, he refrained from clashing with a weapon and instead opted for the Blood Devil race's divine technique. He thought that even with such a formidable spear, Long Chen would find it difficult to withstand this kind of attack. Nevertheless, The devil claw had barely materialized before it was shattered by a beam of divine light. Xu Jianshong had also joined the fray. Luckily, he had readied himself in advance, and his swiftness matched that of the Blood Devil race's leader. Courting death. Are you challenging the Blood Devil race to war? If you want war, I'll accompany you. Why waste so many words? Retorted Xu Jianshong domineeringly. Suddenly, the earth exploded and countless roots burst out of the ground, piercing into the sky. Caught off guard by this, many heaven venerates were thrown into disarray. At this moment, a giant dragon tree took root, its crown covering the heavens and its branches resembling coiled dragons. Following this, the undying Qi rose, shaking the 10,000 Daos. Uncle Tree had summoned his true body, as he knew that he needed to shake these opponents. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. The might of the undying dragon tree unfurled, shrouding them in an unending veil of death Qi. The current Uncle Tree was like a monster bearing its fangs. His murderous aura caused heaven and earth to change color. This was the unmistakable power of the undying race. The undying race instilled trepidation and even fear in countless other races, for their awe-inspiring vitality could genuinely be termed as undying. Their power was already terrifying, but their most terrifying aspect was when they burned away their own lives in exchange for greater power. That was a sacrificial move that could easily cause their death. But in that state, their power would multiply by several to even dozens of times. Uncle Tree was precisely in this kind of state, his aura instantly shaking everyone. As a result, they didn't dare to force him too far. After probing his aura, even an innate heaven venerate sensed immense danger and instinctively retreated. Anyone who dares to harm my master, my undying dragon tree race will definitely fight them to the death. Uncle Tree's voice was icy and filled with killing intent. At this moment, an undying dragon tree covered the heavens, causing everyone to feel tiny in front of it. Seeing this spectacle, the experts hoping to take advantage of this opportunity hesitated. How laughable! We have so many heaven venerates on our side. If we all attack at once, how will the two of you stop us? A cold sneer rang out. Long Chen looked at the speaker, and it was actually that innate heaven venerate from the Soaring Dragon Company. He had unexpectedly come here as well. He was truly evil, intentionally encouraging everyone to attack. As expected, quite a few people grew itchy upon hearing that. With over 10 innate heaven venerates against them, one member of the full moon race and one undying dragon tree would not make much difference. After all, for the enemies, there was no need to fight the two of them to death. They just needed to capture Long Chen, and it was a done deal. They were even more excited when they remembered the 3 priceless treasures in Long Chen's possession: the eternal divine spear, the great desolate winged devil's corpse, and the bronze cauldron suspected to be the heaven-earth cauldron. The allure of such treasures was incredibly difficult to resist. Who can say for sure? But I want to try it, said Uncle Tree, his voice echoing throughout heaven and earth. Suddenly, that innate heaven venerate of the Soaring Dragon Company sensed something below him, his expression changing completely. After that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. The instant he vanished, a wooden thorn pierced through the earth where he was, and it was just the tiniest bit away from striking him. From this, it was proof that the attack of the undying dragon tree was truly fast. Even an innate heaven venerate was barely able to keep up with it. Just as everyone thought that this heaven venerate of the Soaring Dragon Company had managed to escape, they heard him scream, so they looked toward the sky. They were shocked to see that he was bound by countless dragon-shaped branches, unable to escape. Long Chen then pointed the golden spear at him, and he cried out in terror. All of a sudden, golden light flashed, and an arrow pierced through his head. Chapter 4144, Uncle Tree Shakes Venerates. As the radiant golden light swept over, the heaven venerate of the Soaring Dragon Company exploded, transforming into blood mist. Within the billowing mist, some runes materialized and slowly dissipated throughout heaven and earth. After all, a heaven venerate was an existence that had absorbed an enormous amount of heavenly Tao energy. So, now that his body was destroyed, those heavenly Tao runes were naturally reclaimed by the heavenly Taos. After his body exploded, a fist-sized golden figure appeared where he was. That was his Yuan spirit. Just wait, the Soaring Dragon Company will not let you off. Having lost his body, he escaped his bindings and hastily fled. Boss, my bad. Guo Ran didn't dare to look at Long Chen. Just now, just as Long Chen was about to attack, Guo Ran had taken over. He wanted to stand out, and as a result, his arrow only destroyed that heaven venerate's body, not his yuan spirit, allowing him to escape. Guo Ran hadn't expected an innate heaven venerates yuan spirit to be so powerful. His arrow was actually unable to kill it. If Long Chen had attacked with the golden spear instead, with it directly piercing the innate heaven venerate's head, the latter's yuan spirit would have been instantly wiped out. Thinking about it, Long Chen seethed with frustration. This little fellow's desire to show off was just too much. Nevertheless, given that the deed was already done, there was no use in scolding him now. Anyone who dares to attack my master will have to kill me first. I don't know how many of you I can stop, but I know I can drag a few of you down with me. If you doubt my undying race's divine abilities, come and try it, announced Uncle Tree. This time, the enemy's expressions changed. A fight to the death with the undying race. That was like a suicide mission. They could not believe that Long Chen had managed to make such a powerful expert of the undying race willing to protect him so loyally. For a moment, they were too intimidated to attack. Although the treasures were enticing, they could lose their lives too. Apart from that, the undying race's protectiveness of their own kin was well known. If this undying dragon tree expert were to be slain by them, they would probably be hunted down by the entire undying race. Such a perilous action should not be taken lightly. It could very well lead to the obliteration of their entire clan and sect, for the undying race was not an existence that just anyone could provoke. The current Uncle Tree was in an unrivaled state. Although everyone knew that he couldn't maintain this state for long, they didn't dare to risk their lives. Other than that, they also had to face Shu Jianshang, the leader of the full moon race that came from the life-forbidden area. No one wanted to offend such a force in the undying race. Most importantly, even if they were to offend these two terrifying powers, they still might not be able to capture Long Chen, who had the High Firmament Academy behind him. This oldest academy in the 9 heavens and 10 lands might be said to have declined, but its profound foundation still gave them a sense of trepidation. It's fine. Go ahead and attack. I have enemies spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands, so I don't mind adding you to the list. As long as you dare to attack me, I will dare to treat you just like I treat the Soaring Dragon Company. You are naturally permitted to try to steal my things. Of course, I hope you will be able to gladly accept me stealing your treasures as well. Long Chen swaggered over with the spear on his shoulder, looking completely indifferent to their threat. This scene caused their hearts to shake. They finally understood that this youngster was not at all tender. The news of the Soaring Dragon Company being repeatedly plundered was known to all. Even though their business was spread throughout the heavens, they were unable to stop this little fellow. Thus, if this fellow were to set his gaze on them, they would never get a good night's sleep again. It was the so-called principle of someone with nothing to lose having no fear toward people with something to lose. Long Chen could plunder one spot after another, but they couldn't do the same. These experts all had their own reputations to uphold, and they came from different powers. They were hoping to take advantage of this opportunity, but now it seemed that this thought was not practical. Rather than gaining any meat, they might just lose all their eggs in one go. Seeing the unfavorable situation, quite a few experts directly retreated and brought their people away. As for whether they actually left or were hiding in the distance, who could say? Long Chen, hand over your treasures, or there will be no rest until death. Although the others gradually scattered, the Blood Devil race's experts still refused to leave. Shui Qingguang in particular was seething with rage. Are you a child? Do you think that I will give away what is already mine? Are you dreaming? As for no rest until death, as a member of the human race, do you think that I'm friends with your devil race? Who is afraid of no rest until death between us? Sneered Long Chen. Long Chen, we can let off everything else, but hand over the heaven-merging blood lotus seed. We can pretend as if nothing happened if you hand it over. That is my bottom line, shouted the race leader. Hearing that, everyone was startled. Was the Blood Devil race really planning on just accepting this loss? It had to be known that they had given Long Chen a fortune in immortal metals, treasures that were only possessed by the Blood Devil race. Their value was incalculable. Were they really planning on letting all that go as long as Long Chen handed over the heaven-merging blood lotus seed? Were they really the Blood Devil race famed for their brutality and cruelty? What crap. Either attack or scram. I was planning on collaborating with you sincerely, but you betrayed me, so I'm keeping your deposit. Don't even try talking reason with me. Your devil race has never talked reason. Aren't you very wild, very domineering? Right now, my attitude is fight or scram. Sneered Long Chen. You, Shui Qingquang's fury soared. He was about to attack right then and there when his leader grabbed him. Good. Very good. Long Chen, is it? Just wait. The heaven-merging blood lotus seed will return to our hands sooner or later. But you will pay the price of your foolishness. The Blood Devil race's leader then turned to Uncle Tree and Shu Jianshang. Undying Dragon Tree, Full Moon Race, your names have been recorded by my Blood Devil race. We'll see who's the last one laughing. Just like that, he left, dragging Shui Qingquang, who was glaring at Long Chen as he was brought away. Hey, wait a moment, called out Long Chen suddenly. This shout was a pleasant surprise for the Blood Devil race's leader and Shui Qingquang. They thought that Long Chen was finally afraid. I can't just give you the heaven-merging blood lotus seed for free. But if you have any treasures on the same level as it, we can do a trade. Our first collaboration didn't go well, but perhaps our second one can. Long Chen smiled brightly, looking as if he needed a beating. The Blood Devil race's leader roared and brought away his people, not even looking back again. Chapter 4145, Terrifying Eternal Divine Weapon. Long Chen had claimed the corpse of the great desolate winged devil, causing the spectacle that had been present for countless years to vanish just like that. This land where countless people came to temper their wills was now no more. The land was still as tough as metal, and the aura of eternal experts still remained. Nevertheless, the corpse and the spear had both disappeared, leaving behind a once glossy ground now marred with cracks, with a conspicuous giant hole at its center. When this news spread, people didn't dare to believe it, so many people went to investigate it, only to see that the rumors were true. The eternal devil corpse and the eternal divine weapon had all been taken. As a result, Long Chen's name spread throughout the world, reaching the ears of countless races and prompting a number of experts to inquire about him. After all, Long Chen now had too many treasures on him. That bronze cauldron suspected to be the Heaven-Earth cauldron in particular was definitely no ordinary item, as it was capable of directly striking an eternal divine weapon. However, wanting to capture Long Chen was not so easy. Ordinary heaven venerates shouldn't even think about it. As for innate heaven venerates, they were the masters of their large powers. If they were to attack Long Chen, they were afraid of the heavens, misfortune striking them with the Sage King convention occurring. As for immortal kings, they could attack Long Chen without fearing those consequences. Thus, countless powerful heavenly geniuses set their sights on Long Chen. One aspect was that Long Chen had priceless treasures on him, but the other aspect was because Long Chen was the youngest dean in the history of the High Firmament Academy. Defeating him came with many benefits. Long Chen instantly became a hot figure for powerful geniuses, so people began to gather information on him, preparing to attack him. Fortunately, Long Chen had long since anticipated all of this and didn't mind at all. The true Earth Cauldron was in his hand, and whether or not he sold the fake Earth Cauldron was only the matter for the unlucky fellow who fell for it. He also had Uncle Tree and Shu Jianshang to protect him, so he didn't fear anyone. Shu Jianshang had even said that he would fully support Long Chen. Shu Jianshang was planning on showing off in the Sage King convention. But of course, he needed an excuse to show off. As the Full Moon Race's disciples were not skilled in this regard, this mission was then left to Long Chen. Shu Jianshang had told Long Chen about his trump card. As long as he summoned the ancestral spirit totem, no innate heaven venerates would be a match for him. However, Long Chen hadn't mentioned that to Uncle Tree. Thus, just as Shu Jianshang was planning on slaughtering a few innate heaven venerates as a display of power to those who looked down on the Full Moon Race, Uncle Tree actually used a sacrificial technique to intimidate those experts. That was something that moved Long Chen, as well as made him feel guilty. It would have been better if he had told Uncle Tree about this before. After all, Shu Jianshang was planning on announcing the return of the Full Moon Race. However, Uncle Tree's power also exceeded Shu Jianshang's expectations. The Undying Dragon Tree race's divine abilities were truly shocking. After this battle, Guo Ran was much more obedient. When Long Chen handed him over the immortal metals he had scammed from the Blood Devil race, Guo Ran actually kissed the stuff twice and hugged Long Chen. He apologized so hard for messing up killing that innate heaven venerate that Long Chen almost felt like vomiting. After obtaining the immortal metals, Guo Ran started smiling like a fool. After all, those immortal metals were treasures that not even money could buy. Before this, there were many runes that he couldn't forge due to lacking certain immortal metals with special attributes. Coincidentally enough, these immortal metals were perfect for him to try out more runes, and there was also the spear that Long Chen had just obtained. He and Sha Chen wanted to study it. Let me first say that this spear is a relic of our senior. You have to treat it with enough respect. Also, don't get any ideas about it. I'm planning on leaving it to Ji Yuyong, said Long Chen. Ji Yuyong was the Dragonblood Legion's #1 spear expert. He had always used spears. If he could obtain this spear's approval, then he would be able to unleash its greatest potential. On the other hand, if Guo Ran were to use this spear with his battle armor, that would be like a pig wearing pearls. Thus, Long Chen first gave a warning so it wouldn't be awkward when he took it from Guo Ran. Hee, boss, don't worry, the moment you obtained the spear, I knew that it would be for Ji Yuyong, said Guo Ran. Having followed Long Chen for so long, Guo Ran now specialized in using sabers. Many of his techniques were learned from Long Chen. Thus, even if Long Chen gave him the spear, he wouldn't know how to properly use it. The reason he wanted it just now was purely to study its runes. After all, those runes had become a lost art in the present day, so even if he could only figure out 1 or 2 of them, it would be a huge gain. He and Sha Chen had long since copied the Earth Cauldron's runes. However, they felt helpless about the fact that they could not understand them. But it was understandable. The runes on the Earth Cauldron were from many eras ago, so ancient that he and Sha Chen didn't even know where to start researching them. In the end, they had to give up on studying them. However, this eternal divine weapon brought them new hope. Perhaps with enough research, they could study the ancient runes. You can copy the runes for now, but you have to give it back to me. I'll use my soul to nourish it. Hopefully, the item spirit can be fully awakened, then it will be able to help you understand the areas that you don't understand, said Long Chen. Sha Chen and Guo Ran nodded. Their spiritual strength wasn't as powerful as Long Chen's. So, if they were to nourish it, who knew how many years it would take for it to awaken? Furthermore, the process would harshly affect their cultivation. The two of them hastily started copying the runes. Accidentally, Guo Ran touched the tip of the spear and instantly cried out in pain. He was shocked to find that even when his armor automatically appeared to protect him, a sizable gash had been inflicted upon it. In front of this spear, his battle armor was as weak as tofu. However, the more that was true, the more excited he was. Fuck, Guo Ran, swear that I will personally forge an eternal divine weapon. Soon, all my brothers in the Dragonblood Legion will have an eternal divine weapon. At that time, Guo Ran seemed to be able to see the Dragonblood warriors in the future, all wielding eternal divine weapons, slaughtering their enemies. Stop daydreaming and stop the blood instead, or you're going to die, scolded Sha Chen. What the fuck, I'm bleeding. It's coming out so fast. I didn't feel it at all. Guo Ran was shocked. The wound wasn't large, but his blood wasn't stopping. If he didn't stop it, he would exsanguinate. Guo Ran focused on healing the wound, and the blood slowly stopped. It's a good thing the item spirit is nice to us, or that cut might be fatal. After the two of them finished copying the runes on the spear, Long Chen put it in his spiritual space, leaving it in the same space as the Earth Cauldron. However, the spear quickly moved itself away from the Earth Cauldron, running to a corner of his spiritual space. It was very respectful toward the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen then used his spiritual strength to nourish it, and gradually, the item spirit began to give off fluctuations and form a resonance with Long Chen's spear. After handling the spear, Long Chen's mind entered the primal chaos space, and he was absolutely astounded by what he saw inside. Chapter 4146, Strange Person Undergoing Tribulation. When Long Chen entered the primal chaos space, he was shocked to find that it was full of the aura of an eternal expert. The black soil had started devouring the great desolate winged devil, and as it did so, it unleashed not only life energy but also a profound eternal aura. Originally, the primal chaos space did not contain any laws of heaven and earth. But as the great desolate winged devil was devoured, law power similar to the outside world gradually filled the primal chaos space. Could it be that the primal chaos space will be able to develop into a world like the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Then doesn't that mean that I will be able to control the laws? Long Chen was shaken. Even after all this time, he still knew too little about the primal chaos space. This world manifested from a single bead was too mysterious, too frightening. It could even devour an eternal expert, and through devouring this corpse, it unleashed the power of laws. Long Chen suddenly thought of how the innate heaven venerate of the Soaring Dragon Company had unleashed runes when his physical body was destroyed. Those runes were then reclaimed by heaven and earth. Now that this corpse's body was being broken apart, those heavenly Dao runes should be taken by the heavenly Daos, but it wasn't. At the same time, Long Chen thought of the sea whale. The sea whale died and returned its physical body to the sea. That was how it repaid the world for raising it. In the same vein, an innate heaven venerate had their runes reclaimed by the heavenly Daos after dying. If Long Chen killed innate heaven venerates in the future, what would happen if he tossed their corpses into the primal chaos space before those runes scattered? Would those runes be absorbed by the primal chaos space? Long Chen suddenly had a wild idea. If that was true, that would mean it could steal from the heavenly Daos. As long as he could take enough, he could truly fight the heavens. However, presently, he didn't know how to unleash the power of the primal chaos space. Damn, this great desolate winged devil's corpse is incredibly powerful. Long Chen had gathered countless corpses in the Linglong world, causing the Fusong trees and moon trees to grow to 10,000 miles. However, after just a few hours of the great desolate winged devil's corpse inside, they had once more grown another 3,000 miles and were still crazily growing. After reaching this size, their trunks were covered in flames. Long Chen saw that their bark had produced a flame rune. Long Chen was incredibly excited by the appearance of that rune. This meant that the moon trees and Fusong trees had finally gone from soft shoots into saplings. As a result, Huo Linger was now a busy bee. She was running from one tree after another, absorbing their flames to strengthen herself. As for the heaven-merging blood lotus that Long Chen had planted, it was also growing crazily. In comparison to the devil eye water lily, it had grown significantly larger, creating a vast 1,000-mile pool around itself. The pool exuded a blood-red hue and radiated a potent devilish aura. However, the lotus at the center was like a crystal, beautiful and holy. It had reached a size of 100 miles, and there was a single flower in full bloom. It seemed to contain boundless life energy. Hee, it blooms so quickly and can start producing seeds soon. The heaven-merging blood lotus is a multi-purpose divine medicine. Furthermore, it is the main ingredient for the heaven-merging world-breaking pill. This really is a treasure. Long Chen was excited just looking at the flourishing heaven-merging blood lotus. The primal chaos space was truly helping him out. Long Chen's present achievements would have been impossible without its invaluable assistance. At this moment, Huo Linger was being such a busy bee that she didn't even notice Long Chen's arrival. Not wanting to disturb her, he retreated from the primal chaos space. Huo Linger's getting stronger and stronger. If this continues, I'm not gonna be a match for her in the future. Hee, next time, I'll find a chance to see what it feels like to be protected by a little girl. Long Chen laughed. Huo Linger was rapidly strengthening, and the Fusong trees and moon trees were also growing rapidly. In the future, Huo Linger would be in control of even greater power. Furthermore, even if Huo Linger's power surpassed his, Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit worried. He had absolute trust in Huo Linger. After scamming the Blood Devil race, Long Chen became much more obedient. Under Shu Jianshang's protection, they slowly got closer to the Sage King Prefecture. Shu Jianshang was in no rush, so he brought them to one city after another in a leisurely stroll. During this time, Long Chen and the others bought various rarities in those cities. Quite a few people would immediately begin whispering amongst themselves upon spotting Long Chen, so his fame continued to grow. However, most of those gazes were not very respectful. Instead, they were greedy and sinister. What they cared about were his treasures and the fame that they could get from killing him. This was the so-called principle of people fear fame like pigs fear getting fat. Wherever he went, people stared at him. Someone else might feel like there was a blade hanging right behind them. However, Long Chen didn't mind. People would be staring at him anyway, so he didn't care that this day happened a bit earlier. What was important was to sell the counterfeit earth cauldron that Guo Ran had made. After all, Guo Ran and Sha Chen had spent quite a bit of effort to create it. If Long Chen didn't sell it for a good price, it would be letting them down. What troubled Long Chen was that even after several days, no one came to talk business with him. Fuck, what is going on? They don't want to buy and only want to steal. Long Chen sneered. Alright, if they wanted to take it by force, they could try it. If he didn't tear off their underpants, he wouldn't be called Boss Long San. At first, Long Chen would shout everywhere he went, saying that he was selling the Heaven Earth Cauldron. But with people looking at him like he was an idiot, he eventually had no desire to keep shouting. The closer they got to the core of the Sage King's star field, the more terrifying powers were present. Some monstrous heavenly geniuses also appeared one after another. In just a few days, all kinds of immemorial greater demons, desolate races, and others showed up. Long Chen even saw a terrifying life form composed entirely of immortal metal. Without flesh and blood, its entire body was made of immortal metal, and its aura was particularly shocking. Just yesterday, Long Chen saw a Kunpeng with golden wings outside the city, and its aura was countless times stronger than Kun Tu's. The two were simply not on the same level. More and more terrifying heavenly geniuses appeared, some of them with immense fame and some with ancient, mysterious inheritances that only existed in legends. However, all those inheritances appeared with the Sage King convention. It had yet to even start, but it had attracted countless heavenly geniuses. With them around, there was an endless stream of battles between them. On the other hand, the closer Long Chen and his companions got to the core region, the more restrained the Heaven Venerates were, afraid of drawing a calamity onto their race. On this day, Shu Jianshang was in the midst of leading the way when the void shuddered, and an aura of annihilation unfurled. Feeling it, everyone jumped in shock and raised their heads. After that, they saw tribulation clouds gathering and rushing toward them. Shu Jianshang was slightly surprised. No one here was having a breakthrough, so why would there be heavenly tribulation? Abruptly, the fabric of the void contorted, and a figure darted past their vicinity. In its wake, the heavenly tribulation surged in pursuit. Who is that? How can they move in a heavenly tribulation? Shu Jianshang and the others were astonished. But more importantly, that person didn't seem to be breaking through. What the hell was that? However, because of their speed, no one could see their figure clearly. Long Chen and the others didn't even know what kind of life form that was. However, what Shu Jianshang didn't expect was for that figure to suddenly turn back, leading the heavenly tribulation back to them, effectively blocking their path forward. You are Long Chen, hand over the heaven-earth cauldron, or you'll all die. A sinister voice rang out from within the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 4147, Who is robbing who? That person had tribulation clouds above his head and was immersed in lightning, so they couldn't see his face. But his body was too large for him to be a normal human. His aura was concealed within the heavenly tribulation. Because of this, it was impossible to sense his aura clearly. How arrogant! You want to rob Boss Long San of his treasures? It'll be up to whether you have that ability. Long Chen snorted coldly. Since you refuse, don't blame me for not being courteous. That life form suddenly shot straight toward Long Chen. Long Chen, watch out. He is undergoing tribulation. We don't dare to get infected by that karma, or it will instantly become a heaven venerate tribulation. Warned Shu Jianshang. That life form only dared to be so arrogant because he knew that within the heavenly tribulation, heaven venerates wouldn't dare to attack him. This kind of heavenly tribulation is nothing. I'll deal with him. Long Chen smiled. Stamping on the ground, he shot toward that life form, smashing a fist at him. When the torrent of lightning was blasted away, it revealed a life form with long violet hair. His entire body was covered in scales that were adorned with lightning runes, making him look like he was clad in lightning battle armor. The same lightning runes also flickered within his eyes, giving off an oppressive light. That's a heavenly lightning violet salamander. The full moon race's elders cried out when they saw that life form's true form. The heavenly lightning violet salamander was an immemorial species with innate thunder force, as well as explosive power that matched their tempers. The slightest spark could cause them to explode with fury. They were famous for being terrifying. Unlike most other lifeforms, who faced tribulations only when breaking through major realms, the heavenly lightning violet salamander would undergo tribulation with every heaven stage. Sometimes, even the mere awakening of a divine ability, without any realm advancement, could beckon down heavenly tribulation upon them. It could be said that the heavenly lightning violet salamander was born and raised in heavenly tribulation, so their bodies were comparable to divine weapons. After striking this person with his fist, Long Chen's body swayed, a touch of shock appeared in his eyes. He hadn't expected this person to be so powerful. It had to be known that ever since he had reached an initial mastery of the dragon soul body forging art and condensed the new 7-star battle armor, he had never encountered anyone who could compete with him in terms of physical strength. Even heaven venerates were a far cry from him without utilizing the power of laws. Thus, Long Chen hadn't expected to run into some fellow with such a powerful body here. Long Chen was shocked, but this heavenly lightning violet salamander was even more taken aback. Long Chen's single punch sent his blood qi into turmoil, forcing him to stagger back several steps. He had never crossed paths with someone who could rival the sheer physical strength of his race. Big brother Long Chen, I want his scales. Those scales have lightning drawing runes. With them, I can constantly absorb the power of heavenly lightning for myself. Even eating and sleeping would be considered cultivating then, exclaimed Lei Linger suddenly. Hearing this, Long Chen was instantly enticed. Compared to Huo Linger, Lei Linger was more reserved, so something that could make her this excited had to be a priceless treasure. Hey, are you really planning on stealing my heaven-earth cauldron? Shouted Long Chen. If you don't want to die, you'll hand over the heaven-earth cauldron. Anything that my heavenly lightning violet salamander race sets its sights on always becomes ours. Replied that person. Although Long Chen's power shocked him, it still wasn't enough to scare him off. Hence, his tone was still exceedingly arrogant. Oh, it sounds like you're quite tough, exclaimed Long Chen. Cut the crap, hand over the heaven-earth cauldron and I'll spare your life, shouted the heavenly lightning violet salamander impatiently. Since you're so unreasonable, then I won't have to feel any shame. Long Chen shrugged. You want my heaven-earth cauldron, and I want your hide. So, let's see which one of us is tougher, said Long Chen. The heavenly lightning violet salamander exploded with rage. Long Chen wanted to take his scales. As a result, all those scales instantly lit up, and his body suddenly expanded. His already large body grew even larger, with arms thicker than an ordinary person's waist. When his muscles bulged all over him, lightning veins crisscrossed under his skin. At this moment, the power of his blood qi and lightning merged together. With a furious roar, he shot toward Long Chen, the heavenly tribulation following him. In response, golden dragon scales appeared on top of Long Chen's body, and a majestic dragon cry rang out. Long Chen did not dare to be careless against this expert, so he directly summoned the Dragon King battle armor. Following that, the heavenly tribulation actually exploded. His aura blasted it apart. Not good, said the full moon race's experts. The reason this heavenly lightning violet salamander was so difficult to deal with was precisely because of his heavenly tribulation. If the heavenly tribulation was provoked, they would be doomed. By shattering the tribulation, Long Chen would anger the heavens, causing them to unleash even more terrifying lightning. If he went too far, no one would be able to save him. The two of them exchanged a direct blow. As a result, that heavenly lightning violet salamander grunted and was forced back a dozen steps, each step causing the void to explode and the earth to shatter. He was shocked and enraged, having not expected Long Chen's physical power to be so strong. He roared, "Bastard, you're no human. You're the one who isn't human. Your whole family isn't human," cursed Long Chen. However, only after cursing did he realize that he had wrongly blamed this fellow. The latter was only saying that Long Chen wasn't part of the human race because the human race couldn't possess so much power. He wasn't really insulting him. At this moment, the void exploded and tribulation clouds poured through the cracks in the void. In an instant, the world darkened. Xu Jianshang's expression changed, and he immediately ordered everyone to fall back. As heaven venerates, if they were drawn into this heavenly tribulation, it would be very troublesome. If that happened, only a few immortal king disciples would be able to survive. The range of the heavenly tribulation was now more than 10 times greater than before, its aura gradually becoming darker and colder, filled with a will of annihilation. With the change in the heavenly tribulation's aura, rather than calling it a heavenly tribulation, it was now a heavenly punishment. Heavenly tribulation was a kind of trial, while heavenly punishment was a death sentence. It was the heavenly Tao's being enraged and wanting to kill the offender. Ha ha ha, brat, you're dead now. You've infuriated the heavenly tribulation. There's no need for me to even do anything. The heavenly lightning violet salamander raised his head and laughed. Long Chen suddenly flicked a finger, and a gust of wind blasted apart the tribulation clouds once more. In an instant, the heavenly tribulation exploded with rage, summoning one giant lightning beast after another. When the heavenly lightning violet salamander saw those beasts, even he was stupefied. Chapter 4148, You've got blood in your stool. Heavenly lightning violet salamanders. The full moon race's experts cried out in shock. Those lightning beasts were all giant salamanders with long tails, and their violet pupils were like lanterns filled with lightning runes. Wow, you even brought out your ancestors. Long Chen eyed those lightning beasts and then looked at his opponent. Bastard, you've infuriated the heavenly tribulation. The heroic spirits have descended to give you your divine punishment. I'll watch how you die today, roared the heavenly lightning violet salamander. Those lightning beasts attacked both of them. One of them then opened its mouth and unleashed a sphere of lightning at Long Chen. Seeing the attack, Long Chen was startled. Despite its huge body, its movements were nimble, causing its attack to appear right in front of Long Chen the moment it opened its mouth. In response, wings spread on Long Chen's back, and the lightning shot past Long Chen's body like a sword, piercing through countless mountains. On the other side, the heavenly lightning violet salamander fellow was attacked by 3 lightning beasts at once. He managed to dodge 2 of them, but not all 3. As a result, one of the lightning beast's tails whipped into him. With a heaven-shaking explosive sound, the tail exploded into a mass of lightning, and the impact caused that expert to hack up blood. You unfilial son, even your ancestors can't bear to watch you. Accept your punishment. Long Chen laughed. Idiot, my power is endless in the heavenly tribulation. As for you, we'll see just how many moves you can last. I won't even need to do anything, scoffed the heavenly lightning violet salamander. Just then, multiple lightning beasts attacked Long Chen at the same time. They were incredibly fast, and their power was explosive, enough to tear space constantly. Seeing this scene, the full moon experts jumped in shock. The power of these beasts was probably not inferior to ordinary heaven venerates. But most terrifying of all, hundreds and thousands of them were crazily assaulting the 2 of them. It was truly fatal. Golden light burst out of Long Chen's fists and feet as he fought barehanded against the lightning beasts. Each of his attacks would send a lightning beast tumbling back, but he was unable to destroy them. Long Chen was taken aback. These lightning beasts possessed immense power, characterized not only by raw explosiveness but also a remarkable adaptability. This was different from Long Chen's heavenly tribulations. It seemed that this was a specific feature of the heavenly lightning violet salamander race's tribulations. Can it be that even heavenly tribulation can be bought? Do races like the heavenly lightning violet salamander have their own special tribulations? As Long Chen fought, he was constantly thinking. He had experienced many tribulations with all its attributes, but he had not experienced such a tribulation before. These lightning beasts seemed to be controlled by some kind of power. Their attacks were nimble, and they even knew how to cooperate, completely different from Long Chen's chaotic fight against his own tribulation's lightning beasts. Just as he was thinking, that heavenly lightning violet salamander expert hacked up blood, which then transformed into lightning runes that dispersed into heaven and earth. Oh, you've got stool in your blood. Long Chen didn't forget to mock him. That expert was so enraged that more blood came out of his mouth. That distraction caused him to be devoured by one of the lightning beasts. That lightning beast's head exploded in a shower of sparks. In that instant, the expert brandished a halberd adorned with crackling lightning runes. He finally had a frightened expression. Just now, if he had really been swallowed, he would have definitely died. Thus, he had no choice but to take out his divine weapon. I'm not wasting any more time with you. Die, he roared and shot toward Long Chen. Are you afraid of wasting time, or are you afraid that you can't last? Sneered Long Chen. Even against that spear, he continued to fight barehanded. After that, he unleashed a punch. Long Chen's arm trembled as he was blown back. Meanwhile, his opponent's countenance shifted. That mighty punch left his arm tingling and nearly caused him to lose his grip on the halberd. After that clash, the lightning beasts immediately found a chance to launch a berserk assault. Seeing this scene, Long Chen snorted. His fists danced as he struck them, sending them flying. Once more, Long Chen's power stunned the full moon race's experts. The current Long Chen was far stronger than in the Linglong world. Without any ultimate techniques, relying solely on the power of his physical body, he confronted a relentless onslaught of adversaries who were essentially on par with heaven venerates. As a result, those who had worried about him now realized the sheer folly of their doubts. As for the heavenly lightning violet salamander expert, he roared furiously, calling forth wild lightning in the form of his manifestation. Just as Long Chen said, he couldn't last that long, so he had to slaughter these lightning beasts as quickly as possible. Before this, he had wanted these lightning beasts to kill Long Chen, but now, it was him who was unable to endure their power. Against so many of them, one mistake might cost him his life. These lightning beasts were fallen experts of the heavenly lightning violet salamander race that the heavenly tribulation had duplicated, complete with a copy of their divine abilities. Some of these divine abilities were ones that even he had yet to awaken. So, it was too dangerous to fight them. For example, when he was devoured by one of them, if he had been swallowed into its stomach, he would have definitely died. As a result, he began slaughtering these lightning beasts as quickly as possible. However, he didn't notice that after they were blown apart and transformed into runes, those runes would silently vanish. Those runes were not taken back by the heavenly Daos but devoured by Lei Linger, who was hidden in the void. In other words, the heavenly lightning violet salamander expert slaughtered these lightning beasts, but the one to benefit from it was Lei Linger. With him unleashing his full power and using his divine weapon, his offense was far sharper, and those lightning beasts were slain one by one. In a bit, their numbers started to fall. In just a short moment, only a few dozen lightning beasts were left, and all of a sudden, a divine mark lit up on his forehead. The next moment, all his scales lit up, and millions of different lightning runes flowed out of them. When the mark on his forehead appeared, his aura grew by 10 times. At this moment, even Long Chen jumped in shock. This fellow actually had such a terrifying trump card. Die, he roared, having summoned his full power to attack Long Chen. However, just as he was about to charge over, a lightning dragon appeared out of nowhere. And before he could react, it coiled around him. The moment he was caught, the scales on his body began to rapidly dim. His soul almost fled in terror when he sensed it. Chapter 4149, Furiously Slain. The lightning dragon appeared out of nowhere and instantly turned the tide. Like a deflated balloon, that heavenly lightning violet salamander's explosive thunder force rapidly flowed out of him. He let out a terrified shout as he had never encountered anything so terrifying. The lightning dragon was devouring his thunder force, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. Furthermore, as his thunder force rapidly flowed away, he grew weaker and weaker. The lightning dragon was devouring his power so greedily that it felt like his whole body would be consumed, terrifying him. Suddenly, his halberd flew into Long Chen's hand. He was now too powerless to even control his own weapon. After swinging the halberd a few times at the lightning beasts, Long Chen found that this lightning halberd seemed to be specially made for undergoing tribulation. Its attacks caused the energy in the lightning beasts' bodies to be thrown out of balance, so killing them became extremely easy. With the lightning halberd in his hand, slaughtering the remaining lightning beasts was easy. In just a few moves, they were all slain. The tribulation clouds had long since vanished. In other words, their final power was condensed in the lightning beasts. Now that the lightning beasts had vanished, the heavenly tribulation was over. What a pity. If only it lasted a bit longer, it'd be even more beneficial, sighed Long Chen. Suddenly, a shriek interrupted his thoughts. The heavenly lightning violet salamander was twitching violently as if he was being tortured. Within the lightning, his scales were being pulled off by some power. It was so painful that his face contorted. Hey, don't worry, we won't kill you. If you endure it, you'll be fine, kindly advised Long Chen. A warrior can be slain but not humiliated. Descaling my heavenly lightning violet salamander race is the greatest insult for us. You, your parents, your family, your entire race, all of you will have miserable deaths. Roared the heavenly lightning violet salamander. Upon hearing this, Long Chen's smile instantly vanished. His face became dark and gloomy. All right, since that's the case, you can die. Lei Linger, don't bother wasting the effort to strip him of his scales. Just kill him and absorb all his power. Immediately, the lightning dragon binding him tightened its hold, and the miserable shriek rang out again. He cried out in terror, being completely terrified by Long Chen's killing intent. Let me go, I admit defeat, he cried out. Foolish idiot, did you think that the name of the heavenly lightning violet salamander race allows you to bully everyone? You wanted to take my treasures, and I wanted to take your treasures. That could be considered fair. But since you dare to threaten my entire family and race, there's nothing else to say. When you reincarnate again, remember to be more low-key, said Long Chen coldly. He originally wasn't planning on killing this fellow, but he would not tolerate someone threatening his parents and family. That was his reverse scale, and there was no stopping his fury if it was touched. He could only let out one final cry before he finally couldn't endure it any longer. His body then exploded into a blood mist, transforming into lightning runes that were absorbed by the Lei Linger. The heavenly lightning violet salamander expert was dead in body and soul, not even his Yuan spirit escaped. This scene stunned the full moon experts. That's the heavenly lightning violet salamander race. Long Chen has provoked a calamity, said one of them. The heavenly lightning violet salamander race was known for being arrogant and vengeful. But above all else, they were known for being protective of their own kin. Thus, Long Chen's act of killing one of their members would undoubtedly incur a fierce and bloodthirsty retaliation from them. The full moon race isn't afraid of calamities. We are only afraid of our people not having the guts and ability to provoke calamities, said Xu Jianshang lightly. Hearing this, Xu Chengchuan was startled. These words probably weren't for the elder who had just spoken but for him. Was the race leader encouraging him? After devouring the remnant lightning runes, Lei Linger returned to the primal chaos space. She then transformed to her lightning girl form and raised her hands. She shouted, "Big brother Long Chen, look." Lei Linger now had a bracelet on her hand, and it looked very refined. It was actually made of the heavenly lightning violet salamander's scales. It's very pretty. Long Chen sincerely praised it. He hadn't expected this fellow's scales to actually be so pretty. At this moment, lightning flowed on top of the bracelet with 1,000 colors. Lei Linger became even happier with Long Chen's praise. "Big brother Long Chen, I want more scales. Look." When Lei Linger shook the bracelet, Long Chen was shocked to find Thunderforce slowly gathering inside it. The primal chaos space is producing Thunderforce. There wasn't before, but after that fellow entered, it appeared. It's still very weak but possesses a great law power. It's very useful for my comprehension of lightning laws, said Lei Linger. Is it the great desolate winged devil? Long Chen was shocked and looked at the great desolate winged devil. He saw that half of it had been devoured, but its wings and head were still intact. Its wings and head were its strongest parts, so they probably contained even more energy. Right now, due to their nourishment, the Fusong trees and moon trees had reached a height of 20,000 miles. Their first rune had already fully formed. 2 lotus seeds had also appeared in the heaven-merging blood lotus. Regretfully, it only produced 1 seed at a time, so Long Chen had no choice but to slowly plant them again. Along with the others, the 7 treasure-colored glass tree and the heavenly Dao tree also changed. But as for how they changed exactly, Long Chen was unable to tell. In any case, after the great desolate winged devil was tossed inside, the entire primal chaos space had transformed, becoming more and more like a real world. Long Chen then retreated from the primal chaos space and continued advancing with Xu Jianshang. Long Chen's decisiveness had won Xu Jianshang's praise. "Uncle Shang, will this bring trouble for the full moon race? I'm always surrounded by bad luck, so I don't know how many idiots like this I'll draw in the future," said Long Chen somewhat helplessly. "The full moon race isn't afraid of trouble. After all, now is the time for the full moon race to reclaim our dignity. Go ahead and provoke as many calamities as you want. The full moon race will bear our fangs when the time comes. We won't let our ancestors continue to lose face," said Xu Jianshang profoundly. Hearing him say that, Long Chen didn't say anything further. In truth, Long Chen didn't want to get too close to the full moon race on the surface as he didn't want to implicate them. But if Xu Jianshang had such confidence, he didn't bother saying anything further. Otherwise, the full moon race would view that as him looking down on them. It would be hurtful. Several days later, they finally arrived in a desolate world. The desolation around them dumbfounded Long Chen and the others. This is the legendary Sage King Prefecture. Chapter 4150, Black Tortoise Race. Long Chen had not anticipated that this place would be the complete opposite of his expectations. Instead of the lush and vibrant environment he had imagined, he found himself in a desolate wasteland, where spiritual qi was scarce. Everywhere he looked, he could only see the remnants of crushed ruins. The buildings had long since collapsed and decayed, while the land was riddled with wounds. As far as the eye could see, he could only see desolation without a trace of vitality. It felt like a god-forsaken land, a place where birds didn't defecate and hens didn't lay eggs. How could this kind of place be the Sage King Prefecture? However, the crowd in the distance told them that this place was truly the Sage King Prefecture. They hadn't gotten lost. "Let's go. We'll see if we can find it." Xu Jianshang took out an ancient map. Based on the surroundings, he led them in a certain direction. Long Chen found that it wasn't just the full moon race that was looking for something. Other races had maps and bone runes in their hands, also searching for something. "Uncle Shang, what are you looking for?" Long Chen couldn't help asking curiously. In truth, everyone was also curious, they just hadn't spoken. "I'm looking for the full moon race's spot," said Xu Jianshang with a smile. In the immemorial era, our full moon race could count as an above-average race, so we naturally had our own seat in the Sage King Convention. However, we've recently declined, and our seat was taken by others. Many people have already forgotten our full moon race, but it's time to reclaim our spot. Hearing this, the full moon race's experts trembled with excitement. What the full moon race was about to reclaim was not just their spot but also their dignity. Long Chen didn't understand how they were able to find anything within these ruins. Furthermore, what was the point of that spot? Ha ha ha, isn't that the full moon race? You've also come to participate in the Sage King Convention. I heard that you've missed several Sage King conventions lately. I thought that you had vanished from the 10,000 races. Suddenly, a group walked over from ahead, and their leading elder was the one speaking. Black Tortoise Race. The countenance of the full moon race's experts changed noticeably. It was evident that these newcomers belonged to another race with a history of unfriendliness toward the full moon race. They had clearly come to cause trouble. Give him a beating, transmitted Long Chen to Shu Changchuan. What? Shu Changchuan was startled. Fine, I'll do it. The Black Tortoise Race's experts had just walked over with mocking expressions when Long Chen appeared in front of their lead elder. Without a word, he slapped this elder in the face. The Black Tortoise Race and the Full Moon Race harbored a deep-seated blood feud between them that was carved into their bones and souls. Although the Full Moon Race had not gone out of the life-forbidden area for several generations, upon encountering the Black Tortoise Race, their blood began to boil. However, even though they felt hatred for the other in their bones, they were both immemorial races with powerful experts. As a result, they wouldn't easily attack the other, especially not at this time. Thus, the Black Tortoise Elder's only goal had been to taunt and intimidate the Full Moon Race. They had never expected that a member of the Full Moon Race would dare to launch a direct attack against them. Long Chen's slap caused an explosive sound, sending that elder flipping through the air. But Long Chen also felt a stinging pain in his palm. What a tough tortoise shell. Long Chen was surprised. The slap had landed without the elder showing even the slightest sign of being on guard, yet it had still triggered his protective runes. His reaction speed was quite fast. The other experts of the Black Tortoise Race were enraged, and the closest Heaven Venerate immediately smashed a fist at Long Chen. However, just as he attacked, a bone spear flickering with silver light pierced his armpit, causing blood to spray. It was Shu Changchuan. He had been too slow to react when Long Chen first nudged him, but after Long Chen attacked, he quickly reacted. Shu Jianshong had already said that he wasn't worried about trouble, he was only worried about the Full Moon Race not having the courage to cause trouble. In truth, he had been waiting for such a group to appear. So far, the display from the Full Moon Race's disciples, including Shu Changchuan, was barely acceptable to him. However, with Long Chen's reminder, Shu Changchuan took advantage of this opportunity and shot out his silver spear at the perfect time. In truth, it wasn't that Shu Changchuan's timing was perfect but that Long Chen was standing at the perfect angle. The instant the Heaven Venerate attacked Long Chen, he fully exposed his side to Shu Changchuan. But then, that Heaven Venerate could also be considered an expert. He instantly switched from offense to defense and was only stabbed in the armpit. Just as his blood sprayed out, a golden bowl flew out and caught every single drop of the fresh blood. That bowl then flew into Guo Ran's hand. After securing this blood, he used the bowl to sense its fluctuations. When the runes on the bowl lit up one by one, Guo Ran couldn't help crying out excitedly. Yes, so the legends are true. Tortoise blood really is a great supplement. Hey, I need it. Using it as a supplement would be a waste. Sha Chen grabbed the bowl from Guo Ran. He then solemnly poured the blood into a bottle. Black Tortoise Essence blood was a top-grade material for inscribing runes. Furthermore, this was the blood of a Heaven Venerate Black Tortoise. It was truly rare. Sha Chen had been looking for it for a long time but had only gained a bit of blood on the Immortal King level. He hadn't even found a single drop at the World King level. Damn, there are so many tortoises. If we were to bleed them all, that'd be a decent sum. Guo Ran eyed the hundreds of thousands of Black Tortoise experts in front of them, a greedy light appearing in his eyes. It was like he was looking at mountains of gold. You little bastard, die. At this moment, the elder that Long Chen had sent flying with a slap roared. When his pressure appeared, heaven and earth changed color. It felt like this world was being crushed by a star, and their bodies would explode. They couldn't move. The elder smashed a palm at Long Chen. This elder's power was truly terrifying. In his enraged state, he had unleashed his full power. Long Chen actually wasn't a match for him. Old bastard, you should die instead. Long Chen retorted and suddenly retreated. The moment he retreated, the enraged elder's expression changed. He had already locked down Long Chen. According to reason, Long Chen should be unable to move and only able to accept his death. Long Chen escaped his lock, so the elder's attack shot past where he was, going straight toward Xu Jianshang. Xu Jianshang snorted and extended a hand as well toward his palm. Chapter 4151, Long Clan's People. Two palms struck each other. But there was neither a heaven-shaking explosion nor an eruption of divine light. The earth didn't even crack. However, the Black Tortoise Race's elder grunted and involuntarily staggered back. After that, two of his subordinates hastily went to support him. To everyone's surprise, blood instantly sprayed from their mouths, and they tumbled back. The people behind them hastily dodged. As for the blood that came out of them, not one drop was wasted. Guo Ran once more caught it all with his bowl. Seeing it, Sha Chen was overjoyed and hastily poured it into his bottle. Once this essence blood was blended with other materials, it would become top-grade inscription fluid that could be used to create various high-level talismans. It could also be added to other inscription fluids to increase the power of the talismans. Guo Ran and Sha Chen eyed the elder in particular. This fellow was an innate heaven venerate. If he were to cough up blood as well. One held a golden bowl, while one was holding a bottle. They were like two hungry people eyeing a meal. Seeing both of them, that elder was enraged. After that, he looked at Xu Jianshang in disbelief. Just now, he had actually been at a disadvantage. Although part of it was due to his power being out of balance from missing Long Chen, Xu Jianshang had only launched a casual blow, so they should have been evenly matched. However, Xu Jianshang was completely unmoved, while he was forced back. It was clear that he had lost. Although this one move wasn't enough to prove that Xu Jianshang was stronger than him, it did indicate that Xu Jianshang was, at the very least, not weaker than him. This elder had mistakenly believed that the full moon race had already declined to the point where Xu Jianshang's power, despite being an innate heaven venerate, would be a far cry from his. That was why he had dared to come to humiliate the full moon race. However, this one blow showed him that the full moon race was not as weak as he had imagined. Why are you sticking out your neck, you old tortoise? Are you asking for another slap? Long Chen peeked from behind Xu Jianshang and further insulted the elder. Hearing this, the full moon race's experts almost laughed. On the other hand, the Black Tortoise Race's experts bristled, killing intent exploding out of them. As long as their elder gave the order, they would immediately attack to kill. Xu Jianshang didn't say anything and just looked at the elder coldly. This elder was the Black Tortoise's race leader. As long as he gave the word, a large battle would instantly erupt. Despite his shock and anger, this elder couldn't shake the growing unease gnawing at him. It felt like they had kicked a metal plate. If they were to fight here, it would be soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Experts above the World King realm could fight, but they couldn't take any lives without fear of being struck by misfortune. Thus, the ones to fight would really be the younger disciples in the Immortal King realm. Just now, Long Chen and Xu Chengquan had both launched attacks, displaying their terrifying power. Long Chen's slap in particular had made stars spin in his eyes. Even if this elder had been caught off guard, Long Chen had indeed rattled his protective divine light, a feat that most heaven venerates couldn't do. After thinking it through, in the end, he didn't give the order and only said, "The prideful full moon race is actually colluding with the human race. You really have fallen." Xu Jianshang was about to reply when Long Chen took his chance to speak. "Isn't that still better than your head-lowering race? At the very least, we are mutually respecting each other and mutually benefiting. As for you, you got slapped in the face by a member of the human race and don't even dare to let out a fart. Even as you lower your tortoise head, do you feel no shame mocking others?" Xu Jianshang almost burst out laughing. The human race really did have greater eloquence, further proving that cursing people required talent. The Black Tortoise Race's leader quivered with rage, his face purple. He was going to explode with rage. All he wanted was to crush Long Chen right here and now. He almost coughed up blood from anger. But what made him almost die of rage was that Guo Ran and Sha Chen were staring at him fanatically, as if waiting for him to cough up blood so they could gather it. His face gradually went from purple to black, and terrifying runes began to swirl in his eyes. He seemed to be on the verge of going crazy. Even Xu Jianshang was shocked by that, so he secretly circulated his own power, ready to fight at any moment. Ultimately, the Black Tortoise race's leader managed to control himself. Without saying another word, he turned and left. He didn't dare to say anything else for fear that blood might come out. Goodbye to the heroes of the head-lowering race. Many thanks for your gifts. Guo Ran courteously sent the Black Tortoise race off, and he even had Sha Chen shake his bottle in front of them. That bottle was now full of the Black Tortoise race's essence blood. The Black Tortoise race's experts glared at Guo Ran furiously, clenching their teeth. But without the order from their leader, they endured it and left. However, from their gazes, it was clear that this enmity was set in stone. They would definitely try to get vengeance. Have you heard of the head-lowering black turtle? They cower inside their little shell, refusing to face reality. I can't believe that they were able to even endure this, said Long Chen. He had truly expected a large battle to erupt. The Black Tortoise race had come to insult the Full Moon race, only to get slapped in the face repeatedly, and then they actually managed to endure that humiliation and leave. They didn't even try anything and simply left. That was a bit outside his expectations. Originally, Long Chen had thought that they would at least have their disciples probe the disciples of the Full Moon race. They had to at least try it to probe the Full Moon race's power. Long Chen also wanted to see the power of these immemorial races. He hoped that the Dragonblood warriors could get some experience, or they would be at a disadvantage when a real fight occurred. Thus, their attitude disappointed him. Chengchuan, not bad, said Xu Zhanshang. If you managed to do this without needing a reminder from someone else, it would be even better. Xu Chengchuan blushed. It seemed that his guts were still too small, and he also wasn't smart enough to realize what Xu Zhanshang wanted. On the other hand, Long Chen had long since realized it. Xu Zhanshang didn't need to say it so bluntly for him to understand. Found it. It's here. After a full day of traveling, Xu Zhanshang finally found a pile of ruins and smiled. Long Chen couldn't see anything amazing about this place, but it also wasn't convenient for him to ask. The Full Moon race immediately got to work on setting up a residence here. The Full Moon race had just managed to construct the residence when one of their disciples came running in. Reporting to the race leader and senior apprentice brother Long Chen, there's someone outside who wishes for an audience. They say they are from an eternal clan, the Long Clan. Chapter 4152, Overbearing. They've finally come. Although Long Chen had long since anticipated this, when the Long Clan's people really came, he was still a bit nervous. He needed some information about his father. As a result, he was apprehensive and conflicted. He wanted good news but was afraid of bad news. Xu Zhanshang eyed Long Chen curiously. After knowing him for so long, he had never seen Long Chen have such a complex expression. Do you have some relationship with the Eternal Clan and members of the Heavenly Divinity race, the Long Clan? Asked Xu Zhanshang. Long Chen nodded. Yes, our relationship is very deep. Technically, I can count as part of them. I didn't expect you to have such a background. No wonder you have such power. Xu Zhanshang nodded. If Long Chen was from an Eternal Clan, it was understandable how he could possess such immense power. Long Chen shook his head. My power has nothing to do with the Long Clan. When I was born, they were the ones who took my spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. It's hard for me to explain my exact relationship with them. Whether or not we are family or mortal enemies depends on today's discussion. Uncle Shang, come with me. I'll test out this messenger from the Long Clan. Xu Zhanshang's heart shook. He didn't know Long Chen's past and had never asked about his inside information. However, based on Long Chen's tone, it seemed that Long Chen's relationship with the Long Clan was even more complicated than he had imagined. When Xu Zhanshang and Long Chen walked out, they saw a total of 7 people, 6 young and 1 old. The elder's hair was graying, but he was still full of vigor. The light in his eyes was reserved, like a dragon hidden in the depths of an abyss. Although his aura was concealed, Long Chen could tell that he was a terrifying innate heaven venerate, one even stronger than the Black Tortoise race's leader. There were 6 heavenly geniuses behind him, 4 men and 2 women. Their auras were also terrifying, and they weren't concealing their auras at all. As a result, their auras and runes swirled around them arrogantly. When they arrived, they looked Long Chen up and down without any restraint, judging them. They seemed to see through him, and there was both doubt and disdain in their eyes. They were all triple supremes with 3 colored runes around them. Even though they were all standing at the same height, they still gave off a feeling of looking down on others. Greetings, leader of the full moon race. This old man is Long Zai, 8th of the 8 great protector elders. The elder didn't even look at Long Chen and just cupped his fists lightly at Xu Jianshang. His movements were clean, and while they were polite, the only feeling that Long Chen got from his words was arrogance. Long Chen was startled inside. One of the Long clan's 8 protector elders. So he was ranked 8th amongst them. Didn't that mean that the Long clan had 8 and 8 heaven venerates? Now, Long Chen wondered if this old fellow was trying to scare him. 8th elder is too courteous. I'm just accompanying Long Chen. You're not really here to see me, am I right? Said Xu Jianshang with a slight smile. This 8th elder might no longer be young, but he still had the sharpness of a youngster, his tone also overbearing. Despite coming for Long Chen, he actually didn't even look at him. As his intentions did not seem friendly, there was no need for Xu Jianshang to be polite either. The 8th elder laughed. Correct, I'm here for Long Chen. Long Chen is a descendant of my Long clan and also a member of our junior generation. Naturally, I must greet you, the race leader first, before him. Only then did he turn to Long Chen and nod. Not bad, I heard that you've done quite a few major things lately. You haven't lost the face of the Long clan. I admire it very much. Long Chen frowned. This 8th elder was irritating him, treating him like a junior. Why don't we sit and talk? May I know what brings you here? Long Chen gestured to sit. The 8th elder didn't show any sign of displeasure toward Long Chen. But rather than waiting for the host to sit, he sat down first, which was quite rude. It showed a lack of respect for the host. Since the 8th elder didn't say anything, the ones behind him sat down as well. Once seated, Long Chen didn't say anything and just looked at the 8th elder. Long Chen, as a junior member of the Long clan, aren't you being rude? Said one of the disciples after a moment of silence. You can't blame him, he's an ascender from a lower world. How could he know any manners? Sneered a female disciple. As supreme heavenly geniuses, every single one of them was arrogant. They had heard of Long Chen and knew that he was a member of the Long clan. But inside, they looked down on ascenders like him. Don't spout nonsense. Long Chen is a lower world ascender who never received proper tutelage. That is the fault of our Long clan. We cannot blame him, chided the 8th elder. Even Xu Jianshang frowned now. The 8th elder might be chiding those disciples, but he was also pointing out that Long Chen lacked manners and upbringing. Hearing this, Xu Jianshang sneered inside. The Long clan really was blind. They actually sent such a person to find Long Chen. He understood Long Chen's general character by now. This was pushing Long Chen into being their enemy. Having witnessed Long Chen's talent and intelligence, Xu Jianshang often pondered how extraordinary it would have been if Long Chen were part of the full moon race. If that were the case, he would be able to smile even in his sleep. For the Long clan to treat him like this, they really were blind. However, that was their matter and not something for Xu Jianshang to interfere with. Long Chen's gaze gradually turned cold and sharp. 8th elder, are you a representative of the Long clan? The 8th elder nodded. Correct. No matter what, you are a disciple of my Long clan. I heard that you've caused quite a bit of trouble, so the clan sent me to ask if you are willing to return to the clan. I dare say that once you return, no one will dare to provoke you or get revenge on you. You no longer need to wander this world without a home. With the Long clan taking you in, there's no need for you to continue wandering like a stray dog. Come back. Otherwise, without the Long clan, once the Sage King convention ends, your chances of leaving the Sage King prefecture alive are slim, kindly advised one of the Long clan's disciples. Xu Jianshang finally couldn't endure it any longer and demanded, are you here to bring Long Chen into the Long clan or force him out? If Long Chen doesn't have a home, then my full moon race will be his home. Every warrior in my full moon race is willing to bleed to the last drop for him. If you have come to insult Long Chen, you can scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving face to the Long clan. Xu Jianshang's politeness was gone as these people were going too far. Even he couldn't endure it, let alone someone like Long Chen. HMPH, the reason you want to keep Long Chen is because of the treasures in his hand, isn't it? Do you think that you're a good person? Sneered the 8th elder. Upon hearing this, Xu Jianshang's fury exploded. He was about to curse the 8th elder when one of the full moon race's elders walked in, interrupting them. Reporting to the race leader, there is a guest who says that she is Long Chen's friend. She says that her surname is Zhang. Chapter 4153, More Than One Can Bear. Oh, the Long clan's 8th elder. Feng Fei greets you. The newcomer was precisely the peerlessly beautiful Zhang Feng Fei. As soon as she walked in, she brought an air of grace and nobility into the entire room. Feng Fei, on this particular day, was dressed in a golden imperial gown. She wore phoenix hairpins in her hair with tassels hanging from them, appearing particularly majestic today. In an instant, the Long clan's male disciples stared at her. Her beauty directly won them over. As for the female disciples, while they were beautiful as well, in front of Feng Fei, they were like two featherless chickens standing next to a peacock. Whether it was in appearance or simply the air around them, they were a far cry from her. Feng Fei didn't come alone as she had an amiable-looking elder with her. When she greeted the eighth elder's expression instantly sank. "What is the Zhang clan doing? Are you trying to steal someone from my Long clan?" demanded the eighth elder. The elder beside Feng Fei smiled. Eighth elder misunderstands. This old man is only accompanying this child Feng Fei around. I heard Feng Fei say that she had a friend here, a dragon amongst men, a peerless hero. I was curious, so I just came to take a look. The elder then turned to Long Chen and nodded. Feng Fei was correct. You show great promise. Ordinary heavenly geniuses cannot compare to you. Feng Fei has told me that you had some trouble with our Zhang clan in the mortal world. As a representative of the Zhang clan, let me apologize to you. The fight on the immortal Tao is one where there is no clear yardstick for right and wrong. I hope that we can put aside our differences and be friends. Long Chen was startled and looked at Feng Fei, who was smiling at him. She then winked at him with a seemingly profound meaning. He didn't know what drugs she was taking, but if this old man dared to say that he was a representative of the Zhang clan, his status couldn't be ordinary. Despite not knowing their true intentions, Long Chen put on a smile and said, "The past is in the past. I hope we can get off on the right foot here in the immortal world." The elder from the Zhang clan smiled and nodded. "To a good start. Hopefully, it starts with your junior generation. If a person cannot accept their mistakes, then they will be unable to keep up with the times. They won't be able to communicate properly, and everything they do is always stubborn and rigid. Sometimes, old people should take a step back and leave things to the junior generation. Some people get old and their minds grow narrow. As a result, they spout more rubbish and less truth. To skip out on being arrogant and wild in your youth only to act that way when you are old really is immature. It also loses the face of the clan." "What do you think you're saying?" demanded the eighth elder. Those words were clearly targeting him. "Eighth elder, don't be so emotional. I wasn't talking about you. You're still young after all. I was only talking about myself." The elder from the Zhang clan continued, "This child Feng Fei is a good child. I really do like her. I hope that the family head will also come to view her favorably. Long Chen, if you need any help in the future, just tell Feng Fei. If we can help you, then our Zhang clan will do our best. After all, having more friends is like having more paths, while having more enemies is like having more walls. A person can't hit themselves with a nail 100 times without learning their lesson. Alright, people really do talk more when they're old. Once you start, you just ramble on. Long Chen, we'll bid you farewell for now. But my Zhang clan's camp is not that far from here. If you have time, come pay us a visit. My Zhang clan will receive you warmly." The elder smiled, bowed to Xu Zhanshang, and then left with Feng Fei, who was lending an arm to support him. Feng Fei intentionally looked back at Long Chen and gave him a profound smile before leaving. Once the two of them left the Full Moon Race's camp, the elder's stooped figure slowly straightened, and a light appeared within his turbid eyes. He no longer appeared as old as he had. "You were right. This fellow is an extremely dangerous character. I tried to calculate his potential 7 times and was unable to grasp even a trace," said the elder solemnly. Feng Fei smiled. "He really is frightening. Unfortunately, most people who come to grasp his terrifying nature meet their demise before comprehending it fully. Dead people cannot spread information, which is why there is always a group of idiots bothering him without realizing that they are offering their necks to the scythe of a grim reaper." Feng Fei suddenly changed the subject. "But I don't understand something. Is the Long clan really not planning on pulling Long Chen into the Long clan? Why would they send someone as arrogant as the eighth elder? They could have sent someone wise and experienced, one of their upright grand elders. Are they trying to push him out? Child, you're still too young. This matter isn't so simple, so let us just watch. But I really do hope to bring Long Chen to the Zhang clan. If he could become the Zhang clan's son-in-law, that would be best," said the elder. Feng Fei blushed but quickly shook her head. It's impossible. Every single one of his women is not inferior to me, and they have all sworn to share the good and bad of life. Their relationship is deep. You aren't lacking in anything but an opportunity. Let's go. Some things can't be forced. Your talent is not inferior to anyone, but you lack ambition. Not being greedy enough is also dangerous. In the cruel immortal world, kindness without strength is a liability. Let alone the immortal world, even in the Zhang clan, conflicts are everywhere. Keep your edge sharp and be careful at all times, warned the elder solemnly. Feng Fei nodded. She and the elder slowly walked away. Before Feng Fei left, she smiled at Long Chen. That smile was like a spring breeze, refreshing the soul. However, Long Chen didn't feel anything. He could guess what Feng Fei's goal in coming here was. But the 4 male disciples of the Long clan were still burning with jealousy. Feng Fei didn't even look at them, treating them as empty air. That was the greatest blow to them and their confidence. Hence, they were glaring at Long Chen with hatred. As a member of the Long clan, you actually collude with the Zhang clan. You are betraying the Long clan. Are you planning on using the Heaven-Earth Cauldron as a chip to have them protect you? You really are trash. Let me say it clearly, we came here for the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. You are a member of the Long clan, and everything you have belongs to the Long clan. Hand over the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. One of those 4 heavenly geniuses suddenly stood and pointed at Long Chen, cursing him furiously. Long Chen finally couldn't endure it any longer and slapped him in the face, directly blasting away his protective aura. Chi waves then exploded, blasting apart the tent that the full moon race had set up. As for the disciple that had cursed Long Chen, he was sent flying, his head almost exploded. He then smashed into the walls of the ruins in the distance. However, that wall was incredibly tough and seemed to be backed by some law. It didn't even shake when he smashed into it. As a result, that disciple was like a meat pancake stuck to the wall, his body completely deformed. It just so happened that Feng Fei and the elder hadn't gone far, and this person was smashed into the wall in front of them. Looking at this deformed heavenly genius of the Long clan, Feng Fei laughed excitedly. Hee, I knew this would happen. Looks like there really is a show to watch. Chapter 4154, Slaughter You to the Last. Brazen creature. The 8th elder roared furiously and reached toward Long Chen to teach him a lesson. In response, Long Chen's hand swung through the air, smoothly striking him in the face. At this close distance, even if the 8th elder was twice as strong, he wouldn't be able to dodge this move. The 8th elder wasn't even able to finish cursing before being sent flying. Feng Fei and the elder of the Zhang clan hastily stepped to the side. The 8th elder flew past them. The 8th elder stamped on the ground, stabilizing himself. However, there was a deep handprint on his face. Sigh, even after living for so many years, you still act as immature as youngsters. The Zhang clan's elder sighed and shook his head. The 8th elder was enraged, his killing intent exploding out of him. The disciples that had come with him were also infuriated and took out their weapons. Long Chen, you dare to be rude to the protector elder. You won't leave the Sage King Prefecture alive, roared one of the disciples. If you don't keep your mouth clean, you won't leave this camp alive, said Long Chen darkly. The Long clan was an eternal clan, but the ones they sent to speak to him were actually these idiots. They had no intention of properly speaking to him and only wanted to take his treasures. However, when had Long Chen ever endured that kind of insult? He was thoroughly disappointed with the Long clan, fury blazing in his chest. Even as powerful as he was, the Long clan still looked down on him. Then his father would definitely be suffering. Thinking of that, Long Chen's killing intent erupted, and black runes appeared deep within his eyes. His wild killing intent caused heaven and earth to change color. The instant Long Chen's killing intent was unleashed, the countenance of the Zhang clan's elder changed. This killing intent was so dense it had taken physical form. It was practically a mental domain that could even affect an expert on his level. Who do you think you are to spout such big words? As long as the Long clan gives the order, without even needing our full force, just 4 of our protector elders would be enough to completely destroy this place and slaughter you all. Shouted the 8th elder. The 8th elder had just declared that he could slaughter them all when a bone spear silently appeared. He couldn't react until it had already pierced his chest. Even the Zhang clan's elder and Feng Fei were startled. Only after the bone spear had pierced through did they notice that a silver moon had appeared in the sky. This area was covered by its silver light. Shu Jianshang's figure slowly appeared. He then slowly lifted the 8th elder's body, his gaze icy cold. Destroy this place. Slaughter us all. Do you think an idiot like you is capable of such a thing? Even if 100 idiots like you came, what could you do? Even Long Chen was taken aback when Xu Jianshang made his move. It was only at that moment that he fully comprehended the extent of Xu Jianshang's terrifying power. Under his silver moon manifestation, everyone, including Long Chen, lost track of him. As the master of this silver moon world, even the 8th elder could not dodge his attack. Now, the 8th elder's life was entirely within Xu Jianshang's hands. His life and death could be decided by a single thought from him. The 8th elder and the other disciples of the Long clan were stunned. They hadn't thought that a battle between innate heaven venerates could be decided in an instant. Was the difference between them really so great? Originally, they had thought that as long as the 8th elder could tie down Xu Jianshang, a few of them could join forces to subdue Long Chen. They had been full of confidence at the start, viewing Long Chen and the others with disdain. However, now, one of them had been turned into a meat pancake by Long Chen and was lying there motionlessly. As for their innate heaven venerate, he was pierced through the chest, his life in the opponent's hands. Hence, these youngsters panicked, not knowing what to do. The 8th elder furiously roared, I refuse to believe that you'll kill me. If you kill me, the Long clan will. Give it up. You cannot represent the Long clan. If my guess is correct, you coming here was not the Long clan's decision but your personal choice. Interjected the Zhang clan's elder. To Xu Jianshang, he said, race leader, please calm your anger. This fellow does not represent the Long clan, so a lesson should be enough. After all, Long Chen is also a member of the Long clan, and it is not our place to deal with family disputes. Long Chen should probably deal with them himself, at least, when it comes to these matters. Xu Jianshang nodded. All right, then I'll give the Zhang clan some face. 8th elder, remember this favor. If it weren't for the Zhang clan, although I might not kill you, I would definitely cripple you. The full moon race is no longer the old passive race. We fear no one and will not submit to any threat. Hopefully, you can remember this lesson. If there is a next time, I guarantee that even if a heavenly divinity descends, they won't be able to protect your life. As Xu Jianshang pulled out his spear, the silver moon in the sky slowly faded. The world then returned to its original color. The 8th elder clenched his teeth furiously. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. However, Xu Jianshang's silver moon world could appear with no warning at all, making it impossible for him to defend against it. Now, he knew that the power disparity between the two of them was not small. If he were to fight here, he would only be humiliating himself. As a result, he could only swallow his anger and coldly say, to dare to interfere in my Long clan's affairs, I hope you don't regret it when the time comes. Ha 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 ha. Xu Jianshang raised his head to the heavens and laughed. I have never regretted anything that I've done in this life. If your Long clan could make me feel regret, I'd say that you really have skill. Xu Jianshang could be described as an individual who had weathered countless storms. On the other hand, someone like the 8th elder, who consistently failed to realize just how perilously close he came to death, was encountering someone like Xu Jianshang for the first time. His idiocy knew no bounds. An ordinary person, after narrowly escaping death, definitely wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. But this fellow still acted tough. He was quite the marvel. Long Chen's killing intent had originally started settling down after hearing the Zhang clan's elder speak. If the 8th elder was really acting by himself to get the heaven-earth cauldron and not representing the Long clan's attitude, then there was still room to talk. After all, his father was in the Long clan. Before saving his father, he couldn't become complete enemies with the Long clan. Scram. I, Long Chen, am no soft persimmon. Not just anyone can crush me, said Long Chen coldly. The 8th elder's expression was dark, so he must be thinking about something unsavory. But Long Chen, aware of the 8th elder's idiocy, had no patience to waste words with him. Just you wait. The 8th elder clenched his teeth and brought his disciples away, one of whom had to be dragged along due to his inability to walk. They had come ferociously but left wretchedly, looking rather amusing. Chapter 4155, The Zhang clan's word. Watching the 8th elder and his disciples leave, Feng Fei just smiled. She had been smiling this entire time, as if she had predicted this entire scene from the start. Long Chen, you don't need to worry. The Long clan's 8th elder is the most lacking of the Long clan's protector elders. He cannot represent the Long clan. The only reason he could become a protector elder is due to using some shameful tricks, so his attitude only represents himself. Feng Fei has told me a bit about you. You don't need to worry about your father for now. At the very least, his life is safe, said the Zhang clan's elder. Upon hearing this, Long Chen's heart trembled. It seemed that this elder actually knew quite a bit. This also proved that the Zhang clan's relationship with the Long clan was not ordinary. Many thanks for the reminder. Long Chen cupped his fists to express his gratitude. The elder nodded and walked away, with Feng Fei following beside him. They then vanished from the Full Moon Race's camp. Although he doesn't represent the Long clan, for him to be so arrogant, he must have some support behind him. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to come so brazenly. If you do return to the Long clan in the future, you must be careful of this person. Once enmity is planted, it is difficult to remove, warned Xu Zhanshang. Uncle Shang, don't worry. I know this at least. Furthermore, it's still unknown if I will ever return to the Long clan. My father is in their hands, so I don't dare to go too far against them. Fortunately, they haven't used my father to extort me. Otherwise, I would definitely slaughter that fellow. Long Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Just now, he had almost lost control. If this fellow dared to use his father against him, he would definitely instantly lose control. If he did kill this elder though, perhaps it really would be troublesome. Long Chen had no interest in returning to the Long clan, but he did want to save his father. Doing so would require having dealings with the Long clan, and that was what aggrieved him the most. So you plan to use the Sage King convention to show your power and potential, making the Long clan afraid of you and also want to get on your side? Asked Xu Zhanshang. Long Chen nodded. He understood that only by demonstrating unwavering strength and potential could he hope to challenge the Long clan's status quo. Only then would they need to weigh the consequences of offending him against the benefits of having him as a member. The current Long Chen had no other method. After all, his power still wasn't strong enough, so he didn't dare to touch the Long clan yet. Now, he had to accumulate more trump cards to make the Long clan afraid, forcing them to treat his father well. Although I don't know what's happening on your side, it isn't relevant. Just know that my Full Moon race will almost be your most fervent supporter. Even against the likes of the Long clan, our Full Moon race will not cower. You don't need to compromise with anyone. Xu Zhanshang patted Long Chen's shoulder. Long Chen was moved. Countless people had helped him in this lifetime, but someone like Xu Zhanshang who treated him like his own family was truly rare. While initially brought together by mutual profit, their collaboration led to something more than just business transactions. It evolved into a wonderful alliance, where they shared good fortune and faced calamities together. Other than that, let me tell you that only the 8th elder would be so foolish as to be arrogant at this time. It was no problem for you to attack him, but if he dared to attack you, especially in the Sage King Prefecture, although the convention has yet to formally start, he would still be in danger of being struck by misfortune. That is why the Zhang clan's people look down on him so much. In other words, you won't need to worry about powerful experts targeting you in the Sage King Prefecture. Experts on the same level should be manageable by you. Those that you can't handle would be at least heaven venerates, and if they dare to touch you, you might be able to see something good. So relax, maintain your top condition for the Sage King Convention, advised Xu Zhanshang. Many thanks for the reminder. I understand. Long Chen smiled, feeling much more relaxed. If that really was the case, what would he need to fear? If he didn't act arrogant now, when would he? Long Chen immediately gathered the Dragonblood warriors and started roving around, seeing if they could gather any more Dragonblood warriors. Anyway, Sha Chen had left markers around, so they weren't afraid of getting lost. Uncle Tree was originally a bit worried and wanted to follow Long Chen, but Xu Zhanshang stopped him. As a result, Long Chen and the others began to swagger around. After leaving the Full Moon Race's camp, they roved around the ruins. After a bit, Guo Ran couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what happened here? It's so desolate. What is the point of holding the convention here?" "I don't know. These ruins don't seem like they were made by man. They seem natural and have such power within them that not even supreme heavenly geniuses can damage them. Instead, the experts get smushed into meat pancakes. Just patiently wait. Since Uncle Shang doesn't say anything, he must have his reasons," said Long Chen. He was also curious about this, but he could still hold himself back from asking. There were ruins as far as their eyes could see, and some areas already had camps set up to mark the territories of different races. However, that was only a small portion of the area. The majority of powers were still looking for their own spots. When Long Chen walked past them, quite a few hostile gazes were turned his way. Some people even placed their hands on their weapons, as if they would start a battle if he got the slightest bit closer. Long Chen ignored them and continued to roam around. But after roaming the majority of the day, he started to get a strange feeling. Long Chen realized that there were only members of the beast races present, with no sign of any humans. It then dawned on him that they had come from the Full Moon race's camp, making this place exclusively the domain of the beast race. Long Chen then recalled Feng Fei's instructions regarding where the Zhang clan was. With urgency, he took out a jade tile and started going in a certain direction. Scram! This is the Pelican race's territory. Others are forbidden to pass. Long Chen began to directly fly through the air. As a result, they passed over a camp and drew the cursing of the people there. It's the damnable human race. Slaughter them. When these people realized that Long Chen and the others were human, they directly took out their weapons and attacked. As a result, the Dragonblood warriors' swords slashed down mercilessly. In an instant, corpses littered the ground, their blood raining down. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Otherwise, come at us, sneered Long Chen. In the Full Moon race, he had seen people flying over their camp, but the Full Moon race had not stopped anyone. The other camps that they had flown over also hadn't stopped them. Why was it that these people wanted to kill them for flying over? Did they think that Long Chen and the others were easy to bully? As soon as Long Chen said this, an innate heaven venerate furiously blocked Long Chen's path. A claw then slashed through the air, filled with killing intent. In response to it, Long Chen fearlessly unleashed a punch. However, just as he did so, that innate heaven venerate of the Pelican race hacked up blood. Guo ran and the others jumped in shock. Long Chen was also dumbfounded, as his punch had yet to even land. Chapter 4156, Curse of Misfortune. The elder of the Pelican race hacked up blood that was as black as ink. After that, black chi appeared on his forehead. Filled with horror, he was no longer thinking of killing Long Chen, so he stood there motionlessly. What an idiot! Your Pelican race has already declined, running out of karmic luck, but you dare to attack a junior at this time. It'd be strange if the misfortune didn't befall you. Suddenly, another expert of the beast race sneered, seemingly quite happy with the Pelican race's misfortune. Not bad, the misfortune only fell on you alone, not your entire race. The Pelican race still hasn't reached the point of being destroyed just yet, said someone from the other direction. This was Long Chen's first time seeing this so-called misfortune. It was bizarre and sudden. Long Chen didn't know what it meant, but the black chi swirling over the elder's forehead was no good omen. Perhaps nothing good would ever happen to him again. Shocked and terrified, the elder could feel himself rapidly weakening, his blood chi congealing. The power that the heavenly Taos had bestowed on him was being taken away. Having been struck by the legendary curse of misfortune, his heaven venerate power was slipping away, meaning that all the fortune he had been bestowed by the heavens was taken away. He was now like a homeless beggar, and anyone could kill him in this state. What the Taos gave you doesn't belong to you. It will stay with you if you listen, but will be taken if you don't listen. It seems that what the heavenly Taos gives you isn't always dependable. You should rely on yourself more. Looking at his horrified appearance, Long Chen reflected on this. The power of the heavenly Taos was immense and limitless. However, far too many people were dependent on it. In fact, 99% of cultivators who lost the support of heavenly Tao energy were essentially crippled. Long Chen would occasionally borrow heavenly Tao energy, but his primary source of power always came from himself. He would only borrow heavenly Tao energy to save a bit of his core energy. This meant that even without the power of the heavenly Taos, Long Chen could rely on his own power to fight. His power wouldn't weaken, but he wouldn't be able to maintain his peak state as long. Previously, Long Chen had always been rejected by the heavenly Taos and unable to use its energy. However, as he was gradually gaining the recognition of the heavenly Taos, many of his magical arts were also starting to use heavenly Tao energy. But then, seeing this heaven venerate be cursed by the heavenly Taos, Long Chen took it as a warning. The important thing was to be strong himself. He couldn't rely too much on the heavenly Taos. Ha ha ha, now it's interesting. So the curse is real. Guo Ran laughed. Now what would they fear? Pelican race. More like trash can race. People aren't even allowed to fly over your heads. Why not just say that no one else can live under the same heavens as you? If Guo Ran didn't use this chance to throw stones while they were down, he wouldn't be called Guo Ran. In this place, hundreds of thousands of experts from the pelican race had gathered. The reason they dared to be so arrogant was because Long Chen and the others were from the human race and had no heaven venerates guarding them. As a result, this elder attacked, drawing the ire of the heavenly Taos, which caused him to be cursed by the misfortune of the heavens. Now, all his people were dumbfounded. Legend had it that this curse would rarely appear before the Sage King convention started. Even if it did, the probability was so low that only a few heaven venerates who fought would be cursed. However, the pelican race's innate heaven venerate was just that unlucky. As soon as he attacked, he was sensed by the heavenly Taos. He had no room to argue. "Oh old fellow, I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to accept?" Guo Ran pointed at the elder and shouted grandly. That elder quivered with rage. Guo Ran had the weakest aura in the Dragonblood Legion. It was so bad to the extent that perhaps in the entire Sage King convention, it was difficult to find someone weaker than him. Just breathing on him could cause him to collapse. However, with this curse on, the elder didn't even dare to move. If he were to kill Long Chen and the others, he would also die. He wasn't foolish to that extent. "What? You don't dare?" Guo Ran continued. "How about I bind one arm and one foot? Will you fight then?" At this moment, a cracking sound came from the elder's mouth, and blood dripped out of it. He then opened his mouth and spat out a bunch of shattered fragments of his own teeth. The shattered teeth had cut his mouth. Seeing this, the elder was terrified. This was absolutely bizarre. He was a heaven venerate, but it was like all his power had vanished. This scene caused Long Chen and the others to jump. This heavenly Tao curse was truly bizarre. There was no way to defend against it. The people's expressions also changed. Quite a few others present were originally laughing at their misfortune, but now they couldn't laugh anymore. Although cultivators respected the heavenly Taos, once they grew strong enough, they always felt like they were omnipotent. But once this curse descended, it showed that even innate heaven venerates could be considered ants in front of the heavenly Taos. As a result, the onlookers were shocked and felt immense reverence for the heavenly Taos. Guo Ran had been planning on continuing to mock the pelican race, but this scene made him a bit afraid. This thing was too frightening. After all, the power of the unknown was the most fearsome. Suddenly, more blood sprayed out of the elder's mouth, and his aura grew chaotic. Terror filled his eyes. It was as if he was seeing something horrifying. He suddenly reached toward his own throat, clawing at it as if a pair of invisible hands were strangling him. Patriarch. The pelican race's experts cried out in shock. Some disciples tried to help him, but they were stopped by their elders. In the distance, a heaven venerate from another race shouted, "Your patriarch is bound by misfortune. Anyone who touches him will also be affected. If he can endure, he'll endure. If he can't, no one can save him. Don't try to fight the heavenly Taos." That heaven venerate kindly warned them. Most likely, his relationship with the pelican race wasn't bad, so he didn't want the pelican race's disciples to die for nothing. In truth, the descent of this misfortune was an embodiment of the laws of the Sage King Convention. Every time the Sage King Convention occurred, some unlucky fellows would be caught by the heavenly Taos. After seeing these examples, the others would respect the heavenly Taos and the laws of this place. "Patriarch, you must endure." The pelican race's disciples nervously cried out. Suddenly, a pair of wings appeared on the patriarch's back, causing space to shudder. He then vanished and reappeared in front of Long Chen. "Damn human race, even if I have to die, I'll drag you to hell with me." The patriarch seemed to have gone insane. His wings spread, covering the sky and enveloping Long Chen and the others. Chapter 4157, No Rest Until Death. Guo Ran and the others were stunned. They had been curiously watching the elder and hadn't expected him to suddenly want to drag them down with him. It was just a curse, wasn't it? There was no need to go that far. You can go by yourself. We won't accompany you. Long Chen stepped forward and flicked a single finger at the elder, shooting a bolt of lightning out of his fingertip. The lightning then pierced through the elder's head, instantly killing him. However, the fact that Long Chen killed him in one move didn't shock most people. After all, that elder was cursed, and his power was suppressed to the limit. Even an ordinary immortal king would have the power to kill him. To their surprise though, even after killing him, Long Chen and the others were not cursed. Perhaps the elder had planned on passing the curse of misfortune to them by having them kill him. If that had happened, he really would have brought them down with him. After the elder was slain, his body grew and transformed into a giant bird. It was an immemorial pelican. Unable to retain human form after being slain, his true body was unleashed. However, it vanished just as it appeared. His corpse was thrown into the primal chaos space, and it was instantly devoured the moment it touched the black soil. Even the black chi on it was devoured by the black soil. Clearly, the curse of the heavenly Taos was unable to continue within the primal chaos space. Long Chen was disappointed by the amount of life energy though. That was an innate heaven venerates corpse, but it didn't unleash much energy. His energy was already taken away by the heavenly Taos, so this corpse is only an empty shell. I got excited for nothing. Long Chen sighed to himself. He had thought that he would profit immensely this time, but it turned out that he only pulled in some trash. Seeing Long Chen was safe and sound and had even taken their patriarch's corpse, the Pelican race's experts were shocked and enraged. Hand over the patriarch's corpse, or the Pelican race will have no rest until death against you, shouted one of the elders of the Pelican race. The corpse of their patriarch was related to the dignity of their Pelican race. If they allowed his corpse to fall into other people's hands, it would be an absolute disgrace. No rest until death. All right, as long as you dare to attack, then if a single member of your Pelican race lives passed today, I'll write my name backward, said Long Chen indifferently. Big words. I want to see just how many waves some little humans like you can cause. This place is the domain of the demonic beast race. Do you think that we can be treated like empty air? If you can leave here alive, it would be the greatest insult to the demonic beast race, shouted the elder of the Pelican race. The expressions of the experts in the distance twitched. The shameless elder was trying to drag them into this as well. Long Chen simply smiled and raised his hand. When the flames condensed into the shape of a lotus on his hand, his voice resounded through this world. I have a friend who once said something that I really appreciate. He said that reading books is to talk reason with others, but cultivation is to force others to talk reason with you. Your Pelican race refuses to talk reason, so I have no reason to do that. Let us just directly talk with power. The flames in Long Chen's hand rapidly grew. After that, the snow-white lotus covered the sky, and snow began to float through the air. When the snow landed on the ground, the earth was burned black in an instant. Despite clearly giving an icy feeling, the snow burned through the ground. It's the Ice Soul. This is the rank 8 heavenly flame, the Ice Soul divine flame. A startled cry rang out in the distance as someone recognized this flame. It truly was the Ice Soul divine flame. However, today, the flame looked different from before. The original Ice Soul had split her source seed, giving half of it to Huolinger. Now, Huolinger finally managed to gain control over the Ice Soul source. The Ice Soul proved to be too powerful, far exceeding Huolinger's cultivation base back then. As she didn't have the power to nourish the Ice Soul divine flame, it was in a dormant state all this time. It was easy for her to control a trace of the Ice Soul's power, but unleashing its full power was a different story. After all, the Ice Soul had its own characteristics. If she were to unleash its full power recklessly, she would be harmed instead. In fact, she might even be destroyed. Thus, Huolinger had only ever used a trace of the Ice Soul's power before. Anyway, the Ice Soul was also in a state of self-preservation and wouldn't allow Huolinger to mess around with it. However, Huolinger had spent days and nights absorbing the moon flames and sun flames, constantly growing. After absorbing the power of the moon flames and sun flames and turning them into her own power, she started to nourish the Ice Soul's source. Fortunately, the great desolate winged devil's corpse came on time, transforming into an enormous amount of life energy that made the moon tree and fusong trees grow rapidly. As a result, an unending supply of energy was transferred to the Ice Soul, causing it to awaken. The awakened Ice Soul was now unleashing its power. The snowflakes that appeared when Long Chen used its power was the specific mark of the Ice Soul. Although the disciples of the Pelican race were constantly dodging, the snowflakes were all around the place. The instant any of them touched the snowflakes, their defenses were burned through and their bodies were set aflame. In just a moment, miserable shrieks rang out. The Pelican race's experts were finally terrified, feeling like the whole Pelican race had met a calamity today. It seemed that the misfortune of the Pelican race didn't stop with the patriarch's death. Activate the bloodline barrier. Summon the ancestral spirit. With the patriarch dead, the Pelican race still had over 10 heaven venerates. They directed the disciples into an organized defense, and hundreds of thousands of their experts linked their bloodlines, summoning an enormous barrier. At the same time, an enormous illusory figure slowly condensed behind them. That was an enormous pelican with an ancient aura. When it appeared, the bloodline and souls of these hundreds of thousands of experts seemed to instantly merge into one. The barrier sent ripples through the void, an overwhelming force that left even innate heaven venerates feeling powerless in its presence. Go ahead and attack. If you attack, it's a provocation to the entire demonic beast race. When the time comes, the demonic beast race will surround you, and all of you will die miserable deaths. Shouted the Pelican race's elder crazily. Even now, he was still trying to incite others to join their side. Is that so? Then I really want to see that. World Extermination Flame Lotus. Long Chen unleashed an enormous white lotus. With a sacred divine radiance, it had a long tail trailing it as it smashed into the Pelican race's barrier. The moment it landed, the entire world seemed to freeze. Chapter 4158, Ice Soul Flame Lotus. When the snow-white lotus smashed into the barrier, the latter was like a thin layer of ice being crushed by a roller. It was instantly pierced through. On the other hand, the snow lotus was like a beautiful ice statue smashing into the experts of the Pelican race, blowing countless people into smithereens. Like shattered ice statues, blood-red ice fragments flew through the air. The snow lotus then exploded, unleashing a torrent of white flames that swiftly ravaged the Pelican race's camp. Just like that, ice covered the land, and flames burned the skies. Hundreds of thousands of experts were obliterated from existence. The screams of terror from the Pelican race seemed to echo in people's ears, but they slowly faded away. Truly worthy of being the rank 8th Ice Soul. It truly possesses apocalyptic power. When Long Chen looked at the devastation around him, he was astonished. After all, he hadn't used the Ice Soul's power in a long time. Huo Linger's power had grown immensely during this time. Although this one attack was a bit overboard, it was all to display his power. Such a terrifying attack was probably something only an innate heaven venerate could block. Unfortunately, the Pelican race's only innate heaven venerate was already slain, leaving them with only a messy rabble. The attack from the Ice Soul shook heaven and earth, making all the surrounding experts quiver, including the innate heaven venerates. Long Chen, don't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it. If you talk reason with me, we can talk reason. If you talk fists, we can also talk with fists. But if you want my life, don't blame me for being merciless. If anyone thinks that I am a soft persimmon, just try and crush me. Long Chen's gaze roved around the crowd, and his voice echoed throughout heaven and earth. As this was the demonic beast race's territory, Long Chen's words were truly a bit wild. However, not one of the experts present dared to say anything. Innate heaven venerates didn't dare to attack Long Chen for fear of the curse, and ordinary heaven venerates and below were too terrified to move after that attack. Hence, the entire battlefield was silent, no one dared to speak. The Pelican race had tried to use the enmity between the demonic beast race and the human race to get all of them to attack Long Chen together. Had Long Chen not decisively crushed the Pelican race, their plan might have succeeded. Nevertheless, Long Chen had no intention of squandering his time battling a group of clowns. Although he wasn't afraid of them, it was still a waste of effort. Seeing that no one dared to make a sound, Long Chen waved his hand and brought the Dragonblood Legion away, continuing on their way. As for the demonic beasts around them, they didn't say anything. No one dared to insult them, and no one dared to get in their way. The tyrannical demonic beast race was very obedient now. It really is the case of kind people are bullied just like good horses are ridden. Against these people, you can't give them any face. You should just directly slap them, then they'll be obedient, said Guo Ran with a sneer. Previously, because of the full moon race, they had treated the other beast races a bit friendlier. But while they acted friendly, others viewed them as being subservient. Now though, those people could no longer be arrogant. Seeing Long Chen destroy the Pelican race with one attack, these people didn't dare to say a word. Long Chen and the others continued on their way. But before they got out of this region, more beast races began to warn and even curse them. Shaking their heads, Long Chen and the others ignored them. They were already prepared. As long as anyone dared to attack them, they would start a slaughter. In the cultivation world, only slaughter could win respect. Talking reason with them was like climbing a tree to catch a fish. Unfortunately, Although these demonic beast races warned and cursed them, none of them dared to attack. That made Guo Ran and the others feel a bit disappointed. Guo Ran had said that the next time they encountered an innate heaven-venerate demonic beast, they should attack together and make them bleed first. That way, they could gather more high-level demonic beast essence blood. Also, their essence blood had to be gathered before the curse struck them. Once they were cursed, their essence blood could no longer be used. It seems that the pelican race is fated to run into this tribulation. We've passed through the camps of so many demonic beast races, but only they attacked us. Boss, tell me, is luck really dependable? Asked Guo Ran. This thing is quite mysterious, so I can't say anything for sure. If it really exists, then it means that some things are fated by an unseen world and can't be changed. However, if many things are already set in stone by the time we are born, what is the point of us cultivating? We are all normal people. Normal people are born, grow old, and die. However, to cultivate is to defy the heavens. A mortal becomes an immortal by going against the heavenly Taos. If the heavenly Taos were to punish people for such a thing, wouldn't all of us already be dead? Said Long Chen. Then boss, are you saying that luck doesn't exist? Asked Guo Ran. No, it definitely exists, or how the fuck would I always be so unlucky? Said Long Chen firmly. Everyone laughed at that. However, this matter with the pelican race really is a bit strange. Perhaps their race's karmic luck was already on its downfall, causing all kinds of unlucky things to follow them. Did you notice that before we even arrived, their neighbors also weren't very friendly toward them? Also, once their patriarch died, according to reason, they should act much more obedient as they have no one else to depend on. As all the surrounding experts were just watching, unwilling to take the slightest risk for them, they continued to provoke us in a suicidal manner. All these things made it seem as if they were truly trying to die. It doesn't really make sense. It's like there was an invisible hand pushing them into the abyss. Now, we've killed the pelican race's elites, and without them, the pelican race will probably die out. When their enemies come, they'll very likely go extinct, said Long Chen solemnly. Everyone else was solemn as well. The existence known as luck was truly ephemeral. It was invisible and couldn't be touched. But it was a power that others revered. After flying for 4 hours, Long Chen and the others finally reached the end of the demonic beast race's domain. They also began to sense human auras. When they left the domain of the demonic beast race, they saw a crazy battle between the demonic beast race and the human race's heavenly geniuses. They were killing each other. At the dividing line of both races, domains, dozens of human heavenly geniuses were fighting the demonic beast race's heavenly geniuses, all one-on-one. All experts in the surroundings were cheering them on. The Sage King convention hasn't even started, but people are already impatient. Is this some kind of training? Asked Guo Ran somewhat speechlessly. Guo Ran had just spoken when a demonic beast expert clawed the chest of a human expert, tearing the latter apart. It's not training. Long Chen shook his head. This portrayed the enmity between the human race and the demonic beast race. They were fighting with their lives on the line. That's the seventh one. The human race really is trash, only fit to prostrate toward the demonic beast race. After slaying that human expert, the demonic beast expert sneered at the group of human heavenly geniuses. He's too arrogant. I'll deal with him. A Dragonblood warrior stepped out from the Dragonblood Legion. Chapter 4159, Dressing as a Pig to Eat the Tiger. This demonic beast expert was extremely arrogant. After killing a human expert, the demonic beast race's side cheered fanatically. Undoubtedly, that demonic beast expert was truly powerful. He had effortlessly dispatched 7 heavenly geniuses from the human race without suffering a scratch. In response to this remarkable display, the demonic beasts in his ranks erupted in cheers, while some made menacing throat-cutting gestures toward the human faction. Seeing this, the human experts seethed with anger, their teeth clenched in frustration. This person was too arrogant. Everyone, don't fall for it. He's no double supreme but a true supreme who has merged all 3 supremes. He's only pretending to be a double supreme to fight us. How sinister, shouted a human expert. Ha ha ha, how laughable. Not being able to beat me, you actually declare that I must be cheating. The human race really is shameless, sneered the demonic beast expert. That human expert was about to reply when there was an uproar from the crowd. They then saw a group of humans coming out of the demonic beast race's area. These people were Long Chen and his companions. Both the humans and demonic beasts were startled to see them come from there. You're the one being shameless. You only expose two kinds of power and think that is enough to pass as a double supreme," said one of the Dragonblood warriors who was walking over. Long Chen and the others' arrival caused the scene to change. Almost everyone turned toward them. "What a joke. You say that I'm a triple supreme. Where is your proof? If you don't have it, don't randomly accuse others. Just shut up and fight," sneered the demonic beast expert. In an instant, that Dragonblood warrior arrived in front of that expert, looking at him coldly like a leopard eyeing his prey. Just that gaze alone gave the demonic beast expert the chills. Who are they? Why did they come out of the demonic beast race's domain? Did the demonic beast race actually let them through? Countless people eyed Long Chen and the others, guessing their identities. "I recognize him. He's Long Chen, the one that the Soaring Dragon Company wants to capture. Haha, I've struck gold this time." A startled cry rang out suddenly. "Idiot, what are you happy for? The Soaring Dragon Company's reward is just bait. Would you have a life to take it?" sneered someone else. This person also recognized Long Chen. "Your information is outdated. You're thinking about the reward. It's rumored that Long Chen has the primal chaos divine item, the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, with him. The Soaring Dragon Company's reward is nothing compared to that. If you really have guts, capture him and the Heaven-Earth Cauldron will be yours," said another person disdainfully. "Fool, how could anyone trust that kind of information? One of the 10 primal chaos divine items. Just an eternal divine weapon would be enough to drive people crazy," retorted another expert. "You're the fool. Your whole family is a bunch of fools." Long Chen himself admitted to having the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. "If you don't believe me, ask him," cursed the person who was questioned. Although some people recognized Long Chen, many of them had not even heard of his name. However, the fact that Long Chen and the others could come from the demonic beast race's domain was enough to shock them. Seeing one of his people step forward to challenge that demonic beast expert, they all watched expectantly. "Report your name. I don't kill nameless weaklings," sneered the demonic beast expert. "I am Yu Yong, a Dragonblood warrior under Long Chen's command, part of the 4th Captain Yu Zifeng's regiment, and a member of the 9th Squad led by squad leader Li Changqing," declared Yu Yong firmly. Hearing his answer, Long Chen almost coughed up blood. This little fellow was quite interesting, rattling off a whole list of names. That was rather inappropriate. As expected, that demonic beast expert seemed mad. He thought that Yu Yong was joking around. Who reported their name like that? Normally, someone would say what sector power they came from. That was enough. With this long string of names and titles, not even the human experts understood, let alone a demonic beast like him. In fact, he couldn't even remember what Yu Yong's name was after all that. "Idiot human, you can just die." The demonic beast expert roared and spread his arms. His fingers were like hooks reaching toward Yu Yong. His claws danced, constantly transforming as they slashed through the air. As a result, the sound of space tearing stabbed people's ears. Several human experts cried out. This was the very technique that had slain the demonic beast expert's previous opponent, rendering that unfortunate human without any ability to resist. They hadn't expected him to start off with such a sharp attack. As a dragon cry rang out, Yu Yong summoned the dragon Bloodbattle armor and began to unleash a torrent of fists at the demonic beast expert's claws. A metallic rumble echoed as his fists collided with the claws, igniting showers of sparks and unleashing powerful waves of chi that battered the onlookers' ears. Is he really human? Seeing Yu Yong fighting barehanded against the demonic beast race, the onlookers were startled. It had to be known that his opponent was a demonic beast. His sharp claws were his weapon, but Yu Yong was fighting barehanded and didn't seem to be at any disadvantage. The two of them then began to increase the tempo, and their attacks grew sharper. As they fought, two-colored divine radiance appeared behind that expert. That was truly the manifestation of a double supreme. Yu Yong was the same. Two-colored divine radiance flowed behind him, and a dragon-shaped image could be seen within it. The two of them continued to fight evenly. What power? Are you telling me he is just one random member of them? Who are they? Yu Yong's power shocked everyone. They had personally seen Yu Yong come from the final line of Long Chen's group. In their view, he was nothing more than someone else's lowly subordinates. However, his power was stunning. As a result, when they looked at Long Chen again, they felt that this group of people was even more mysterious and powerful than they had imagined. If all of them possessed a similar level of power, that would truly be terrifying. The two of them exchanged hundreds of blows in an instant. All of a sudden, Yu Yong shouted sharply, and with a flurry of punches, he blew apart his opponent's claws, creating an opening for him to stamp a foot ruthlessly on his opponent's chest. A cracking sound rang out, and that demonic beast expert was blown back, his blood spraying out of his mouth. In close-range combat, he was actually unable to beat Yu Yong. The latter had grasped an opportunity to deal him a serious wound. Yu Yong immediately followed up, chasing after him while he was rapidly retreating. Just then, the demonic beast expert's manifestation changed. An additional color appeared behind him, and his aura grew explosively. He could no longer bother with concealing his power. After that, the demonic beast expert roared, "Shameless! Watch out!" The moment his power was exposed, it revealed the manifestation of a triple supreme. Hence, countless human experts shouted furiously, "This is the end." As if he had anticipated this moment all along, Yu Yong slowly reached back behind him. The moment his hand gripped the hilt of his sword, the blade came flying out. Like a bolt of lightning streaking through the air, the next moment, heaven and earth seemed to be cut in two, and blood splashed. Along with the world and void, the demonic beast expert's body was also cut in twain. Yu Yong sheathed his sword. Looking at his opponent who was split in two, he said, "You wanted to dress as a pig to eat the tiger. Now, you really are a pig." Chapter 4160, High-Level Show-Off. There was a cut in the void that didn't heal for a long time. As for the demonic beast expert's corpse, it slowly split open, this scene stunning everyone. The demonic beast expert had been concealing his true power as a triple supreme. That was shocking enough, but compared to Yu Yong's final strike, that was nothing. A triple supreme was slain by a double supreme and in just one blow without any resistance. Sword cultivator. A startled cry rang out. That sword moved the heavens, and the icy will of the sword Tao remained. Perhaps only such a will could cause even the self-recovery ability of the world to lose effect. Fool, if you hadn't held back, we could have managed to fight for a while. Unfortunately, you're too foolish. Yu Yong shook his head and walked back to the Dragonblood Legion. After all, Yu Yong belonged to the 4th Regiment led by Yu Zifeng. All the 4th Regiment's warriors had been in contact with Yu Zifeng the longest, and Yu Zifeng naturally didn't hold back when teaching them. Thus, all the 4th Regiment's warriors would be considered masters of the sword Tao in the outside world. Although they couldn't compare to Yu Zifeng, when they attacked, Yu Zifeng's shadow could be seen behind them. Moreover, every Dragonblood warrior had managed to crawl out of a pile of corpses. Their combat experience was gained through blood and sacrifice. So, that demonic beast expert had purely been courting death by fighting Yu Yong at close range. If it wasn't to force him to break his disguise, Yu Yong would have killed him with a blow. However, if that person had truly gone all out without concealing his power from the very beginning, then victory or defeat might have been difficult to say. Even if that person couldn't beat Yu Yong, he would have had a 90% chance of escaping intact. But unfortunately, his attempt at disguising himself as a pig to eat the tiger failed, and his life was lost. You've regressed. Killing a little triple supreme, and one that was concealing his power, actually took you that long. What a disgrace. As punishment, go into seclusion for 3 days. When we get back, chided Guo Ran darkly. Yu Yong was startled. Wasn't it only because he had sought to unveil that person's true strength that it had taken him so long to eliminate him? Otherwise, it would have been simple, no. However, he then saw Guo Ran wink at him and instantly understood. Guo Ran was trying to show off. Thus, Yu Yong hastily put on an act of fear and trepidation. "General, please punish me. Lately, my cultivation has stalled due to dealing with troublesome affairs. I should have been able to finish it within 3 moves. Taking so long has lost the face of the Dragonblood Legion. I fully accept my punishment. HMPH, at least, your attitude isn't bad. You know your wrongs and that you must change. Within the Dragonblood Legion, your rank is 5706. You should start feeling some sense of urgency," said Guo Ran. "Yes, I will definitely work hard. Next month, I will get into the top 5700. Declared Yu Yong. The two of them played off of each other's sentences, leaving everyone stunned. Even Long Chen, who thought that his face was thick enough, was unable to keep his expression completely natural. This fellow was bragging a bit too hard, wasn't he? Since when did the Dragonblood Legion have such a ranking? Why didn't he know of it? Furthermore, with one strictly chiding and one solemnly quivering, it truly did look real. Even Long Chen almost believed it. In the future, all have to limit Guo Ran's authority. Otherwise, who knows what the Dragonblood warriors will be dragged into by him? What if all of them just become a bunch of show-offs? How am I supposed to lead such a group? However, their conversation truly did cause the humans and demonic beasts present to jump in shock. After that one slash of the sword, the others stopped fighting and returned to their own camps. It was like a group of wolves were fighting when a tiger suddenly came and threw the battlefield into chaos. They were no longer interested in fighting. The most difficult thing for them to bear was that such a terrifying expert like Yu Yong was actually ranked below 5,700 in the Dragonblood Legion. Perhaps it was because this bragging had gone too far. When people looked at Long Chen and the others, their expressions were doubting. But they didn't dare to bring up their suspicions. I'm sorry, boss, I know that this isn't your usual low-key style, but I feel like now isn't the time to be low-key. Only absolute martial power can reduce the amount of trouble we have to deal with. Only by displaying absolute power can we live with dignity and respect, said Guo Ran solemnly. So, he was even dragging Long Chen into this as well. What could he possibly say? Long Chen simply nodded. The general's words are correct. At the side, Yu Qingshan almost burst into laughter. These fellows really were a bunch of clowns. Long Chen said, the human race is not afraid of anyone. Our advantage is our brains. Regretfully, many people don't use their heads and are tricked into milling around frantically. To lose their lives and still be mocked is the greatest humiliation. This little speech shamed countless human experts. They simply hadn't expected the demonic beast race to be so sinister. Although people had suspected that demonic beast expert and raised those suspicions, the majority of people only believed their own eyes. Perhaps it was precisely because they believed in themselves too much that quite a few people were easily conned to death by that demonic beast expert. Long Chen turned to the demonic beast race's experts and coldly said, human race, demonic beast race, it doesn't matter if you want to be a person or a demon, but you need to have a bottom line. If you have the ability, use it properly. Conning and scheming ultimately cannot be the true Tao. Furthermore, if you really wanted to play sinister games, did you think that your little bit of intelligence would allow you to compete with the human race? There's naturally no way for us to compare to the human race. Your human race is the most treacherous of all races. Our demonic beast race accepts our inferiority in this regard, sneered a demonic beast race. He was clearly cursing the human race for being sinister, as if he was saying he disdained talking principles with humans. No, there's no need to accept your inferiority. When it comes to treachery and craftiness, isn't dressing like a pig to eat a tiger something you did quite happily just now? I'm just warning you, what you're playing with is just some leftovers of the human race. Don't shame yourselves by bringing out such trash, said Long Chen lightly. Such a worthless thing could only trick a few hot-blooded youngsters who didn't use their brains. If there were any elders here, the human race wouldn't have been tricked like this. This place was full of youngsters. After all, both sides had just started competing, and the senior generation had yet to receive word of it. Who do you think you are to speak to the demonic beast race like that? Who do you think you're chiding? HMPH, you're only capable of showing off here. Once our true experts come, let's see if you still dare to act so arrogant. Shouted one demonic beast expert. Long Chen smiled and ignored that person. They clearly didn't dare to challenge Long Chen, so they could only say some tough words. In truth, it was to cover up their lack of confidence. Out of the way, get out of my way. Suddenly, they heard a thunderous roar. From the human race's side, dozens of people came rushing over. All of them had vast auras like a sea, causing everyone to jump. Their leader was a heaven-venerate elder, and this elder immediately came to Long Chen and bowed. Senior Long Chen, it really is you. Please accept this disciple's respect. Chapter 4161, Wanted Criminal. Disciple. Even Long Chen was startled. When had he ever taken a disciple? That heaven-venerate's hair was already balding and graying. He clearly wasn't young, but as soon as he saw Long Chen, he called himself his disciple and knelt to kowtow to his master. Senior, you are. Long Chen hastily lifted him off. The moment he touched this old man's arm, he instantly understood why the latter called himself his disciple. Senior, you can't call me like that, cried out the elder. Back then, your explanation of the starry river of the sky art has enlightened this disciple, allowing me to go from a world king into a heaven venerate. You gave me a new outlook on life. Disciple is Huang Wei. If you wish, you can directly call me by name. The Starry River of the Sky Art. When they heard that name, the surrounding people were startled. That was an extremely domineering cultivation technique. One mistake would cripple or kill a person when cultivating it. Thus, essentially all sects viewed it as a forbidden technique, and they would not allow others to cultivate it. So, these people hadn't expected to run into someone who actually trained in it here. No, that doesn't make sense. The Starry River of the Sky Art is an incomplete cultivation technique. The absolute majority of people are limited to the immortal king realm or before. It's impossible for him to have been a world king, cried out someone. The name of the Starry River of the Sky Art was known to most people. Countless people had heard its legends. Only people who were forced to the point of having no other choice were willing to train in this technique. As it cut off your future prospects, cultivating it was essentially deciding your upper limit. However, this elder in front of them was actually a powerful heaven venerate. That was completely against common knowledge. Disciple greets senior. At this time, all the younger disciples who had come with this elder knelt on the ground and kowtowed toward Long Chen. All of their gazes were fervent and excited. Long Chen instantly understood. Back then, he had left the dark light heaven and gone to the violet flame heaven's Starry River Palace. The Starry River Palace was in ruins, but it was there that Long Chen comprehended the Starry River of the Sky Art and learned the full technique for drawing astral energy into his body. Furthermore, he didn't conceal it to himself. He then shared it with the world, giving people an essential and comprehensive understanding of this technique. When Long Chen discussed the Tao that day, countless people watched him. Countless people were taking notes, and those notes then spread throughout the world. As a result, countless experts who had been forced to cultivate the Starry River of the Sky Art once more saw hope. Originally, their future paths were cut off, but Long Chen continued that path for them. With this, the Starry River of the Sky Art became a complete cultivation technique. As long as a person had the right aptitude and worked hard enough, they could even become a heaven venerator or even an eternal. Huang Wei was one such cultivator. He was extremely talented and had been stuck at the immortal king bottleneck like everyone else, but he actually relied on his own intelligence to connect this broken path to the next step. He was the first person to break through to the world king realm with the Starry River of the Sky Art in the recent era. After that, relying on his talent, he tried to help other cultivators of the Starry River of the Sky Art break through this limit as well. He even established his own Starry River Gate. Not accepting disciples, he only helped cultivators of the Starry River of the Sky Art break their limits. However, his power was limited, and while he managed to reach the World King realm, he was unable to progress any further. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to continue this path. Later on, after Long Chen had explained the essence of the Starry River of the Sky Art and it reached his hands, Long Chen's comprehensive explanation instantly enlightened him. As a result, he directly broke through from the World King realm to the Divine Venerate realm. Furthermore, he was originally a latent triple supreme. However, he had been harmed before his potential awakened and was forced to cultivate the Starry River of the Sky Art to protect his life. Having been in the World King realm for countless years, his foundation was incredibly solid, allowing him to swiftly rise all the way to the Heaven Venerate realm. It could be said that there was no way for him to repay his gratitude toward Long Chen. Just now, he was leading people on a stroll around the vicinity when he suddenly heard someone mention Long Chen's name, so he immediately ran over. He had seen what Long Chen looked like in photographic jades, so he instantly recognized Long Chen and kowtowed to him as a disciple to a master. "Senior, it really is great that I can meet you." Huang Wei looked at Long Chen emotionally. Long Chen had changed his fate. No, he had changed the sorrowful fate of all cultivators of the Starry River of the Sky Art. This favor was truly immense. "If you're here, does it mean that there is a base for the Starry River inheritance here?" asked Long Chen. "Yes, and we've already found it. 8 million cultivators of the Starry River line have arrived. Now that you're here too, if they learn about your presence, they'll definitely be overjoyed." "Senior, please come back with us," said Huang Wei. "All right, we'll take a look." Long Chen nodded. Huang Wei was delighted by his acceptance and hastily brought them deeper into the human race's territory. The area between the human race and the demonic beast race's territories was a masterless land. Past this area, they saw that countless areas already had camps. Those camps had people guarding them, and anyone who got too close would be warned. While passing by one camp in particular, Long Chen suddenly paused and looked at the entrance. "An arrest warrant," Guo Ran and the others paused. There was a giant arrest warrant placed outside the entrance here, as well as an image of a person. When Long Chen and the others saw that person, they almost laughed. It was a cloaked man of good proportions and a slightly chubby face. He had a sinister smile on his face that instantly made him seem like a bad person. This person was precisely Mo Nian. However, this picture intentionally added a little bit of his baby fat and made his eyes even more wretched. It was a bit off the real Mo Nian, so Long Chen and the others hadn't recognized him at first. Who are you? You dare to laugh here? Scram! Don't ask for trouble. When Long Chen and the others laughed at the picture, the experts at the gate shouted at them. We can't even laugh. Do you need to be so mean? Serves you right for having your graves robbed, sneered Guo Ran. Guo Ran instantly enraged those people. One of them waved his hand, and hundreds of experts flew out of their camp, blocking them. You're definitely related to that fellow Mo Nian, aren't you? Shouted one of them. Clearly, their ancestral graves really had been robbed. In an instant, Guo Ran's words raised their suspicions. If you don't want to die, then scram. Otherwise, the Starry River line will trample your Snow River gate. Huang Hui's expression sank. An elder amongst those people twitched upon hearing of the Starry River line. He hastily said, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Everyone, take care. Clearly, they were scared off by the name of the Starry River line. Long Chen was surprised. He could clearly sense the aura of an innate heaven venerate inside their camp, so why did they retreat just like that? Only once they got out of the way did Huang Hui's expression improve. He respectfully led the way for Long Chen, leaving this place. On the way, they saw quite a few camps with this arrest warrant on their gates, making them rather speechless. It seemed that Mo Nian had not been slacking off. The arrest warrants had huge rewards on them. Some people were even offering an eternal divine weapon in exchange for Mo Nian's head. They clearly hated Mo Nian to the death. After walking a while, heaven and earth suddenly began shaking, and a strange aura came out from the ground beneath their feet. A shocking scene then startled Long Chen and the others. Chapter 4162, Unknown Power. Smoke began to gush out of the ground, and primal chaos chi was bursting out, causing the ruins to quiver. As the heavenly Taos rumbled, the very landscape was changing, and dirt swirled on top of the ruins, eventually solidifying into the foundations of the buildings. The Sage King Prefecture is awakening. Let's hurry. Huang Wei beckoned, and they sped up their pace. Rushing through this land, Long Chen saw countless sects cheering in their own camps. The places that they were in had turned into solid building foundations, as if a pair of invisible hands were reconstructing this world. 2 hours later, they arrived at a giant camp, and the countless experts there immediately knelt toward Long Chen fervently when they saw him. Everyone, please rise. We are all heirs of the Starry River, and all I did was pass on the sacred teachings. I cannot accept this, said Long Chen hastily. The gratitude that these people felt toward Long Chen could not be expressed in simple words. In the Violet Flame Heaven's Starry River ruins, Long Chen had managed to pass on the complete Starry River of the Sky Art, connecting these people to their future paths. It was no different than continuing their lives for them. These people would have been stuck in the Immortal King realm for the rest of their lives. But now, they had broken through their limits. This was all thanks to Long Chen. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that amongst the millions of the Starry River experts here, there were hundreds of thousands of world kings and thousands of divine venerates. When he asked, he learned that they weren't here to attend the Sage King convention, but to protect the ones who could participate in it. If the ones coming were just immortal kings, the seniors were worried about them being bullied. Thus, upon arriving here, they immediately announced that they would fight to the death against anyone who dared to bully the Starry River line's disciples. However, when they first arrived, countless people looked down on them, viewing them as a broken inheritance that had purely come for fun. As a result, within 1 month, over 10 large battles were fought, and quite a few disciples of the Starry River line were killed. However, more and more of their disciples continued to arrive, as well as more of their powerful experts. All of them were fearless toward death. When Huang Wei in particular arrived, he led them to have their vengeance, annihilating the powers that had bullied the Starry River line. In fact, an innate heaven venerate was severely wounded by them and fled. At that time, over 1 million disciples of the Starry River line had gathered. Against so many fearless people, even an innate heaven venerate could only flee for his life. That battle finally intimidated the surrounding people, so none of them dared to look down on the Starry River line any longer. Furthermore, after that battle, even more disciples of the Starry River line appeared. Toward the end, they had gathered over 8 million of them. They had the most people of any power. Their force was so enormous that even the neighboring factions, with innate heaven venerates standing guard over them, couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. What truly unnerved them wasn't the sheer quantity, but rather the unwavering fearlessness displayed by these people. They had never seen such ferocious warriors before. At first, when they hadn't had so many people here, people from the Starry River line had even self-detonated to drag their enemies down with them. That courage was astonishing, and with so many of them now gathered, anyone with a brain refused to provoke this group of madmen. Thus, the previous group that had been offended by their mention of Mo Nian immediately retreated upon hearing of the Starry River line. They really didn't dare to provoke them. Senior, since you're here for the Sage King Convention, you can represent our Starry River line. With you here, we'll definitely get a good ranking. As long as we can get into the top 10,000, the Starry River line will have hope of reviving. With the support of the world's karmic luck, we will definitely rebuild the Starry River sect," said an Earth Venerate, his elderly face filled with excitement. The rankings on the Sage King Convention related to the karmic luck support of the world. This was why so many powers had come out in full force and brought their most outstanding disciples. "I'm sorry, but I can't represent the Starry River line," said Long Chen awkwardly. Then in an instant, countless disciples of the Starry River line were disappointed. "I'm a dean of the High Firmament Academy. I can't represent other factions," said Long Chen a bit helplessly. That elder immediately clapped his forehead. "I'm so sorry, I forgot about this. You're from the High Firmament Academy, so naturally you must represent them. It's fine, just look at our numbers. We have over 6 million Immortal King disciples. There's no worry that we won't get into the top 10,000. Huang Wei laughed confidently. Just as they were speaking, a giant palace grew out of the ground next to their camp. This magnificent structure, which was made entirely of earth, bore a massive signboard in Julie immortal characters that read, Starry River. Upon closer inspection, these two characters seemed to be formed by countless flowing stars, with each star exuding an ancient air. Within these characters, it felt as if you could see the workings of the universe. "This was personally written by the Starry River Sage," said Long Chen. Hearing this, everyone was shaken. This was their first time attending the Sage King Convention and their first time seeing this spectacle. When Long Chen said that the Starry River characters were written by the Starry River Sage, they immediately kowtowed toward it. The human race cared deeply about inheritances. Without the Starry River Sage, there would be no Starry River of the Sky Art. And without the Starry River of the Sky Art, they would not have their current accomplishments. As time passed, one palace after another slowly rose out of the ground. However, those were all side palaces. The main palace was still in the midst of forming, and this strange sight surprised Long Chen. This was the most incomprehensible energy that Long Chen had ever encountered. Based on what he was seeing, these buildings were growing out of every power's inherited territory. But when the Sage King Convention ended, these palaces would once more turn to ruins. Would they reform at the next Sage King Convention? Long Chen was stunned thinking of this, and Sha Chen and Guo Ran were even more so. As a forger and a formation master, they had never seen this kind of concept before. It was the power of creation. Touching the runes on the palace, they sensed their immense power, stupefied. They didn't know what these runes were, but hitting them resulted only in their fists hurting. The wall was incomparably hard. Time continued to pass, and other than the main palace, all the others had fully formed. These palaces had all kinds of murals hanging in them, and there were various strange sights within those carvings. Long Chen's heart shook when he examined those murals. Perhaps some of them were related to the secrets of the 9-star hegemon body art. Just as he was about to examine them more closely, Huang Wei ran over anxiously. "Senior, not good, come and take a look." Chapter 4163, Incomparable Genius, Starry River Sage. When Long Chen saw countless people collapsing on the ground in the palace, clutching their heads and howling in pain, he was completely stunned. "I don't know either." They looked at the starry sea diagram at the heart of the palace and immediately collapsed like this. "I've already forbidden others from entering the palace," said Huang Wei hastily. Starry sea diagram. Long Chen immediately ran into the palace that was still growing out of the ground. Now, there was a divine pool at the heart of the palace, and you could see stars within the divine pool that moved like the workings of the cosmos. Actually, the star diagram did not look like a diagram and more like a true starry river. The more Long Chen looked, the deeper and further it seemed, giving him a hair-raising feeling. It felt like he was lost deep in the sea, as if some monster would devour him whole at any possible moment. They looked at the star diagram and then turned into this state. They said that it made their heads feel like exploding, said Huang Wei. Contrary to Long Chen, his head was lowered, as he didn't dare to look at the divine pool. This is the true divine diagram of the starry river. The starry river sage probably created the starry river of the sky art based on it. This is the true beginning and the true end. Also, the star diagrams in the side palaces are steps toward this divine diagram. Without taking those first steps, jumping straight to the final step results in this, said Long Chen, beckoning to the fallen disciples. Long Chen checked their bodies and found that their astral energy was in disarray. However, it wasn't too serious, only their souls were shaken. Long Chen then took out some medicinal pills and had people distribute them. After consuming those pills, these people slowly recovered from the pain. With this lesson, everyone became much more careful and didn't dare to randomly look around. Long Chen then directed them to start with the two characters on the gate, the Starry River characters. Whether or not they could comprehend these two characters was not that important. Long Chen would give them a more detailed explanation later. The main thing was not to mess up the order of starting from the basics before going into deeper waters. It would be best if they could comprehend things themselves. But if they couldn't, it wasn't a huge deal either. It was just that they could not vainly try to continue onward without comprehending the steps before it. Long Chen also started off with the Starry River characters, which was the most foundational entry point. It was also the simplest to comprehend. With one look, you would understand. However, the actual realm inside of it was not so simple. Compared to the ruins of the Starry River Palace, the inheritance here was actually more complete. Even Long Chen was benefiting immensely after observing it. After looking at the Starry River characters, Long Chen went into the first side palace and looked at the first mural, then the second mural, and the third. Every side palace had 9 murals, and there were a total of 9 side palaces. Overall, there were a total of 81 starry murals to look over. The star diagrams started off simple but gradually grew more complex. At first, they were clear, but then they grew seemingly messy. By the 9th palace, the star diagrams were chaotic, giving people a headache with just a look. Huang Wei managed to follow Long Chen all the way to the 5th palace before he was forced to stop. Here, he was unable to instantly comprehend the diagrams any longer. As for the ordinary people, they were still stuck at the 1st palace. Fortunately, the palace was big enough to fit them all. Long Chen stayed in the 9th palace for 3 full days. In the end, he found that the 9 starry murals were 9 kinds of divine arts. However, these 9 divine arts had many problematic areas. With the 9-star hegemon body art, Long Chen was able to understand the Starry River sage's intent. But after examining these 9 murals for a long time, he came to the conclusion that these 9 divine arts were actually incomplete. In other words, the Starry River sage himself was unable to use these 9 divine arts. He hadn't reached that height and had relied entirely on his intelligence to deduce these techniques. The Starry River sage's intelligence really is unfathomable. He clearly had only taken 3 steps, but managed to deduce all the way to the 9th step. This kind of intelligence is something that I will never be able to reach. Long Chen couldn't help sighing in amazement. Although there were some mistakes in the 9th step, the first 8 steps were perfect, and the 9th step was also mostly correct. After seeing it, Long Chen was filled with admiration. Long Chen then summoned his own Starry Sea manifestation. Using the 9-star hegemon body art as the foundation, he corrected the Starry River of the sage art. In the end, he managed to deduce these 9 techniques. As Long Chen raised his hand, a star diagram appeared on his palm. In this state, his hand almost couldn't be seen because it was entirely covered in tiny stars. What power! Although it's not on the same level as the Dragon King battle armor, it's only 1 level weaker. Looking at this starry palm, Long Chen was amazed. The heavenly Tao's change, but astral energy remains eternal. It is more reliable than heavenly Tao energy. Long Chen slowly reached out and clenched his hand, causing cracks to appear in the void. This high concentration of power shocked Long Chen, and he felt even greater admiration for the Starry River sage. Moreover, This was only one technique of the star diagrams. The rest of them could unleash astral energy through fists, feet, elbows, heads, and other areas. Some were offensive and some were defensive. But coming up with these divine arts was the Starry River sage's limit, and these techniques still had many flaws. If they could all be merged into one technique, then it would be perfect. Even so, getting this far on his own was already very amazing. If Long Chen wanted to connect all these moves into one, he would have to think about it himself. After all, the Starry River sage had opened up a path that was unimaginable for him. The Starry River of the Sky art was created based on the 9-star hegemon body art, so it was at least a good consultation point for Long Chen. However, if this powerful technique came from the 9-star hegemon body art, then where did the 9-star hegemon body art come from? The Starry River sage was already so incredible, so what about the 9-star master? Long Chen was almost unable to believe it. Compared to these seniors, he felt minuscule. When Long Chen arrived at the main palace, he found that it was already erected nicely. The central divine pool had the divine radiance of a starry river flowing within it, illuminating the ceiling above. The ceiling had no designs on it, but when the divine radiance illuminated it, Long Chen could see a starry river slowly flowing. It was as if it was following a set path, flowing in an endless loop. So that's the case. This is the original form of the starry river. To go from 1 to 9, and then back to 1. However, this one is not the old one. The Grand Tao is simple. You start at 1, end at 9, and return to 1. But without going through the first one, you cannot understand the last one. Cycle after cycle, you understand more and more layers. Although it looks like you're just repeating the same thing, the height is different. The Starry River of the Sky art is like this, and the 9-star hegemon body art should be the same. Does that mean that there is a return to the start after cultivating the 9 stars? But what is the start? Long Chen was lost in thought. The final mural was actually the beginning of the Starry River of the Sky art, and it was also a new starting point. After all, the Starry River repeated itself in an endless loop, giving Long Chen some inspiration. Boss, the Soaring Dragon Company's people have come. Long Chen was in the midst of pondering this new enlightenment when Guo Ran came running in. Chapter 4164, Who are you trying to scare? Outside the Starry River line's land, 7 elders had arrived. Other than one human, the rest were all from different races. One of them was wearing a cloak all around their body with black chi swirling around them. However, upon closer examination, it became evident that beneath the cloak lay a skeletal figure, devoid of flesh and blood. These 7 people were all innate heaven venerates, and only the human expert was wearing robes of the Soaring Dragon Company. Although these 7 heaven venerates weren't intentionally emitting their pressure, their auras still shook people's hearts. Normally, a single heaven venerate would be enough to shake an army. But now, 7 had appeared at once. Guo Ran might normally act as if all his enemies were beneath him, but now he couldn't. He could only obediently follow behind Long Chen. Although he wanted to act like he wasn't nervous, it wasn't possible for him. Other than him and Sha Chen, Huang Wei had also come, as well as a dozen earth venerates of the Starry River line. They were the pillars of this territory. Seeing that so many heaven venerates had come, their expressions changed. It seemed that these people did not come with good intentions. What, after finding a few helpers, you want to settle our debts? Long Chen appraised those people and curled his lips. Other than the Soaring Dragon Company's expert, it seemed that Long Chen couldn't beat a single one of these heaven venerates. But he wasn't afraid because he knew that none of them would dare to touch him at this time. The elder of the Soaring Dragon Company cleared his throat and said, "This old man is here not to settle our personal grievances. Actually, the Soaring Dragon Company wishes to conduct some business with you." His voice was rather dry, and his expression was a bit nervous. In an instant, Long Chen understood their intention. It seemed that this elder was forced to come here by these people who were after his heaven-earth cauldron. "You wish to buy my bronze cauldron?" Long Chen's gaze swept over those experts. "Do you truly have the heaven-earth cauldron?" The skeletal lifeform spoke with an inhuman voice, sounding like white bones rubbing against each other, and it stabbed into people's souls. Long Chen glanced at that lifeform. What a lacking question. How am I supposed to know if that bronze cauldron is the heaven-earth cauldron? When I obtained it, I had no idea what its origins were. It was the Soaring Dragon Company that swore it was the heaven-earth cauldron. And what kind of existence is the Soaring Dragon Company? They are renowned businessmen. How could they possibly lie about such a thing? If you offer a decent price, I'll sell it. Truly, I really am sincere. Why would you even worry about it? In any case, there's the Soaring Dragon Company as a guarantee. If the Soaring Dragon Company really did lie to you, couldn't you just join forces and smash the Soaring Dragon Company? Their business is spread far and wide. As long as you do the same thing as me, I guarantee you'll profit immensely. There's more than enough for us to share. That elder from the Soaring Dragon Company was horrified by Long Chen's words, so he hastily said, "Don't spout nonsense. When did we ever say that we would guarantee anything? You refused to guarantee it. Then why would you spread word of it so far and wide? In the violet flame heaven, you repeatedly said that my bronze cauldron was the heaven-earth cauldron. What, now you're changing the story? How can anyone believe you when you say that you're not an idiot then?" demanded Long Chen. "Who are you calling an idiot? So you're not an idiot? Then as businessmen, if you say things without confirming their veracity, who would do business with you? How can you say that you're trying to do business with me? Either you guarantee that my cauldron is the heaven-earth cauldron, or you're not trustworthy a businessman." Scram! Long Chen pointed at the elder and cursed so wildly that saliva was spurting toward the latter. Hearing this, the elder was enraged yet was left too stunned to retort. Back in the violet flame heaven, they had insisted that Long Chen had the heaven-earth cauldron. It was only later on that they grew afraid of the consequences and switched to saying that they suspected Long Chen of having the heaven-earth cauldron, not knowing the real origins of the bronze cauldron. After that, Long Chen used that cauldron to shake an eternal divine weapon, freeing the great desolate winged devil's corpse. That was something seen by countless people. Now, people truly began to wonder if it was the heaven-earth cauldron. Because of that, 6 experts from different races got in touch with the Soaring Dragon Company, forcing them to say whether or not Long Chen really had the heaven-earth cauldron. The Soaring Dragon Company was left dumbfounded. How would they know whether it was real or not? If they said it was true and it turned out to be false, they would offend countless people. But if they said it was fake, they would have been scamming people, which would also offend countless people. Having not expected things to develop to this point, the Soaring Dragon Company came up with all kinds of excuses, brushing off any attempts to get to the bottom of the matter. As a result, some people lost their patience and directly flipped the table, forcing the Soaring Dragon Company to give them an answer. But what answer could the Soaring Dragon Company give them? Forced to this extent, they agreed to send someone to ask Long Chen for verification. Considering that the Soaring Dragon Company was mortal enemies with Long Chen, for them to come to his door like this was an extremely humiliating thing for them. So, this elder was the unlucky fellow who was forced to take this mission, burdened not only with the humiliation it entailed but also the looming fear of incurring the wrath of the 6 others who had forced him to come. He was in an extremely precarious position. "Show us your bronze cauldron," demanded the skeletal lifeform. "Do you think I'll take it out just because you want it? Who do you think you are?" sneered Long Chen. "I'm from the Bone Devil Desolate Domain." This lifeform actually answered, not understanding Long Chen's intention. He actually thought that Long Chen was asking about his origins. "Don't waste my time with this bullshit. It's you who sought to purchase my goods, not the other way around, alright? Keep in mind, you approached me, so you have to show your sincerity by coming from a lower position. I don't care what your status or cultivation base is. I'll say it again, fix your attitude or else forget it." Long Chen looked down on that skeletal lifeform. Hearing such disrespect, that lifeform was enraged. Black chi swirled out of him as if he was about to explode. "Who do you think you're trying to scare? Why don't you just try and touch me?" sneered Long Chen. As expected, that lifeform ultimately didn't dare to do so, afraid of the curse. The curtains to the Sage King convention had formally opened, so it was almost a sure thing for him to be cursed if he were to attack now. "Hee, that's right, we're doing business, right? We should get along better. That's the only way to pull off our business successfully," chortled Long Chen. Long Chen then turned to the Soaring Dragon Company's elder. "If you want to buy my bronze cauldron, it's not outside the realm of question. However, I have a condition." Hearing that, the elder was delighted and hastily asked, "What is the condition?" Chapter 4165, Commission Fee. Long Chen leisurely said, "Your Soaring Dragon Company can hold an auction. In this auction, you can gather appraisers and other sellers. To tell the truth, your Soaring Dragon Company really is despicable. You tried to use the name of the Heaven-Earth Cauldron to get me killed. Truthfully, neither of us knows the origins of this bronze cauldron. But with my current power, I'm unable to use it, so it's a waste. That is why I am hoping to get rid of this hot potato while I can. If it is the real thing, I'm hoping to get some items that I need. If it's fake, I want your Soaring Dragon Company to kneel on the ground and apologize to me. You've gone too far, roared the elder from the Soaring Dragon Company. How was he supposed to accept this condition? If it really was fake, would the Soaring Dragon Company have any face left to exist? You're the one who went too far. You kept saying that my bronze cauldron is the heaven-earth cauldron. You tried to get me killed, so don't talk to me about going too far. My time is precious, so hurry up. If you do not have the authority to decide, go and ask. I'll give you 3 days. If you can't give me an answer within that period, I will ask the Wuxian Trading Company to hold this auction. If it weren't for my close relationship with the Wuxian Trading Company, which might cause rumors that we're colluding to sell a fake item, do you think I'd be willing to let you bastards get anything? Scram, sneered Long Chen. Fine, I'll ask. Just wait for our reply, said the elder gloomily. Brat, if the Soaring Dragon Company agrees and you back out of the deal, I guarantee that you will regret coming to this world, said one of the other heaven venerates who hadn't spoken yet. Being threatened, Long Chen immediately slapped him in the face, striking him solidly and sending him flying. Who do you think you're talking to? Make sure to be more polite in the future. That innate heaven venerate had never expected a lowly human to dare to slap him. He was sent tumbling into the distance. The next moment, blood chi exploded out of him. Blood race. Long Chen was startled. This expert who looked similar to the human race was actually from the blood race. I'll kill you. Blood chi and killing intent erupted from that heaven venerate. Come, I'll stick out my neck and let you kill me. Well, Long Chen really did stick out his neck as though he was begging for a beating. He even pointed at his own nose. That blood race. Expert quivered with rage, his veins throbbing on his forehead. He was an overlord in his domain, a respected innate heaven venerate, but he was actually slapped in the face by a human. That was an absolute humiliation. However, when Long Chen really stuck out his neck and asked to be killed, he instantly calmed down. If he were to attack Long Chen, perhaps the curse of misfortune would strike him even before Long Chen died. In the past few days, dozens of innate heaven venerates had been struck by the curse of misfortune, becoming lessons for the others. Thus, although he was infuriated, he still had a trace of rationality left, so he didn't dare to actually attack. Long Chen snorted, and 7 innate heaven venerates could only leave while clenching their teeth. Seeing Long Chen shout away 7 innate heaven venerates, Guo Ran looked at him worshipfully. Just when would he have his boss's daring? Sha Chen also raised his thumb. However, boss, the Soaring Dragon Company's old ghosts have no shame. Your condition probably won't bind them. TCH, who is trying to bind them? When the time comes and they inspect it, they'll say that it could still be the real thing or fake, and then they wouldn't need to kowtow to me. This way, even if they realize that it is fake, they won't dare to say it. That's my goal, laughed Long Chen. Haha, boss is wise. Now, we're in an unbeatable position. Guo Ran also laughed after he understood Long Chen's plan. The Soaring Dragon Company would not dare to say that it was fake, as it was their only way out. At the very least, they had proof that it wasn't a definite fake because Long Chen had used it to strike an eternal divine weapon. Thus, it might really sell for the price of at least an eternal divine weapon. If the one betting was unlucky, perhaps it might even be sold for a sky-high price. As this bronze cauldron was nothing more than a counterfeit that Guo Ran and Sha Chen had made, they were even more excited than Long Chen. If the two of you have time, help me create another bronze cauldron, said Long Chen. Another one. The two of them were startled. Just do it if you have time. Last time, striking the eternal spear let me gather some more rust. As long as you can create it, there will be a use for it, said Long Chen with an evil smile. Alright, if we hurry, we can make another one. Although they weren't sure what Long Chen was planning, that smile of his made them feel incredibly excited. Time was pressing, so Long Chen quickly gathered the Starry River Line's experts. Starting from the first star diagram, he began to explain all the way to the final Starry River Divine Pool. He even showed them how to use the divine astral techniques. When they saw an entire arm covered in small stars, they were stunned. Although they already knew that the Starry River of the Sky Art was a terrifying technique and they still had a long path in front of them, they hadn't expected that when trained to the pinnacle, they could even use stars to strengthen their body. Long Chen's starry arm possessed an immense power that excited them. They knew that as long as they worked hard, sooner or later, they could also possess such power. Feeling extremely grateful to Long Chen for his generosity in sharing this technique, they started to look at him like a god. As long as Long Chen gave the order, they would be willing to run into boiling oil for him or cut themselves to the bone by charging through a mountain of blades. For Long Chen, comprehending this technique was very easy, but explaining it was a bit more taxing, especially in a way that everyone could understand. However, he knew that comprehension needed time, as well as a certain amount of luck. Not comprehending immediately was not a problem. They just had to remember what he said and slowly think about it in the future. Long Chen then spent 2.5 days explaining everything he could. Originally, he was planning on checking the territory of the High Firmament Academy in this place, but there wasn't enough time. The Soaring Dragon Company had been kept outside for a full day with their reply. "Oh, how coincidental. We meet again. So, what does your Soaring Dragon Company want?" Long Chen went to see the same elder. The elder had been kept out for a full day by Long Chen and had been nursing a belly of fire. However, he didn't dare to unleash it on Long Chen and could only clench his teeth. "Our Soaring Dragon Company can do this business with you, but we also have a condition." "Oh, you also have a condition? How novel. What is your condition?" asked Long Chen. The elder raised a finger. "A 10% commission." 10%, so little. Fine, I don't want to bother haggling with you too much. If the auction does pan out, you can just pay me the fee on the spot, said Long Chen. Chapter 4166, Ruins of the Academy. The elder from the Soaring Dragon Company left while clenching his teeth furiously. He looked like he wanted to bite Long Chen to death. If an auction house assisted someone in selling an item, they typically charged a minimum commission fee of 10%. Some particularly audacious ones might even demand as much as 30%. However, Long Chen actually wanted them to pay him a commission fee instead. In all the elder's years, it was his first time encountering such a thing. It had to be known that the Soaring Dragon Company had actually told him to ask for a 20% commission fee. However, this elder lacked confidence and didn't dare to ask for such an amount, fearing that it might upset Long Chen. Thus, he opted for the minimum acceptable commission fee. But surprisingly, Long Chen actually countered by requesting an extra 10% of the final sale price. The reason he gave was that they were using his item to draw many people to the auction. Since the auction house wouldn't be just auctioning one item, they could profit from the other items as well. Moreover, considering that it would attract countless experts, they might be so shameless as to charge an entrance fee, right? What, would they really be so rude as to not show their appreciation for Long Chen, considering that he had helped them generate substantial profits by offering the Heaven-Earth Cauldron? That little speech left the elder speechless. In the end, Long Chen got impatient and said that if the elder wanted to collaborate, they could. Otherwise, he could scram. If they really refused to accept, he would just hold his own auction on it. The elder quivered with fury, but with no other choice, he simply said that he didn't have the authority to make such a decision and would have to report it. However, Long Chen knew that they would accept. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to their clients. As expected, the elder returned in half a day, his face resembling a ripe melon. There was such intense hatred in his eyes that it seemed like Long Chen had robbed his ancestors' tombs. In the end, it was decided that the auction would be carried out 7 days later, and the Heaven-Earth Cauldron would be the ultimate item. Furthermore, everything really did go as Long Chen had expected. The Soaring Dragon Company shamelessly began to sell tickets for the auction, and they weren't cheap either. It was 100 World King crystals for a single ticket, and that was only the lowest level. The better tickets were hundreds of World King crystals, and the VIP tickets cost thousands of World King crystals. "I'm starting to regret it. 10% commission is a bit," started Long Chen. "Don't go too far." That elder from the Soaring Dragon Company jumped like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "Fine, I can't be bothered to haggle. We'll leave it at that," said Long Chen. These words were said under the recording of a photographic jade, so their agreement was set. The Soaring Dragon Company then proposed that Long Chen entrust the Heaven-Earth Cauldron to them for safekeeping, but he promptly declined. He naturally didn't trust them. They also knew that this was too unrealistic, so they didn't argue much about it. After settling things, the elder left. After this matter was handled, Long Chen found that the Starry River sect was also doing fine. Seeing the disciples busy comprehending the Starry River of the Sky Art, he just said goodbye and set off. Long Chen left on his own, as Sha Chen and Guo Ran were busy creating a second Heaven-Earth cauldron, while the Dragonblood warriors were spreading word and looking for others from the Dragonblood Legion. They were all to meet up in the Starry River sect. In order to be safe, Long Chen had them stick in groups of 100 people. That way, even against peak experts, they would still have some ability to fight. Moreover, they all had communication tools so that they could reinforce each other the moment they encountered danger. The good news was that the Sage King convention still needed a bit more time to get started. During this time, Long Chen found that many sect buildings had been constructed, with some still in the process of expansion. However, he also noticed many areas where the buildings had sprung up, but there were no signs of people in sight. Their inheritance remains, but no one inherits it. Looking at those empty buildings, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. Each of those buildings represented the inheritance of some sector power. Since the palaces remained, it meant that those inheritances were not fully severed yet. However, the Sage King convention required the attendees to be at the Immortal King realm. Currently, the Sage King prefecture was bustling with immortal kings from various sects. Yet, there were certain inheritances that lacked even a single immortal king in attendance, leaving their palaces vacant. In certain locations, the ruins remained ruins, signifying that these inheritances had been completely severed. As Long Chen walked through this place, he drew numerous curious glances. People just whispered amongst themselves as he passed by. The current Long Chen could count as having some fame within the entire human race, and most of this fame stemmed from the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. To maximize their profit, the Soaring Dragon Company was disseminating information about this auction as hard as they could, spreading Long Chen's name along with it. Thus, when these people looked at Long Chen, it was like they were looking at the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Countless people were filled with greed, and some people even wanted to take it. But no one actually dared to attack or even provoke him. Long Chen paid them no heed. He continued in his chosen direction, quickening his pace with each step. The farther he ventured, the more he noticed buildings that were gradually taking shape at a slow pace. Some buildings still had no roofs, but the auras of the people within them shook his heart. He also saw supremes far beyond other supremes, which gave him a sense of immense pressure. When he walked past their gates, he drew their attention, so those heavenly geniuses eyed Long Chen coldly. If it weren't for their elders shouting at them, they might really have tried to attack Long Chen just to test him. Long Chen had the Minghong saber on his back, his brows furrowing as an invisible killing intent slowly rose out of him. Originally, he had thought that only the beast race's heads were so simple. However, in the human race's territory, this kind of thing was even more common. Just what was with these people's heads? All of them were like angry bulls that had encountered another bull. They wanted to fight for no reason at all. It was like only by killing the other side could they find meaning in their lives. He had been provoked several times now. Their greedy gazes were like they were far above others, as if everyone else was just an ant and could be wiped out whenever they wanted, completely infuriating Long Chen. If those people dared to attack him, he guaranteed that not one of them would live to see tomorrow's sun. Long Chen was so incredibly enraged that he didn't even know why he was so angry. But that anger came from the depths of his soul and could not be contained. Fortunately, they didn't attack him. After a while of walking, Long Chen eventually saw a vast sea up ahead. There was a large mass of ruins on the coast. Just as Long Chen arrived at the edge of the ruins, he suddenly heard Bai Shixi's voice. "You're late. I thought that you had forgotten about the High Firmament Academy." Chapter 4167, Hero, Spare Me. Long Chen heard Bai Shixi's voice the moment he set foot into those ruins. Following that voice, he saw the beautiful Bai Shixi in a golden dress standing not too far away. A golden divine radiance enveloped her, and even amidst the ruins, these dilapidated structures seemed to exude a hint of grandeur solely because of her presence. What was different from before was that Bai Shixi now had a sword on her back. That was the sword that Long Chen had taken from the strange lifeform on the ghost ship. Her golden dress billowed gracefully around her. She was already a peerless beauty, but the divine light that enveloped her enhanced her regal aura, leaving those who saw her feeling inherently inferior by mere comparison. As Bai Shixi cast a cold gaze upon Long Chen, he responded with a gradual, warm smile. Their eyes locked in a silent exchange, and in no time at all, Bai Shishi found herself unable to restrain a blush from creeping onto her cheeks. She wanted to turn away and not look at him, but that would be admitting that she had lost. Thus, she continued to stubbornly stare at Long Chen. Seeing that she couldn't last, Long Chen spoke first. "I'm sorry. I had too many things to deal with. But as soon as I finished, I came here as quickly as possible. Where are Shaola and the others? Don't change the subject. Why didn't you bring Qingshan?" demanded Bai Shishi. Long Chen instantly felt a headache. Qingshan is refining pills and in seclusion. I didn't want to call her out. Are you sure that's the reason? Is it not because you were afraid that I would do something to her? The main reason was because I thought that it would be a bit awkward, said Long Chen, his awkwardness quite palpable in his words. Awkward? Why, are you afraid of me bullying her? Demanded Bai Shishi. How could that be? Why would you bully her? You're a kind person, said Long Chen hastily. You're a bad guy. I knew that you arrived earlier, so I spent days guarding this place because I was worried about being rude to Qingshan and making a bad impression if she came while I wasn't here. And you, Bai Shishi's eyes reddened, and a few tears leaked out. Long Chen was startled. Bai Shishi had actually come here much earlier. It seemed it was all to express her goodwill to Yu Qingshan. Long Chen knew Bai Shishi's character. She was someone who cared more about face and pride than her own life. But for him, she was willing to suffer this kind of grievance. Knowing this, Long Chen felt both moved and ashamed. I'm sorry, I've made you suffer. Long Chen walked over to Bai Shishi and held her hands. Stop, others will see. Bai Shishi hastily pulled her hands out of Long Chen's grasp, feeling both shy and angry. The tears in her eyes were like crystals, and she was like the lofty pear flower that stood proudly against the rain. Her appearance was beautiful yet heartbreaking. Who cares if someone sees? I like you. I'm not afraid of others knowing, said Long Chen. Hearing this, Bai Shishi blushed even harder, but she was deeply moved inside. Although she had known Long Chen for so long, and even shared life and death with him, it was his first time making such a frank declaration. While it wasn't an overly serious declaration, it did reveal his true feelings to her. But although she liked it, she glared at him. Who has a face as thick as yours? Hee, success. Looking into her rebuking gaze, Long Chen smiled inside. Finally, the sky was clear after the tempest, and he had passed this point. Shishi, you get more beautiful every time I see you. How did you do it? Scram, bastard, don't try talking to me like that. You think saying a few nice words will make me forgive you? And what do you mean, how did I do it? Demanded Bai Shishi. Although she knew that Long Chen was attempting to ease her anger with his charming words, her current display of anger was feigned. In truth, the moment that she saw Long Chen, she was no longer angry. In fact, she almost hated herself. Originally, she had been planning on tormenting him for not coming to see her after so long. However, she found that she couldn't even muster up the energy to be angry. Was this the fate that her mother had warned her about? When a woman fell for a man, would she really no longer have the ability to struggle? You're increasingly beautiful, but I haven't made the slightest improvement. I'm still the same as before. When I'm with you, it's like a swan standing next to a toad, a phoenix beside a crow. The pressure is great. Long Chen shrugged helplessly, winking. Despite knowing that he was intentionally teasing her, Bai Shishi couldn't help but laugh, feeling both embarrassed and angry. She knew that she had lost this time. Bai Shishi then reached out and viciously pinched the soft flesh of Long Chen's waist. Aiya! Long Chen cried out. Bai Shishi was truly vicious this time. That soft hand of hers instantly became a metal pincer, breaking even Long Chen's defenses. Hero, spare me, pleaded Long Chen. Who is a hero? Are you mocking me for not being womanly enough? Raged Bai Shishi. No, it was a slip of the tongue. Heroine, spare me. Long Chen hastily corrected himself. Only then did Bai Shishi glare at him and pull back her hand. She finally smiled with a pleased expression as her resentment faded away. If she wasn't a hero, what was she? Only a hero would have that much power. Long Chen rubbed his waist and saw that the pinched skin was already purple. Congratulations, Fairy Shishi, your power has advanced yet again. Perhaps I'll need to rely on your protection in the future. I hope Senior can be magnanimous and keep me in your care, said Long Chen shamelessly. Why don't you heal? Doesn't it hurt? Asked Bai Shishi. It was my bad, so a punishment is only natural. Only with a bit of pain will I remember the lesson, said Long Chen. Furthermore, compared to what you went through, this is nothing. Although you never told me what price you paid, I know it. With this, Bai Shishi suddenly threw herself into Long Chen's embrace. Her fists repeatedly struck his chest as she wept. You bastard, are you trying to take my life with those words? Bai Shishi was like an aggrieved child who had finally found an outlet. Someone as prideful as her had given up her pride. How could she not? She had previously looked down on her mother who was willing to share a man with another woman, but now she was even worse. Sometimes, she felt terrified and helpless. She didn't know why she put herself through this. Love was the curse with no cure. No matter how she struggled, she could not extricate herself from it. No matter how strong someone was, in front of love, they could only admit defeat. And yes, just those simple words from Long Chen caused her to feel like she had lost. She was gratified and panicked, while also feeling happy and bitter. In Long Chen's embrace, she finally felt true peace. Long Chen also let her vent, knowing just how much pain this prideful fairy had in her heart. Oh, when did the High Firmament Academy become a hookup place? Just then, a sinister voice rang out. Unbeknownst to them, a group of people had appeared near them. Chapter 4168, specialized in treating arrogance. Long Chen was in the midst of grappling with guilt, so when someone hurled insults at him, his fury erupted instantly. On the other hand, Bai Shishi, who had just realized their presence, swiftly averted her gaze and wiped away the tear stains on her face. Long Chen saw that the newcomers were an elder plus over 10 disciples trailing behind him. Some of the male disciples were breathtaken by Bai Shishi's appearance, so they cast jealous and disdainful gazes at Long Chen. This is the High Firmament Academy's territory, and you are not welcome. Scram, said Long Chen coldly. Who do you think you are to dare be presumptuous here? Sneered one of the disciples. When that man spoke, Long Chen instantly recognized him to be the one to previously speak as well. You should keep your crap hole closed. I don't like you. Keep spouting crap, and I'll knock out your teeth, said Long Chen impatiently. That person was enraged. Seeing that Bai Shishi's dress bore the specific emblem of the High Firmament Academy on the sleeves and collar, he knew that she was a disciple of the High Firmament Academy. In contrast, Long Chen was wearing black robes with no visible markings at all, so he assumed that Long Chen was clearly someone from some lowly power. After all, any disciples that came from strong powers would clearly display their status. That would scare off more people and save them trouble. Seeing Bai Shishi embracing some black-robed man, they thought that a disciple from the High Firmament Academy was colluding with someone from a foreign power, so they mocked them. Perhaps they felt a bit of trepidation when it came to the High Firmament Academy. But some disciples with no status marker on them, even if such disciples were slain, the faction behind them would not be able to blame anyone. There was an unspoken rule. If you didn't reveal your status, then if you were slain, the killer couldn't be blamed for killing you. If you were trying to be deliberately mysterious and were slain because the other side didn't know who you were or what faction you were from, you could only blame yourself. Thus, people who didn't expose their status were usually killed for nothing. No matter how powerful the faction behind them was, it was very difficult for them to punish the killer. Long Chen's robes had no marker at all, so they didn't place him in their eyes. Furthermore, there were so many of them, and Long Chen was just one person. Don't. You shouldn't kill them, advised Bai Shishi, pulling his hand. However, Bai Shishi's judgment was not good. This was a slap in the faces of these people. Don't kill us, I'll kill you. The first speaker was enraged and suddenly appeared behind Long Chen like a specter. He was bizarrely fast. Unexpectedly, a streak of golden light flashed, and that person's arm was cut off by a golden sword. With a shriek, he retreated. All those people who had come with him were shocked, including the innate heaven venerate. Even with his cultivation base, he didn't see how Bai Shishi had just moved. Do you know who he is? He is the youngest dean in the High Firmament Academy's history. Why don't you tell me whether or not he is qualified to tell you to scram? Said Bai Shishi icily. They had heard of his name but hadn't known what he looked like. The High Firmament Academy is quite arrogant. Is this how you treat guests? The innate heaven venerate finally spoke. Are you behaving like guests? You seem more like bandits, and it just so happens that my studies specialize in treating all kinds of arrogant people. If I tell you to scram, then scram. If you refuse to listen, then go ahead and attack me. It just so happens that I have a great deal of anger to vent, sneered Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to be polite to these people. He found that whether it was the human race or the demonic beast race, if he wanted to get respect, he needed to be tough. The more courteous he was, the more people would climb all over him, thinking that he was afraid of them. Alright, is this the attitude of your High Firmament Academy? Are you sure you can represent the High Firmament Academy? Demanded the elder darkly. That's right, his attitude represents the attitude of the High Firmament Academy. Just then, an elderly voice rang out, delighting Long Chen with just its presence. It was the true dean of the High Firmament Academy, Bai Lishan. Ha ha ha, why spout nonsense about humility and etiquette? The current High Firmament Academy is no longer the old High Firmament Academy. Even your attitude has changed. The world's #1 academy. Hee, you've completely declined. We're leaving. The elder sneered and waved his hand, leading his people away. But my arm. The man whose arm was severed by Bai Shishi's sword was unwilling to leave just like that. He glared at Bai Shishi hatefully. Having an arm cut off is better than having your life ended. If it was me, you'd be on the path to reincarnation now. Having escaped with your life, you still aren't grateful. Are you a pig? Snorted Long Chen. In truth, he had decided to kill them. If it weren't for Bai Shishi attacking first, this idiot would already be dead and wouldn't be able to prattle now. In the end, that man was dragged away by his companions. However, his gaze was filled with rancor as he left. This grudge would be remembered. After they left, Long Chen turned back to Bai Shishi and gave her a thumbs up. How amazing. That last strike of yours was incredible. Have you merged with your sword? Bai Shishi smiled and a rare crafty light appeared in her eyes. Were you also deceived? Long Chen nodded. Yes, that sword on your back is a fake. You don't even need to draw your sword to attack with it. Bai Shishi's previous blow was so bizarre that even Long Chen didn't see it clearly. It was only later that he figured it out. When Bai Shishi attacked, her sword appeared in her hand and then returned to her body after she finished. Thus, Long Chen guessed that Bai Shishi had managed to merge with this sword. Otherwise, there was no way to do such a thing. This sword's origins are shocking. I only managed to merge with it after returning from the 3000 worlds. And once I merged with it, I realized that it is very likely an eternal divine weapon. I once used it to strike an eternal divine weapon, and it wasn't harmed in the slightest. I really have to thank you. This sword was the turning point of my life. Now, I have the confidence to get an outstanding ranking in the Sage King Convention. Bai Shishi's face glowed with confidence, her eyes full of excitement. She truly was confident in herself. There's no need for courteous words between us. Ah, that's right, I have to greet the dean. Long Chen clapped his forehead. He had actually forgotten about the dean. When Long Chen and Bai Shishi walked into the High Firmament Academy's camp, they found countless unfriendly gazes turning their way. No, it should be said turning toward him. Chapter 4169, Who is the strongest? Who are they? Long Chen entered the camp and saw many experts in foreign robes. Their gazes lit up when they saw Bai Shishi but darkened when they saw Long Chen with her. After that, they examined Long Chen without the slightest restraint, with some even using their souls to probe him. Long Chen was disgusted by them as this kind of conduct was extremely rude. Although it couldn't count as a humiliation, it was extremely uncomfortable. They came to study, answered Bai Shishi. To study, Bai Shishi helplessly said, after all, the High Firmament Academy is the oldest academy of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It is a treasure of the human race. It is said that the founder swore to use the Tao and reason to bring living beings to the correct path, allowing everyone to differentiate between right and wrong, good and evil. Then everyone could escape the sea of bitterness. Because of this oath, the gates of the High Firmament Academy are open to all, and any life form is qualified to study in the High Firmament Academy. However, later on, it is said that the human race was targeted by other races, and battles were fought for many years. Some of them were even once disciples of the Academy, but they still attacked the Academy. I don't know which generation's dean started it, but eventually, they set a rule that the Academy would only be open to humans, and other races would have to go through tests if they wanted to enter. Due to this, the Academy declined even more, looking like it would be destroyed eventually. Thus, not many people wanted to join the Academy. The High Firmament Academy couldn't even save itself, so as it declined, people no longer believed that the Academy could rise again. Some powers even began to eye the Academy as a large meal. You also saw how we were treated in the Darklight Heaven. It has been many generations since the High Firmament Academy attended the Sage King Convention. Without us coming, the Academy's ruins also stopped appearing. It was only a few days ago that we arrived and the ruins once more appeared. As a result, some people were attracted by our name. To put it frankly, they just came to take advantage of the situation. As for the Academy, due to our ancestors' wishes, we could only allow them to enter, said Bai Shishi, eyeing these people with a touch of disgust. She had been standing at the gate for several days, waiting for Long Chen. Thus, quite a few people who viewed themselves as handsome geniuses came to ingratiate themselves with her. Bai Shishi was patient, but in the end, she had to cut off a few hands before they learned their lesson and distanced themselves from her. But even though they stayed away from her, they still talked about her behind her back. She was naturally disgusted by that as she was an extremely prideful person. Other than Long Chen, no one else could enter her eyes. These people were practically like peacocks flashing their feathers at her, so she found herself thinking that they were particularly childish and disgusting. However, as long as these people didn't provoke her, she didn't have a reason to attack them. So she could only endure it. These young disciples were all brimming with arrogance, believing that the one who could engage Bai Shishi in conversation would be seen as the boldest among them, akin to a crane amidst a flock of chickens. Bai Shishi naturally ignored this group of immature fellows, only waiting for Long Chen. Now that Long Chen had appeared, the previous iciness of her face was gone. She was even smiling. This scene caused these fellows to feel extremely unnatural. They had done everything they could to draw her attention, but Bai Shishi hadn't even looked at them. After all, they were all arrogant and conceited heavenly geniuses, so such a blow was quite painful to them. The only thing that made them feel better about themselves was that all of them had failed to draw Bai Shishi's attention. But as soon as Long Chen appeared, he was walking right beside Bai Shishi while she was smiling, the very picture of a young maiden in love. As they weren't blind, they could see that Bai Shishi liked this black-robed fellow. I see now, the Academy's founder must have been a truly benevolent individual. Perhaps he sought a path that could bring about universal harmony among all people, Long Chen remarked with a nod. The notion that the founder wished to disseminate the Academy's knowledge for the greater good deeply touched Long Chen. After all, knowledge belonged to everyone. It came from everyone, and now it was specifically provided to everyone. That was a bit like the sea whale returning its corpse back to the sea. Knowledge was like a mirror. Perhaps through it, you could see yourself clearly. However, it seemed that such a thing was difficult to carry out in reality. In an instant, Long Chen and Bai Shishi drew everyone's attention. Many of those people were looking at some stone tablets when their attention was drawn to them. Long Chen simply ignored them and continued walking with Bai Shishi. He found that the High Firmament Academy's buildings here were still incomplete. Even the foundations had yet to be built. However, various runes had appeared throughout the foundations. All kinds of murals could be seen, and these were things that Long Chen had not seen in the actual academy. The oldest academy of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Could it be that the Sage King Convention's buildings are restored based on the age of the inheritance? Wondered Long Chen. Long Chen came up with such a theory because the Starry River sect had long since finished rebuilding. After all, the Starry River sect's inheritance couldn't be considered too ancient in the immortal world. The dean said that one aspect was the age of the inheritance. But the members of that inheritance, the influence of the heavenly Taos, the rise and fall of karmic luck, and many other aspects caused the building rate to be different, explained by Shishi. Then does that mean the High Firmament Academy is the strongest of the human forces here? Asked Long Chen with a smile. TCH, how ignorant. Bai Shishi didn't have a chance to respond before someone from the side let out a disdainful scoff at Long Chen. Oh, how am I ignorant? Long Chen looked at this guy and found that he was a supreme expert with a very powerful aura. That supreme expert sneered, when it comes to being the strongest, when has it ever been your High Firmament Academy's turn? The building rate has nothing to do with how strong a faction is. Little fellow, words can't be randomly spoken, or you'll just slap yourself in the face. Well, that would be interesting as well. Upon hearing his words, Bai Shishi's expression sank. She was about to speak when Long Chen pulled her hand, indicating her to leave it to him. Seeing this, those heavenly geniuses were even more enraged. Someone as prideful as Bai Shishi actually listened after Long Chen pulled her hand. They felt a profound feeling of defeat. In their eyes, Long Chen might possess a powerful blood qi, but he had no supreme aura. He could only be considered as a below-average disciple compared to them. Someone like this had won the favor of a heavenly fairy. They all thought that it was only due to Long Chen's looks. He was just a little pretty boy with no substance. Long Chen still smiled pleasantly after hearing that supreme heavenly genius's mocking. He came up to him and said, "It seems I really was ignorant. Then please tell me what faction of the human race is the strongest in your opinion." That person arrogantly said, "Of course it's our Heavenly Gate profound sect." That was precisely what Long Chen was waiting for. The moment he said it, Long Chen's expression sank and he viciously swung his hand at his face. "If you're the strongest, what the fuck are you doing here?" Chapter 4170, The Battle God Palace's Master. This heavenly genius had not expected Long Chen to get right up next to him just to slap him. Furthermore, Long Chen had laid a trap with his words. He was precisely waiting for this response. The next moment, Long Chen's slap sent him tumbling into the distance, leaving him dazed. As he struggled to regain his footing, he raised a trembling finger to point at Long Chen, intending to unleash a barrage of curses. However, before he could utter a single word, a sudden burst of blood sprayed from his mouth. He then felt the world spinning around him, and his eyes rolled back, causing him to collapse on the group. "You, how despicable. This was a sneak attack." One of his friends hastily went to support him and shouted at Long Chen angrily. "Even without sneak attacks, none of you are my match. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. You think you're a badass? Then why did you come to the High Firmament Academy? Who granted you the audacity to display such arrogance while seeking our knowledge? If you really were a badass, you wouldn't have come to our High Firmament Academy. Since you've come to learn, then you better cultivate some humility. If you can manage that, then you can stay. Otherwise, scram. Slapping you is a light punishment. If you really anger me, you won't get to live another day." Long Chen smiled coldly at those arrogant heavenly geniuses. Those people had to be stupid. They had come here to learn but still had such an attitude. Were their brains replaced with crap? "Who are you? Do you think the High Firmament Academy is your home?" shouted someone stubbornly. "Correct. This is our home. You don't like it. Even if you don't like it, you have to accept it. If you want to study in the High Firmament Academy, you have to take the attitude of a student and respect the rules here. Starting now, anyone who disobeys the Academy's rules will be kicked out. Mercy will not be given. If anyone from a certain faction breaks the Academy's rules, then they will all be kicked out," declared Long Chen. He then ignored these people and continued on with Bai Shishi. These heavenly geniuses were all shaken, unable to imagine just what kind of status this black-robed fellow had to say such big words. Walking alongside Bai Shishi, Long Chen eventually reached the core of the ruins. He saw quite a few disciples from other factions and not many from the actual academy. What is going on? Has the High Firmament Academy been occupied by other factions? Long Chen couldn't help frowning. Long Chen saw quite a few jealous gazes on the way, as well as quite a few provoking ones. He truly did want to kick them all out. However, before understanding what was going on, he should endure for a bit. But his patience was wearing thin. It doesn't count as occupied yet. Just then, the kindly-looking Bai Lishan appeared in front of Long Chen. Long Chen and Bai Shishi immediately bowed. Bai Lishan laughed and said, "When the High Firmament Academy was founded, we had the support of various major powers. Like rolling a snowball, the academy grew stronger and stronger. Only then did it come to possess its vast sea of knowledge. So, it could be said that the High Firmament Academy belongs to the entire world, and we can't be selfish. Our hearts have to be a bit wider. But these people are taking advantage of our kindness. I'm not happy about it." Long Chen couldn't help but frown. "You're not happy about it? Haha, I share your sentiment, but I must abide by our founder's will. My authority is limited. However, you earned your position through merit rather than inheritance, so you aren't bound by our ancestral traditions. Also, I'm not here for the Sage King Convention, I have a separate mission. Therefore, everything here is up to you," said Bai Lishan with a smile. "You're saying," probed Long Chen. "I'm not saying anything, it's all up to you." Bai Lishan smiled profoundly. Long Chen's jaw dropped suddenly. He recalled that Bai Lishan had the aura of an immortal king, and the latter had even fought Enputa's clone like that. However, now he noticed that Bai Lishan not only had the immortal king's aura but also the aura of a world king in a heaven venerate. Long Chen was utterly incapable of discerning Bai Lishan's true cultivation level. It was his first time encountering such a thing. Seeming to grasp Long Chen's thought, Bai Lishan said, Sometimes, what you see in this world is only what other people want you to see. Your eyes might not see reality. This time, the Sage King convention descended rather suddenly. It's a bit odd, so I had no choice but to personally take a trip. But now that you're here, I feel good about leaving. Everything here will be up to you. Dean, you can't. I still have a great deal of affairs to deal with. Long Chen jumped in shock. Before the convention actually started, he still had a lot of work to do. No problem. The Battle God Palace's master is overseeing this place personally, so the High Firmament Academy is in no danger. However, the palace master doesn't like to deal with politics and is only in charge of the safety here. He won't meddle in other matters, so your main duty is to maintain order here. Feel free to pursue your own objectives, said Bai Lishan. But Long Chen still didn't want this burden. He was very busy with the matter of the auction right now. If he were to be here, he would be acting as a dean of the High Firmament Academy. Then it wouldn't be convenient for him to scam people. No buts. Youngsters should follow their desires instead of becoming like us, always burdened by excessive caution and worry. If a youngster doesn't have a youngster's drive and daring, they wouldn't be called a youngster. Do what you want. Status and position are nonsensical constructs. Since I still have matters to deal with, I'll take my leave. Go greet the palace master. Bai Lishan left and directly sent them off. Long Chen and Bai Shishi could only leave. Looking at Long Chen's bitter expression, Bai Shishi couldn't help but laugh. What is it? You're not the Long Chen I know. What happened to that fearlessness of yours? Shishi, I'm about to do something very bad. I'm worried about damaging the academy's reputation, said Long Chen finally. Bai Shishi laughed. As if you've ever done anything good. Long Chen was speechless, but thinking back, it truly did seem as if he had never done anything good in the presence of Bai Shishi. It's fine. Whatever you do, I'll be with you. Whether you become a hero or a villain, I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Bai Shishi blushed slightly after saying that. It was embarrassing for her to disclose the words of her heart. Hee, is this the saying if you marry a chicken, you must follow the chicken, if you marry a dog, you must follow the dog? Laughed Long Chen. Who said that I'd marry you? Shameless. Bai Shishi snorted and turned away. Just as the two were talking and laughing, they heard some awkward coughing sound. Unbeknownst to them, 3 people had silently appeared before them. One of them was Bai Shishi's father, Bai Zontang, while the second one was a large, muscular man. However, it was the person standing between them that caused Long Chen to startle. Bai Shishi dragged Long Chen to bow toward this person together. Palace Master. Long Chen was shaken. The Palace Master was actually an expert of the dragon race. Chapter 4171, Don't Need to Give Face. The Palace Master appeared to be in his 30s, possessing a physique akin to an iron tower and a tan complexion. Primal chaos runes seemed to swirl within his eyes. However, not one bit of his aura leaked out, so it was impossible to gauge his power based on his aura alone. It was only thanks to the 9-star hegemon body art that Long Chen was able to sense the Palace Master's hidden power beneath his calm exterior. This feeling was something Long Chen had only sensed from Xu Zhanshang's body. Most unexpected of all was that the Palace Master actually possessed the powerful aura of the dragon race. Long Chen, owing to his own dragon bloodline, had incredibly acute senses in this regard. He couldn't be mistaken, which was precisely why he found this revelation so astonishing. Brat, what are you staring at? Shouldn't you greet the Palace Master? Said Bai Zontang irritably upon seeing Long Chen with Bai Shishi. In his heart, his daughter was like a heavenly fairy, while Long Chen was a glib-tongued, flippant brat who was not a suitable match for his daughter. Just now, Bai Shishi had pulled Long Chen down, but Long Chen was too shocked by the Palace Master's status, so his movements were too stiff. As a result, Bai Zontang couldn't help chiding him. The Palace Master waved his hand, also staring at Long Chen with a look of surprise in his eyes. After staring at Long Chen for a moment, he nodded, seemingly pleased. After that, the Palace Master turned and left without saying another word. Seeing this scene, Bai Shishi couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy, wondering whether Long Chen's lack of politeness had offended the Palace Master and led to his abrupt departure. Dean Long Chen, with Dean Bai's departure, everything here has been left for you to manage. Also, the Palace Master isn't one to indulge in words, speaking isn't his forte. We trust you possess greater expertise in this area. But if moving mouth alone isn't enough and you need to move fists, the Palace Master will happily help you, said the expert standing beside Bai Zontang. For him to stand beside Bai Zontang meant that he had a similar status. In other words, both of them were vice palace masters of the Battle God Palace. This time, Long Chen could discern that Bai Zontang was actually a heaven venerate. While he maintained the appearance of an immortal king on the surface, he couldn't mask this fact from Long Chen's senses. However, Long Chen also sensed something odd about his auras. It felt like his body had a seal in it, intentionally suppressing his cultivation base and hiding his aura. Long Chen wouldn't have been able to discern Bai Zontang's actual cultivation level had he not cultivated the 9-star hegemon body art. The High Firmament Academy had indeed concealed their power deeply. What perplexed Long Chen the most was that in the Darklight Heaven, he had witnessed Bai Zontang engage in numerous battles where they had been pushed to the brink. So why had he not released the seal on his cultivation base during those critical moments? Long Chen refused to believe that Bai Zontang had somehow advanced this far ever since Long Chen's departure from the High Firmament Academy. Furthermore, Bai Zontang's aura was different from an ordinary heaven venerate's. It seemed to be a mix of an acquired and innate heaven venerate's aura. This discovery showed Long Chen that the name of the oldest academy in the 9 heavens and 10 lands was not mere embellishment. They had indeed concealed their true capabilities with great finesse. Thinking back, the fact that these powers targeted the High Firmament Academy was truly laughable. It was like ants trying to devour a slumbering dragon. The dean has entrusted this place to me. I definitely won't disappoint the dean or the palace master. Long Chen cupped his fists. Since things had progressed to this point, there was no point in objecting. With the High Firmament Academy's profound foundation, they didn't need to worry about him messing around, then he wouldn't stand on courtesy. Furthermore, Long Chen vaguely felt that the reason Bai Lishan had him take charge must be because he had his own plans. Perhaps he was hoping for Long Chen to cause some trouble. Then we'll trouble Dean Long Chen. I'll take my leave first and not intrude on your family reunion. That person laughed and patted Bai Zontang's shoulder before leaving. Now it was just Bai Zontang, Bai Shishi, and Long Chen. Long Chen looked at his father-in-law's dark expression and instantly felt embarrassed. It seemed that this father-in-law of his had never had a good opinion of him. Palace Master, do you have any instructions for me? Seeing him not speaking, Long Chen could only take the initiative. This way, if Bai Zontang didn't have anything to say, he could leave. Wouldn't he feel embarrassed sticking around when his fellow Vice Palace Master had left? Bai Zontang opened his mouth several times, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, he just snorted and left. Long Chen shrugged to Bai Shishi helplessly, saying that he had been courteous and her father was the one who didn't like him. Bai Shishi simply smiled and brushed it off. In any case, she didn't really talk to her father much anyway. Just then, Bai Shaola came running over, crying out excitedly. It wasn't just Bai Shaola. Qin Feng, Qi Yu, Mu Qingyan, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Zhang Ling, Zhang Shu, and many other familiar faces appeared. They were all incomparably excited, especially Zhang Ling and Zhang Shu. Having not taken part in the 3,000 Worlds, they hadn't seen Long Chen since he left the High Firmament Academy. Long Chen had changed all of their lives, so they were grateful to him. After he left, they felt like they had lost a pillar that held them up. Fortunately, Bai Shishi and Bai Shaola had entered the 3,000 Worlds and brought back news of him, gratifying them all. Still, now that they saw him again, they couldn't contain their excitement. Big brother Long Chen, we missed you. Zhang Ling ran over to Long Chen and wept. Long Chen had always viewed them as his little sisters. Seeing her weeping, his heart ached and he wiped away her tears while joking with her, trying to make her happy. Once their emotions settled a bit, Long Chen asked Luo Bing and Luo Ning, how is the Luo family doing lately? The Luo family has disappeared. Upon hearing his question, Luo Ning and Luo Bing's eyes reddened. Disappeared? How can that be? When did this happen? Asked Long Chen hastily. It happened right after the 3,000 Worlds ended. When we returned to the Luo family, all that remained was a giant hole. It was like someone had just dug it out. Other than us in the academy, we are unable to get in contact with anyone else. We don't know if even the always staunch Luo Bing couldn't help tearing up. After the 3,000 Worlds, Long Chen instantly thought of his grandfather. They had undone the seal back then. Was it his grandfather's doing? Don't worry, I think I know what happened. I'll tell you later. They should all be safe, comforted Long Chen. Luo Bing and Luo Ning were overjoyed to hear that. This matter had been a constant heavy weight on their hearts, but Long Chen actually knew the cause of this matter. In an instant, they felt relieved of a heavy burden. It really was good having Long Chen present. Just as everyone was talking, they heard a ruckus coming from the distance. Bai Shala couldn't help furiously saying, "These people have gone too far. They've actually entered the core of our academy's land. We already told them that we weren't even qualified to go there. How dare they?" The ruckus grew louder and they even heard people starting to curse. Upon hearing this, Long Chen's expression sank. "Let's go. We'll teach them a lesson. When I give you the signal, beat them to death. There's no need to give them any face." Chapter 4172, Root of the Tumor. Just what is your High Firmament Academy doing? How many generations has it been since you last participated in the Sage King Convention? Now you're finally here, and you only let us wander the outer edge. Has your High Firmament Academy forgotten your ancestral teachings? The High Firmament Academy was built with the support of the entire human race. All your accomplishments are due to us. Now, you actually locked down the core area. Have you forgotten your roots? That is completely unjust. Call out your overseer. What did your High Firmament Academy promise back in the day? Didn't you say that everything in the High Firmament Academy would belong to the entire world? But what about now? Aren't you slapping yourselves in the face? How are you any different than a conman? Furious roars rang out one after another, coming from a group of disciples clad in various robes who found themselves barred from entering the core region's gates. The scene was rather chaotic and intense, with these disciples appearing on the brink of losing control. The High Firmament Academy's disciples who were guarding the gates were also panicking. They had already reported this to the higher-ups but had yet to receive any response. They didn't know how long they could maintain the situation. Seeing their panic, those people grew even more wanton. Some people directly pointed at the guards' noses and cursed them vulgarly, throwing all kinds of insults their way. The High Firmament Academy's disciples were enraged, but they were only a few hundred against hundreds of thousands. As a result, they didn't even dare to curse back. What number one academy? What treasure of the world? All lies. Let's just attack together. We'll destroy this sanctimonious academy and turn it into ruins. The High Firmament Academy is a bully. After taking our things and promising to share them with us, you lied and kept them for yourselves. Everyone, let us reclaim what is ours. We'll see who dares to block us. Several voices were urging on the crowd, acting as if they were the wrong party. The discontent of the people was already simmering, and now, these provocateurs were adding fuel to the fire. In response, flames of fury ignited, and people really did charge toward the disciples guarding the gate. The High Firmament Academy's disciples were appalled. In this case, if they were killed, who could even find the killer? They didn't even know how they were supposed to face them. Yet, all of a sudden, blood flew through the air. The ruckus, curses, and all the noises seemed to be cut off in an instant. Over 10 people had charged forward, and now, over 10 heads flew through the air, their blood raining down. It was like a bucket of ice water had doused these individuals who had been consumed by their anger. They instantly calmed down, staring in horror at the newcomers. "Keep roaring, keep shouting. Let me see just how arrogant you are to dare to run rampant in my High Firmament Academy." The black-robed Long Chen arrived at this critical time, causing all those guards to cheer. Long Chen was practically an idol in their eyes. "You are going too far. How can you indiscriminately kill people here?" shouted one person. He had barely spoken when Mu Qingyan unsheathed her sword. The next moment, a bolt of lightning streaked through the air, cleaving that person in two. Mu Qingyan could be considered a genius of the sword Dao. Long Chen had once given her pointers, but since Long Chen wasn't a sword cultivator, his advice could only lead her to the initial stages of her journey. Afterward, Mu Qingyan had perused all kinds of tomes in the academy regarding the sword Dao. As she walked further and further down this path, her power grew increasingly terrifying. It could be said that what Long Chen had given Mu Qingyan was a key. After Mu Qingyan learned how to use this key, she learned to study various locks. Then, with all her experience, she began to create her own keys. In just a short time, Mu Qingyan had completely transformed. Currently, she was extremely famous in the High Firmament Academy, second only to Bai Shishi in terms of reputation. At this moment, Mu Qingyan slowly sheathed her sword, her gaze calm. She didn't say a word, as if she had merely done something completely inconsequential. However, that one strike of hers left everyone, including the supreme heavenly geniuses, utterly astounded. After all, that strike possessed the power to claim even the lives of supreme heavenly geniuses who were unprepared for it. Long Chen suddenly extended a hand, and a startled cry rang from the crowd. It turned out that someone was lifted into the air by Long Chen through space, and no matter how they struggled, it was useless. Long Chen clenched his hand like a metal claw clutching that person's neck. He sneered, "What, after lighting a fire and fanning the flames, do you think that you can run? What happened to your passion and bravery from before? What are you doing? It is your High Firmament Academy that is bullying those who gave you your current position. Are you going to kill us all? Even if you kill us all, you can't stop the truth," shouted that person in panic. "I don't know, but I want to try it." Long Chen shook his head. With just a slight clench of his hand, that person's body exploded and his blood rained down, rendering the onlookers utterly speechless. Long Chen's brutal methods left them in a state of shock and disbelief. His blood, the color's wrong. This is the blood of the beast race. Suddenly, startled cries rang out. The falling blood was not only vivid but also bore peculiar markings. It was not something the human race should have. Could it be that, suddenly, the onlookers realized that they had been used? It seemed that this person had been using spiritual strength when shouting just now, intentionally fanning their emotions, and they had actually followed along without realizing it. At this moment, over 10 people in the crowd shot out in different directions, fleeing. However, their efforts proved futile as the void trembled and golden arrows accurately pierced through their heads. What baffled the onlookers was that these arrows weren't shot at them from behind but from the front. It was a silent, bizarre attack, and people didn't even know how this attack was unleashed. Finally, fear and dread gripped their hearts. They're actually all demonic beasts. All of the fleeing individuals had the same thing in their blood, so everyone in the crowd quickly realized that they had been used. These demonic beasts had used them to cause trouble for the High Firmament Academy. You think you could hide? Did you think that concealing yourself would guarantee your survival? Sneered Long Chen. Upon forming hand seals, his vast spiritual strength spread. Following that, a majestic dragon cry rang out in the onlookers' heads. Dozens of people in the crowd suddenly had their heads explode. Their corpses slowly fell. What shocked people was that, without exception, all of them possessed the blood of the beast race. Furthermore, looking at their blood, it seemed that they came from the same race. All right, the root of the tumor has been found. Time to treat it entirely. Long Chen smiled. However, that smile was incredibly cold. Chapter 4173, Palace Master's Divine Might. Long Chen's order scared Bai Shishi and the others. Kill them all. How could they do that? Only Qing Feng and Qi Yu immediately placed their hands on their swords to follow his order. How brazen. I want to see just who dares to try. Just then, over 10 innate heaven venerate elders appeared, and their pressures instantly crashed down on everyone. People didn't dare to even move in front of them. However, the appearance of these heaven venerates didn't rattle Long Chen in the slightest. Everything was within his expectations. Without the tacit approval of these old fellows, the young fellows wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. Qing Feng and Qi Yu still had their hands on their swords, looking at Long Chen. If Long Chen gave them so much as a single look, they would directly attack. Even if they couldn't beat the innate heaven venerates, slaughtering the immortal kings here would be no problem. Long Chen simply smiled at those innate heaven venerates. He then clasped his hands behind him and stepped forward. How brazen. The brazen ones should be you. No. You want to see who dares to try. Long Chen walked straight over to one of those elders. He was the one who had just spoken. Who are you? You aren't qualified to speak to me. Call out your dean, barked the elder after eyeing Long Chen. Long Chen's response was a slap. He was neither fast nor slow, so people clearly saw the slap perfectly strike the elder's face. The onlookers saw that this calm slap was something that even an ordinary immortal king could easily block. But that innate heaven venerate was easily struck, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Only those familiar with Long Chen smiled excitedly. This slap was something that no one within 5 steps of him could possibly dodge. It was practically a heaven-defying divine ability. This slap didn't cause much damage, but the humiliation factor was its strong point. Even an innate heaven venerate was unable to sense it when Long Chen attacked. By the time that he reacted, he was already struck. You little brute, you're courting death. That innate heaven venerate roared furiously. Long Chen hadn't used any power in this slap. To put it frankly, he was simply humiliating the Heaven Venerate. Following that roar, everyone's vision seemed to flicker for a moment. In just a second, Long Chen had slapped him in the face once again. This time, Long Chen had used his power behind it, and it could be seen from the appearance of the golden dragon scales on his palm. As a result, the sound of bones breaking rang out. Half of the elder's face collapsed, and he shot back like a shooting star. When he smashed into a nearby stone tablet, the tablet was fine, but blood sprayed out of the elder's mouth. Among the blood, people could see his teeth roll away. An old fart who refuses to die always lives crookedly. I suppose this expression is referring to you. Just say the word, and I'll send you to the underworld. If you don't keep your mouth clean, tomorrow will be your funeral, said Long Chen darkly, his killing intent not concealed at all. You brute, I'll go all out against you. This elder seemed to have gone insane. As he had never suffered such humiliation in this lifetime, he no longer cared about some curse. With a roar, the might of an innate Heaven Venerate burst forth. Startled cries rang out. If he were really to attack Long Chen, that would be instantly sensed by the heavenly Taos. Even if Long Chen died, he would not survive either. Today, he must die. The elder had gone insane. He felt like if he didn't kill Long Chen, he would die of rage. In the blink of an eye, the space before the elder contorted and warped, revealing a giant claw shrouded in black scale that smashed toward the elder with a heaven-shaking aura. Upon seeing this scene, that elder's expression completely changed. He actually didn't dare to receive that claw and suddenly vanished. To everyone's surprise, when the elder vanished, the black claw vanished alongside him. In the following instant, the space in the distance exploded, and the sinister black claw re-emerged, stained with blood. For a moment, people were simply stunned. That elder had fled at the first instant but still couldn't dodge this claw. When the claw loosened its grip, the elder was gone, and an item clattered to the ground. That was the elder's weapon. Everything unfolded so fast that even innate Heaven Venerates couldn't react to it. The elder, tragically, didn't even have the chance to draw his weapon before being slain, leaving his companions in a state of panic. As expected of the dragon race's divine abilities, it is similar to the cloud dragon immolation claw, but his technique seems light and easy. He can unleash it without preparation, catching the other side off guard. But for me, it's much more taxing. As expected, the dragon race's divine abilities are more suited to the dragon race, sighed Long Chen inside. He knew that the palace master was the one behind this attack. Furthermore, it was done through space. Just as Dean Bai Lishan had said, this palace master didn't like talking, but he was a ruthless character. The palace master didn't even need to appear. Through space, he could instantly obliterate an innate Heaven Venerate, shocking Long Chen. He couldn't help but sigh. The dragon race was truly powerful. Now do you know who is more brazen? Seeing everyone's shocked appearance, Long Chen coldly snorted. All those innate Heaven Venerates, expressions were ugly. None of them had expected the High Firmament Academy to be concealing such a terrifying expert. Let us not beat around the bush. Your petty thoughts are nothing more than the thoughts of children in front of me. You intentionally had the demonic beast race sneak their way in to fan the flames and force the High Firmament Academy to do what you wanted. If they were exposed, you would blame those scapegoats, and the Academy wouldn't be able to punish you for it, am I right? Sneered Long Chen. Hearing that, the Academy's experts were enraged. These fellows were so treacherous, so despicable. Many of you don't know me, so I'll introduce myself. I am Long Chen. I am currently in charge of this place. In other words, whatever I say counts, said Long Chen lightly. Upon disclosing his name, a noticeable commotion stirred among the experts, indicating that they were undoubtedly familiar with him and his reputation. Long Chen's gaze swept over them. There's no need to bring up your excuses. The nonsense about how the High Firmament Academy is partly yours. What dogshit. When the High Firmament Academy was in its worst state, it took the efforts of many generations of our people to restore it. As for your ancestors, they only came to join after they saw the High Firmament Academy shine again. Our ancestors did promise that the Academy's wisdom would be shared with everyone within the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but that only refers to people who sincerely wish to learn. It doesn't include a bunch of killers with ulterior motives who throw the peace of the world into chaos. As for the ancestral teachings, I'm in charge of this place, and the rules are set by me. Even if I go against the ancestral teachings, I will bear the responsibility myself. So, you can scram. All those who caused a ruckus with you can scram away as well. You have lost your right to be here. Upon hearing this, those experts' expressions changed. Long Chen was kicking them out, not even allowing them to stay in the outer area. Long Chen, come out and face your death. Just then, from outside the High Firmament Academy's territory, a furious roar rang out and lightning thundered. After that, the air of heavenly punishment covered this land. Chapter 4174, Unscrupulous Businessmen. That voice was backed by roiling thunder coming from the tribulation clouds. Thus, when it sounded, heavenly might raged, causing even the innate heaven venerates to turn pale. Hearing someone challenging Long Chen, all those people couldn't bother arguing and directly ran from the Academy's territory. It's the heavenly lightning violet salamander race. Startled cries rang out as they saw tens of thousands of heavenly geniuses standing outside the High Firmament Academy's territory. They were all immortal kings, and dozens of them had supreme auras around them. Their leader had a halberd on his back and a violet gold crown on his head. Lightning runes danced within his eyes, and crackling bolts of lightning coiled around his formidable presence, causing even innate heaven venerates to feel immense pressure from him. To their surprise, the heavenly lightning violet salamander race had actually produced an astonishing genius. Seeing this genius, the ones who had been driven away by Long Chen began to smile at his misfortune. For this person to challenge Long Chen, that old monster in the High Firmament Academy definitely wouldn't dare to interfere. In other words, Long Chen would be on his own, either he hid like a tortoise or went out alone. In truth, the moment Long Chen saw the tribulation clouds covering the sky, he knew who had come. It must be the vengeance of the heavenly lightning violet salamander race. He had been told that the heavenly lightning violet salamander race was famous for being protective of its kin. Unfortunately, Long Chen had encountered one of them who had tried to rob him, leading to the salamander's demise at his hand. Now, his race's people had come, seeking vengeance for him. Long Chen, get out here and face your death. Long Chen heard an impatient roar as soon as he walked out of the palace. They really don't know how the character for death is written. Boss, let me deal with them. Bai Shaola immediately volunteered himself. The current Bai Shaola looked harmless, exuding an extremely weak aura. However, at this very moment, 3 flowers swirled within his eyes, as if the entire cosmos was contained within them. After all, the divine abilities of the 6 Dao Heavenly Eye race had been passed down to Bai Shaola, and he had diligently honed his skills over time. Having grasped a significant portion of this inheritance, his power now far surpassed his former self. Before Long Chen could even say anything, Lei Linger also grew excited, wanting to have these people's scales. Don't worry, I understand. Long Chen smiled. Long Chen, you dare to kill my race's people. What guts. However, a life must be repaid with a life. There's nothing else to say. You can just kill yourself, shouted one of the experts of the heavenly lightning violet salamander race. Ha ha ha. Long Chen raised his head and laughed like he had just heard a joke. Even Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, Qin Feng, Qi Yu, and the others laughed. This fellow was too crazy, wasn't he? He wanted Long Chen to kill himself. There had to be something wrong with his brain. No. That heavenly genius let them laugh. When they were done, he coldly said, go ahead and laugh. You won't have another chance to. Boss, let me do it. I feel like I can beat him, said Bai Shaola confidently. Then can you kill him? Asked Long Chen. I'm not too sure. Bai Shaola shook his head. He was confident in beating this person, but he had no assurance of being able to kill him. Then forget it. You either fight to kill them all, or you don't fight, said Long Chen. Bai Shaola jumped in shock. It seemed that Long Chen didn't just want the speaker's life but also the lives of all the heavenly geniuses of the heavenly lightning violet salamander race. Mr. Long Chen, look at the time. What are you still waiting for? The auction has already started. Just at that moment, a panicked and angry voice rang out. Countless experts wearing robes of the Soaring Dragon Company had suddenly appeared, and their leader was precisely that innate heaven venerate that had been acting as a liaison. This innate heaven venerate was sweating and only sighed with relief when he saw Long Chen. At least, he had found this moneymaker of his. Just wait a moment, I'll deal with this quickly, said Long Chen. The innate heaven venerate instantly grew anxious. What are we waiting for? Do you know how many people are waiting for you over there? There are already thousands of innate heaven venerates waiting. They are all famous figures of various races and worlds. You didn't arrive at the agreed upon time, so I ran all over looking for you. Hurry up and come with me. You can deal with these affairs after the auction. He was truly panicked. He had been busy with so many affairs lately that he had left Long Chen's matter to one of his trustworthy subordinates. But then, that subordinate was killed by someone just yesterday, and he wasn't even aware of it. It was only when the auction started that he went to find him and grew panicked. It seemed that everyone was after Long Chen's heaven-earth cauldron. If Long Chen wasn't there, perhaps the entire Soaring Dragon Company would be flipped by those people. Thinking of this, he immediately rushed to the Starry River sect, but the people there ignored him, refusing to tell him where Long Chen had gone. In the end, the Soaring Dragon Company used their own eyes to find that Long Chen was in the High Firmament Academy, and he immediately rushed over. With their power, every movement in this place should actually be under their purview. However, the auction had caused a huge fuss, and they were extremely short on manpower at this moment. They were so busy with the auction that they simply didn't have the extra power to monitor the entire Sage King Prefecture. Heroes of the Heavenly Lightning Violet Salamander race, please give the Soaring Dragon Company this face. Whatever personal grievances you have, I won't interfere. However, Long Chen and the Soaring Dragon Company are currently holding an auction, and the legendary Heaven-Earth Cauldron is the main attraction. I'm sure you've heard of it. The auction is starting right now. If you are interested, you can come with us. Although the seats are all gone, in order to express our sincerity, I will do my best to get you a spot as well. How is that? Pleaded the innate heaven venerate of the Soaring Dragon Company. The experts of the Heavenly Lightning Violet Salamander race had originally been determined to kill Long Chen, but now they hesitated. Fine, we'll give you this face. Letting Long Chen live a bit longer is no problem. What a pack of fools. They don't even know someone just dragged them away from the brink of death, sneered Qin Feng. They had no idea that it was their boss who had made his determination to kill them. Alright, many thanks, everyone. Please come. That innate heaven venerate cupped his fists to everyone and beckoned to Long Chen and the others. Long Chen thought for a bit. In the end, he brought only Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, Qin Feng, Qi Yu, Mu Qingyan, Zhang Ling, and Zhang Shu with him to attend the auction. Long Chen also ordered that Heaven Venerate to inform Guo Ran and Sha Chen to come, irritating him. He was now viewed as Long Chen's servant, but he didn't dare to express his dissatisfaction and directly sent someone to inform them. Only then did Long Chen leave with him. Coming with them were the experts of the Heavenly Lightning Violet Salamander race, as well as other powers who wanted to take a look. When Long Chen arrived at the auction, he immediately sneered. What unscrupulous businessmen. Chapter 4175, I'll take charge. Just as Long Chen expected, the Soaring Dragon Company had occupied one of the ruins in the Sage King Convention and constructed a giant auction hall on it. In order to attend this auction, not only did you need to buy a ticket, but you also had to deposit a certain amount of money with the Soaring Dragon Company. If you deposited enough money, you could even save on the ticket price. However, the money that you deposited could not be withdrawn except through buying the wares of the Soaring Dragon Company. For an ordinary person to get a ticket, especially for the rogue cultivators with no sect backing them, not only did they need to buy a ticket, but they also had to pay a down payment for the Soaring Dragon Company's goods. To put it frankly, they were binding these people to their business. When Long Chen arrived, he saw quite a lot of people cursing the Soaring Dragon Company for being immoral. That was because when they bought the tickets, the Soaring Dragon Company didn't mention anything about the deposit. As for a refund for the tickets, the Soaring Dragon Company said that the place to do refunds was in the Darklight Heaven. If they wanted a refund, fine, they could go to the Darklight Heaven. This enraged countless people. How was this doing business? This was clearly robbing them. It was vicious and greedy. Who would run all the way to the Darklight Heaven just to get a refund? The price to cross heavens was far greater. This was clearly a con. However, these people had no background, so they could only accept defeat and curse in order to express this dissatisfaction. But they knew that they couldn't beat the Soaring Dragon Company. Furthermore, there were so many people here. How did they dare to cause too big of a fuss? Who knew whether the Soaring Dragon Company would simply make them disappear? Just before this, the loudest complainers among the crowd had their heads silently severed. However, people didn't even see what the killers looked like. Even so, they knew that it had to be the Shadow Race's assassins, as only they possessed such terrifying methods. Many people left furiously after that, but others could only clench their teeth and pay the additional entry fee to get in. Hearing those curses, Long Chen couldn't help scoffing at the Soaring Dragon Company's methods. This was why he gave them the straightforward label of unscrupulous businessmen. And how exactly are you any better than us? We're holding the auction, and you have the audacity to demand a commission fee from us. Why don't you look in the mirror before judging others? If we didn't charge this much, how could we pay your fee? Even if the Heaven-Earth Cauldron does fetch an exorbitant price, we still have to part with 10% of it to you. Furthermore, the Soaring Dragon Company has poured millions into hosting this event. Given that, who's to say whether we'll end up in the red after you've taken your cut? What right do you have to mock us? Sneered the elder from the Soaring Dragon Company after hearing Long Chen's insult. In fact, this elder was particularly enraged. When had they ever been forced to hold such an auction? There was no precedent, as it was practically bullying. I didn't expect that you knew how to talk so well. Not bad. You're right, we're birds of the same flock. We shouldn't despise each other. Long Chen nodded. HMPH. The elder snorted and said, at least you know that you're not clean either. However, if you don't have the ability, don't try to force it. If you try to do it anyway, don't start crying later on. Who are you showing that ugly face of yours to? Are you hoping for me to make it up for you? Said Long Chen lightly. What you? I'm now the VIP of your Soaring Dragon Company. Without me, this auction will be a failure. If I back out, how will you appease everyone's fury? It would be strange if these people didn't tear you apart. So, if you're angry, you better endure it. If you have a fart, you better hold it in. Even if I slap you, you have to take it. The reason I don't is only because I don't want to dirty my hands. You should start seeing things more clearly from now on, said Long Chen calmly. The elder quivered with rage, but he didn't dare to retort. Just as Long Chen said, if he were to slap this elder, he wouldn't dare to retaliate. The elder would only be able to clench his teeth and endure it. Seeing Long Chen chide an innate heaven venerate like chiding a dog, Mu Qingyan, Zhang Ling, Zhang Shu, and the others almost laughed. After being apart for so long, Long Chen's domineering nature had not changed at all. Even in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, amid the gathering of heavenly geniuses in the Sage King Convention, Long Chen was still the most domineering person. No one could compete with his light. The sensation was both familiar and comforting to them, being in Long Chen's presence always stirred something within them. Long Chen and the others had their own exclusive passageway, granting them direct access to the inner area. Of course, no one dared to demand tickets from them or cause any trouble. Here, Long Chen saw that this place was bigger than it appeared on the outside. There was easily a space of 1,000,000 miles here. At the center was a giant platform, the auction stage, and there were extravagant private rooms set up around it. Naturally, those were prepared for people with the highest status and wealth. Outside those private rooms were some booths, split into 3 levels, high, middle, and low. The high-level booths had beautiful attendants looking after them. The middle-level booths also had attendants to pour tea for them, but it wasn't a one-on-one service, more like a person handling many booths. As for the low-level booths, other than having a bit more space, there was nothing special there. Behind them were just lines of chairs. The further back you went, the more packed they were. Clearly, those people were only here to watch the show. The Soaring Dragon Company was planning on selling high-end items for this auction, and people on this level wouldn't be able to purchase those. To put it frankly, the people in this region simply had their money taken by the Soaring Dragon Company, and afterward, they had nothing of value for the Soaring Dragon Company to squeeze out of anymore. Those with true power wouldn't sit with people like them. The rich would pay a high price for the booths and private rooms. By the time Long Chen arrived, the auction had already started. But before the items actually appeared, there were displays of singing and dancing and other events to warm up the room. After all, it would be too abrupt to instantly jump into auctioning things. Countless gazes instantly turned toward Long Chen when he walked in, causing him to become the focal point. After that, countless waves of divine sense reached out from the experts in the private rooms, wantonly scanning Long Chen. Just then, Sha Chen and Guo Ran walked in from another passageway. They actually arrived at this moment. Seeing them, Long Chen was instantly put at ease. Guo Ran then gave him a signal that everything was handled. Since everything was handled, Long Chen couldn't be bothered wasting more time. He directly walked over to the stage where the dancers were performing. Long Chen, your private room is over there. The elder hastily got in his way. I'm here to auction my item, so why would I go into a room? Once the auction is done, I still have other things to deal with. Long Chen pushed the elder aside. Hearing this, the elder was shocked and enraged. Are you joking? The auction is going to last for 7 days, and your heaven-earth cauldron is the ultimate final item. Here, you have to obey the rules. Long Chen suddenly slapped the elder in the face. Seeing this scene, the dancers let out startled cries and dodged as the elder came tumbling past them. That innate heaven venerate tumbled across the stage and fell to the other side. As a result, the dancing and music came to a halt. Everything became silent. Long Chen then walked to the center of the stage, his gaze sweeping over everyone. I am Long Chen. Today, let me take charge of this auction. Chapter 4176, Appraisal. What is this? What is Long Chen doing? The Soaring Dragon Company's experts came running out. On the other hand, the innate heaven venerate, whom Long Chen had slapped, was practically hysterical. What do you think I'm doing? Your Soaring Dragon Company's manners are too lacking. Everyone is here for my bronze cauldron, but you're actually making them wait until the end. How long are you planning on making everyone wait? Who does this? We're all cultivators, and our time is precious. Furthermore, the Sage King convention is about to start. Who has the time to watch your rotten auction? After saying that, Long Chen turned back to the audience. Everyone, I, Long Chen, sincerely wish to sell the bronze cauldron in my hands. I have no time to waste. That is why I want to ask everyone's opinion. I want the first auction item to be the bronze cauldron. Does everyone agree? The majority of the audience instantly shouted their assent. Just as Long Chen had stated, they had come solely for the heaven-earth cauldron, and no one wanted to spend too much time in this venue. However, they were all aware of the unwritten rule: auctions always reserved the most valuable item for the grand finale. This was a rule that they couldn't disregard. Since that was the case, Long Chen's proposal was accepted by these people. They wanted to see if this bronze cauldron of his was the real deal or not. Bastard, are you trying to con the Soaring Dragon Company? Do you know how much money you're making us lose? Roared an expert of the Soaring Dragon Company. What does that have to do with me? It wasn't as if we had an agreement for my item to be the last one. So I'm going first. Once I'm done, you can keep going, said Long Chen. That elder almost coughed up blood. Once the bronze cauldron was sold, would anyone bother with the remaining items? It was as if someone had revealed the answer to a riddle before even posing the question. Who would play such a game? If it was possible, this elder would kill Long Chen right here and now. The entire situation was already out of their control. Hurry up and start. We can skip the tricks. Starting with the cauldron is good. No one is interested in the other trash. Long Chen, you can start. Hurry, our time is very precious. The Soaring Dragon Company is too dirty. Long Chen, take out that heaven-earth cauldron. Even the experts in the private rooms began to shout their agreement. They were essentially all innate heaven venerates, representatives of their own factions. They were not existences that the Soaring Dragon Company could provoke. Hearing this, the Soaring Dragon Company's people were paralyzed with fury. But now that everyone in the crowd was agreeing with it, they couldn't stop it anymore. They were like ants on a hot plate, trying to think of what to do. However, when divine light appeared on the stage, they knew that they were done for. Everyone, please take a look. This is the bronze cauldron that I obtained from the 3,000 worlds. Long Chen directly took out the cauldron. Yet, to his astonishment, as he withdrew the imitation from the primal chaos space, within his mind's sea, the earth cauldron quivered slightly. Following that, the fake cauldron actually began to shine with a mystical divine light. Long Chen was shocked by this. Up until now, other than using the earth cauldron to refine pills, he was unable to use it for anything. However, this time, it had actually taken the initiative to imbue a trace of its divine radiance into the imitation. Now, this fake cauldron possessed a trace of its divine might, so it was clearly helping Long Chen pull off this scam. Long Chen was overjoyed by this. With the aid of the true earth cauldron, this fake would be even more realistic. He then tried to communicate with the earth cauldron, but it appeared to be ignoring him. It seemed that this item from the primal chaos era was quite lofty. Primal chaos chi swirled around the bronze cauldron, its runes quivering as if it were a living object. Within those runes, they could discern soaring birds, roaming beasts, towering mountains, expansive plains, meandering rivers, and the ceaseless movement of the sun, moon, and stars. Through it, people felt as though they could see the world of the primal chaos era. Its majestic aura made them feel minuscule. When Guo Ran and Sha Chen saw it, they both jumped in shock. Did boss take out the real thing by accident? The fake that the two of them had crafted might appear similar on the outside, with even its runes being identical, but what they had created was ultimately a lifeless object. In contrast, this thing was imbued with life. Countless experts stared at the bronze cauldron, and the experts in the private rooms could not remain seated. They ran as close as they could and used their divine sense to examine this bronze cauldron. Hey, no jumping onto the stage. You shameless things, are you trying to steal it? Long Chen pointed at the closest heaven venerate. That expert was instinctively drawn to the heaven-earth cauldron and only woke up from his stupor with that warning. Long Chen had one hand on the heaven-earth cauldron, looking like he would put it away at any moment. Sorry, I couldn't help myself from getting a closer look. The expert paused and retreated. Everyone, just looking at it is meaningless. Such a specialized object requires an appraisal. Didn't the Soaring Dragon Company say that they had prepared 8 Grandmaster appraisers? Where are they? Is everyone from the Soaring Dragon Company dead already? Announced Long Chen. Following that, 8 elders walked onto the stage, wearing furious expressions. Their plans for this auction had been thrown into chaos by Long Chen. However, now that things had reached this point, there was no going back. They could only thicken their faces and take out a number of appraisal tools. After wearing their gloves, they began to inspect the cauldron. Yet, the 8 of them didn't dare to get too close to it. One reason was because Long Chen had said that no one was allowed to get within 30 meters of the bronze cauldron for fear of them trying to steal it. The other reason was that while these 8 elders were very experienced appraisers, their actual power was only in the mortal venerate realm. They couldn't actually endure its divine might. The 8 elders busily examined it, while countless streams of divine sense swept over the cauldron. Upon sensing the majestic primal chaos chi on it, even their breathings grew haggard. These experts were all experienced and could tell whether something was a treasure or not with just a glance. These powerful fluctuations in ancient aura could not be faked. This was very likely the legendary heaven-earth cauldron, and as a result, some individuals were already starting to get some dangerous ideas. The entire auction hall was practically boiling with various emotions before slowly descending into a stifling, deathly silence. The tension in the air was unbearable. The 8 appraisers spent almost an hour examining the cauldron. In the end, they exchanged a look and nodded before turning to an elder in the distance. Long Chen saw it all and coldly said, "What's this? Do you need to consult with your master after the appraisal? Is the authenticity of this thing up to your master instead of you 8? What is the Soaring Dragon Company planning? If the appraisal is complete, announce the results. What's with the delay? Do you have to discuss it amongst yourselves first?" Furious roars directly burst out of the crowd. Everyone's gaze locked onto the Soaring Dragon Company's people. "Speak, is it real or fake?" demanded Long Chen coldly. Everyone turned silent again. Chapter 4177, Illustrative Records. The 8 appraisers panicked a bit after being shouted at and just looked at that elder in the distance. Seeing this scene, that elder felt like he had lost his face. Anyway, he was now under everyone's gaze, so there was no way for him to transmit spiritual messages over. In the end, he coughed and said, "Long Chen asked you a question. What are you looking at me for? Isn't it simple for grandmasters like yourselves to tell the veracity of this treasure?" Long Chen sneered. His subtle hint was a bit too obvious, wasn't it? Did he view others as fools? As expected, one of the appraisers instantly said, "The heaven-earth cauldron is a primal chaos divine item, its legends echoing throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Yet, while its name is known to all, none have laid eyes upon it. Moreover, historical records provide diverse descriptions of the heaven-earth cauldron's appearance. So even with our skill, we are ashamed to say that we cannot determine if it is the real thing." Countless people roared furiously. "Do you take us for monkeys to be toyed with? If you can't even appraise it, how dare you summon us here? You're just wasting our time. You can't even tell if it's the real deal when it's next to you. You were the ones who swore that the cauldron in Long Chen's hands was the heaven-earth cauldron. So you were just spreading lies to get others to kill him. You can't tell if it's real or not. Is that your excuse? So you shamelessly demand our money for this farce? Give me my money back." The crowd went out of control. The 8 of them had examined the cauldron for so long, only to make such a conclusion. Who wouldn't be enraged by it? Everyone, calm down. Let me finish first," cried out the elder. When the furious roars settled a bit, the elder continued, everyone, although you are not specialized in this area, everyone knows just how important the heaven-earth cauldron is. No one would dare to be so arrogant as to say anything for sure about it. But you were the ones who confirmed it in the violet flame heaven, said Long Chen. The elder pretended not to hear Long Chen's slap in the face. He continued, when we first released this information, we were not prudent enough and didn't go through a detailed evaluation. For us to make such a declaration without conclusive proof, we can't shed responsibility for our mistake. Thus, the branch head who released this information was immediately dealt with and removed from office. We did all we could to remedy this situation, but this information spread too quickly, and we were unable to suppress it in time. There was nothing we could do at that point. Now that this cauldron is in front of us, we can make a conclusion based on its shape, runes, aura, and other factors with the documents that our Soaring Dragon Company has. The elder intentionally paused here. He was quite the schemer, drawing everyone's attention and trying to regain control over the auction. If you have something to say, say it. Hurry up. Quite a few impatient shouts rang out. Seeing that there really was no way to control everyone, the elder hastily continued, the conclusion we made is that this bronze cauldron is not an item of the current era. Are you fucking stupid? Anyone who isn't blind can see that. Get to the main point. Scoffed a voice from a private box. The elder didn't dare to argue and continued, we have compared it to the information that we have. This bronze cauldron matches 47 of the 107 pictures of the heaven-earth cauldron that we have in our records. What? Are all the pictures of the heaven-earth cauldron different? The appraisers didn't reply and just looked at the elder in the distance once more. That elder announced, I'm sorry, but this relates to one of the Soaring Dragon Company's secrets. Forgive me for not being able to disclose it. Long Chen grasped this chance to say, what dogshit secret? If you can't bring out any proof, how is anyone supposed to believe you? How can we possibly trust your word when you lie and say whatever you want for profit? Everyone here came for the heaven-earth cauldron. If you cannot evaluate this cauldron and give any proof, aren't you treating everyone like idiots? I took the risk of having a supreme treasure robbed from me precisely because I wanted to know just what this item was. Every single person here wants to know the same thing. No matter what, your Soaring Dragon Company must give us a satisfactory answer today. Long Chen was extremely confident at the moment. With the help of the Earth Cauldron, he wasn't afraid at all. No matter what, he had to sell this fake for a good price. If the Soaring Dragon Company couldn't control the crowd, then they could allow him to sell it himself. Long Chen is right, you must give us a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, who knows whether or not you are just conning us. After all, we've never seen the heaven-earth cauldron, nor have we seen your records. This time, even innate heaven venerates couldn't sit still. The Soaring Dragon Company had to bring out proof. They couldn't just skip over this. After all, the matter of the heaven-earth cauldron was huge. If this cauldron really was the heaven-earth cauldron, it would be the first of the 10 primal chaos divine items to appear in millions and millions of years. It was said that after the great battle of primal chaos, all the 10 primal chaos divine items vanished. Even inheritances relating to them disappeared within the river of time. It was said that the final existence to be bestowed with anything from the primal chaos divine items was the Grand Sha nation. But ultimately, Sha Guhong disbanded the Grand Sha. Although it was rumored that Sha Guhong could control a trace of the Grand Sha Dragon Sparrow's power, in the end, the actual Grand Sha Dragon Sparrow never appeared. As a result, the 10 great primal chaos divine items remained lost. If Long Chen's bronze cauldron really was a primal chaos divine item, this would be a matter that shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Although people hadn't believed it at the start, after seeing it and sensing its supreme divine might, they started to believe it. But in the end, whether it was real or not would have to be decided by professionals specialized in dealing with such matters. However, these specialists were trying to get out of making a real decision today. How could they let that happen? Soaring Dragon Company, what do you think you're playing at? Is this how you conduct business? Do you believe me when I say that I'll tear down your tortoise nest? In the end, someone actually unleashed their terrifying aura. They seemed to be on the verge of exploding. This was an innate heaven venerate from the devil race, and his terrifying devil chi burst out of his private room. His sinister killing intent shook people's souls. Soaring Dragon Company, stop dawdling. Hand over the proof. Other heaven venerates began to shout, intimidating the Soaring Dragon Company's people. But in front of their fury, they chose to compromise. They then glared at Long Chen darkly, as if Long Chen had just slain their father. In front of their fury, Long Chen smiled inside, feeling much better. The Bai clan's brother and sister were so kind and pure. Today, if I don't con you to death, I'll write my name backward. With no other choice, the Soaring Dragon Company obediently dragged out a bunch of picture frames of various sizes. When Long Chen saw the images depicted in them, his heart sank. Chapter 4178, Auction Chips. These pictures were embedded within refined crystals, with runes flowing on top of them, sealing the ancient pictures inside. They seemed to come from various sources like bone books and beast hides, and each of them portrayed a bronze cauldron. Most of these pictures could be split into two depictions. One of those two was the cauldron in Long Chen's hand, but there was a completely different set of runes in the others. Not good. The Heaven-Earth Cauldron is made of the Earth Cauldron and Heaven Cauldron, and their runes are completely different. Long Chen looked at the fake that Sha Chen and Guo Ran had just made, feeling dumbfounded. If the Heaven Cauldron had completely different runes, how was he supposed to sell it afterward? This was different from his plan. He couldn't con people like this. Everyone, take a look. Amongst these pictures, there are two types of cauldrons. They should be quite trustworthy. However, Long Chen's Heaven-Earth Cauldron only matches one of them. Thus, our Soaring Dragon Company does not dare to arrogantly declare anything. We can only say that this cauldron is not a fake item. But whether or not it is the true Heaven-Earth Cauldron cannot be said, said the head appraiser. When these pictures were revealed, the experts present were befuddled. The Soaring Dragon Company didn't dare to guarantee the veracity of this item because they were afraid of the responsibility. However, their meaning was very clear now. This item was definitely something ancient, there was nothing faking it, but whether or not it was the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, they refused to say. It would be up to each individual's own opinion. With this, everyone was conflicted. Looking at this cauldron, they felt that it really might be the real deal. Long Chen, how are you selling this cauldron? What do we trade for it? Asked someone. If I don't know whether it's real or not, how am I supposed to sell it? Long Chen frowned. We don't know if it's real or not either. It's a gamble. Gambling is dangerous. Whether you win or not is partly luck and partly your own vision. So, why don't you just declare a price? If it's acceptable, we'll be willing to take a gamble. However, if you ask for a lion's bite, then we're not foolish enough to risk it all considering that we can't know the authenticity of it. Other than that, let me just say that this thing is a hot potato. If you have the ability to keep it, then that's one thing. If you don't have though, then don't lose your money and life together. A sinister voice came from the room emitting devil chi. TCH, you're threatening me. Did you think that I'm a coward? Long Chen sneered. Given my temper, I'd refuse to sell it and see just what you could say. However, a person like you can't represent everyone. Many people want to sincerely buy it, and I can't punish them all just because of you alone. I can't waste their time for nothing. This bronze cauldron's origins are unclear, and the crafty fellows from the Soaring Dragon Company never tell the truth. Who knows whether they are secretly planning on buying it for themselves? Long Chen, don't slander others, shouted the innate heaven venerate who had been Long Chen's liaison. Alright, well, I won't bother arguing with you. Let's put it this way, I cannot say whether or not this is the true Heaven-Earth Cauldron. However, it has once struck an eternal divine weapon, and I'm sure most people have heard of it. Thus, it is at least a top-grade eternal divine weapon. I won't be greedy. You can trade for it with either eternal divine weapons or corpses of eternal experts. However, the corpses can't belong to the human race, spirit race, or other kind races, said Long Chen. Corpses. An uproar exploded. What did Long Chen want eternal corpses for? 1 for 1, asked someone. Can you use your brain? At least 1 for 3. If you don't even have 3, don't even offer, sneered Long Chen. 1 for 3, are you joking? Inheritances with tens of millions of years of history don't even have a single eternal divine weapon. But you dare ask for 3. If you want to trade, then trade. If you don't, then scram. This is an auction, not a charity. If you don't have the money, then don't speak. Did you spend everything on this room? Retorted Long Chen. That person didn't reveal himself. He was in a private room and was also an innate heaven venerate. Long Chen was clearly not placing him in his eyes. Silence. This is my treasure, and what I say counts. I'm rather direct, so don't waste your time. I'll only give you one chance to buy it. I want either 3 eternal divine weapons or 3 perfectly intact eternal corpses. In my opinion, eternal corpses and eternal divine weapons are of equal value. This bronze cauldron suspected to be the heaven-earth cauldron is now on auction. Don't miss this chance, because once you miss it, you won't get another. The auction starts now, shouted Long Chen. However, everyone was deathly silent, and no one declared a bid. The Soaring Dragon Company's people sneered inside. Without proper preparation, starting off with such a high bid would naturally chill the enthusiasm of the crowd. They were actually hoping for Long Chen to be unable to sell the cauldron. That way, they wouldn't have to pay him his commission fee. In truth, they weren't really planning on paying that fee in the first place. Moreover, Long Chen had intentionally ruined their auction. According to the agreement, Long Chen actually owed them some compensation. Seeing the cold crowd, Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit anxious. He directly said, "I'll count to 3. After that, I'll be taking the heaven-earth cauldron away." 1. Long Chen didn't give them any time to hesitate. He directly counted to 2, so quickly like he didn't want anyone to bid. As a result, quite a few people panicked. They seemed to realize something, and just as Long Chen was about to count to 3, someone made a bid. 3 eternal demonic beast corpses. This shout came from a devil expert. So, upon hearing this, the expressions of quite a few demonic beast experts sank. Eternal demonic beast corpses were absolute treasures, but that devil expert actually had 3 of their corpses. These demonic beast experts suddenly had an ugly thought. The demonic beast race and the devil race's relationship was never friendly. Thus, this bid instantly drew out their hatred. There's nothing to be surprised about. We gathered these corpses on immemorial battlefields. It's not like we killed them, sneered that devil expert in front of their furious gazes. Despite his mocking tone, many could discern his underlying nervousness. His explanation revealed his desire to divert their attention from the matter. He was in a private room and didn't expose his face, so no one would know who it was. But to make such an explanation, it seemed even he was extremely cautious about such a matter. Long Chen simply ignored it. It didn't matter where the corpses came from. He would accept them all. Excellent. Room 7 has bid. 3 eternal demonic corpses going once. Long Chen's gaze swept over the crowd, and he quickly shouted, 3 eternal demonic corpses going twice. 3 eternal demonic corpses going. Long Chen was about to smash his hammer down when someone coldly said, 4 eternal devil corpses. Chapter 4179, Sky High Price. The speaker was also in a private room and didn't show himself. However, there were intense demonic beast fluctuations coming from that room, showing that it was clearly an expert of the demonic beast race. The devil expert had bid 3 demonic beast corpses, infuriating the demonic beast race, and now this expert was striking back, causing the devil expert's expressions to change. The atmosphere instantly grew rather odd, so Long Chen loudly announced, "Everyone, since you have a private room, it's clear that you don't want to show yourselves to others. Isn't it precisely to not let others know who you are? Here's my offer. If you are lucky enough to obtain the cauldron, you can leave with it with no one else being the wiser. It won't bring any trouble to you or your family. As for the eternal corpses in your hands, they are also not items that can see the light of day. Didn't you bring them precisely because you are hoping to secretly sell them for things that you need? Devil corpses, demon corpses, everyone wants to get rid of them but are also afraid of slipping up and bringing about a calamity. So, you want to trade them for things that you want, yet you don't dare to offer them up openly. Isn't that tiring? These eternal corpses are like treasures. Whoever finds them first is the keeper. You can trade them as you please. Why have so many misgivings? I will say it clearly right now, I am a rather direct person, and I don't like being treated like a monkey to be toyed with. Stop interrupting me every time I'm about to count to 3. I want to toss this hot potato to someone else, but if you keep interrupting me like that, I'm just going to smash my hammer down and accept whatever the current price is. This little speech from Long Chen had quite an effect. In truth, many factions had items that couldn't see the light of day. From the Wuxia Trading Company, Long Chen had learned that some items had major implications if they were to be traded, and the Soaring Dragon Company would actually accept them in a black market trade. On the other hand, the Wuxia Trading Company never participated in such trades, because doing business in the black market always caused some inevitable bloodshed and darkness. Hence, the Wuxia Trading Company refused to participate in it. In contrast, the Soaring Dragon Company operated differently. They were willing to use any means necessary for money, even if it meant taking significant risks. However, dealing with such stuff could easily infect them with some terrifying karma. Thus, the Soaring Dragon Company charged an exceedingly steep fee for their involvement in these things. As a result, many factions were dissatisfied when doing this business with them, contemplating ways to conduct this business independently without their involvement. However, this kind of trade was extremely difficult, as one mistake could trigger a bloody battle. Thus, they were always cautious. The demonic beast race also had some eternal corpses from the devil race, which held no value to them. As a result, they wished to trade them for the demonic beast corpses of the devil race, who shared the same sentiment. But neither side had any connections to facilitate such exchanges. Furthermore, even if they had those connections, they might not dare to do a direct trade. After all, how were they supposed to discuss the difference in price? If the trade didn't go well, a bloody battle was all too likely to erupt. Moreover, they didn't just have corpses but also had divine weapons, cultivation techniques, bone books, and other priceless treasures that were useless to them, but trading them away was too difficult. Now that the Sage King convention had started, it was a good chance to get rid of those things. They hoped that they could exchange those useless items for treasures that they could use. Long Chen saw everyone's hesitation and directly exposed them, letting them set their misgivings aside and compete openly so they stopped wasting time. "Alright, this friend bids 4 eternal devil corpses. Are there any higher bids?" shouted Long Chen. 5 eternal corpses. Someone instantly made a higher bid. Clearly, Long Chen's words were effective. Everyone was in private rooms, and they could shout their bids freely. After all, these corpses were useless to them, so it was better to use them as chips here. Hopefully, they could win this gamble. If they really obtained the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, it would be a turning point in their lives. 6 eternal corpses. Another person directly bid, stunning everyone. Were eternal corpses really so worthless? Just how did they manage to get so many? 6 eternal corpses plus an eternal divine saber. An ancient voice rang out. Upon hearing this, startled cries rang out. From the fluctuations of that voice, it was clearly a human. It turned out that the human race also had some hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They actually had so many eternal corpses and an eternal divine weapon. Long Chen's expression didn't change, but inside, he was cheering. He was truly making a killing this time. Guo Ran and Sha Chen had mixed expressions. They wanted to warn Long Chen and ask if he had taken out the wrong cauldron. That was because this Heaven-Earth Cauldron in front of them was not the one they made. 10 eternal corpses. With a cold snort, one person directly raised the bid to 10, wanting to scare off his competitors and expressed that he wanted this cauldron no matter what. 18. As a result, someone was even more ruthless and directly bid 18, shocking everyone. It was a demonic beast expert. Excellent. 18 corpses. This friend has taken the lead. 18 corpses going once, 18 corpses going twice. Even with Long Chen's calmness, he couldn't stop his voice from shaking. If he had 18 eternal corpses, then the primal chaos space would probably undergo a complete transformation. All the vegetation inside would grow crazily, and he would have an unending supply of life energy. 18 corpses and 6 eternal divine weapons. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out and caused an uproar. To their surprise, this bid didn't come from a private room but from the seats in the back instead. Everyone's gazes searched through the seats. According to reason, a person in that spot was only there to watch the show. They wouldn't bid. When everyone looked, they saw that this person was wrapped in black chi, so it was impossible to see their face. In fact, it was impossible to even see what life form they were. However, the deep eyes contained within that black chi raised goosebumps. Even innate heaven venerates felt a cold breeze on their backs when they saw those eyes. Long Chen also jumped in shock. While he couldn't discern the person's origins, he sensed that their cultivation base was in the immortal king realm. However, the pressure they gave exceeded that of innate heaven venerates. This person will probably be a tough opponent. Long Chen was shaken, but this person's aura was too strange, and he couldn't probe him here. The auction had to continue. 18 corpses and 6 eternal divine weapons. Are there other bids? If there are no further bids, I'll start counting. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Sold. Long Chen smashed his wooden hammer, his heart blooming with joy. He finally managed to sell off this Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Chapter 4180, continuing the auction. Let us trade right here and now in front of everyone. This friend, please come up, so everyone can see that there is no cheating, said Long Chen. Suddenly, Black Chi appeared in front of Long Chen. That person seemed to teleport from the back seats to Long Chen in an instant. Enveloped in swirling black chi, this figure appeared ethereal, as if it lacked a physical form and was composed solely of black chi. The only semblance of a corporeal presence was those eyes that were like a fiend's eyes. Someone else would definitely be shaking in their boots from being stared at by those eyes in such close proximity, but Long Chen boldly extended a hand toward that figure. My product has been examined by the Soaring Dragon Company. But what about yours? Asked Long Chen. That figure then moved, and a thumb-sized black stone flew out of his body. Upon its appearance, startled cries rang out. A world stone. A world stone was the product of compressing an entire world to the limit. It contained its own world inside of it and was incomparable to a storage ring. However, as it was refined from the core of a world, it was incredibly precious, so even Long Chen had never seen one before. Long Chen reached out and received the world stone. However, the moment he touched its stone, his expression changed. He then looked at this life form and knew its origins now. Go ahead and check, said the life form. Its voice was very bizarre, like two stones grating at each other. It was almost like a specter coming from the depths of hell. Just hearing it made people's souls quiver. Long Chen didn't say anything, and his divine sense entered the world stone. The space inside was practically limitless. But the moment his divine sense entered, a sharp pain struck his soul, and a terrifying divine might almost made him collapse. There were 18 giant corpses with black chi swirling around them inside the world stone. Amongst them were greater demons, fiendish devils, sea monsters, and one in particular made Long Chen's heart leap. Full Moon Rhinoceros. There was actually an eternal corpse of the Full Moon race inside. This corpse would not belong to Long Chen, he would have to give it to Uncle Shang. When Long Chen saw the 6 eternal divine weapons, his expression changed. These 6 weapons are of the Ghost Dao. I can't use them. The Ghost Dao. Gasps rang out from the crowd as they realized where this life form came from. The Ghost Dao's eternal divine weapons could only be used by the Ghost Dao's lifeforms due to their own specific marks. Others who attempted to wield them would likely have their souls collapsing just by carrying them. After all, these types of eternal divine weapons had a propensity to consume souls. That was why Long Chen knew he had been scammed when he saw those divine weapons. These things were worthless to him. Are they not eternal divine weapons? Said the Ghost Dao's lifeform. Alright, count yourself vicious. I accept it. You can take the bronze cauldron. Long Chen snorted and put away the world stone. The Ghost Dao lifeform then spread its arms around the bronze cauldron. Black chi gushed out, enveloping the cauldron, and it put it away just like that. After this lifeform was done, it turned to look at the crowd. I know many of you will want to take the bronze cauldron from me. That's fine. I'll welcome you at any time, whether it be immortal kings or heaven venerates. This lifeform was quite domineering. It seemed that it looked down on everyone here and was not at all worried about anyone fighting over the cauldron. Suddenly, its body dissipated. Even all the innate heaven venerates here could not tell how it left. For a moment, everyone was deathly silent. This lifeform had scared everyone. This ability to come and go silently was terrifying. The bronze cauldron was gone, so everyone started to rise and leave. Long Chen was also preparing to leave, but at this moment, inside the primal chaos space, the second bronze cauldron that Sha Chen and Guo Ran had made suddenly lit up. What? Long Chen was completely shocked. The runes on this cauldron began to change, and all kinds of beast carvings appeared on it, causing a ferocious aura to exude from it. Long Chen hastily checked on the earth cauldron in the spiritual space. It was what had changed the fake cauldron. After seeing this, Long Chen almost cried out. This cauldron now bore a striking resemblance to the second cauldron depicted in the images that the Soaring Dragon Company had presented earlier. Long Chen instantly realized that the earth cauldron was helping him sell off his other fake. Hey, everyone, wait a moment. The auction isn't over. Seeing everyone leaving, Long Chen cried out. The Soaring Dragon Company's people were also trying to advise people to stay, so Long Chen's shout surprised them. Had he finally gotten a conscience and was going to help them? What's the point? The heaven-earth cauldron is gone. Do you have another? Sneered someone irritably. This person was the one who had made the second highest bid, only to be beaten by the Ghost Dao's lifeform. Ha ha ha, what a guess. Yes, I really have another. Long Chen waved his hand, and another bronze cauldron appeared on the stage with stunning golden light and powerful divine radiance. However, it was different from the previous cauldron. Its peaceful air had been transformed into a frightening one, like a bloodthirsty beast that had been sealed for countless years trying to break free. The entire auction hall grew dark and cold, because of its existence. Seeing this cauldron, countless people's expressions changed. This cauldron looked identical to the previous one, but its runes were completely different. The previous cauldron gave off a peaceful feeling, depicting mountains, plains, and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars. However, this cauldron's runes formed into images of various ferocious beasts. Although the images of those beasts were rather vague, people instantly recognized their outlines. There were giant dragons, flying phoenixes, black tortoises, wild tigers, as well as other kinds of ancient beasts that people had never seen before. Its terrible aura filled the auction hall, causing even innate heaven venerates to quiver in front of it. The Soaring Dragon Company's appraisers examined the cauldron, and then one of them excitedly cried out, I understand, I understand. What do you understand? Asked Long Chen. The Heaven-Earth Cauldron is not just one cauldron, it is the Earth Cauldron and the Heaven Cauldron. Our records aren't wrong, the two different images inside them are both correct. The one that was sold just now should be the Earth Cauldron, and this must be the Heaven Cauldron. So you actually had two cauldrons but auctioned them separately. What profound scheming, said the elder. What profound scheming, if it weren't for the true Earth Cauldron helping, this fake would have to be thrown away. However, now that the elder said this, there was no need for Long Chen to explain. All the experts present nodded with comprehension. Didn't this mean that Long Chen's cauldrons were truly the Heaven-Earth Cauldron? This is the final bronze cauldron. For anyone with money, the bidding starts now. Seeing countless people staring with scarlet eyes, Long Chen directly started the auction. The crowd practically exploded at that moment. Chapter 4181, Exposed. 30 eternal corpses and 2 eternal divine weapons. Both divine weapons belong to your human race. Long Chen had barely finished speaking when someone immediately made a sky-high bid, one that could scare others to death. Startled cries rang out. Was this person intent on going bankrupt just to buy this cauldron? Clearly, this person had placed their highest possible bid. Having missed out on the Earth Cauldron, they couldn't afford to miss the Heaven Cauldron as well. If there had been any lingering doubts about the authenticity of the Bronze Cauldron before, those doubts had now completely evaporated. Some ancient powers were aware that the Heaven-Earth Cauldron was split in two forms. So, now that the Heaven Cauldron had appeared, along with the images provided by the Soaring Dragon Company, they were sure that it was real. The Heaven-Earth Cauldron was a primal chaos divine item of incalculable value. In everyone's mind, that Ghost Dao lifeform had gotten a great bargain by acquiring it at such a low price. As a result, no one was willing to let this opportunity slip through their fingers. 58 eternal corpses and 7 eternal divine weapons, 3 of which belong to the human race. Devil Chi erupted along with an ancient voice. Everyone was silent after this bid. This elder's finances were unmatched, and his offer made everyone retreat. Long Chen looked around and smiled. It seems that there's no need to count, as no one can offer a higher bid. Congratulations. Long Chen then slammed his wooden hammer down, and this matter was done. After that, the private room was opened, and an elder with a silver mask walked out. This was an innate heaven venerate from the devil race with an exceedingly terrifying aura. But even he didn't dare to expose his face. His aura had gone through several transformations just to prevent others from telling who he was. Gimme. Long Chen directly extended a hand, and the elder wasted no words and handed him a world stone. After grabbing it, before Long Chen could even sense what was inside the world stone, a terrifying sensation of death enveloped him. Long Chen then roared furiously, thinking that this elder was scheming against him, so he smashed his fist forward. However, the moment he attacked, he realized that he had wrongly blamed this devil race's elder. That was because the latter was also roaring and retreating with the cauldron. He actually thought that Long Chen was the one sneak attacking him. The next moment, the entire stage exploded and terrifying chi waves unfurled. The immense power tore through the roof, causing countless experts to be sent flying. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. They had no idea what was happening. Long Chen, you swindler. Die! A sinister roar rang out, filling this place. When everyone heard that voice, they jumped as they recognized the speaker. It was that ghost Dao life form that had just vanished with the earth cauldron. However, it had come back and attacked Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen's fist struck a strange barrier of light, and the impact caused his blood qi to churn within him, forcing him to retreat several steps. However, when Long Chen saw that figure, he laughed. This fellow ended up coming one step too late. That was fortunate, or the second fake wouldn't have been sold. What nonsense are you talking about? That Heaven-Earth Cauldron went through the Soaring Dragon Company's appraisers. How could I have swindled you? Demanded Long Chen innocently. What dogshit Heaven-Earth Cauldron? That ghost Dao lifeform suddenly extended a hand, summoning a bronze cauldron. However, now it had lost its color. The cauldron no longer had its sacred might, and its aura had also changed. It was like it had lost all life. With a shake, specks of rust flew off of the cauldron. When it happened, its original form was revealed. This garbage is obviously newly crafted. You dare to present this as a counterfeit? Die. The life form sent the bronze cauldron flying at Long Chen's head. Long Chen swung his fist, causing the cauldron to fly away and roll into the distance. When it rolled in front of people, they let out startled cries. There was now a dent in the cauldron from Long Chen's fist. In fact, its entire shape had changed. Everyone was stunned. If it were the real Heaven-Earth Cauldron, how could it be so weak? It had to be a fake. As for the devil expert who was tightly holding the Heaven Cauldron, his expression also underwent a dramatic shift. All of a sudden, he found that the Heaven Cauldron's sacred aura was fading away rapidly as well, its radiance diminishing. He then unleashed a punch at the cauldron as well, causing it to dent. As a result, his body began to quiver with rage. A furious hiss-like roar came from him as his terrifying killing intent unfurled. Hey, don't get emotional. Long Chen hastily waved his hands. Everyone, let's discuss it. I found 2 bronze cauldrons, but I never said that they were the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. I already discussed this with the Soaring Dragon Company. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed, as if he had just misspoken. He hastily corrected himself. This was all me, and the Soaring Dragon Company, and, that's right, this matter has nothing to do with the Soaring Dragon Company. Long Chen seemed panicked, as if trying to speak up for the Soaring Dragon Company, yet being too panicked to explain properly. Upon seeing this, the Soaring Dragon Company's experts were horrified. Long Chen was trying to get them killed. Just then, rays of divine light rose from all 8 directions, and a formation rose from the ground, causing Long Chen to feel a chill. He had been locked down by a grand formation. Long Chen, don't spout nonsense. Today, don't even think about leaving alive without giving everyone a proper explanation. Shouted an innate heaven venerate of the Soaring Dragon Company. He was the one to activate the grand formation. However, to his surprise, the formation suddenly went out of control. As soon as he activated it, it was no longer under his command. The next moment, Sha Chen, Guo Ran, Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, and the others appeared beside Long Chen. Furthermore, the grand formation's divine light concentrated on them. Boss, we should hurry. The Soaring Dragon Company already said that they'd cut off any chasers. As for dividing the loot, we'll deal with it in the future. Shouted Sha Chen, crushing a talisman in his hand. Countless experts shot toward Long Chen, but they were too slow. Their attacks didn't even manage to touch Long Chen's clothes before he and his companions vanished. Furthermore, once Long Chen was gone, everyone's gaze turned to the Soaring Dragon Company's people. You dare to collude with him to swindle us? You can all die. The Ghost Dao's lifeform roared, and his black qi instantly devoured this space. Chapter 4182, Triple Supreme Heaven Dao Fruit. Boss, what did you do? Those 2 cauldrons. Sha Chen had secretly taken over the grand formation of the Soaring Dragon Company, transforming its sealing power into spatial transportation power. With it, they were instantly transported away. Now, they were on the edge of the Sage King Prefecture and were sitting in a flying boat, going back to the High Firmament Academy's ruins. It was only now that Guo Ran had a chance to ask Long Chen about this matter. Both he and Sha Chen had been worried for a long time. It was thanks to the Earth Cauldron's help. How could we have known that the Earth Cauldron's runes were so different from the Heaven Cauldron? Long Chen chortled. Hearing that, Sha Chen and Guo Ran finally understood. However, these words were spoken spiritually. When it came to the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, the fewer people that knew about it, the better. It wasn't that Long Chen didn't trust Mu Qingyan and the others, but the implication of this matter was too great. It was best not to inflict them with bad karma. Scamming people for money and then leaving really is the best feeling. Guo Ran laughed excitedly, thinking of how so many people had been scammed by them, especially so many innate heaven venerates. He felt a strong sense of accomplishment. Sigh, I wonder how the Soaring Dragon Company is faring. I am really worried about them, sighed Sha Chen. Everyone burst into laughter, delighting in their misfortune. After all, the matter of the Soaring Dragon Company secretly sacrificing people to the Fiend Eye was abominable. The sooner such a faction was destroyed, the better. We were lucky this time. After scamming the first one, we still had time for the second. Long Chen smiled. It was his first time being able to scam people twice like this. Let's divide the loot. You can have the eternal divine weapons, and I'll take the eternal corpses. Long Chen took out both world stones, putting the divine weapons in one and the corpses in the other. When Sha Chen and Guo Ran took that world stone and saw the eternal divine weapons inside, they almost cried out in excitement. These things were priceless treasures to them, including the 6 weapons of the Ghost Dao. Even if they couldn't use them, they could always study, research, and compare them. Additionally, among the 7 eternal divine weapons from the second auction, 3 were crafted by the human race, while the remainder originated from the demonic beast race. Despite their item spirits having long since perished, leaving them as nothing more than hollow shells, they were still incredibly powerful. Not daring to take them out here, Guo Ran and Sha Chen could only wait until they were back and in a secret room. Long Chen was also excited as he sent the corpses into the primal chaos space's black soil. When these eternal corpses appeared, the black soil seemed to grow extremely active, crazily devouring them. It was like a gluttonous beast that was finally tasting good meat. Now, it was no longer willing to eat grass. However, these corpses were enormous, and the black soil could only devour 5 at a time. Upon seeing this, Long Chen realized that the majority of these corpses belonged to the demonic beast race, and only a few were from the devil race. As these corpses decomposed, the primal chaos space was filled with endless primal chaos chi. The moon trees and fusong trees crazily absorbed their life energy and grew rapidly. Seeing this scene, Huo Linger cried out in excitement like a child being given endless snacks. The sun flames and moon flames had become so strong and robust. The heaven-merging blood lotus was rapidly reproducing as well. Its growth was even faster, and the lotus seeds would automatically fall and grow into a new lotus every time it matured. There was no need for Long Chen to do anything. There was now a giant blood pool in the primal chaos space, filled with hundreds of heaven-merging blood lotuses that were thrumming with life. It's too bad that the crystal cores of these corpses have been turned to trash. Who knows how much energy would be in them? But if the crystal cores weren't ruined, they wouldn't sell them. Those pricks would definitely turn them into puppets or use faith energy to revive them, sighed Long Chen. At the same time, Long Chen had a brazen thought. An eternal expert who had died countless years ago and whose crystal core was ruined could still release such an incredible amount of energy. What if it was a freshly slain eternal expert? As the eternal corpses were devoured, Long Chen noticed the heavenly Dao tree and the 7 treasure-colored glass tree changing. The transformation was subtle, yet new runes had emerged on their leaves, accompanied by a divine radiance that enveloped them. One possessed a yin essence, while the other exuded a yang essence, creating a perfect and harmonious contrast. Damn, how did I forget about this? Long Chen suddenly noticed several 3-colored fruits at the top of the heavenly Dao tree. Triple Supreme Heavenly Dao Fruit. The Heavenly Dao was as amazing as ever. Within a certain range, the energy of any dying Triple Supremes was secretly absorbed, and this included all innate heaven venerates. Hehe, my Dragonblood Legion will eventually become a true Supreme Legion. Long Chen grabbed those fruits excitedly. As the corpses were devoured, the laws of the primal chaos space seemed to silently transform. With all kinds of energy being unleashed, the primal chaos space seemed to be using them to perfect itself. When Long Chen checked on the earth cauldron in his spiritual space, he suddenly found that it was gone, leaving him in a cold sweat. However, when he looked into the primal chaos space again, he was relieved to see that the earth cauldron had run over here, floating in the sky with the golden lotus seed. Long Chen sighed with relief. It seems that the earth cauldron wants payment for helping me scam those people. Although Long Chen didn't know what the earth cauldron was doing, he knew that there must be something that it needed here. Long Chen found that no further rust fell off of the earth cauldron. Instead, the rust was starting to melt and then slowly be absorbed by it. When it came to the earth cauldron, Long Chen knew far too little about it, but there was one thing that he was sure of. Those corpses had to be beneficial to the Earth Cauldron, or it wouldn't have run over to the primal chaos space. At this moment, Sha Chen's flying boat sped through the air and quickly approached the heart of the Sage King Prefecture. Because the Grand Formation belonged to the Soaring Dragon Company, Sha Chen had only managed to harness a portion of its power. As a result, he couldn't exercise perfect control over their direction and distance during transportation. Fortunately, they hadn't gone too far, and the direction was only a bit off. Now, they had to enter from the Devil Race's territory. However, Long Chen and the others didn't dare to just swagger through the Devil Race's territory. It had to be known that Long Chen had killed so many devil experts, accumulating the resentment of countless devils on him. Hence, upon spotting him, devil experts could sense how many of their people he had slain and would instantly attack him. Also, in comparison to the demonic beast race, the devil race was more united. Long Chen might be able to cross through the demonic beast race's territory, but he didn't dare to pass straight through the devil race's territory. Therefore, they went around until they reached the human race's territory. Once there, they prepared to take a shortcut to the High Firmament Academy's ruins. The void quivered, and an overwhelming surge of death chi burst forth. The Ghost Dao expert then materialized, with black chi swirling around him. Chapter 4183, Terrifying Ghost Dao Lifeform. Long Chen's flying boat was silently approaching the human race's territory with its stealth abilities. So, for them to have been noticed meant that this Ghost Dao expert had a special tracking art. This expert had just appeared when a certain thing flew toward Long Chen, startling him. To his surprise, it was a head that belonged to the innate heaven venerate of the Soaring Dragon Company. This Ghost Dao expert had actually slain him. For an immortal king to defeat an innate heaven venerate was an immensely challenging feat. Therefore, the fact that this Ghost Dao expert had killed one indicated that his power far exceeded that of the innate heaven venerate. Long Chen dodged the head quickly because he noticed that the head had strange runes on it. He didn't dare to rashly touch it. That head suddenly exploded, erupting with the divine might of an innate heaven venerate. It was like the self-detonation of an innate heaven venerate. Long Chen was completely shocked. He hadn't expected this Ghost Dao expert to have such terrifying methods. Now, there was no way for him to dodge this attack. If he did, the terrifying chi waves would blast Bai Shishi and the others. Perhaps Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, Guo Ran, and Sha Chen could endure it. But Mu Qingyan, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Zhang Ling, and Zhang Shu would very likely be crushed to death. Golden dragon scales appeared on top of Long Chen's body as he summoned the Dragon King battle armor to block this terrifying explosion. Bracing the impact, Long Chen felt like he was struck by a star and almost coughed up blood. The space behind Long Chen cracked like a mirror and then spread straight up into the dome of the heavens. Long Chen was at the center of that web of cracks. Following that, Long Chen's blood chi surged like a tsunami, and an immense power ran amok like wild horses breaking free from their reins. Amidst the chaotic energy coursing through his meridians, Long Chen found himself losing control over his body. The Ghost Dao expert seemed to have expected this and stabbed a white bone dagger toward Long Chen's head. His movement art made him seem like a phantom. Long Chen could only watch as the dagger pierced toward him. Even as it was about to stab him, his body wouldn't listen to him. Long Chen was shocked and enraged. In the end, he still fell for this expert's trap, unable to unleash any of his power. But just as the bone dagger was about to strike Long Chen, a golden sword swung through the air, knocking the dagger aside. It was Bai Shishi. She saved Long Chen's life, but she was also covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, she had already merged with her sword, and it followed her very will, allowing her to attack in an instant. Otherwise, she would have been too late. However, when her sword knocked aside the bone dagger, Bai Shishi let out a muffled grunt. Black chi unexpectedly enshrouded her golden sword, creeping along its blade toward her hand. This expert seemed surprised that Bai Shishi could block this killing blow. Bai Shishi's metal energy actually forced him back involuntarily. Die you little ghost! Guo Ran roared, and with his battle armor on, his battle sabers whistled down. Just now, it really had been dangerous. His boss had almost lost his life, so Guo Ran furiously swung a saber down on this expert. Guo Ran's speed was fast, and he grasped the timing well. However, he was shocked to find his saber pass straight through his opponent's body. As this expert transformed into black mist, he was unable to harm him. He can freely switch between a solid and illusory body, exclaimed Guo Ran. Just what kind of origin did this expert have? Sha Chen suddenly let out a shout, and his talisman blasted apart the black mist. However, the scattered black mist rapidly regathered, completely unaffected by Sha Chen's talisman. Heavenly Eye seal heaven and earth. Suddenly, a giant pupil appeared, within which 3 flowers converged. Following that, all that black chi instantly froze. A pupil art. A frightened cry came from the black mist. Bai Shaola's pupil art managed to restrict his movements. However, with your skills, don't even think about binding me. That life form sneered. His figure then materialized once more, and he quickly formed hand seals. Ghost spirit chains. Bai Shaola's pupil arts were ultimately lacking some maturity, and he was unable to fully bind this expert. However, just as this expert escaped from the bindings, a ray of sword chi pierced through the void, accurately striking his head. His head burst open, but instead of blood, black mist billowed from the wound. This attack was also unable to harm him. Mu Qingyun was stunned. That had been her full power attack, an attack containing her entire heart and spirit, as well as her purest will of the sword Dao. But even so, she was unable to shake this terrifying life form. A sword cultivator. It's too bad, your realm isn't high enough. You cannot harm my source yet. Perhaps if you keep growing, you will reach that level. But you won't have that chance. That ghost Dao life form suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was in front of Mu Qingyun, his bone dagger stabbing toward her like a viper's fang. Despite knowing that it would be useless, Mu Qingyun prepared to launch an all-out counterattack. But all of a sudden, a lightning sword thundered past her with a will of utter annihilation. That ghost Dao life form was finally blown back by Long Chen's lightning sword. Now, Long Chen was filled with killing intent. After forcing back that expert with a lightning sword, he threw the lightning sphere in his left hand. The sphere of lightning shot toward the ghost Dao expert, causing him to instantly have a bad feeling. After all, Thunder Force had a restrictive effect on the ghost Dao life form. He wanted to run, but Long Chen had timed it perfectly, so it directly detonated. The next moment, lightning filled the sky, leaving the ghost Dao life form no longer able to transform into black mist. He was then blasted into the distance. As he coughed up blood, the black chi around him vanished. But when they saw his appearance, everyone was shocked. He was not a human but a corpse, and his face had decayed to the point where bones were visible. He actually resembled a corpse that had just crawled out of a tomb. The blood he coughed up was as black as ink, with many things mixed inside it. It looked extremely frightening. It would be rude not to reciprocate. You can have a taste of my attack as well. After a short moment of shock, Long Chen raised his sword, and all the thunder force of the world was absorbed into it. Long Chen then slashed down with a boundless will of annihilation at the ghost Dao life form. Chapter 4184, I Want This Fox. As Long Chen's sword shook the heavens, a lightning arc flashed, causing the very heavenly Daos to quiver. This lightning sword contained all of Lei Linger's power. Only Lei Linger's heavenly tribulation lightning could restrict this ghost Dao life form. Whether he was a corpse or an illusory body, he couldn't withstand the power of the Thunder Force. Having almost been conned to death, Long Chen was enraged, so he showed no mercy with this attack. Facing such a furious Thunder Force, this life form was filled with terror. On the surface, he seemed to be able to avoid everyone's attack effortlessly. However, in truth, a portion of their attacks still reached him. Out of all those attacks, it was Mu Qingyun's sword that caused him the greatest harm, striking his core. Although he pretended to be fine, he had actually taken an internal wound and was trying to recover. Now, Long Chen's consecutive attacks exacerbated his injuries, giving him no time to recuperate, just like how he hadn't given Long Chen any time either. This ghost Dao life form then let out a furious roar and stabbed his bone dagger forward with all his power. Behind him, black chi burst into existence, condensing into 8 giant tentacles. When Long Chen's sword struck the white dagger, bolts of lightning exploded, crashing out like water breaking free from a dam. The Ghost Dao expert's 8 black tentacles were entangled with lightning and actually drew Long Chen's thunder force into the space behind him. Knowing that he couldn't endure such a terrifying thunder force, the Ghost Dao expert had to use his full power just to displace Long Chen's thunder force. However, Long Chen's thunder force was extremely tough. Even after using one of his divine abilities, the Ghost Dao expert was unable to fully shed the thunder force. As a result, his tentacles began to explode one after another. Finally, his true body was unable to endure this attack anymore and exploded. The air was shrouded in black chi before it gradually dissipated. Long Chen, you bullied me with numbers this time. Just wait, Gui Zan, will not let you off. Wash your neck and wait for me. His furious roar could be heard from the dispersing black chi. When the black chi vanished, his aura was gone without a trace. How can this be? My formation is unable to stop him, exclaimed Sha Chen. The moment Long Chen attacked, Sha Chen immediately set up a grand formation just to prevent the ghost Dao lifeform from fleeing. However, the latter left without even touching the formation and just silently vanished. Everyone's expression also changed. They had never encountered such a terrifying lifeform before. Big brother Long Chen, if you had let me attack, he wouldn't have been able to escape, said Huo Linger, her voice ringing out in Long Chen's mind. She was unhappy. She had wanted to attack, but Long Chen hadn't let her. There's no need to expose too much power. After all, the Sage King Convention will have many monsters just like him. Don't worry, you'll have your chance, consoled Long Chen. Seeing that Bai Shishi and the others still had stunned expressions, Long Chen knew that this fellow called Gui Zan had given them quite a significant blow. Don't be dejected. The reason you were unable to cause him significant damage is because the Ghost Dao's lifeforms are just too special. But don't mind too much. They are too mysterious, and we don't understand them, so we don't know their weaknesses. Once we learn their weak points, it'll be easy to deal with them. Qingyan, that sword strike of yours was very beautiful, and you managed to harm his source. If it weren't for your attack, I wouldn't have been able to beat him so easily, said Long Chen, praising Mu Qingyan in the end. Really, Mu Qingyan was delighted. Originally, Mu Qingyan had been quite confident this time for the Sage King Convention. She believed it was an opportunity to challenge various experts and enhance her comprehension of the Sword Dao. Little did she anticipate that her all-out strike to someone's head would be ineffective, and this dealt a severe blow to her confidence. Fortunately, Long Chen's encouragement instantly revitalized her. His approval was the greatest encouragement to her. Of course, it's true. However, your sword strike was off, said Long Chen. How was it off? Asked Mu Qingyan. Everyone was confused by this statement. Mu Qingyan's sword had accurately struck that life form in the head, it had been perfect. It was your heart that was off. Long Chen smiled. A sword cultivator must not only possess confidence in their sword but also in their techniques in themselves. A true sword cultivator doesn't need to intentionally aim for someone's vital parts. As soon as you intentionally search for weaknesses in your opponent, your sword daos will weaken a great deal. It is because you are afraid that you can't kill your opponent that you aim for their vital parts. However, this subconscious thought causes the will of your sword dao to fade. That is why your attack only injured him but failed to end him. Mu Qingyan immediately grasped the wisdom in Long Chen's words and felt a deep admiration for him. His insight remained as keen as ever, and these simple words served as enlightenment to her. It seemed that being with him, it would be hard not to constantly advance. Big sister Qingyan, you're amazing. Bai Shaola couldn't help praising her. He always felt great admiration for Mu Qingyan. Shaola, how are your pupil arts so weak? Long Chen turned and frowned at Bai Shaola. Bai Shaola's pupil art covered a huge range and contracted very fast. Even the Ghost Dao lifeform, with his fast reactions, was caught by it. That meant that this technique was very powerful. However, despite being bound, the Ghost Dao lifeform still managed to easily escape. Long Chen didn't know where the problem lay. Of course, he's weak. This idiot could die of idiocy. Do you know how many months he took just to learn this one technique? He didn't even learn it properly. Long Chen, you've really conned me. Just then, a furious roar rang out, and a fox with violet eyes appeared on Bai Shaola's shoulder. It was precisely the violet pupil nine-tail fox that Bai Shaola had summoned back then. Now, it was glaring at Long Chen so much that flames almost burst out of its head. What happened to you? How did you become so weak? Long Chen almost couldn't believe his eyes. Back in the 3,000 worlds, this fox's aura had been so terrifying. But now, it was only in the immortal king realm. You have the face to speak. Isn't it all because of you? After merging with this fellow, all my power was absorbed by him. Most hateful of all, this fellow is too stupid. He's unable to use his pupil arts in unison with me. I'm really going to die of rage one day, roared the violet pupil nine-tail fox. Despite being cursed at, Bai Shala didn't say a word. After all, forming a contract with this fox had bestowed upon Bai Shala a significant advantage. In contrast, the violet cupel nine-tail fox had endured immense suffering. Thus, Bai Shala bore the curses without protest. Wow, what a cute fox. I want this fox. Just as the violet cupel nine-tail fox was venting its anger, a group of people in the distance surrounded Long Chen and the others. Chapter 4185, Unexpected Violet Blood. A group of people emerged in the distance, appearing to be young experts. There were 70 to 80 of them, and all of them were dressed extravagantly. To Long Chen's surprise, they were all triple supremes. Even after being in the Sage King Prefecture for so long, he had never seen a faction with so many young triple supremes before. Long Chen, when Luo Bing and Luo Ning saw them, they were particularly shocked and hastily sent Long Chen a message. Don't say anything for now. Let's just watch first. The reason Luo Bing and Luo Ning were so shocked was because they could sense a powerful bloodline resonance with these people. These people were actually part of the violet blood race. However, their blood chi was far stronger, and violet divine radiance flowed around them, bestowing upon them a majestic and sacred aura. It was clear that their bloodline was significantly purer than that of the Luo clan. As this was Luo Bing and Luo Ning's first time encountering the violet blood race in the outside world, they were incredibly excited. They directly wanted to greet them, but Long Chen stopped them. Long Chen also sensed this resonance. Although his spirit blood had been taken away, in the end, he still had his mother's bloodline. Violet blood had once flowed through his veins as well. However, Long Chen had a queer feeling about the appearance of these people. Luo Zichuan had never told Long Chen about their existence. While these people's violet blood was of high purity, it didn't reach Luo Zichuan's level. Furthermore, there seemed to be some slight differences between them and the Luo clan. But as for what was different, Long Chen was unable to tell. These people instantly surrounded Long Chen. Their leaders, a divinely handsome man and a peerlessly beautiful woman, advanced toward him. They looked like a golden couple, yet the inherent arrogance they radiated didn't sit well with those around them. This woman was attracted to the violet cupel nine-tail fox on Bai Shala's shoulder and was very fascinated by it. Hey, are you selling that little fox? Perhaps we can trade other immemorial demonic beasts for it, said the woman. The violet cupel nine-tail fox was still enraged, so for someone to treat it as a housepet for sale, its fury instantly switched targets. You have a mental illness, don't you? If you have an illness, treat it. Don't provoke me here, I'm not in the mood. Oh, what a temper. We'll see how I treat that. Feeling enraged, she summoned a violet gold bell in her hand, and violet divine radiance filled the sky. An eternal divine weapon. When this bell appeared, Long Chen and the others couldn't hide their astonishment. Blood runes flowed on top of the bell, indicating that this was clearly an eternal divine weapon belonging to their bloodline. Upon feeling this aura, Long Chen instantly attacked, piercing a spear at the bell. As if long since expecting him, the man beside the woman unsheathed his sword, colliding against Long Chen's spear. Everyone felt like the heavenly Taos themselves had detonated, as the violent impact left them gasping for breath and forced them back. On the other side, both Long Chen and that man grunted and took a few steps back, with each step causing the void to quiver and intense rumbling to resound. That man's expression shifted noticeably. He clearly hadn't expected Long Chen to be so powerful. In that exchange, neither side had gained the upper hand. Long Chen was equally taken aback. This man's blood chi was astonishing and seamlessly merged with the heavenly Taos, which meant that he could use heavenly Tao energy at will, and every single one of his movements was backed by the heavenly Taos. Other than Luo Zichuan, Long Chen had never encountered someone with such a high level of merger with heavenly Taos. At this moment, the violet cupel nine-tail fox let out a startled cry. Violet runes had appeared on top of its body like a net binding it, and it began to fly toward the bell. Release it, Bai Shala shouted furiously. He swiftly formed hand seals, and a three-flower mark materialized in his eyes. Don't, Long Chen shouted. The violet cupel nine-tail fox was now caught by the violet gold bell. If Bai Shala rashly tried to pull it back, it would be like smashing his eyes against the bell. A dragonfly trying to shake a tree. The woman sneered mockingly at Bai Shala's efforts. As the bell shuddered, Bai Shala screamed and blood gushed from his eyes. However, to everyone's astonishment, even in the face of such an injury, Bai Shala refused to surrender. With blood streaming from his eyes, he bellowed, "Heavenly eye slashes the cosmos." The 3 flowers then twisted, converging into a single blade. Receiving an impact from it, that woman grunted, her body swaying. The violet gold bell had caught the violet cupel nine-tail fox in an invisible hand. Usually, this was a technique with a 100% success rate that could catch anything. However, Bai Shaola's pupil art had forcibly severed that invisible hand, crushing her technique and even injuring her soul. Looking at Bai Shaola's bleeding eyes, Long Chen was enraged, his killing intent exploding out of him. Seeing that gaze, Luo Bing and Luo Ning were horrified. With their understanding of Long Chen, they knew that a massacre was about to occur. Luo Bing and Luo Ning grabbed his elbows, afraid of him attacking. If he were to attack, there would no longer be any room to talk. "You idiot, do you not want your life anymore?" The violet cupel nine-tail fox flew back to Bai Shaola's side and cursed him furiously. Bai Shaola's eyes were covered in cracks, on the verge of shattering. "They were going to take you away. I know I have no ability, and you've suffered by having to stay with me. So, the least I can do is go all out for you," said Bai Shaola. Bai Shaola was currently blind, and his eyes burned like they were on fire. However, there was a rather foolish smile on his face now, a smile of remarkable innocence. The violet cupel nine-tail fox was speechless. It seemed both vexed and moved. "Long Chen, don't, we can talk this through," begged Luo Bing as she held onto Long Chen. Bai Shishi was also blazing with killing intent. Her hand already turned gold, and her icy killing intent locked onto that woman. Bai Shaola was her little brother. Although the two didn't get along well normally, for Bai Shaola to be injured triggered a burning rage in her. "Xin what happened? Who dares to make things hard on my Violet Blood's Shu family? Whose guts are that big?" Just as Long Chen was hesitating about whether to kill this woman as revenge for Bai Shaola, an enormous ship covered the sky. Chapter 4186, Arrogant Shu Family. "Daddy, I saw a houseboat that I wanted to buy, but they refused to acknowledge my kindness. They even insulted me." This woman instantly put on an aggrieved expression, as if she was the one being bullied. Her sudden, active, thief crying thief, enraged Guo Ran and the others. She was the one who was unreasonable and rude as she tried to snatch the violet cupel nine-tail fox. However, when everyone heard that these unreasonable people were from the violet blood race, they finally understood why Luo Bing and Luo Ning were holding onto Long Chen with their lives. So these people were from the violet blood race just like Luo Bing and Luo Ning. However, they were too infuriating. Everyone knew that Long Chen had a relationship with the violet blood race. However, they didn't know just how deep that relationship was. HMPH, how brazen. If the sale doesn't work, then that's whatever. But to dare to harm my daughter, today, none of you will leave here alive. Like a flying fortress, the giant battleship stopped in front of them, unleashing the pressure of an entire world. Following that, the door opened, and a middle-aged man in violet gold robes and a violet gold crown walked out. He was an innate heaven venerate with violet chi swirling around him. Moreover, strange runes flowed within his eyes like the sun and moon. When his gaze swept over everyone, they all felt a chill in their bones, as though his gaze was seeing through all their secrets. When he saw Long Chen though, he revealed a hint of surprise. But his expression grew odd when he looked at Luo Bing and Luo Ning. "You're from the Violet Blood's Luo family?" Luo Bing cupped her fists. "Reporting to Senior, we are from the Violet Blood's Luo family. There is a whole story for this matter. Senior, you cannot just listen to your daughter's one-sided narration. Since you're from the Violet Blood race, there's no need to say so much. Come over here. How can the noble Violet Blood race be with a bunch of rabble?" The middle-aged man interrupted her and frowned. "Senior, Luo Bing's heart sank. This man's cultivation base and air showed that he had an extremely high status. Originally, Luo Bing had hoped that he would resolve this problem and make his daughter apologize to Bai Shaola. Then their conflict could be settled. However, he refused to even listen to her. His impatience and condescending attitude toward Long Chen and his companions left her feeling disheartened. "Come over here now, this is an order," barked the middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing was gradually angered. This man was completely overbearing and as unreasonable as his daughter. "Bring those two back. Don't let them embarrass the Violet Blood race." The middle-aged man impatiently gave orders when he saw Luo Bing and Luo Ning disobeying. Two heaven venerates immediately walked over to them, ignoring Long Chen and the others. "You're the embarrassing bunch here. If you two dare to touch any one of us, I guarantee that you won't see tomorrow's sun," declared Long Chen. He had reached his limit, so his voice was icy. Long Chen had never heard of the Shu family of the violet blood race. According to reason, his grandfather wouldn't conceal such a thing from him. Moreover, his grandfather had endured in silence for so long, all for the sake of saving his people. However, he had never wanted to join forces with this Shu family. There had to be a reason. Luo Zichuan had been willing to risk his life alone rather than work with the Shu family. Long Chen had been wondering why his grandpa did this when he first saw these people, but seeing how tyrannical they were, Long Chen immediately thought of one possibility. Now, the Shu family actually wanted to take their people. Long Chen stood in their way, his hand on the Minghong saber's hilt. "Ha ha ha, who would have thought that there is someone so arrogant outside of my Shu family? Brat, my Shu family can be arrogant, but you can't. If you want to be arrogant, you should have the ability to back it up. Seize them, execute anyone who gets in your way," ordered the middle-aged man. All this time, the Shu family's young disciples kept sneering disdainfully at Long Chen and the others, looking down on them as if they were a group of prisoners. "The two of you still aren't coming." The two heaven venerates walked straight to Luo Bing and Luo Ning, who were seething with anger. The two sisters looked at the countless experts behind the middle-aged man and then at the few members on their side. Luo Bing exchanged a meaningful look with Luo Ning, who promptly understood. After that, they stepped forward together. "There's no need for you to do anything. You cannot leave. As long as I am here, no one can bring you away," interrupted Long Chen. Luo Bing and Luo Ning were unwilling to implicate Long Chen and the others. After all, the power disparity between the two sides was far too great. Although they harbored no good feelings toward this Shu family, considering that they were all from the violet blood race, the two sisters didn't think that the Shu family would make things hard on them. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Those two heaven venerates sneered and directly attacked. Their hands, bathed in violet divine radiance, extended toward Luo Bing and Luo Ning. At the same time, an imperceptible ripple surged toward Long Chen. This was a spiritual attack, as they not only grabbed the two sisters but also used the violet blood race's specific spiritual strength to teach Long Chen a lesson. Rather than calling it a lesson, it might be more appropriate to call it a shameless sneak attack. That was because the violet blood race's spiritual attack was very powerful, and someone who was caught off guard or someone with weak spiritual strength might have their soul directly shattered. These two were heaven venerates, and although on the surface they appeared to be grabbing Luo Bing and Luo Ning, in truth they were secretly attacking a little immortal king. This act was not only shameless but also treacherous. When the two used a spiritual attack on Long Chen, Luo Bing's expression completely changed. She saw Long Chen's eyes transform into the coldest expression she had ever witnessed. Before Long Chen understood the relationship between the Luo family and the Shu family, he didn't actually want to kill anyone. But his fury could no longer be contained. Just as Luo Bing let out a startled cry, the Minghong saber flew out of its sheath, colliding against the two heaven venerates, spiritual attacks. The saber was like a divine dragon flying out of the sea. Its heaven-shaking saber cry erupted along with icy killing intent, as well as Long Chen's will. As a result, the spiritual attacks were like eggs smashing into a city wall, instantly shattering. Following that, the Minghong saber slashed toward them. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man representing the Shu family was startled and swiftly raised his hand. However, just as he was about to interfere, his gaze shifted toward an empty space. At that precise moment, two heads flew into the air, and a cascade of violet blood rained down. Chapter 4187 Fight. With a slash of the saber, two heaven venerates became headless corpses, unable to form the slightest bit of resistance in front of that saber. Although these two elders were not innate heaven venerates, they were still incredibly powerful. But they should not have sneak attacked Long Chen. When their spiritual attack was shattered by Long Chen's will, the backlash shook their souls. With their souls in chaos, their minds practically turned blank. As a result, Long Chen's saber could instantly sever their necks while they stood there like blockheads. In essence, their fates were sealed the instant they attacked Long Chen. As the two heaven venerates of the Shu family were slain, a cascade of violet blood rained down. Seeing this scene, Luo Bing sighed. It was over. This enmity could no longer be settled. However, Sha Chen, Guo Ran, and the others almost clapped. This retribution was perfect as these fellows were too hateful. After a moment of shock, the Shu family's experts were enraged. Their disciples then took out their weapons, their eyes blazing with killing intent. However, what startled them was that their mighty family head didn't do anything after that. Some of them looked at him, only to see him staring at a certain space. When they followed his gaze, they noticed that a large man like an iron tower had appeared in the air behind Long Chen and the others at some point. This man appeared to be in his 30s, with tanned skin and flowing long hair that cascaded naturally. Not a hint of his aura leaked, rendering it impossible to discern his cultivation level. Standing in the air, he was like a nail that had been nailed into heaven and earth. If they hadn't seen him here, they wouldn't have been able to sense his existence at all. However, when they did look at him, it was like their souls were clutched by an invisible hand. It was as though just a thought from him would be enough to wipe out all life. He was silent, just looking at the Shu family's head. This individual was the master of the Battle God Palace, and his arrival at this pivotal moment was not by chance. Long Chen had summoned him. Back then, Bai Zantang had given Long Chen a spiritual jade. If something that he couldn't deal with by himself happened, he could activate it and the palace master would personally come. Long Chen had already activated the spiritual jade when he decided to kill these people. That was the reason the Shu family head had abruptly stopped just now. Only he had managed to sense the presence of the Battle God Palace's master. The palace master eyed the Shu family head for a long time before finally spitting out a single word. This one word contained a heaven-shaking battle intent, and the very laws of the world changed because of it. Seeing that this existence could cause the heavens to quiver and the earth to rock with one word, the Shu family's experts were all shocked and terrified. They had to circulate all their power just to resist this invisible pressure. Sha Chen, Guo Ran, Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, and the others were all excited. They hadn't expected the Battle God Palace's master to be so terrifying. He was practically a god. With the support of such a terrifying expert, who would they need to fear? "Who are you?" demanded the Shu family head. The palace master simply looked at him coldly, not replying. He was frighteningly silent. "He is the High Firmament Academy's Battle God Palace's master. His name isn't for the likes of you to know," shouted Guo Ran. The main thing was that Guo Ran didn't know his name either. Let alone him, even Long Chen and Bai Shishi didn't know it. The palace master's identity was top secret in the High Firmament Academy. High Firmament Academy? The Shu family head's expression twitched. Standing beside Long Chen, Guo Ran replied, "That's right. And this person is our High Firmament Academy's youngest dean in all of history, Dean Long Chen. Isn't your Shu family very arrogant? Using numbers and seniority to bully juniors, why don't you just keep going? The palace master has already said what needs to be said. Are you fighting or not?" Seeing that the palace master was such a terrifying existence, Guo Ran immediately used him to put these people in their place. He wished that they would try to fight the palace master. "Family head, let me." Just then, a person appeared beside the family head. He had violet runes covering his entire body, looking like tattoos. What powerful blood qi! Sensing his power, Guo Ran and the others were startled. Luo Bing and Luo Ning in particular jumped in shock. This person's violet blood had been condensed to the pinnacle and was erupting like a volcano. With him around, the world grew illusory, like everything was underwater. This was a terrifying innate heaven venerate. He had been behind the family head the entire time, and no one had noticed him. But now that he stepped forward, heaven and earth changed because of his existence. When he circulated his violet blood, it felt like heaven and earth were recognizing him as master. The power of heaven and earth was his to command. "His violet blood energy is even purer than our family head's," exclaimed Luo Bing. "It's powerful but not necessarily purer," said Long Chen, shaking his head. Long Chen had once exchanged blows with Luo Zichuan, and Luo Zichuan had personally taught him. Thus, Long Chen knew far more about Luo Zichuan's power than them. Back then, Luo Zichuan was only in the immortal king realm, but his violet blood's purity far surpassed that of this innate heaven venerate. The only reason Luo Bing had such a feeling was because she was unable to tell the difference between quality and quantity. When this innate heaven venerate stepped forward, the palace master's eyes lit up. A divine radiance that made people shudder flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, the Shu family head stopped this innate heaven venerate. Looking at the palace master, he said, "It was nothing more than a minor matter. There's no need to fight." "Family head, you," that innate heaven venerate was stunned. He hadn't expected the family head to really retreat. He almost couldn't believe it. It had to be known that Long Chen had just slain 2 of their experts. The rest of the Shu family were also stunned. Just who was this palace master to be capable of making the Shu family retreat? Dad, that girl called Shinor looked at Bai Shaola's violet pupil nine-tail fox, clearly unwilling to let it go. After all, she had never been denied anything she wanted. This time, even the family head who pampered her did not listen. Just as he turned away. This time, it was Long Chen's turn. Brat, do you want to die? The man who led the Shu family's young disciples turned to him furiously, his killing intent exploding out of him. However, Long Chen didn't even look at him. He instead turned his gaze to Bai Shaola. Shaola, what do you want? You are my brother, and you cannot be bullied for nothing. Do you want her eyes or her life? Boss will help you find justice. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the Shu family's people changed. They all clutched their weapons angrily. Chapter 4188 Fight or Fuck Off. That girl called Shinur had tried to forcibly take the violet pupil nine-tail fox. She was tyrannical and even used an eternal divine weapon directly, nearly causing permanent damage to Bai Shaola's eyes. It had to be known that Bai Shaola cultivated pupil arts. If his eyes were permanently damaged, he would be a complete cripple. Such an outcome would be even more agonizing than death for him. From top to bottom, not one person in the Shu family was reasonable. The younger ones tried to take the violet pupil nine-tail fox, and the older ones tried to capture the Luo sisters. Due to this, Long Chen's fury could not be quelled any longer. He no longer cared about any misgivings. Who gave a shit about the relationship between the Shu family and the Luo family now? The most important thing was to get justice for Bai Shaola. As I see it, you've gone insane. If you want to die so badly, I'll kill you right here and now. That Shinur bellowed furiously. When she heard Long Chen's demand for either her eyes or her life, her eyes became filled with a murderous intent. She summoned her violet gold bell once more into her hand. The rest of the Shu family were also shocked and enraged. Long Chen was practically not placing the Shu family in his eyes, causing the Shu family head to seethe with anger. He had taken a step back, but this fellow actually pushed him even further. Bai Shaola remained silent, and it was the violet pupil nine-tail fox on his shoulder who said, "No need. This is our enmity, and we will exact our own vengeance. Have them scram. Brat of the Shu family, just wait. I've remembered this enmity. The next time we meet, you will regret your foolishness." The violet pupil nine-tail fox glared at the woman. To be treated as a mere housepet to be seized was a profound insult to the proud and arrogant creature. A little fox dares to say such big words. The next time we meet, I'll turn your fur into a scarf. Sneered Shinur. It's meaningless to say vicious words now. If you have the power, use it at the Sage King convention. Said the young man of the Shu family. He had exchanged a single blow with Long Chen and actually wanted to fight him again, but the family head refused to permit him to do this. The Shu family then returned to their giant ship and slowly flew off. Once it was far off in the distance, Sha Chen, who had been examining the giant ship the entire time, suddenly cried out. That ship is actually an eternal divine weapon. What? How can there be such an enormous eternal divine weapon? Guo Ran was stunned. Bai Shishi and the others were also shocked. If this giant ship was really an eternal divine weapon, then its power would be enough to destroy the entire world. No. Thank you for your work, Palace Master. Long Chen cupped his fists to the Palace Master to express his thanks. If it hadn't been for him coming, they would have been doomed today. It's too bad. Just a bit off. Next time, work harder. The Palace Master looked at the battleship regretfully and sighed before vanishing. The Palace Master's words befuddled everyone here. They didn't know what he was referring to when he said just a little bit off. The disturbance here had drawn the attention of countless people. However, they didn't dare to reveal themselves in front of the Shu family head and the Palace Master. They could only hide in the distance and observe. In truth, the moment they fought Gui Zhan, people already started observing from a distance. However, they simply didn't dare to get too close. Just as a large batch of experts were closing in on them, the Shu family's people came. When both the Shu family head and the Palace Master unleashed their divine might, those people didn't dare to approach, afraid of getting caught in their battle. Long Chen, you dare to swindle me. Hand over my treasures and I'll spare your life. Just then, the devil expert who had won the auction of Long Chen's second bronze cauldron appeared. Just like Gui Zhan, he had been swindled by Long Chen. Back then, Zan had furiously slain that innate heaven venerate of the Soaring Dragon Company, throwing everything into chaos. Because Long Chen had escaped back then, Zan and this devil elder could only cast their fury on the Soaring Dragon Company's people. They really did think that Long Chen and the Soaring Dragon Company had worked together to swindle them. Witnessing their wrath, the Soaring Dragon Company's experts could only flee in terror, knowing that any attempts to explain would be futile. They had worked hard to set up this auction, only for it to be blown apart. After venting his anger, the devil expert mobilized all his people to search for Long Chen's tracks. As for Zan, he knew that Long Chen wasn't in this region, so he waited for Long Chen to return to his base. His battle with Long Chen then alerted the others, and the devil expert immediately rushed over, only to see that a battle was about to erupt between the palace master and the Shu family head. The palace master's divine might had terrified everyone, including this devil expert, who was a powerful innate heaven venerate. Even though they were both innate heaven venerates, this devil expert knew that he was a far cry from being a match for the palace master. Due to this, he only dared to come out after the palace master left. Although he spoke firmly, people knew that he was intimidated. It was a fair deal, and you simply lost the gamble. I've never said that the Bronze Cauldron was the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. The Soaring Dragon Company was the one who pushed that rumor. As for all of you, you were willing to test your luck, so why are you blaming others? There were so many people there, but they didn't fall for it. Why did you two fall for it? You can only blame your own fate for drawing you into this tribulation, snorted Long Chen. Trying to reclaim what Long Chen had seized. This fellow truly didn't know Long Chen. You damnable human race, are you forcing me to drag you down with me? Roared the devil expert. What has entered my hands never leaves. Acting shamelessly has no effect on me, so either fight or fuck off, sneered Long Chen. Just like that, he swaggered past the onlookers, going deeper into the human race's territory. The devil expert trembled with rage, about to go crazy. However, he didn't dare to attack Long Chen for fear of the curse. Patriarch, as long as you give the order, we'll slaughter them, said one of the devil race's heavenly geniuses. Hearing his words, tens of thousands of the devil race's disciples stepped forward. If you dare to attack, not one of you brats of the devil race will leave this region alive. Just then, another cold voice rang out. Following that, millions of experts appeared. They were the Starry River sect's disciples. Upon learning that Long Chen was battling some experts here, they swiftly assembled. Since many of them were in seclusion comprehending the star diagrams, they only brought this many people. But all the free ones had come. The Starry River line had many people. Furthermore, all of them were powerful, so those devil experts turned pale when they appeared. Just these disciples were enough to completely crush them. If they were to fight, all the devil experts might be completely exterminated. Just like that, Long Chen and the others swaggered out of their view, and not one of the devil experts dared to move. Chapter 4189 Little 9. The palace master and the Shu family head hadn't actually exchanged blows. But a single word from the palace master was enough to terrify countless innate heaven venerates. These devil experts had planned to force Long Chen to hand over the eternal corpses and eternal divine weapons, but a single word from the palace master left them utterly terrified. The appearance of the palace master intimidated countless people, and they now understood why Long Chen had the audacity to plunder the Soaring Dragon Company. So he actually had such a terrifying expert supporting him. Seeing Long Chen leave, the devil experts could only clench their teeth furiously. As for the Soaring Dragon Company's people, the survivors had long since fled in every direction, and the unlucky ones could only become resentful ghosts. The Soaring Dragon Company might be powerful, but its power was spread throughout an extremely wide area. Due to constantly doing business everywhere, it was very difficult to gather all their experts. Given their immense power, they had never dreamed that Long Chen would trick them like this. As for those two swindled fellows, they were driven to extreme actions and began slaughtering the people of the Soaring Dragon Company. The Soaring Dragon Company also became a huge laughingstock because of this matter, and Long Chen was given the title of a supreme swindler. This supreme swindler had profited immensely. In front of countless gazes, he swaggered back to the High Firmament Academy. When Long Chen returned to the academy, he found that it had become much more peaceful. There were more outsiders present studying the stone tablets, but now they were all very obedient. Let alone causing trouble, not one person even raised their voice. They all followed the rules religiously. When they saw Long Chen, their gazes were worshipful. A group of idiots with no skill. Give them an inch, and they'll demand a yard, Luo Ning scoffed, her disdain for such individuals evident. She held people like them in the lowest regard. Previously, they had voiced all sorts of complaints against the High Firmament Academy, despite being granted free access. But upon Long Chen's arrival, they all became obedient children. Brother Long, were you looking for me? Long Chen had just returned to the High Firmament Academy when Xu Chengchuan arrived with over 10 of the full moon race's experts. 2 of those experts had veiled auras, so they must be true experts. It seemed that Xu Jianshang was so worried about Xu Chengchuan that he had 2 of their top experts guarding him. When Xu Chengchuan arrived, he greeted everyone. After all, he was once a disciple of the High Firmament Academy. I have something important to give. I've been too busy lately, so it wasn't convenient for me to go to you, said Long Chen. More and more experts had now arrived in the Sage King Prefecture, so the various territories were becoming rather complex. If Long Chen were to travel to the demonic beast race's territory again, he might have to fight through several factions. Long Chen might not be afraid of them, but he really didn't have that much time at the moment. He could only send word to the full moon race to send someone over. When Long Chen handed the world stone to Xu Chengchuan, the latter almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. The full moon rhinoceros's corpse was lying inside of it. This is a major matter. We have to return immediately and show it to the race leader. The 2 elders behind Xu Chengchuan also checked the contents of the world stone and were even more excited than he was. It was an ancestor of the full moon race, an eternal expert. Moreover, the corpse was perfectly intact, so perhaps they could inherit many of its divine ability runes. This corpse was truly a priceless treasure for them. This matter was too important for their race, so Xu Chengchuan couldn't bother with courtesies. After saying goodbye to Long Chen, he rushed back in a hurry. After all, such a major affair had to go through the race leader. They would need to immediately discuss just how to deal with this corpse. After dealing with the full moon race's matter, Long Chen returned to the inner academy. He then checked on Bai Shaola's eyes and couldn't help but gasp. You little brat, you were just a bit away from crippling your eyes. What on earth possessed you to act so impulsively? With your boss present, no one can bully you, cursed Long Chen. The meridians in Bai Shaola's eyes were severed into tiny bits. Fortunately, their positions were still correct, and they could be reconnected. If they were instead blasted everywhere, no one could save his eyes. I wasn't thinking, but anyone who dares to take my little nine must be stopped with my full power. Bai Shaola smiled foolishly. Little nine. Everyone stared at him in confusion. How many times have I told you not to call me little nine? I'm older than your grandparents. The violet pupil nine-tail fox once more appeared and cursed him. Long Chen and the others almost burst into laughter. The violet pupil nine-tail fox was a desolate species that was famous everywhere. Its body could cover up the sky and sun, so the name of Little Nine was rather comical. Bai Shaola didn't respond to the violet pupil nine-tail fox's curse, still smiling foolishly. However, his eyes were lightless, and his appearance was distressing. Long Chen solemnly said, Little Nine, let me tell you. I already said not to call me that. Are you deaf? Roared the violet pupil nine-tail fox. Then what do I call you? Little Tail, Little Violet, Little Pupil, Little Fox. Long Chen listed off several names. Fine, just call me Little Nine. The violet pupil nine-tail fox seemed to accept its fate. When these were the options, it seemed only Little Nine was a bit better. Long Chen continued, this foolish brother of mine isn't truly foolish. It's just that he has a foolish father who has beaten him ever since he was a child, resulting in him having some deficiencies in his mind. The more you howl and shout at him, the more his head turns blank just like a fool. Since you've already formed a contract with him, you will share fates in the future. You need to understand, help, and support each other, as you now share wins and losses. I know you've suffered by forming a contract with Shaola. Your powerful cultivation base was suppressed to this point, so you naturally must not feel good. Long Chen's words made the violet pupil nine-tail fox much calmer. It seemed rather pleased. Long Chen then continued, however, you can also see that while he might be foolish at times, his feelings toward you are sincere. He is willing to risk his life for you and even almost crippled his eyes. His eyes are more important than his life, and you are even more important than his eyes. Why don't you tell me just how he treats you? Hearing this, the violet pupil nine-tailed fox looked at Bai Shala with a complicated expression. It truly was moved that Bai Shala had risked everything for it. That was something that it had not expected. After all, while it was with Bai Shala, it constantly cursed and scolded Bai Shala. It hadn't expected Bai Shala to treat it this nice. In truth, Bai Shala is very smart and talented. You've now gained the inheritance of the 6th Tao Heavenly Eye, so you should try to study it calmly. I believe that you will make unimaginable gains if you do so, said Long Chen. That's enough. You prattle on so much that it becomes annoying. We don't need you to manage our affairs. We'll deal with it ourselves. Shala, we're leaving. We're going to heal, said the violet pupil nine-tailed fox with a snort, dragging Bai Shala away. Watching as they left, Long Chen smiled. After going through this tribulation, the violet pupil nine-tailed fox and Bai Shala's relationship had improved. If the violet pupil nine-tailed fox sincerely accepted Bai Shala, then once their souls merged, their power would definitely be astonishing. Suddenly, the High Firmament Academy swayed, delighting Bai Shishi. The High Firmament Palace has appeared. Let's take a look. Chapter 4190 High Firmament Palace. The High Firmament Academy's core region was an area that not even the Academy's disciples could get close to. Inside that core region was the High Firmament Palace, the final building of the Academy to appear. The reason why the disciples weren't allowed there was because this palace wasn't a region where the weak could enter. If a person's life was not tough enough, they would directly die inside. After all, the High Firmament Palace contained the High Firmament Academy's highest level tomes. Afraid of the disciples losing their lives for nothing, the higher-ups didn't allow anyone to go near the palace even before it fully emerged. Now that it finally appeared, all the High Firmament Academy's disciples rushed over to take a look, and by the time Long Chen and the others arrived, there were already hundreds of thousands of disciples around it. When did our High Firmament Academy have so many experts? Asked Long Chen. We've never been lacking talented disciples. We just like to keep them hidden. Just then, a burst of fragrance washed over them. Mom, Bai Shishi cried out in delight. The speaker was her mother. Her mother smiled warmly at Bai Shishi and remarked, "You're finally acting like a girl instead of a block of ice." Good. Bai Shishi blushed. The fact that she understood what her mother was saying was already proof that she had changed, and this change was brought on by Long Chen. Greetings, Aunt. Long Chen cupped his fists toward his future mother-in-law. We're all a family. There's no need for such courtesies. Upon hearing this sentence, Bai Shishi's blush deepened. Her mother was talking far too frankly for her liking, so she hastily changed the subject. Mom, why didn't you tell me that you are coming? And where is my other mother? This other mother referred to Bai Shala's mother. It was perhaps Bai Shishi's first time voluntarily referring to her as her own mother. Previously, Bai Shishi had been very cold to her own mother, Bai Shala's mother, and her father. After all, she had been unable to accept two women sharing one man. However, after encountering Long Chen, she found that it didn't matter how high your cultivation base was, you could only accept your fate. As she lowered her head to love, she finally understood her mother. Now, when she looked at her mother, the familiar maternal bond from her childhood seemed to have rekindled. Your other mother is looking after Shala. After all, he is injured, and his injury distresses her badly. But the palace master only let her visit him at this time. Let's not talk about it. Your father and the palace master have entered the High Firmament Palace. We can go in as well. Bai Shishi's mother held her daughter's hand and walked in with everyone. When they walked through the gate, a towering palace appeared in front of them. But curiously, this palace was impossible to see from the outside. Once they walked through the gate, an ancient and sacred aura washed over them. The palace was decked in glorious splendor, its divine light washing over everything. It felt like there were dragons swimming around the palace, bestowing it with their light. The sacred aura enveloped all, instilling a profound sense of reverence in those who approached. In front of this palace, Long Chen felt himself to be minuscule, as though he was standing in the river of history, watching as time flowed around him. Even as time flowed rapidly around this palace, it stood eternal. It was like a spectator watching the time pass. The spectator had watched the rise and fall of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Regretfully, it could not express what it saw, or perhaps it should be said that it did not wish to express it. 3 gilded characters were written on a horizontal signboard, but Long Chen didn't recognize these characters. Actually, they didn't resemble characters but appeared more like runes with complex lines, almost like mystical formations. They exuded an aura of soaring beyond the clouds and standing at the peak of the 10,000 Taos, embodying a supreme will that transcended all life. This aura had the feeling of looking down on everything beneath the heavens, like that of an overbearing bully. It was a feeling that made people willing to kowtow and worship it. Although no one recognized these characters, they could guess their meaning. These three characters were High Firmament Palace. These characters should be first-generation Julia mortal characters. Long Chen could read third-generation Julia mortal characters and recognize a few second-generation characters, but he didn't recognize any first-generation Julia mortal characters. There were countless disciples wearing robes of the High Firmament Academy outside the High Firmament Palace. Long Chen also saw many disciples wearing similar robes, but there was a large battle character emblazoned on their chests. Seeing Long Chen eyeing those disciples, Bai Shixi's mother said, "Those are disciples of the Battle God Palace. They have a different system from the academy." Long Chen nodded. The High Firmament Academy had its own plans, and this time, for the Sage King Convention, they summoned their hidden experts one by one. However, even these disciples could only mill around the outside of the High Firmament Palace. After all, the immense pressure exuding from the High Firmament Palace was so great that they had to gradually get accustomed to it before they could enter. As for Long Chen and the others, they directly walked through a barrier of light at the gate. When Long Chen passed through this barrier, he felt some kind of mysterious ripple go through his body. It was an extremely odd feeling, and it seemed to be directed at his heart, as if it was asking his heart a question. As for how his heart responded, even he himself didn't know. Long Chen glanced at Bai Shixi and the others and saw that they didn't seem to have sensed anything. Long Chen couldn't help being curious. Could it be that this mysterious ripple only affected him? Beyond this gate lay countless figures, with many more layers of divine light and gates stretching ahead. These are the gates of destiny, explained Bai Shixi's mother. There are 3 levels, each consisting of 3 gates. However, you can only access the palace's interior if you pass through all 9 gates of destiny. Within the palace, the secrets of the Grand Tao are enshrined, but if you want to learn about them, you need a strong life. Without it, your longevity will be stripped away and you will die inside. Here, the main requirement as to whether or not you can enter is the toughness of your life. If you feel a stabbing pain in your soul, you must immediately stop. The High Firmament Palace might not be able to defy the heavens and change your fate, but as our High Firmament Academy's sacred land, it can help change your karmic luck. However, every person's karmic luck has an upper limit. If you reach that limit and still can't pass through the 9 gates, it can only be said that you have no destiny with the High Firmament Palace, she concluded. While speaking, they all passed through 7 layers of light. It was when they reached the 8th gate that Zhang Ling and Zhang Shu felt that it was getting difficult to proceed. Bai Shixi's mother told them not to force it. At this time, they basically had entered and just needed some time to adjust. The 2 sisters were very obedient. After feeling like it was getting too much, they stopped while Long Chen and the others continued on. Once they were through the 9 layers of light, they reached the palace gate of the High Firmament Palace. The moment Long Chen set foot on it, a vast pressure crashed down on him. Chapter 4191 Eternal Bone Steel. Within the palace, hundreds of white stone stels graced the surroundings. These stone stels, reminiscent of jade, were the source of the immense pressure Long Chen sensed. When Long Chen examined those stone stels, his heart skipped a beat. They were, actually not stone stels but the bones of lifeforms that had reached the eternal realm. The bone stels were inscribed with densely packed characters, and a divine radiance enveloped them, lending an air of holiness and sanctity to their presence. This is the Sword Dao's inscription. Mu Qingyan let out a startled cry and immediately flew toward one of the bone stels. She looked as if she had been bewitched, as if her soul had been drawn out by the bone steel. She just stood there motionlessly. Upon looking at the surrounding bone stels, Long Chen and the others saw hundreds of other disciples in the same state. Most likely, their minds were fully immersed in the bone stels as they comprehended what was on them. These are secret arts recorded with original Julia immortal characters, which can contain all things and manifestations. They are, in essence, the most ancient of characters, from which runes as we know them today were derived. These words or runes serve as vectors of power and as characters themselves, each carrying a portion of the Julia immortal character's power. But when they are merged, they are not Julia immortal characters, said Bai Shixi's mother. Now you've lost me. If one was split into 2, once they're merged back together, are they not the original one? Senior, Can you please explain it some more? Asked Sha Chen curiously. Bai Shixi's mother smiled. One is split into two. It's not so simple. What if it was 10 split into 2, or 100 split into 2, or 1,000 split into 2? Then, Sha Chen was at a loss for words. Original Julie immortal characters are said to contain the greatest secrets of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. No one can truly understand them. If you wish, you can view Julie immortal characters as an enormous measuring instrument capable of appraising everything within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It is also capable of appraising the 10,000 laws and Taos of the universe. Our human race was at the bottom of the food chain back in the primal chaos era, merely slaves to the 10,000 races and livestock for slaughter. But the appearance of Julie immortal characters was what changed the fate of our human race, allowing us to rise to the peak of the 10,000 races. However, good things don't last forever. After the great battle of primal chaos, the human race plummeted from their peak. It was this battle that caused the inheritance of Julie immortal characters to be severed. Currently, we can only decipher up to 3rd generation Julie immortal characters. As for 2nd generation characters, even the calligraphy sect of the 4 immemorial sects can only recognize 60 to 70% of them. When it comes to 1st generation Julie immortal characters, their comprehension is limited to a mere 10 to 20%. If we have to talk about the original Julie immortal characters, they cannot be understood by anyone, Bai Shixi's mother lamented, her voice tinged with regret and helplessness. Wait a moment, senior, are 1st generation Julie immortal characters not the original Julie immortal characters? Asked Sha Chen. There is a difference. 1st generation Julie immortal characters were deciphered by the Julie race. At the same time, they also managed to decipher runes of power. Those runes are different from immortal characters as they are used to unleash things, while immortal characters are used to pass things on. In order for something to be passed on, future generations must understand it. However, when the Julie race translated 1st generation Julie immortal characters, the range was too vast for them, so it was not precise enough. Thus, from the foundation of 1st generation Julie immortal characters, 2nd generation Julie immortal characters were born. Then comes the 3rd generation and 4th generation. The characters we currently use are mostly from decomposing 4th generation Julie immortal characters. Through practice and consideration, we have reached the point where people can communicate accurately and precisely with these characters. Thus, some things can now be passed down with just words and not practice. That looks to be a good thing, but in truth, it is terrible. Bai Shixi's mother shook her head sadly at this point. She continued, we originally had an enormous instrument to measure the world. However, we disliked it because it was too troublesome and began to break it apart piece by piece, simplifying it. It's like we took apart a 10,000-mile ruler into many tiny rulers for measuring every hair, every millimeter. Well, it became more convenient to use, but we would never be able to use them to measure vaster spaces, vaster worlds. Thus, we have basically turned ourselves into frogs at the bottom of a well. Senior, is that really such a problem? Can we not just add all those smaller rulers up again to measure vaster spaces? Interjected Guo Ran. She bitterly smiled. How could it be so easy? If you fit billions of smaller rulers together, perhaps then you will have a giant ruler. But are you sure that this giant ruler is still accurate? It shouldn't be a problem, right? Said Guo Ran. Then can you guarantee there won't be the slightest mistake in your fusion? It has to be known that the slightest mistake will result in miles of difference, said Bai Shixi's mother. Guo Ran didn't know what to say, but he understood now. After all, this ruler was nothing more than a metaphor. What original Julie immortal characters measured were the world, not just distance. It could measure both the visible and invisible, the incorporeal and the corporeal. So it was the Julie race who took original Julie immortal characters and turned them into 1st generation Julie immortal characters. Why would they translate their own characters into new ones? Unless, Long Chen suddenly frowned, his heart skipping a beat. Could it be that the Julie immortal characters were just like Lord Brahma in the Nirvana scripture? Lord Brahma didn't create the Nirvana scripture. First came the Nirvana scripture, and then came Lord Brahma. 1. If first came the Julie immortal characters and then the Julie race, that would make sense. The Julie race themselves were unable to understand them, so in order to pass them on, they intentionally translated the original into 1st generation Julie immortal characters. But that didn't make sense either. If they were unable to understand those characters themselves, how did they translate them? Long Chen was stumped. Aunt, can I ask who was the first to obtain the duly immortal characters? Asked Long Chen. Bai Shixi's mother shook her head with a bitter smile. How could I possibly know that? When I was younger, I asked the sweeping elder, but he only told me not to ask anyone that question. The sweeping elder. Long Chen's heart shook. That elder sweeping the academy was too mysterious. Just who was he? This is all I can say about duly immortal characters. In truth, I only know this much. What you are seeing are original duly immortal characters, the most primitive immortal characters. But don't vainly try to understand them. You would be wasting your time. Furthermore, once the martial stage activates, these bone stells will vanish. You should just try to understand as much as you can. Also, just as a warning, if you try to forcibly comprehend something you have no destiny with, your soul might crumble and become bedeviled. Don't force things here. I will teach you a simple method. These bone stells have different things recorded on them. Use your heart to sense them. You will then feel a resonance with some immortal rune or stroke. If you can understand the realm of a single stroke here, that will be enough to benefit you for a lifetime. Don't be too greedy and end up losing everything. Just look at Qingyan. She is staring at a sword-shaped stroke. She has already entered a meditative state. Once she comprehends it, her potential will be limitless. After Bai Shixi's mother finished saying that, everyone didn't tarry. They closed their eyes, focusing their minds. As expected, they began to sense different things calling them. Thus, they started to go separate ways and walk to their own destinies. Boss, I sense too many things summoning me. Am I just too outstanding or what? Guo Ran cried out excitedly. He felt like every bone steel was calling him. Outstanding my ass. You have too many distracting thoughts. Stop being greedy and sense it calmly, scolded Long Chen. This fellow's heart was so unsteady that even his blood qi fluctuations were still active. He clearly was too excited to sense any summons. After that scolding, Guo Ran calmed down a great deal and started focusing. Long Chen, I feel a summon from above. What about you? Bai Shixi opened her eyes. I'm feeling something from above too. Long Chen smiled. He already sensed it when he reached this place. Bai Shixi's mother said, then let's go up. She then led Long Chen and Bai Shixi up the palace. The term Fan Tian, literally Brahmanism heaven, means both Nirvana and Lord Brahma, so I called the scripture the Nirvana scripture, Fan Tian Jing, and the character Lord Brahma, Da Fan Tian, but they are the same words in Chinese. Chapter 4192, Illusion. There was a staircase in the center of the palace. When Long Chen set foot onto it, the scenery around him instantly changed. Everything inside the palace was gone, replaced by a desolate battlefield. The staircase was still present, but Bai Shixi and her mother who had stepped onto it with him were gone. A furious roar rang out in Long Chen's ear. After that, he saw a human expert wearing battle armor fly past him. A devil expert was cleaved in two by a stroke of that person's blade. However, as soon as the devil expert was slain, that human expert let out a painful shout. A fist-sized spider clamped its fangs into his neck. The spider bore 5 colored spots, and within moments, the unfortunate victim withered into a desiccated corpse. After eating that human expert, the spider suddenly shot toward a battlefield in the distance. Looking in that direction, Long Chen saw countless lifeforms fighting crazily. The devil race, blood race, demon race, beast race, giant race, and many other races that Long Chen had yet to come into contact with were all fighting. And the target of all their attacks was the human race. Long Chen knew that this was just an illusion. However, his spot on the staircase was too low for him to see everything clearly, so he hastily climbed up. As he climbed up, his line of sight was constantly changing. He saw battlefields further away and saw the human race fighting all the different races. No one was helping the human race. They were always alone against an endless sea of enemies. Panic, despair, thunderous roars, and tears consumed them, yet it all amounted to naught. After all, the battlefield knew no mercy, showed no pity, followed no logic, and adhered to no system. On the battlefield, there was only the most primal, bloody face of cruelty, violence, and malevolence. The ugly desires of the heart were fully unleashed, and the ugliest side of the world was on full display. The sky was no longer blue. The sun and moon were covered. Perhaps even they were unable to watch this ugly scene, and had shut their eyes. The human race bitterly endured. Although the slaughter from the 10,000 races made them weep, they persevered. Countless times they teetered on the brink of collapse, yet they still managed to endure. The human race's tenacity was shocking. Despite knowing that they had no chance, they still didn't give up and just fought to the death. When they fell, others would pick up their weapons and continue fighting in their place. This unbroken chain of determination persisted as one generation after another took up arms, each refusing to relent. In an endless cycle, the battlefield was still the same battlefield, but the humans were constantly changing. They aren't just picking up their seniors' weapons but also their will and responsibility. The moment they pick up the weapons, they also understand why their seniors continued to fight to the death despite knowing that there is no hope. That is because they have no way to retreat. If they didn't fight, their fathers, mothers, partners, and children would all die at their enemies' hands. Despite knowing that there was no hope, they continued to fight to buy time for their descendants. Fighting with no hope is sometimes the only thing to do when there is nothing you can do. As Long Chen climbed higher, he saw more and more of the battlefield. He wanted to dive in and help these humans, but he knew that this was an illusion. Perhaps it really did exist, but it wasn't necessarily happening now. Perhaps it was the past, perhaps it was the future. Long Chen didn't know why he would see such a thing now. This scene saddened him, but he was powerless to do anything about it. He didn't like that feeling. In order to escape this illusion faster, he quickened the pace. But as he did this, he saw the battlefield developing faster as well. The humans dwindled in numbers. Furthermore, at this time, the human race suddenly fractured into countless factions that were gradually picked off one by the 10,000 races. Long Chen was enraged because he saw some factions of the human race actually betray their own people, joining forces with their enemies. Blood was spilled by countless humans. Bastards! Long Chen gnashed his teeth furiously. He saw the traitors, but he was now too high to see who they were. Enraged, Long Chen tried to climb down, but he was shocked to find that this staircase could only be climbed, not descended. In his fury, he jumped down, but just as he was about to touch the ground, space twisted and he appeared in his original location. Damn it, who are they? Who sold out the human race? Roared Long Chen. He knew it was an illusion, but it was definitely a projection. Perhaps it had already happened, or perhaps it was about to happen. Long Chen wanted to see it clearly, but the laws here would not permit it. Traitors. Long Chen clenched his teeth. What he hated most was traitors. Since he couldn't see it more clearly, he could only clench his teeth and continue climbing. Suddenly, the battlefield below vanished and was replaced by a lake. The lake's surface was flat and smooth like a mirror, reflecting an enormous figure. Long Chen paused, his gaze fixed upon the colossal figure's back. Even though it was just its rear view, an eerie sensation still washed over him. That figure exuded an aura of unfathomable destruction, one that sent shivers down the very core of people's beings, invoking terror at the deepest level of their souls. Long Chen felt a fierce pain in his eyes, his soul shaken. He also felt a profound sense of unease. Who is it? Why would it appear here? Long Chen stared in shock at that huge figure. Abruptly, the figure vanished, along with the entire lake. The surroundings shifted once more, and before Long Chen stood Bai Shishi and her mother. He had returned to the palace once more. Bai Shishi excitedly asked, Long Chen, what did you see? I actually saw. The expression of Bai Shishi's mother suddenly changed, and she barked at her daughter. Mom. Bai Shishi was startled. She didn't recall her mother ever talking so severely to her. Whatever you saw, only you can know. You cannot tell anyone, or you and whoever you tell will face terrible karma, warned Bai Shishi's mother. I understand, Mom, Bai Shishi responded, her heart quivering at her mother's words. Witnessing her daughter's reaction, Bai Shishi's mother felt that she had been a tad too stern as well, causing her to soften her tone. Shishi, it's my fault. I didn't expect you to see anything on the stairs. That's why I didn't warn you beforehand. Mom, you didn't see anything? Asked Bai Shishi. Bai Shishi's mother shook her head. It is said only destined people with the ability to change the future will see anything. I didn't see anything, so this matter ends here, understood? No matter what you saw, don't mention it ever again. Bai Shishi and Long Chen nodded. After that, they followed Bai Shishi's mother further ahead. When they passed by a gate, they saw that they were in another large palace hall. This room was also full of bone stels. However, there were only 9 of them. Even before getting close to them, a powerful resonance drew Long Chen and Bai Shishi. Chapter 4193, Original Nirvana Scripture. When Long Chen and Bai Shishi arrived at the second floor of the palace, they were greeted by the presence of more than 10 individuals, all of whom belonged to the senior generation. Amongst them were Bai Zontang and the other vice palace master. However, these elders paid no attention to Long Chen and his companions as they arrived. The former were already deeply engrossed in a meditative trance, fully immersed in the profound immortal characters inscribed upon the bone stels. At this moment, Long Chen found that Bai Zontang's aura had reached the innate heaven venerate realm. In the state where he had forgotten himself and everything else, except for what he was comprehending from the bone steel, he couldn't conceal his aura. Thus, a powerful pressure exuded from him, one that was several times greater than an ordinary innate heaven venerate. How can this be? Long Chen was taken aback. During his time at the academy, he had never sensed this. Bai Zontang had always appeared to be an immortal king. Even if he suppressed his power on purpose, at most he could be a world king. Just how much time had passed? When did he become an innate heaven venerate? Was he like Long Chen's grandfather and had suppressed his power? Bai Shishi's mother simply smiled and didn't say anything in response to Long Chen's shock. As for Bai Shishi, she was walking over to a bone steel. This bone steel had golden immortal characters carved into it, and Long Chen could sense the terrifying metal energy fluctuations coming from it. Bai Shishi was instantly drawn to it. The next moment, before Long Chen even said anything, Huo Linger and Lei Linger ran out in the form of two excited girls. Just as they were about to cry out, Long Chen hastily covered their mouths. Long Chen then pointed at the people who were in meditative states and gestured to both of them to stay silent. They couldn't cause a ruckus here. Huo Linger and Lei Linger obediently nodded, and only then did Long Chen release them. The two of them immediately ran to separate bone stels and started comprehending them, following the same practice as everyone else in the room. Your spirits are amazing. Bai Shishi's mother was amazed by Lei Linger and Huo Linger. She could see that they were a fire spirit and a lightning spirit. Despite her wealth of experience, having encountered many stronger spirits, she had never come across any with such remarkable intelligence. The level of intelligence these two displayed was approaching that of the human race, a phenomenon that should have been inherently impossible. If she didn't personally see it, she wouldn't believe it. They aren't my spirits, they're my little sisters, corrected Long Chen with a slight smile. Lei Linger and Huo Linger were raised by him. So, he had never viewed them as servants, but rather as cherished members of his own family. Bai Shishi's mother didn't mind his correction. She then said, "You should start as well. There's not much time left. This is your greatest chance to improve before the Sage King Convention. Senior, you go ahead. I can sense a stronger summon." "It's not on this level," said Long Chen. Bai Shishi's mother was startled. "You want to go to the third level?" Long Chen nodded. "Yes, the summon is stronger from there. This junior will take his leave." Long Chen bid farewell and went off to the next staircase. He quickly vanished within it. Watching as he left, Bai Shishi's mother was filled with shock. He can touch even higher secrets of the heavenly Taos while in the immortal king realm. Can it be that he is the destined one? The one to change the final board? Long Chen didn't know what Bai Shishi's mother was thinking. All he knew was that there was a stronger summon up there. This time, there were no illusions when he stepped onto the staircase. Everything was normal. After 99 steps, he reached the third level, also the final level of the High Firmament Palace. The moment he stepped onto the third floor, a terrifying pressure attacked him, almost sending him flying. Long Chen felt like an entire world was pressing down on him, creaking his body. Long Chen was startled. After that, he took a deep breath, and golden dragon scales covered his body. With the Dragon King battle armor on, most of that terrifying pressure was instantly mitigated. Long Chen walked in step by step. When he passed the gates, he saw the palace master's large figure. This level only had 3 bone stels and a lone figure in addition to Long Chen. The palace master stood before one of the bone stels, deep in meditation, resembling an immovable giant statue. The palace master is actually this terrifying. This is only his most ordinary aura, but it has such a terrifying pressure. Long Chen was shocked. When a person was in their meditative state, their aura should be calm. And when most experts fought, they would raise their auras to the peak in preparation for a high-intensity battle. Normally, they would keep their auras suppressed to avoid making others uncomfortable. Being in a meditative state returned their auras to a natural state. However, the palace master's natural aura actually exuded such a terrifying pressure. If he was in his battle state, Long Chen couldn't imagine just how powerful he would be. It seemed that Long Chen had still underestimated him. Could it be that the palace master has stepped into the eternal realm? Guessed Long Chen. Otherwise, how could he give off such terrifying pressure? It was many times stronger than other innate heaven venerates. Bai Zontang's pressure had been strong enough. But in front of the palace master, he paled in comparison. Long Chen didn't dare to disturb him as he headed toward the 3 bone stels. He could feel 2 bone stels calling to him. One of them was the one that the palace master was facing at the moment. Dragon bone steel. When Long Chen got closer to the bone stels, he was shocked to see that this bone steel was made from a dragon bone. Although the dragon bone's power had been locked by the immortal characters, Long Chen immediately sensed it when he got closer. No wonder I have such a feeling, thought Long Chen. He had dragon blood flowing through his veins, cultivated the dragon soul body forging art, and possessed the dragon race's divine abilities. It would be strange if he didn't feel a resonance with it. Perhaps what's carved on top of it is related to the dragon race. However, it's not the one resonating the strongest with me. Long Chen then turned to the other bone steel. Looking at this one, he saw that there were very few immortal characters on it. Other bone stels had millions of immortal characters carved densely on top of it. However, this one only had a few dozen immortal characters. Even so, every single one of these characters was extremely complex, akin to totems. When Long Chen got closer to it, his head turned blank as he actually recognized 2 characters. Long Chen knew some second-generation Julie immortal characters but not even one first-generation Julie immortal character. There was even less to say about the original Julie immortal characters. However, for some reason, he recognized these characters. It was like these characters had been carved into his soul. When Long Chen got closer, those characters seemed to come to life. In the next instant, his surroundings transformed, and he found himself in a world of fire. Chapter 4194, Comprehension. Countless flames raged within this world of fire and began to gather toward Long Chen when he appeared. At this moment, Long Chen heard the sound of billions of flames burning. Together, they formed a strange sound. The sound resembled the exchange of emotions, the sharing of thoughts. The flames felt intimately connected to Long Chen, as if they relied on him for their existence. The flames burned, emitting a sound that seemed to be telling him something, yet Long Chen couldn't understand its meaning. The sound was cacophonous. These flames contained all kinds of manifestations, including the immortal world's heavenly flames, the mortal world's earth flames, beast flames, even wildfires in the mountains, and fires for cooking food. It was too complicated, too chaotic. They all seemed to be trying to communicate with Long Chen, but Long Chen couldn't comprehend what they were trying to say. There was a barrier between them that he couldn't break. Within the endless flames, Long Chen suddenly noticed 10 thrones. Of these 10 thrones, 7 were ahead, and 3 were behind. The 3 rear thrones were high in the air and completely empty. Long Chen looked at the 4th throne, and his heart leapt. In the thrones around it, Long Chen saw the heavenly rainbow flame, the ice soul divine flame, the golden sun flame, the black moon flame, as well as the phoenix flame which was in the shape of a beautiful divine bird. Furthermore, the order they were in was clearly the order of the top 10 of the heavenly flame rankings. The heavenly rainbow flame was rank 9, the ice soul divine flame was rank 8, the moon flame was rank 7, the sun flame was rank 6, and the phoenix flame was rank 5. But as for rank 4, the flames on that throne were as black as ink. The Yanshu flame, how can that be? Isn't the Yanshu flame the strongest flame within the 9 heavens and 10 lands? When he saw the rank 4, Long Chen almost couldn't believe his eyes. That was clearly the Yanshu flame. However, this Yanshu flame didn't give off any sinister air, so Long Chen almost couldn't accept it. But the fluctuations it gave off made it impossible for him to deny that this was the Yanshu flame. The Yanshu flame said to be the strongest flame within the 9 heavens and 10 lands was actually only ranked 4th. Was there some mistake? Long Chen was dumbfounded. The top 3 spots are empty. They should be the rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3 heavenly flames. But they aren't there. This ranking shattered Long Chen's current understanding. Could it be that the immortal world's heavenly flame rankings were wrong? This is the Yanshu flame, but it is also different from the Yanshu flame I've seen. Is it real or not? If it is the Yanshu flame and it's merely rank 4, then what are the top 3 heavenly flames? Long Chen looked at the 3 empty thrones with a dazed expression. This world of flames had truly shaken him, and he struggled to accept this reality. The flames continued to burn, their power seemingly limitless and freely unleashed. Long Chen's mind went blank as he listened to the roaring flames. Time seemed to come to a standstill, and gradually, his heart began to regain its composure. He could only patiently listen to the voices of the flames, not thinking of anything else. Long Chen didn't know how much time had passed, but he suddenly felt a spark of enlightenment. He then formed hand seals and began to chant a scripture. As he did, the flames grew active, akin to soldiers who had received orders. The sound of his scripture chanting was the bugle horn to war. As the chanting intensified, the flames rose with it. It was as if someone had poured oil into the flames, causing them to wildly rise. Billions of flames surged upward, weaving around Long Chen to take the shape of mystical runes. So that's the case. The most original Nirvana scripture is made of endless runes. These runes are dead, but the scripture is alive. Then there must be another thing as a contrast. If there is yin, there is yang. If there is right, there is wrong. If there is good, there is bad. Between yin and yang, right and wrong, good and bad, there must be something dividing them. This is one of the principles behind the Tao. 1 produces 2, 2 produces 3, and 3 produces all things. The runes manifested by these flames were the original Julie immortal characters, the characters for Nirvana scripture. As Long Chen progressed to the second volume of the Nirvana scripture, the flames rose once more and twisted into another kind of rune. Then he went on to the third volume, the fourth volume, and the fifth volume. The flames continued to twist and merge into runes. As those runes swirled around him, Long Chen finally reached a certain threshold. Now, he not only comprehended what the runes were expressing, but he also knew their actual names. Each original Julie immortal character could convey multiple meanings through variations in their form, length, and angle. Moreover, every character had several pronunciations, and when combined with another character, their pronunciation would undergo yet another transformation. Long Chen's Nirvana scripture had been taught to him by a mysterious woman. Initially, he could only recite it without understanding the meaning behind each character. But now, he was gradually gaining a comprehensive understanding of the entire scripture. Long Chen had learned up to the fifth volume of the Nirvana scripture. However, now that he had found the key to opening the entire Nirvana scripture, he could grasp the complete Nirvana scripture with just its first 2 characters. As Long Chen started to chant the 6th volume, the world of flames soared once again. The intense heat it produced made it seem like the world would explode. But all of a sudden, Long Chen's spiritual strength began to rapidly fade away, causing him to jump in fright. He hastily stopped chanting the Nirvana scripture. To his astonishment, he discovered that his spiritual strength had plummeted to less than 10%. If he had been the slightest bit slower, his spiritual strength would have run dry and he would have passed out. What's going on? Even now, I can't control the 6th volume of the Nirvana scripture. That doesn't seem right. Long Chen was shocked to find that his spiritual strength had been so rapidly exhausted. After all, his spiritual strength was incredibly powerful. He had never encountered someone in the same realm with a stronger spiritual strength. In fact, even innate heaven venerates might not have such vast reserves of spiritual strength. It could be said that his spiritual strength far surpassed the rest of his power. However, even then, it was almost sucked dry. When Long Chen stopped chanting, the explosive world gradually calmed down. In the end, it returned to its original appearance. Long Chen sank into thought as she started studying the Nirvana scripture again. All of a sudden, he burst into laughter. I understand. Chapter 4195, Limit. Time, Space, haha. So the space is wrong. This is the world of the immortal characters, not a true world. Unleashing the 6th volume of the Nirvana scripture here requires expanding this immortal character world. With my current power, expanding it is really difficult. Long Chen laughed. He figured it out as soon as he looked at it from a different angle. The next moment, flames once more rose. However, Long Chen wasn't chanting this time. He was only forming hand seals and chanting the scripture in his heart. With this, Long Chen was deducing the scripture, not unleashing it. As long as he wasn't forced to expand this space, Long Chen wouldn't use up so much spiritual strength. After a while, he finished deducing the 6th volume and moved on to the 7th volume. However, when he got to the 7th volume, he encountered a problem. The 7th volume actually required some syllables to be said with the mouth. It's no good. I can only go up to here and will have to figure out the rest outside. Fortunately, I've fully memorized the Nirvana scripture. Even without the flames here, I'm confident I can decipher even the 9th volume. Long Chen took a deep breath and looked at the flames here emotionally. If it weren't for their help, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to understand the true meaning of the Nirvana scripture. The High Firmament Academy's Nirvana scripture had tens of thousands of characters. But all those characters couldn't express as much as these two original Julie Immortal characters. They were unable to express the same realm. But then again, when it came to original Julie Immortal characters, you either understood them, or you didn't. If you couldn't understand, it would be like reading a magic book. Most importantly, Long Chen would have no way of explaining it to others. The current era's characters were invented so people could express thoughts more accurately, allowing for inheritances to be passed down more easily. But while that appeared to be harmless, in truth, the true meaning of the original characters had been lost. After all, these two original Julie Immortal characters had the power to convey the pinnacle technique of the Flame Tao. With just these two characters, a supreme divine ability could be transmitted, a feat only the original Julie Immortal characters could achieve. Original Julie Immortal characters contain things that I cannot imagine. The reason why Lord Brahma named himself like that must be connected to the Nirvana scripture. He only changed his name to Lord Brahma after learning the Nirvana scripture. Could it be that the name of Brahma is lucky? Wondered Long Chen. In the end, with a final look at the 3 empty thrones, Long Chen retreated from this space. When his soul returned to his body, he instantly felt a burst of weariness. He immediately cursed in his heart. As expected, before he even had time to defend, he was sent flying by a terrifying force, tumbling all the way down the staircase. While in meditation, he was protected by the Julie Immortal characters, so the Palace Master's pressure didn't affect him. However, the moment his soul returned to his body, the protection of the Julie Immortal characters vanished. Since Long Chen's spiritual strength was too weak to instantly summon the Dragon King battle armor in that state, he was forced out by the Palace Master's might. When Long Chen tumbled down to the 2nd floor, he saw that 2 more young disciples had managed to reach this level. From their robes, they came from the Battle God Palace. Fortunately, they were all in meditative states and didn't see Long Chen's wretched state. At this moment, Bai Shishi was surrounded by golden divine radiance, like a golden goddess sitting there, appearing incredibly noble and holy. Looking at her beautiful smile, Long Chen smiled at himself mockingly. Just what kind of luck did he have to obtain the favor of such a fairy? Long Chen often felt like he had too many beauties by his side, and every single one of them deeply loved him. Such affection was challenging to reciprocate, even if he were to toil until his very bones crumbled to dust. Thus, he often felt ashamed of himself due to this. He had also been young and frivolous, thinking of having many wives and concubines. But now he knew that a man could only carry so much on his shoulders. When he was young, his father had once given him a wooden sword. As he held that wooden sword, he felt like he was completely unrivaled, as if the world was within his grasp. Yet now, despite all the power he had attained, his anxiety only deepened. He harbored a growing fear that one day, he might prove unable to protect those he loved. Long Chen was suddenly drawn out of his thoughts. He didn't see Huo Linger and Lei Linger anywhere. However, he could sense their auras, and he quickly became speechless. The 2 of them had actually transformed until they were the size of worms and stuck themselves to the runes on the bone stels. Most likely, the 2 of them had found a method more suited to them. Perhaps sticking their bodies to these characters might assist them in understanding their meaning. After all, the 2 were spiritual entities, and the human race's methods might not be the best ones for them. Long Chen rested for a while and consumed a pill to restore spiritual strength. Afterward, he didn't head back to the 3rd floor. Instead, he went down to the 1st. On the 1st floor, he saw that more people had arrived, and on the way down, he saw several people striving to climb up. On the 1st floor, he spotted Zhang Ling and Zhang Shu. They had actually reached this place and were gaining comprehension from one of the bone stels. Long Chen's gaze swept over the crowd and he spotted Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Mu Qingyan, Sha Chen, Qin Feng, Qi Yu, and the others gaining comprehension of the bone stels. However, what was rare was that Guo Ran was also in front of one of the bone stels, his eyes closed. It didn't seem like he was faking it. He really was earnestly comprehending its secrets. When Long Chen climbed down, quite a few disciples greeted him reverently. In the High Firmament Academy, even the hidden heavenly geniuses felt immense reverence for Long Chen. Long Chen greeted them in return. Then, he headed back up to the second floor. However, he was disappointed to find that there were no illusions this time. He had been hoping to see if he could determine the identity of those who had betrayed the human race and stabbed them in the back. However, since that image didn't appear again, he could only accept it. After adjusting his condition on the second floor, he headed for the third floor once more. The palace master's pressure struck him again, but this time, he was prepared and had summoned the Dragon King battle armor. He easily entered the third floor. Long Chen sat himself down in front of the bone steel again, wanting to see if he could gain anything from other Julie immortal characters that were on the bone steel. This is the sword character. When Long Chen looked at one of the characters, his back instantly turned cold. It was as if a dagger had been thrust into his very soul, carrying with it a piercing sword intent that seemed to penetrate him deeply. Long Chen had barely looked at it and he was almost injured. This character was too domineering and contained countless things. Truly domineering. It won't even give me a chance to comprehend it. Most likely, it's simply on too high of a level. You would need to take it step by step, sighed Long Chen. Mu Qingyan's sword Dao foundation was quite solid, but she still was stuck on the first floor. As for this character, it was on the third floor. Most likely, you would only be qualified to comprehend it after comprehending the sword Dao on the previous 2 floors. Long Chen wasn't a sword cultivator, so he chose to give up on it. Just as Long Chen was planning on looking at the other immortal characters, the palace master's voice suddenly rang out. Help me out. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.